Fang Ming had been living with the Liu family for 3 years, becoming a well-known figure in Qinzhou as a useless son-in-law. An unexpected accusation led to the activation of his ancestral jade pendant, awakening his latent abilities, bestowing upon him a pair of divine eyes that could discern the essence of all things. Chapter 1. The Moment of Ascendancy. Liu Tianao, you are crossing the line. In the bustling atmosphere of the treasure pavilion, a refined young man dressed in a white shirt glared furiously at a blonde-haired youth before him, his face contorted with rage. Fang Ming, 20 years old, was the Liu family son-in-law, known throughout Qinzhou as a waste of space. Years ago, his wedding to Liu Yuyin was deemed the most shocking, bizarre, and incomprehensible event of the year in Qinzhou. To the public, he was an inconspicuous fool, while she was a distinguished beauty, admired by countless suitors. The pairing seemed utterly mismatched. Nevertheless, Liu Yin's grandfather, Liu Chongdao, insisted on their union for a simple reason. Although the Fang family had fallen into dire straits decades ago, they were once a renowned lineage of jade appraisers, possessing unparalleled skills in the art of appraisal. Liu Chongdao, driven by the desire to extract ancestral secrets from Fang Ming, disregarded the vehement opposition of his kin and betrothed Liu Yuyin to him. However, after their marriage, Fang Ming proved to be utterly ignorant, lacking even the most basic knowledge of jade appraisal, let alone any ancestral secrets. Gradually, the Liu family's attitude towards him shifted from warm hospitality to cold disdain. Even the family dog dared to assert dominance over him. Especially harsh was Liu Yin's mother, Lin Meixiu, whose disdain for Fang Ming was palpable. Each encounter with him ignited her ire. Despite Fang Ming managing the pavilion efficiently over the years and generating considerable income, the Liu family remained unmoved by his efforts. You clearly resent the meager allowance the Liu family gives you and have conspired with your shady friends to use counterfeit goods to swindle the pavilion's funds. How dare you shift the blame onto me? Silence. This ruckus is utterly disgraceful. A thunderous voice interrupted their quarrel. Lin Meixiu, adorned in a resplendent penny-patterned qipao, strode toward them with elegance, her makeup immaculate. Fang Ming, how can you be so incompetent at managing the store? Is your brain filled with cotton? Behind her, Liu Yiyin followed, her silhouette accentuated by a white dress, her features exquisite yet icy, resembling an unattainable celestial being. She regarded Fang Ming with an impassive expression, saying nothing. Fang Ming attempted to explain softly, "Mother, this isn't my fault. Mother, look at what Fang Ming has done. He spent 100,000 on worthless junk." Liu Tianao seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with Lin Meixiu. If I hadn't caught him in the act, he would still be stubbornly denying it. It's no wonder the pavilion's sales have inexplicably plummeted these past few months. It's all because of this useless waste. The mention of lost profits ignited Lin Meixiu's fury, leaving no room for Fang Ming's defense. What kind of potion did the old man drink back then to let someone as utterly useless as you into the Liu family? Every grain of rice you've eaten in these years came from the Liu family. What have you contributed? A burden, trash, a parasite. It would be better if you vanished. Listen well, Fang Ming, pack your things and leave the Liu family tomorrow, and you must repay that 100,000 you squandered, even if you have to sell your blood or kidney. Shameless wretch. Spit. Lin Meixiu's words grew more venomous and agitated, and she raised her hand to slap Fang Ming across the face. With a sharp sound, a vivid red mark appeared, shocking to behold. Fang Ming stood silently, lips pressed together, accepting the blow without a protest. He owed a great debt of gratitude to Liu Chongdao for taking him into the Liu family as a son-in-law. Until that debt was fully repaid, he would not overstep his bounds. Endurance was his mantra. As for repaying the money, he had worked at the pavilion for years without receiving a single cent. He was nothing more than free labor, with no funds to repay. Mother, slap him. He doesn't deserve to live in the Liu family. Liu Tianao exclaimed, his excitement palpable, wishing to join in the assault. Liu Yiyin frowned slightly, her gaze shifting to her mother, whose behavior had become increasingly akin to that of a shrew. It's truly not my fault. I usually need to request permission from the Liu family for orders worth 1,000 or 2,000. How could I not consult you all for 100,000 jade pendant? Liu Tianao colluded with others to misappropriate the pavilion's funds and fill his own pockets. Though he knew explanations were likely futile, Fang Ming still attempted to articulate the truth. Before he could finish, Liu Tianao shouted, "You're slandering me. Is it so hard to admit you were deceived because of your poor judgment?" The cacophony intensified, causing Liu Yuyin to frown deeper. She pursed her lips, glancing at Liu Tianao with a hint of skepticism. Fang Ming opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. It was futile. No one would believe him. After 3 years of bullying, He had long recognized the reality. No matter how sincere his efforts, the Liu family would never regard him with even a fraction of respect or understanding. Just as despair enveloped him, Liu Yian's cool voice broke the silence. "Where is the fake jade pendant? Show it to me." "Here." Fang Ming hesitated, retrieving the pendant from behind counter. In his palm, the milky white jade lay quietly, exuding a heavy luster, yet its surface was alarmingly crude, devoid of any discernible artistry or meaning reminiscent of child's haphazard carving. This was hardly worth 100,000. Even $10 seemed excessive. Though Fang Ming was no expert, he had enough knowledge to discern that this was an outrageous misjudgment. As realization dawned upon Liu Yuyan, she cast a meaningful glance at Liu Tianao. "Ah, sister, you see, your husband is nothing but a complete waste." Liu Tianao, sweating under her gaze, forced a laugh and quickly redirected his attention, kicking Fang Ming with force. "Why are you still holding that worthless stone? Didn't you hear mother telling you to get lost?" As long as Fang Ming disappeared from the Liu family, his clandestine deeds would remain hidden. Ah? Fang Ming was caught off guard by Liu Taino's sudden aggression, losing his balance and tumbling down the stairs of the pavilion. After a dizzying fall, he found himself sprawled at the bottom, pain radiating through his body as if his bones had shattered. Struggling to prop himself up, he discovered a wound on his forehead, warm blood streaming down his face, dripping onto his hands, body, and the ground. Even the jade pendant in his palm was stained crimson. "Hey, why is a grown man lying on the ground like a dog?" Lin Meishio, fully aware of the situation, yet choosing to protect her son, remarked dismissively, "It was just a light kick. Trying to extort money from us? No way, am I seeing things? The esteemed Fang Ming has fallen so low. Lacking ability and resources, do you truly believe that marrying Yu Yan guarantees success? You must be so complacent that you've stumbled into trouble. Ha ha, what a pathetic fool." Passers-by gathered around, reveling in the spectacle, their murmurs rife with derision. Yet, Fang Ming remained impervious to their taunts. It was not that he was indifferent, rather. The ancestral jade pendant at his chest radiated an unexpected warmth. In an instant, he was enveloped by an inexplicable, formidable, and enigmatic force, leaving him unable to allocate even a sliver of his attention to anything else. A crimson haze blurred his vision, and his eyes felt as though they were being incessantly pricked by a multitude of needles, yet intermingled with an indescribable warmth. In that moment, he could not discern whether he was in agony or in bliss. After what felt like an eternity, he finally emerged from this strange sensation. He steadied himself against the railing, wiped his face, and grimaced at the sight of his bloodied hand. It seemed he had injured his eyes. Turning to face the familiar yet alien Jubao studio, a chill of desolation swept through Fang Ming. Not a single soul had pursued him. Never mind. Perhaps it would be best to head to a nearby clinic to tend his wounds first. Lost in thought, Fang Ming remained oblivious to the fact that the bloodied jade pendant in his grasp had undergone a profound transformation, as if it were intrinsically linked to his ancestral jade pendant. All that had transpired was a resonance born from the mingling of the pendant's blood and the jade. Fang Ming trudged toward North Street, his weary body weighed down, as mockery and ridicule trailed him. Along the way, an array of antiques for sale caught his eye. Replica of a Song Dynasty Mithria statue, counterfeit, valued at 70 yuan. Replica of a Tang Dynasty lady painting, though a forgery. The technique is exquisite, and the foundation is commendable, valued at 300 yuan. Replica from the Republic of China. To his astonishment, every item within his line of sight was accompanied by detailed descriptions of its origin, background, and even its price. It was as though a filter had been lifted. Fang Ming was taken aback, his footsteps halted, and he stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 2. A Glimmer of Brilliance. What is happening? Could it be? As if struck by a bolt from the blue, Fang Ming's heart raced, blood surged, and a certain conjecture swirled in his mind, clamoring to be recognized. He had thought the tales of novels were mere fabrications, yet unexpectedly, such fortuitous circumstances had truly befallen him. Both astonished and elated, Fang Ming turned and dashed towards the street corner stall, crouching down to retrieve a ring. "Oh my, this young lad is quite the connoisseur," immediately fixating on our most precious treasure. Upon noticing a customer, the vendor quickly approached with a beaming smile. "Absolutely authentic Yuan Dynasty green agate cloud pattern gold ring. Genuine or your money back tenfold. A bargain at 480,000. "Let me take a look first," Fang Ming replied, collecting his emotions and lowering his gaze. Only he could see the text that subsequently materialized before his eyes. Defective product from small-scale jewelry workshop, produced 8 months ago, cost approximately 1 yuan. Market value around 25 yuan. Good heavens, Something that could be made for just a yuan dares to be sold for 480,000? The world of antiques is indeed unfathomable. No money, yet still browsing? Bah, a useless parasite. Upon hearing the lack of funds, the vendor's expression shifted faster than turning pages in a book. As a true native of Qinzhou, he had long heard of Fang Ming's marriage into the Liu family, regarding such men who rely on women for survival with disdain. Despite the harsh words, Fang Ming appeared oblivious, silently turning to leave. How splendid! He was not dreaming. With the divine eye, how could he not make a name for himself in the world of treasure appraisal? With such thoughts, Fang Ming's heart soared, and he strode deeper into the bustling treasure street. What was he waiting for? To revive the glory of the Fang family. And today was the day. Just as he turned the corner, a graceful figure appeared before him, clad in a silk dress, exuding elegance and charm that instantly captured Fang Ming's attention. The woman held a landscape painting, sauntering into an antique shop, her every gesture radiating silent allure. Was that not Zhao Wanqing, the captain of the ceremonial team at Qinzhou University? Zhao Wanqing, the widely acknowledged goddess of Qinzhou University, not only possessed extraordinary beauty, but also hailed from a prestigious lineage. Countless men had fallen for her, yet none had succeeded in winning her heart, regardless of their relentless pursuits. As time passed, and he married Liu Yuyan, Zhao Wanqing had faded into a distant memory. Little did he expect that fate would orchestrate their reunion once more. Yet it would only be a fleeting encounter, merely a glance from afar. Although there were no genuine feelings between him and Liu Yuyan, they were still legally bound as husband and wife. And Fang Ming would not falter in his loyalty and morals. He had thought brushing past Zhao Wanqing would be their final connection. Yet the conversation drifting from within the shop halted him in his tracks. Miss Wanqing, you've been duped. This is hardly the work of Wang Yuanqi. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit created by someone with ill intentions. At most, it's worth 3,000 to 5,000. The shopkeeper unfurled the painting, his brows furrowed deeply, as if the word disdain was etched upon his countenance. Oh, I bought a fake again? Zhao Wanqing's eyes dimmed suddenly, unable to conceal her disappointment. It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes from time to time. The next time you consider acquiring antiques, why not invite me to lend my discerning eye? After all, I am a notable figure in the treasure-seeking community. Upon obtaining the divine pupil, Fang Ming's senses have become remarkably acute. He not only caught every word of the conversation between the two individuals, but also, with a casual glance as he passed the doorway, discerned the landscape painting held by the shopkeeper with crystal clarity. In an instant, relevant information surged into his mind. Fang Ming slowed his pace, halted, and turned to enter the establishment. It is not a counterfeit. It is an authentic work by Wang Yuanqi. A clear, resonant voice echoed, causing both the shopkeeper and Zhao Wanqing to tilt their heads in unison toward the entrance. Ah, it appears to be the infamous Fang Ming, the man who lives off others. Shouldn't you hurry to find a dumpster to call home instead of seeking attention here? If you linger any longer, the nearby refuse heaps will be claimed by other beggars. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Fang Ming, the shopkeeper's disdain was palpable, his face a mask of sarcasm. Zhao Wanqing, however, seemed to ponder. Fang Ming? That name rings a bell. Isn't he the one who married into the Liu family, living off their generosity and causing them to lose 100,000? Oh, Fang Ming felt helpless within. After 4 years of university together, Miss Zhao Wanqing, do you truly not recognize me? For years as classmates. Indeed, yet I suppose it is understandable. Back then, Miss Wanqing was always the center of attention, surrounded by eager upperclassmen and juniors vying for her favor, hardly noticing an inconspicuous figure like myself. Is that so? He is hardly capable. Miss Wanqing, do not be deceived. Authenticating antiques requires meticulous examination and careful consideration. How could he possibly discern the truth from such a distance? Let us not forget how he was ousted from the Liu household. Before Fang Ming could speak, the shopkeeper began to mock him with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing shook her head in disdain. TSK, lacking any skill, yet aspiring to offer guidance. I detest self-important men. I'm not deceiving you. The truth can be revealed with fire. An authentic Wang Yuanqi piece is worth no less than 900,000. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Fire? Have you suffered a blow to the head? You should seek medical attention. Sir, if you are resolute in believing this painting is genuine, I am willing to sell it to you for a mere 1,000. Would you care to buy it? Zhao Wanqing's tone was markedly more courteous than the shopkeeper's. Yet her demeanor was equally cold, her beautiful eyes filled with skepticism. If you do not wish to purchase, kindly leave and do not impede my serious discussion with the shopkeeper. Fang Ming's expression grew colder. It was not that he was unwilling to buy. Rather, he lacked the funds. Coveting Miss Wanqing? Not a chance. You had best be on your way. The shopkeeper's patience was wearing thin. He gritted his teeth and signaled to the attendant beside him. The attendants promptly understood and began to approach Fang Ming with malicious intent. Fang Ming's countenance grew even more frigid. Good intentions met with ingratitude. If you wish to leave, then depart. As Fang Ming's retreating figure faded from sight, the annoyance and contempt shared between the shopkeeper and Zhao Wanqing gradually dissipated. How could such shamelessness exist in this world? Master Chong, what brings you here today? Please, take a seat. I shall brew you a pot of the finest Longjing tea. Before Zhao Wanqing could even catch a glimpse of the elderly man's features, the shopkeeper was already eagerly approaching him, his demeanor as respectful as a devoted grandson. The elderly man, with kind eyes and white hair, exuded an air of sophistication as he chuckled. Ah, splendid. Just as I was feeling parched, I shall not hold back. Why be modest? I will be delighted if you visited my shop daily. The shopkeeper, aware that Zhao Wanqing was not very familiar with the antiquities circle in Qizhou, hurriedly introduced her. Master Chong is a renowned figure on our treasure street, known far and wide, having only misjudged a piece thrice in his decades of experience. He is revered as the foremost connoisseur in Qizhou. Ah, let bygones be bygones. No need to dwell on the past. Master Chong waved his hand dismissively, feigning humility. Though his pride was palpable, he turned his gaze towards Zhao Wanqing, taken aback by her delicate beauty. And who might this be? This is the little princess of the Zhao family from the capital, Zhao Wanqing. The shopkeeper's words had scarcely left his lips when Master Chong froze in astonishment. The capital? The Zhao family? Quite the remarkable lineage. The shopkeeper beamed with pride, as if his association with Zhao Wanqing adorned him with golden accolades. Have you come all the way from the capital to find treasures? Addressing Zhao Wanqing, Master Chong tempered his demeanor, speaking with courtesy. I cannot vouch for other places, but on Treasure Street, merely invoking my name guarantees that no one would dare to deceive you with counterfeit goods. By the way, Miss Zhao, do you have any particular treasures in mind? I happen to have some free time today and will be glad to assist you. I purchased a painting by Wang Yuanqi, but my discerning eye failed me, and I fear I spent my money in vain. The shopkeeper said it was worth at most 3,000 to 5,000. A replica of Wang Yuanqi? Master Chang's brows furrowed. How peculiar. Wang Yuanqi's style is so distinctive that it is rarely imitated, especially in recent years. May I see it? Here it is. The shopkeeper promptly retrieved the painting from the trash bin, wiping non-existent stains off the surface with his sleeve before presenting it to Master Chong. A lighter? Both the shopkeeper and Zhao Wanqing exclaimed in unison. How does this align with what Fang Ming described? Very well, Master Chong, the shopkeeper said, his expression shifting. I shall do as you request. Before long, the lighter was delivered into Master Chang's hands. Under Zhao Wanqing's eager gaze, Master Chong carefully and swiftly ran the flame across the painting surface. In the next moment, the pale yellow paper began to undergo a visible transformation. Moments latte. Another landscape painting emerged, strikingly similar, yet exhibiting subtle distinctions that were worlds apart. Chapter 3. The Invitation from the Goddess. It truly was a work by Wang Yuanqi, not a counterfeit. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath momentarily caught. So, Fang Ming had not deceived her? Yet, how could he discern the painting's authenticity without thorough examination? Had his vision reached such formidable heights? It seemed implausible. Ah, Master Chong is indeed remarkable. He identified the truth in an instant. The shopkeeper, momentarily dumbfounded, finally managed to stammer a compliment. Unlike me, who pondered for ages yet arrived at the wrong conclusion. I am utterly ashamed. Your words are excessive. Such a method is indeed rare, and it is understandable that one might overlook it in haste. Master Chong reassured him casually before fixing his penetrating gaze on Zhao Wanqing. Miss Zhao, as expected from a daughter of the Zhao family in the capital, your insight is unparalleled. May I inquire at what price you acquired this painting? I believe it was 68,000. Zhao Wanqing paid no heed to Chong Ye's flattery. Her mind was consumed by Fang Ming's hesitant demeanor before his departure. Just when she thought her embarrassment couldn't deepen, Chong Ye's subsequent remarks left her wishing to disappear into the ground. 68,000? That is quite a profit. With the authenticity of Wang Yuanqi's masterpiece, and in such pristine condition, selling it for 900,000 would be a mere formality. 900,000. Fang Ming truly didn't exaggerate. Zhao Wanqing's slender fingers clenched tightly, her petite face flushed with heat. Goodness, while others offered their goodwill to assist her, She not only failed to appreciate it, but also exhibited a rather unpleasant attitude. Wanqing, are you all right? Noticing Zhao Wanqing's dazed expression, the shopkeeper waved his hand in front of her eyes, his tone laced with concern. Are you unwell? Have you fallen ill? Recalling the earlier incident, the shopkeeper felt a wave of discomfort and instinctively sought to excuse himself. Just a lucky coincidence. Fang Ming, the one Lu Yiyan married? Chang Ye, a veteran in the treasure appraisal circle of Qinzhou, was certainly aware of Fang Ming, and curiosity sparked within him. Do you have any connection with him? Well, a slight one, the shopkeeper replied awkwardly, yet he recounted the whole story candidly. As he listened, Chang Ye's eyes, though slightly clouded by age, began to gleam with an appreciative spark. How remarkable! To derive precise and difficult conclusions from mere observation, this talent and capability are beyond the reach of many. Even after decades of honing their skills, the shopkeeper bowed his head, falling silent. Just 10 minutes prior, he had berated Fang Ming vehemently. Now he cowered. But wait, if Fang Ming's abilities were indeed formidable, then why did the Zhu Bao Zhai suffer a loss of 100,000? Chang Yi stroked his beard, sipping Longjing tea, his gaze revealing a hint of intrigue. How fascinating! The underlying truths of this matter are far more complex than we outsiders perceive. Chang Yi was correct. Setting aside any judgments about Fang Ming's discernment, it was evident that the situation concerning Fang Ming receiving counterfeit jade was exposed by Lu Tian'ao, Lu Yuyan's brother. It is well known that although Lu Tian'ao is the young master of the Lu family, he possesses little wit and behaves much like a street rogue. No matter how incompetent Fang Ming might be, he had managed Zhu Bao Zhai for several years. How could he possibly fail to recognize a piece of jade that even Lu Tian'ao could identify as a fake? No sooner had Chang Yi finished speaking than the shopkeeper eagerly agreed, his allegiance shifting as swiftly as turning a page. Listening to their back and forth, Zhao Wanqing could no longer remain seated. She turned to leave in haste. I apologize. I suddenly remembered an urgent matter. I must take my leave. Meanwhile, 200 meters away, Fang Ming walked along the treasure-seeking street, his forehead lined with frustration. Little did he know, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. What a scam. Out of 100 items, 99 were counterfeit, and the few genuine pieces were exorbitantly priced, their value far exceeding their worth. Fang Ming, wait for me. Amidst his searching, a desperate yet graceful voice called from behind, slightly breathless. Not far off, her long hair billowed in the wind like satin, her fair and delicate cheeks flushed from running. Utterly enchanting. One word, beautiful. The goddess truly lives up to her title, captivating attention wherever she goes, just as Fang Ming wished to admire her a moment longer. A sudden recollection of the earlier events in the commercial establishment darkened his gaze, prompting him to turn away and quicken his pace. Hey, didn't you hear me calling you? Zhao Wanqing chased after him for quite a while before catching up, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance evident on her face regarding Wang Yuanqi. No need to say anything. I'm not interested in hearing it. He coldly interrupted, resolutely keeping his eyes forward. Are you for real? Zhao Wanqing's cheeks flushed deeper, a tempest of frustration brewing within her. Yet with nowhere to vent, she could only trail behind Fang Ming, muttering, although we have had our disagreements. I came here specifically to apologize. Could you at least soften your attitude? Having been the cherished jewel of the Zhao family since childhood, it was a rare occasion for her to lower herself, only to be met with indifference. The two walked in silence for about 10 minutes before Fang Ming finally broke the quiet. Miss Zhao, how long do you intend to follow me? The prospect of marrying Lu Yuyan had already earned him the ire of men. If rumors began to circulate connecting him to the princess of the Zhao family, he would surely become a pariah. How could he navigate those waters? I will follow you until you accept my apology. Zhao Wanqing, possessing both stunning beauty and grace, drew the attention of numerous men along their path. Yet she remained unfazed, resolutely determined to become Fang Ming's shadow. Regarding the matter of discerning the jade landscape painting, I was in the wrong, and I hope you can forgive my rudeness. All right, I forgive you. Now please leave me be. I will not. Do you understand jade? Jade? A little, perhaps. Unable to resist a glance at Zhao Wanqing, Fang Ming inquired, Are you looking to purchase jade? Yes. Zhao Wanqing nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling like stars. My mother's birthday is approaching, and I intend to gift her with her favorite jade. Please assist me, won't you? Faced with the enchanting beauty's soft voice and pleading gaze, Fang Ming, like all other men, found himself powerless to resist. Very well, what is your budget? The landscape painting will serve as my budget, 900,000. However, I find it difficult to procure jade at this price point. Can you acquire something superior for 900,000? Fang Ming's forehead twitched in disbelief. 900,000, and you find it challenging to procure quality jade? Poverty truly limits one's imagination. To seek high-quality goods at a low price, there was but one path: gambling. Chapter 4. The Foolish Lu Tian'ao. Zhao Wanqing had been troubled over the jade for some time, and now that Fang Ming was willing to assist her despite their past, she felt both grateful and exhilarated. Her smile radiant. I shall sell the painting to the commercial establishment immediately and convert it into 900,000 in cash. Let us head to the stone gambling venue on the next street. There may be fortune waiting for us. Agreed. With determination, Zhao Wanqing promptly dialed the commercial establishment, engaged in a brief negotiation, and soon enough, 900,000 was transferred to her account. It was evident that the shopkeeper on the other end of the line was likely grinning from ear to ear. 900,000 merely reflected the market price. With a touch of promotion or competitive auction, selling it for 120,000 would pose no challenge. With a helpless sigh, Fang Ming once again felt the stark contrast between wealth and poverty. If it were him, he would never allow such a price difference to benefit another. However, for Zhao Wanqing, several 100,000 might merely equate to a short trip or a couple of meals, utterly insignificant. The two of them boarded a taxi, heading towards the stone gambling venue. Throughout the journey, the driver sped recklessly, and every time they took a turn, Fang Ming and Zhao Wanqing were thrust against each other due to inertia. July was the peak of summer. He wore a t-shirt while she donned a white dress, their exposed skin inevitably brushing against one another. Upon arriving at their destination, Zhao Wanqing jumped out of the car, her face flushed, avoiding Fang Ming's gaze. Fang Ming felt no better. Although he was a married man, his marriage was merely nominal. They had never shared a bed, let alone kissed. Being confined in the small space of the car with the alluring Zhao Wanqing, the atmosphere was tinged with intimacy, and the scent of her perfume was intoxicating. He could hardly contain himself. The two walked side by side in silence, the awkwardness palpable. Ajiao, this ring is worth 70 to 80,000. I worked hard to buy it. What do you think? Aren't I good to you, dear brother? Thank you, brother Tian'ao. I know you have always cared for me. Meeting you is a blessing I must have earned over 8 lifetimes. Ha ha. So how do you plan to repay your brother? How about tonight? Stop it. You're being naughty. Fang Ming's face turned purple, his stomach churning, nearly retching his breakfast. He would rather have never heard such nauseating flirtation. As they passed an alley, he caught a glimpse, and lo and behold, it was Lu Tian'ao. At that moment, Lu Tian'ao was clad in his prized studded leather jacket, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, embracing a girl who mirrored his style. Their passionate display ignited a fire within Fang Ming. Why should he, having been cast out and become a joke, have to witness the instigator reveling in romance? Damn it. Not only did he steal money and chase after girls, but he also had the audacity to frame Fang Ming for it. Fueled by rage, Fang Ming's mind clouded over, and without a second thought, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Lu Tian'ao's face. Bang! A resounding thud and a cry echoed as Lu Tian'ao staggered, nearly collapsing, while the girl, Ajiao, turned pale with fright, panicking. You rat! How dare you ambush me? Lu Tian'ao yelled, clutching his head, finally recognizing Fang Ming. You must be tired of living. Having lived under someone else's roof for years, Fang Ming bore deep-seated resentment towards Lu Tian'ao, and he swung another punch. This one even more forceful and lethal. Try shouting again. I dare you. Are you looking for fight? The two men became entangled in a fierce brawl, exchanging blows until they were both bruised and battered, seemingly intent on fighting to the death. Stop. Please don't fight anymore. Jiao cried, overwhelmed by the scene, her voice breaking as she desperately urged them to cease. The calmest among them was Zhao Wanqing, though the origins remain unclear. The myriad of clues led her to form a rough understanding of the situation. Fang Ming, cease this at once. This vicinity is rife with gemstone dealers, and the crowd is predominantly composed of individuals from the antique and collectibles realm. Should matters escalate, it would reflect poorly upon us. The clenched fist suspended in midair slowly descended. Zhao Wanqing's words resonated with truth. In the eyes of the people of Qinzhou, he was merely a good-for-nothing, reliant on others, while Lu Tian'ao, despite his lack of academic prowess, was the dashing scion of a wealthy family. Should a confrontation arise, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon him. Oof. I knew you were afraid of trouble. Fang Ming, come to terms with reality. You shall never rise from beneath my shadow. Blood trickled from Lu Tian'ao's nostrils and the corner of his mouth. Yet in the presence of two alluring women, he stubbornly maintained his arrogance, unwilling to relinquish his pride. To boast of a $20 ring as worth 70 or 80,000. What a fool. Fang Ming coldly uttered a few words before turning away with a flourish. You bastard. Lu Tianao seethed with a mix of anger and pain, momentarily leaning against the wall, baring his teeth in silence. It was only after Fang Ming and Zhao Wanqing had walked a considerable distance that he erupted in a furious howl reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. You wretched woman. Just wait. His words dripped with venomous hatred and jealousy. Why should someone with the surname Fang be able to attract such beautiful women while he was left with a mere street girl? In his frustration, Lu Tianao cast a disdainful glance at Jiao, suddenly finding her increasingly unattractive and bothersome. I'll make sure that good-for-nothing pays. Mom, I was just out for a stroll when I accidentally spotted Fang Ming. He was at the gemstone market with his sister, bringing along a mistress. Where does that son-in-law find the money? Isn't that infuriating? After leaving the alley, a heavy atmosphere enveloped Fang Ming, causing Zhao Wanqing to feel a chill down her spine. After a while, she managed to squeeze out a question. Fang Ming, I don't understand. You possess such remarkable skills. Why endure humiliation at the Lu family's hands? In my opinion, you would fare far better as an appraiser at the Zhao Group, enjoying a high salary with excellent benefits and ample vacation time. That's unnecessary. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Ming declined. One must remember to be grateful. Even if one aspires for greater heights, this is not the moment. Very well, consider it as if I never asked. Zhao Wanqing assumed Fang Ming was simply reluctant to part from Lu Yuyan's beauty, pouting silently, yet deep within. She felt a pang of bitterness. Was her own beauty insufficient? Was her figure not alluring enough? The ambience within the gemstone market starkly contrasted with the streets outside. The crowd was a sea of bodies, bustling with negotiations, banter, and animated exchanges. Displayed on the counters were various raw stones, arranged in delightful disorder. Ordinary river stones, free of charge. Inferior agate, less than 3 cubic centimeters, 40 yuan. Substandard jade, 50 yuan. Familiar words and sensations elicited a confident smile from Fang Ming, his gaze imbued with newfound determination and flair. With the aid of his divine sight, it would be difficult not to succeed. Beside him, however, Zhao Wanqing was filled with trepidation, her heart racing in her throat. Chapter 5. Betting on stones is child's play. Betting on stones can be likened to a gamble. One moment you could be soaring to wealth, and the next you could find yourself destitute, losing everything and facing the specter of despair. To emerge victorious among a multitude of competitors, one requires not only exceptional insight, but also an extraordinary mindset. She acknowledged that Fang Ming possessed a certain level of skill, yet he was merely a young man in his early 20s. Could he truly discern genuine treasures amidst the many cunning old foxes? Furthermore, Jinbok, appraisal, is fundamentally different from douche gambling on stones. Fang Ming's considerable expertise in the former does not guarantee his adeptness in the latter. The gambling stone market was vast, and the two wandered along the stalls for over 10 minutes without reaching the end. Observing Fang Ming's relentless pace, Zhao Wanqing's brow gradually furrowed, prompting her to voice a reminder. Ming, slow down. Aren't you going to take a look at these many stalls? Fang Ming dismissed her concern nonchalantly. Trash stones. What is there to see? How can you be so certain those stones are worthless? You haven't even stopped to examine them. It doesn't matter. I just know. Zhao Wanqing was left perplexed by Fang Ming's unwavering confidence. Before she could press for further explanation, the stall owner nearby interjected, his words dripping with disdain. Huh. An ignorant child, barely old enough to grow facial hair, prancing about to show off? The speaker was a rotund middle-aged man, his balding head sparsely dotted with a few defiant strands. As the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances. Stones are no different. Until cut, even the most divine cannot ascertain their quality. How can you hastily conclude that they're all mere garbage with just a glance? Are you bold enough to share your reasoning with everyone? Having finished his tirade, the man glared at Fang Ming, his contempt palpable. Zhao Wanqing opened her mouth, intending to defend Fang Ming, but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, stones differ vastly from paintings or calligraphy, without careful observation or tactile examination. How could Fang Ming make a reliable judgment? After a moment of internal conflict, she turned to Fang Ming, awaiting a reasonable explanation. Sensing Zhao Wanqing's skepticism, Fang Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone resolute yet tinged with complexity. Miss Zhao, I cannot articulate a reason. However, if you trust me, let us proceed. Ahead lies the jade we seek. This no justification, yet you dare to argue? Surely you must be here to cause trouble. Before Zhao Wanqing could respond, The middle-aged man aggressively questioned, his voice loud enough to attract the attention of passersby. With her exquisite makeup, luxurious attire, and exceptional demeanor, it was evident that the young lady hailed from a prestigious background, her family undoubtedly affluent. Most importantly, she appeared to be a novice in this realm. As for the fellow beside her, he was nothing but a pretender, putting on airs and trying to impress. If he could deceive them, he could easily make a substantial profit. Miss, I've been in this business for many years. The quality of my stones is among the finest. Rather than gamble elsewhere, why not purchase from me? He smiled ingratiatingly at Zhao Wanqing, casually presenting a piece of rough stone to her. This one is quite good. Take a look. As Zhao Wanqing examined the weighty rough stone, Fang Ming absorbed all pertinent information about it. His expression darkened significantly. Miss Zhao, I have warned you that there is nothing but refuse here, no treasures. But Ming, Uncle said this raw stone is quite remarkable. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing was hardly able to heed Fang Ming's words. Under the beam of her professional flashlight, she discerned a faint hue of white jade within the stone, pure and pristine, causing her heart to flutter instantaneously. Remarkable? I wouldn't even accept it as a gift. Fang Ming shot a cold glare at the man, his tone frosty. For the sake of a few meager coins, you truly utter the most absurd nonsense. Will you never cease? You've already defamed my stone gambling shop multiple times, and now you dare to question my character. The man, seething with rage, slammed his palm on the table. Gu Qingyun possess an exceptional eye. Even my peers honor me as the god of stone gambling. How dare you call my stone garbage? Preposterous. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Wanqing exclaimed in admiration, her gaze towards Gu Qingyun now shimmering with awe. Gu Qingyun, you are the one who unearthed a piece of jade worth 30 million last month. My heavens, Fang Ming, what if we... Fang Ming pursed his lips in silence. Are women's ears truly so easily swayed? A few flattering words, and they lose all sense of direction? With a sigh, Fang Ming pointed towards the raw stone and spoke softly. Mr. Gu, since you are so knowledgeable about stone gambling, you must be aware that the flashlight should be directed from a specific angle, correct? Gu Qingyun felt a jolt of surprise but maintained his composure. What do you mean? The raw stone you presented to Ms. Zhao has only a thin, short line visible. The angles for observation are too limited. Even if it appears to have excellent jade quality at first glance, the likelihood of disappointment upon cutting it is quite high. Such a simple principle is known even to novices. Have you forgotten? Zhao Wanqing listened thoughtfully. Although her understanding of stone gambling was limited, she could not deny that Fang Ming's analysis was sound. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Her beautiful eyes shifted back to Gu Qingyun, now filled with skepticism rather than excitement. Of course I haven't forgotten. Gu Qingyun swallowed hard, his expression darkening, unwilling to confess the little schemes in his mind. The so-called rules, laws, and experiences were merely constraints for beginners. Once one reaches a certain level of gambling, these trivialities become irrelevant. Even a 3-year-old could discern Gu Qingyun's fallacious arguments. Fang Ming chose not to elaborate further, scoffing lightly as he set the raw stone down and turned away. Miss Zhao, let us continue browsing. However, Zhao Wanqing hesitated, not moving forward. Fang Ming, it's not that I distrust you. I merely wish to see what the jade inside is truly like. Sensing the underlying implications in Zhao Wanqing's words, Fang Ming frowned. You still wish to buy it? A single cut could cost you 10,000. Well, it's up to you. Having repeatedly attempted to persuade her to no avail, Fang Ming felt weary of further argument, stating blandly, regardless, the ultimate decision rested with Zhao Wanqing, the true client. His role was merely to offer suggestions and fulfill his responsibilities. Chapter 6, 900,000 for jade. Upon hearing Zhao Wanqing's intention to purchase, Gu Qingyun felt a surge of delight, envisioning a pile of gleaming silver before him. Yet, a moment's reflection brought doubt. No, this simply will not do. Having boasted in front of others, one might dread the possibility of the stone being nothing but a worthless rock. If word gets out, how could one maintain their reputation in such circles? I apologize, Miss Zhao, but our stone-cutting tool was unfortunately damaged by my little rascal yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to repair it yet. What do you think? It's all right. I can find another place to cut a similar stone. Zhao Wanqing cheerfully waved her hand, lost in the joy of having discovered a treasure, completely oblivious to the subtle implications in Gu Qingyun's words. Meanwhile, Fang Ming silently gritted his teeth. The old fox, by sending Zhao Wanqing elsewhere, if the outcome were unsatisfactory. He could easily claim that the raw stone was swapped or tampered with outside the shop, thereby absolving himself of any blame. Ugh, scoundrel. After completing the transaction, The two continued onward with the raw stone. After approximately 10 minutes, a gambling stone stall, surrounded by throngs of people, came into Fang Ming's view. Why are there so many people? Could it be that the shopkeeper has devised some sort of gimmick? Curiosity piqued. Fang Ming raised his chin towards the stall and said, "Let us join the excitement." Pushing through the crowd to the center, he found the display table adorned with hundreds of raw stones of various sizes and colors, all appearing to be of excellent quality at first glance. Buyers chattered animatedly, occasionally selecting stones to purchase, while the proprietor busily attended to them. Hardly able to count the money, Fang Ming's gaze swept around the area. Wait a moment, what is this? At the edge of the display, a dusty piece of rough material caught his attention. Rare mutton fat jade, with a warm luster and devoid of impurities, is exceedingly rare, with an estimated market value of 7 million yuan. Indeed, the larger the shop, the more likely one is to find a true gem. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ming suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain an air of calmness as he picked up the raw stone and said to Zhao Wanqing, "Let us buy this one." Huh? Having barely arrived at the stall for a minute before making a decision, felt excessively hasty to Zhao Wanqing, causing her to twitch her mouth. "Are you sure?" "Certain," Fang Ming replied decisively. But Zhao Wanqing bit her lower lip, wavering. "Wasn't a bit too quick to choose. Would it really be all right? Why do you keep saying, but?" Patience has its limits. Though Fang Ming was generally good-tempered, he could not endure repeated doubts, and he sighed. "All right. If you don't want this stone, then I will take it. Otherwise, if someone else buys it, we will have no place to lament." He could understand Zhao Wanqing's apprehension, yet opportunities do not wait for anyone. Missing out would mean a lost chance. Just then, Zhao Wanqing raised her hand to grasp Fang Ming's sleeve. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Who said I don't want it? It's just a raw stone. I can still afford this amount. A mere few tens of thousands, even if it turns out to be a mistake, would be inconsequential. Fine, I'll go ask the owner for the price." As Fang Ming turned to look for the stall owner, a young man standing beside Zhao Wanqing interjected, "Miss, don't buy it. That stone is oddly shaped and riddled with cracks. You can tell it's worthless without even cutting it. P.S. Just trying to take advantage of your lack of knowledge." Zhao Wanqing was taken aback. Huh? What this young man said was indeed accurate. "Little lady, heed my advice, don't waste your money. Why do you think this stone was tossed to the edge? Is it not simply because everyone doubts its worth? I can hardly bear to witness such blatant bullying of newcomers. It is an obvious deception." Ever since the young man initiated the criticism, the volume of disapproval has only intensified, gradually redirecting the focus of the entire jade gambling stall onto the stone selected by Fang Ming. It is no wonder that people are interfering. One can only blame Zhao Wanqing for her striking beauty, which attracts far too many suitors. As she hears the chorus of objections around her, Zhao Wanqing finds herself at a loss, momentarily devoid of ideas. Observing Zhao Wanqing's indecisive expression, Fang Ming feels engulfed by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. After all, it was Zhao Wanqing who first sought his assistance, yet now she stands opposed to him? "Miss Zhao, do you still wish to purchase the stone?" Zhao Wanqing stammers, unable to articulate her thoughts, while the young man glares at Fang Ming and shouts, "Gambling stones require meticulous selection. Why the rush? Are you afraid that no one will buy it, and you won't receive your commission?" The current generation truly lacks any semblance of boundaries, driven by greed. Amidst the onslaught of insults, Fang Ming remains unfazed, even feeling a hint of amusement. "Oh, I wondered why everyone had gathered here today. It turns out the Liu family's waste has arrived." A mocking laughter disrupts the escalating tension, prompting the crowd to glance over, where they indeed spot a well-dressed man, exuding wealth and sophistication. Following closely behind him is an elderly man with white hair. Fang Ming squints, recognizing the man. This is Chun Xiaojia, the only son of the founder of the Raw Stone Trading Company, who once pursued Liu Yuyin with relentless fervor, only to ultimately lose to the man Liu Chongdao had predetermined for her. Since then, he has regarded Fang Ming as his most detested rival, without exception. What? He is the Liu family's live-in son-in-law. How surprising. I hadn't even realized. How unfortunate for Miss Yuyin, akin to a beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung. Brothers, this man has already led the Liu family's young princess astray. We cannot allow him to ruin another lovely lady. Scoundrel, get out. As Chun Xiaojia's words resonate, the crowd quickly catches on, and the insults escalate in both volume and severity. "Hey Fang, why are you still standing there? Are you deaf? Can't you see everyone wants you to leave?" With a haughty demeanor, Chun Xiaojia casts a disdainful glance at Fang Ming, his face alight with satisfaction, adding, "You better vanish before I summon security. Otherwise, you shall regret it. The cacophony reached a level that was almost unbearable, until Zhao Wanqing suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her dignified presence instantly commanding attention. Everyone silence, she declared, her voice resonating with authority. You all claim that anything is possible before the stone is cut, yet now you are mercilessly attacking an innocent person? Such double standards. Who is right and who is wrong remains to be seen. Fang Ming, I trust your judgment. Let us cut it. Her declaration left everyone speechless. Is she truly going to make a purchase? Has she lost her mind? What? Zhao Wanqing nearly thought her ears were deceiving her. Such an exorbitant price? 900,000. The entirety of her budget for acquiring jade. Yet, it is worth every penny, as it contains an exceptionally rare piece of mutton fat jade, a treasure of a century. Fang Ming gazed deeply at Zhao Wanqing, his eyes reflecting an inexplicable depth of emotion. Ha ha ha! Absurd to the extreme. Chun Xiaojia could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, filled with derision. Could a mere scrap found by the roadside truly yield jade of the highest quality? Unless the sun were to rise from the west. Indeed, what preposterous claims! Has he been so belittled for so long that he has lost his mind? Ha ha ha! The others joined in the laughter, utterly disbelieving Fang Ming's assertions. Chapter 7. A Grand Gamble. Hey Fang, since you're so certain, why don't we engage a little game? Do you have the courage? The crowd's agreement bolstered Chun Xiaojia's confidence as he provocatively stared at Fang Ming, determined not to relent until he achieved his goal. The rules are simple. We shall wager on this stone. If, as you claim, it is indeed a piece of high-quality mutton fat jade, I will credit 900,000 to your account, and you won't have to spend a dime. However, if it is not, I'm afraid you will not only have to pay, but also bow before everyone and call me grandfather 3 times. At this declaration, the atmosphere in the venue erupted with excitement. One was a lofty scion of wealth, while the other was a despised freeloader. The tension between them was palpable. Moreover, the stakes of the game were tantalizing. Amidst the rising clamor, Fang Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he calmly nodded, his words laden with meaning. Very well. Then, I shall thank Mr. Chen in advance for his generosity. To think he would call him grandfather? A mere dream. Just as they were about to present the stone for cutting, Zhao Wanqing suddenly stepped forward, her voice trembling. Wait. She looked at Fang Ming with a face full of compassion, her gaze brimming with sympathy. Fang Ming, this whole affair stems from my invitation. Had I not dragged you into this gamble, there would have been no 900,000 wager. I will take responsibility. Fang Ming was at a loss for words. Did she truly believe he was destined to lose? Truly, she was a sheltered flower, speaking so bluntly. Very well. Facts would speak for themselves. The operators skillfully maneuvered the tools, and with each decisive cut, the raw stone was cleaved open. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The interior of the stone gradually revealed itself to the onlookers. What on earth? How is this possible? This must be a trick. It was translucent and warm, and of such impressive size. After over 30 years of stone gambling, he had never encountered mutton fat jade of such exquisite quality. It must be worth several million. The earlier skepticism was instantly replaced by gasps of admiration and praise. Zhao Wanqing's face flushed with excitement as she clung to Fang Ming's arm, stammering jade. It's truly jade. Amazing. Fang Ming, however, remained largely unperturbed. He resembled a director orchestrating the unfolding drama, fully aware of the outcome and thus unflustered. Casting a sidelong glance at Chun Xiaojia, whose face had turned pale, Fang Ming leisurely inquired, So, Mr. Chun, what do you think of the quality of this jade? Not too shabby, I presume? You. Chun Xiaojia nearly bit down on his own teeth, rendered speechless with rage. Losing 900,000 was trivial in comparison to the humiliation of being bested by a man deemed a useless parasite before the eyes of all. How could he possibly swallow this indignity? All right, I shall keep my word, and I've paid the price. Remember this. It's too late to back out now. Chun Xiaojia, filled with indignation, turned and scurried away with his tail between his legs. Watching his disheveled retreat, Fang Ming felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Chun Xiaojia had sought trouble on numerous occasions, yet until now, Fang Ming had always swallowed his anger in silence, never daring to resist. Now, however, he had finally turned the tables. At some point, the boss, rubbing his hands together with a grin, approached Fang Ming. Without hesitation, he began to extol him. Young man, you possess remarkable strength at such a tender age. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness. By the way, are you selling that jade? 7 million, cash, checks, or transfers? Whatever suits you. Fang Ming gestured towards Zhao Wanqing. A wave of emotion washed over Zhao Wanqing, nearly bringing her to tears. Fang Ming had selflessly acted in her best interest, despite her repeated lack of appreciation. He had chosen a piece of exquisite jade that could yield a profit of over 6 million, rather than keeping it for himself. Who wouldn't be touched by such generosity? Recalling this, she shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. I won't sell it, no matter the price. The light in the boss's eyes dimmed slightly, but he nodded in understanding. The two of them secured the jade and departed side by side. Unbeknownst to them, their earlier encounter had been recorded by onlookers and uploaded to the internet, quickly garnering a surge in views and comments. Fang Ming, I truly appreciate you. Without you, I would never have found such exquisite mutton fat jade. I will transfer the 900,000 for the stone to you right away. After all, it was your victory over Chun Xiaojie that spared me from this expense, and the credit should go to you. As they strolled through the bustling streets, Zhao Wanqing had pondered for a long time before expressing her gratitude. She had always been pampered and found it difficult to articulate her feelings. A simple thank you required immense courage from her. All right, I'll give you my card number. Fang Ming nodded, not declining. He was not one to be overly sentimental. After investing so much time and effort, expecting some compensation was entirely reasonable. Once Zhao Wanqing entered the payment password, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she stammered. Ming, I just bought a stone from Gu Qingyun, and there isn't enough in my card for the 900,000. Would 89,000 be all right? I promise to make up the difference as soon as possible. Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. 89,000 it is. After all, there's no cost involved. The difference between earning 900,000 and 89,000 is negligible. Ming, did you participate in any activities during your university years? Can you share an example? I genuinely can't recall much about you. It's simple to remember. Just look for the graduation photos. I'm in the far right corner. As they chatted and walked, Zhao Wanqing soon grew weary. Fang Ming carried the larger, heavier piece of mutton fat jade, while Zhao Wanqing cradled the smaller raw stone she had purchased from Gu Qingyun. Though small, was not light. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wanqing decided to follow through. The instant the raw stone hit the ground, it cracked with a resounding snap. Indeed, the interior was a chaotic mess, utterly devoid of any trace of jade. Goodness, what a disappointment, Zhao Wanqing lamented, her frustration palpable as she regarded the seemingly worthless item. Fang Ming, you really had a keen eye? Fang Ming chuckled softly, offering no words. As he handed her the jade piece and leisurely continued down the path, Zhao Wanqing obediently accepted the item and followed closely behind. The two meandered through a series of twists and turns until they ventured into a narrow alley. As Zhao Wanqing inadvertently glanced to her right, her pace slowed, and she came to a halt. Pointing toward the alley, she exclaimed, "Look, Chapter 8, A Curious Book." To the right of the alley lay a dim and narrow path, where an elderly man, bent with age, huddled in a corner, his body marred with injuries as he trembled before a group of 5 or 6 ruffians. "How dare you set up shop in our territory? Have you grown tired of living, you old fool? Take your worthless book and get as far away as you can." One of the thugs shouted, his voice dripping with disdain. "We've told you time and again. Clearly, you have no respect for us. Boss, enough with the chatter. Let's take action." The ruffians, eager for confrontation, inched closer with malicious intent. The old man shook his head helplessly, tears streaming down his weathered face, paralyzed by fear and unable to utter a single word. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce flame of anger within Fang Ming. Is this even human? How can I lay a hand on such an elderly man? Just as he contemplated intervening, Zhao Wanqing dashed forward, her voice ringing with indignation. Haven't your parents taught you the importance of respecting your elders? Bullying an old man, just because you outnumber him, is utterly shameless. The sudden appearance of Zhao Wanqing caught the ruffians off guard, and they erupted into laughter, emboldened by her beauty. Wow, what a stunning girl. It's a shame she's not using her brains. She's actually standing up for this old man. A woman coming to our territory? It would be a sin not to have a little fun. They jeered, turning their attention toward Zhao Wanqing with lewd remarks. With a slight furrow of her brow, Zhao Wanqing disdainfully scoffed, reaching into her bag to produce a palm-sized metallic object, flashing it before them. What you just touched was 3, 2. Forgive us. We were blind and foolish. Please don't be angry. We'll leave immediately. The ruffians' faces paled as they scrambled to apologize, turning on their heels to flee. Are you all right, sir? The two quickly approached the elderly man, assisting him to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothing with concern. "Me fine. I'm fine," the old man replied, trembling as he stood, wiping his tears. Thank you. My frail body can hardly withstand such turmoil. Good deeds do not go unrewarded. Zhao Wanqing gently wiped his tears and said with a heavy heart, "What brings you to the gambling stone market alone? This place is filled with all sorts of people. It's not safe for someone like you. I heard there are people here who seek antiques. So I came to see if my book could find a buyer." The cracked and darkened hands of the elderly man retrieved several slightly worn blue-covered books from his coat, his face etched with sorrow as he bitterly recounted. "My dear wife has a tumor in her brain, and I am in desperate need of funds to save her." Glancing at the books, Fang Ming couldn't help but say, "But, sir, although your books are relatively well-preserved and of considerable age, they are not classic ancient texts, and no one would be interested in purchasing them." The harsh reality weighed on him, and he wished to avoid shattering the old man's hopes. Yet, if he refrained from revealing the truth, the elderly man would continue to wander alone on the streets, risking confrontation with ruffians, which seemed even more merciless. "Then, could you take a look at this one?" The old man, unzipping the hidden compartment of his coat, produced a tattered and crumpled old book so damaged that even its cover was lost. Fang Ming's pupils dilated in astonishment. How could this be? Regardless of the item's value, his divine gaze should reveal its detailed information. Yet this battered volume presented no such data. Even more strangely, a faint golden glow emanated from a book, mysterious and powerful. "Fang Ming, are you all right?" Zhao Wanqing inquired with curiosity and concern, poking his arm. "Is there something wrong with the old man's book?" No, not at all." "What?" Zhao Wanqing gazed at Fang Ming in disbelief, almost convinced she was hearing things. Although their acquaintance had been brief, his profound expertise in appraising treasures was undeniable. Be it paintings or raw stones, nothing seemed to pose a challenge for him. How could such a versatile individual falter before a mere old book? "Sir, who gave you this book?" "It belonged to my wife as part of her dowry." The old man's eyes reddened at the mention of his spouse. "My mother-in-law once told me that this book held great significance and must be treasured, so I kept it carefully wrapped in a box at home, never taking it out. Over the decades, many have approached me, eager to purchase this book, but I turned them all away without exception. Who could have foreseen such misfortune? My wife suddenly fell ill, and our savings of hundreds of thousands were depleted in less than 3 months. I must find a way to raise funds." His voice quivered with emotion as he continued. "My beloved has toiled alongside me from rags to riches, and before she could enjoy the fruits of our labor, she ended up in the ICU. I will do anything to ensure her survival." By the end of his tale, the old man was choked with tears. Zhao Wanqing too shed tears, deeply moved. "Fang Ming, you have a keen eye for valuation. How much do you think this is worth?" The implication was clear. She wished to purchase the book as an act of kindness. Fang Ming pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment before stating, 60,000. 60,000. The old man trembled in shock, nearly losing his balance. Fang Ming nodded. 60,000 is not enough. I will add 40,000 to make it an even 100,000. Thank you, kind souls. Thank you. The elderly man stuttered in excitement, on the verge of kneeling to express his gratitude when they caught him in time. After the transfer, the two watched the elderly man's unsteady figure depart, their hearts filled with emotion. Zhao Wanqing winked at Fang Ming. "Hey, you really can't discern what this item is?" "Indeed." Wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, Fang Ming gazed at the book in his hands, his thoughts entangled in a chaotic web. It was only when the heavy clouds could no longer bear their burden and began to unleash torrential rain that he hastened towards the Lu residence. By the time he arrived home, he was utterly drenched. Chapter 9. The arrogant matriarchs entering the Lu villa, chilled to the bone. Fang Ming intended to take a shower and change his clothes when he was met with a fierce reprimand emanating from the living room. There sat Lin Meixiu, her legs crossed nonchalantly on the sofa, exuding an air of haughty disdain. "What? Did you not hear what your mother said? Hurry up and kneel. Do you wish to rebel?" Lu Tianao, standing nearby, grinned smugly, treating Fang Ming as though he were a mere beast to be commanded at will. Fang Ming narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening with resolve. "A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. I shall kneel for no one but my parents." His defiance only served to infuriate Lin Meixiu further. "You refuse to kneel? So you are unwilling to admit your fault? Very well. Today I shall make you aware of the consequences of defying me." With this declaration, Lu Tianao immediately grasped his mother's intent and scampered off to retrieve a whip. The whip was both thick and long, its surface smeared with a special blend of chili oil. A strike would not only tear the skin, but also induce excruciating pain, nearly leading one to the brink of unconsciousness. "Fang Ming, think carefully. It may not be too late to beg for mercy." Lu Tianao sneered, his face alight with malicious delight. Fang Ming's gaze remained icy, his resolve unyielding. I have done nothing wrong. I will not kneel. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Meishio raised the whip high and brought it down mercilessly upon Fang Ming's shoulder. The resounding crack echoed ominously, and Fang Ming stifled a groan as blood welled beneath his clothing, a horrific sight. To claim it did not hurt would be a lie. Yet, no matter how excruciating the pain, Fang Ming refused to bow his head in submission before Lin Meishio and Lu Tian'ao. Seeing Fang Ming's unwavering stance, Lu Tian'ao felt a surge of indignation and barked, "Fang, where is the 7 million? Aren't you going to hand it over?" Fang Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. Why should I pay the Lu family 7 million? Huh, even now, you dare to feign ignorance. Lu Tian'ao chuckled maliciously, pulling out his phone, tapping the screen a couple of times before tossing it at Fang Ming's feet. The evidence lay bare before him. Did he still wish to deny it? The screen displayed footage of his recent gambling escapade with Zhao Wanqing. Though the camera trembled slightly, the conversation was recorded with crystal clarity. The owner had offered to purchase the jade for 7 million. How could someone have recorded this? Fang Ming exclaimed, genuinely astonished. Whether it was recorded or not is irrelevant. What matters is the money. You wouldn't dream of keeping it for yourself, would you? Lu Tian'ao approached Fang Ming, his demeanor akin to that of a debt collector, insisting, "Hurry up, I'm waiting." Lin Meishio, equally uncompromising, mirrored his sentiment, her expression practically declaring her righteous indignation. "Pay up or hand over the jade. Your choice. Do it quickly before I lose my temper." Before him stood the shameless mother and son duo, and Fang Ming could only find their behavior absurdly comical. "I'm the one who gambled on the stone. Why should I surrender it to you? You dare to retort?" This remark instantly ignited Lin Meishio's fury, prompting her to scold loudly. "You good-for-nothing parasite, every penny on you belongs to the Lu family. The stone you purchased with their money. The profits must rightfully return to the Lu family." With that, she strode toward Fang Ming, rudely rummaging through his pockets, forcefully searching him. "Where have you hidden the money, you scoundrel? Must I take matters into my own hands?" Fang Ming stood resolutely, fixed in place, his eyes filled with derision. "You refuse to confess? Chiao, strike." "Very well." At his mother's command, Lu Tian'ao's face contorted with twisted excitement as he seized the whip and struck Fang Ming repeatedly. The ferocity of the blows left Fang Ming battered and bloodied in mere moments. "Stop!" Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuyin, who had been napping in her room, was roused by the commotion in the living room. She stepped out, and, upon witnessing the scene, a hint of sympathy crossed her features. "Liu Qiao Bao Zid, confused, sister. Why not strike him? You do not know how much he has swindled from our family." Saying this, he raised the whip again, ready to strike. Lu Yuyin's pupils constricted as she hurriedly stepped forward, positioning herself between Fang Ming and Lu Tian'ao. "Sister, enough. Only you would show pity for this worthless wretch." Displeased with his sister, Lu Tian'ao had no choice but to relent. "Listen well, Fang, you have 3 days to transfer 7 million to my account. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ha ha ha. In the face of Lu Tian'ao's threat, Fang Ming displayed no fear. Rather, he laughed. "I have no money, no jade. Not to mention 3 days, I couldn't produce it in 3 years." Despite being drenched in blood, he made no sound, appearing anything but disheveled, exuding an inexplicable aura of defiance. Especially the fierce determination in his gaze even made Lin Meishio feel a pang of unease. Yet it was but a fleeting moment. "Fang Ming, who do you think you are to speak to my son this way? You harbinger of misfortune, you ingrate. It is because of you that Yu Yin has become the laughingstock of the entire city. Today, if I do not cripple your legs, I will not bear the surname Lin." In a fit of rage, Lin Meishio snatched the whip from Lu Tian'ao's hand, her insults harsh and venomous as she prepared to strike again. Just as the whip was about to descend, a delicate, snow-white wrist suddenly grasped Lin Meishio's hand. "Mother, if Fang Ming is truly harmed beyond repair, the rumors will only worsen." Fang Ming could discern her plea for mercy. His gaze narrowed as he cast a profound look at Lu Yuyin before slowly turning to walk out. In the rain, his silhouette gradually melded with the distance, disappearing from sight. "My dear daughter, how could your mind be so misguided? You actually let Fang Ming go?" Lin Meishio's pent-up anger was unbearable, and she spoke through gritted teeth. 7 million worth of flawless white jade. He thinks he can just give it away as if he were a billionaire? Or is he gifting it to a woman? "Tian'ao, let us depart." At the entrance of the villa, Lu Yuyin stood alone in the empty living room, her gaze complexly fixed on the direction in which Fang Ming had departed. appearing both sympathetic and regretful. Minutes later, Fang Ming arrived at a dilapidated thatch hut at the southernmost edge of the courtyard, which served as his true residence. With 2 years remaining of their 5-year pact, Lu's elder, 2 years hence, I shall repay you in full for your kindness. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted his musings. Who is it? Fang Ming inquired, slightly taken aback. As he rose to open the door, his dwelling was one of the few secluded and damp corners of the Lu estate, a place where even dogs were reluctant to roam, let alone humans. It's you? Upon seeing Lu Yuyan outside, hesitating to speak, Fang Ming's expression darkened, and he adopted an exceedingly aloof demeanor. What brings you here, Miss Lu? Legally, they were indeed husband and wife. However, in reality, they were even less familiar than strangers. He did not know Lu Yuyan's birthday, her preferences, and at times he struggled to recall what she truly looked like. Nothing much. I merely noticed you were quite injured and thought you might need some ointment. Lu Yuyan took a deep breath, gazing directly into Fang Ming's eyes as she extended 2 patches of medicated plaster towards him. No need. I appreciate your concern. Calmly uttering 6 words. Fang Ming did not reach out to accept them, instead shutting the door decisively. Stunned for a full 2 minutes, Lu Yuyan let her hand fall in despair, a bitter smile forming on her lips. I apologize, Fang Ming. My mother and Tianao's temperament is indeed quite overbearing, and I am powerless to change that. Although Lu Yuyan had not actively participated in the Lu family's bullying of Fang Ming, she was not oblivious to the dynamics at play. Inside the dilapidated hut, Fang Ming, having closed the door, paid no heed to Lu Yuyan's presence. He undressed and stood before the mirror, inspecting the myriad of bruises adorning his body. What a grudge must exist to inflict such pain. It's excruciating. He grimaced at the dozens of whip marks. At least they spare my face. Otherwise, I would be unable to face anyone in the future. Having spent years within the Lu household, Fang Ming had cultivated an astonishing resilience to pain. Completely unfazed by the ghastly wounds upon his body, he retrieved an old book from his pocket, examining it meticulously. He once again perceived the faint golden light surrounding him. Unaware that he now radiated a soft golden glow akin to that of the book, Fang Ming was oblivious to the streams of light swirling around him, drawn as if by an unseen summons, and they flew into his eyes in shimmering clusters. When he awoke again, it was the following morning. Gazing at the dimly lit horizon, Fang Ming was momentarily bewildered. Did I fall asleep while watching? He mused. The gift of a rose lingers on the hands that give. My time spent with Zhao Wanqing was not in vain. Placing the old book into the drawer of his desk, Fang Ming stretched languidly, preparing to wash his face and brush his teeth. Surprisingly, he had slept rather well the previous night. Even upon waking, there was no inclination to linger in bed. His meridians and blood vessels felt utterly unencumbered and invigorated. Best to clean my wounds first, otherwise they may become infected. As he unfastened the buttons of his shirt, Fang Ming gazed into the mirror, only to be astonished. What is happening? Where are my wounds? Not a single one remains. With trembling fingertips brushing against smooth skin, Fang Ming was utterly astonished. Could it be that the light emanating from the old book possessed the ability to heal wounds? Not only were his injuries mending, but his skin appeared remarkably more delicate than before. After standing before the mirror for a moment, Fang Ming closed his eyes, meticulously piecing together the exceedingly vague memories of the previous night, attempting to awaken the sensations evoked by that mysterious radiance. It was all so peculiar. This book must conceal some secret. I must seek out that elderly gentleman for clarity. Resolved, Fang Ming hastily washed up and dressed, eager to venture outside. However, scarcely had he taken 2 steps before he encountered an unexpected visitor. So eager to rush out so early, where do you think you're going? Lu Tianao sauntered towards Fang Ming with an air of nonchalance, a challenging expression etched on his face. You look fit. I expected you'd be bedridden for at least 3 to 5 days. Fang Ming's expression darkened. Yet again, it was this meddlesome brother-in-law. I can do as I please. It's none of your concern. Fang Ming replied frostily and stepped aside to leave, but Lu Tianao barred his way with an outstretched hand. How dare you speak to me like that? Wait a moment. What about your injuries? In the midst of his tirade, Lu Tianao suddenly sensed something amiss and widened his eyes in disbelief. Today, Fang Ming wore a short-sleeved shirt. Logically, the bruises from yesterday should be visible on his arms and neck. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. While it was one thing to be able to rise and move about, surely the wounds could not have healed so swiftly. That was a whip after all. Oh, just a trivial injury. Is it truly necessary to be so astonished? Fang Ming raised an eyebrow in derision. regarding Lu Tianao with scorn. You prepare to face the consequences. Father is not as lenient as mother. If he learns of your misdeeds, you could die 1,000 deaths and still not be enough. Gloatingly, Lu Tianao gestured for Fang Ming to follow. Fang Ming, unfazed, complied without hesitation. A few minutes later, in the grand hall of the villa, a figure of austere authority sat. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhenxiong, along with Lin Meixiu and Lu Yuyan present as well. After speaking, Lin Meixiu cast a triumphant, sidelong glance at Fang Ming, exuding an air of arrogance bolstered by her connections. Initially, it was expected that Lu Zhenxiong would angrily expel Fang Ming from the household, but the sudden inquiry left Lin Meixiu momentarily dumbfounded. Meixiu, did you strike Fang Ming at the Jubio's eye and cause him harm? Well, Lin Meixiu's gaze faltered, her confidence waning. I did hit him, but I merely pushed him lightly. He committed such outrageous acts. Was it not justified for me to teach him a lesson? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenxiong cast a discreet glance at her, remaining silent, but instead directed his chin towards Fang Ming. Fang Ming, do you have any explanation? Fang Ming scoffed. Some individuals are so eager to cast blame upon me. What use is an explanation? I can hardly be bothered to waste my breath. Chapter 11. A demand for reparation. Oh. Lu Zhenxiong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Fang Ming, his gaze laden with profound implications. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full 5 minutes elapsed in the stillness of the hall. Lu Zhenxiong remained silent, and no one dared to speak. At last, a sigh pierced the silence. Fang Ming, from this moment forth, direct all your efforts towards managing the Jubio's eye. Pay no heed to anyone or anything else. Lu Zhenxiong's words detonated in the ears of those present like a bomb. Father, Lu Tianao exclaimed, his voice nearly cracking. Are you out of your mind? Just a few days ago, he carelessly allowed Jubio's eye to incur a loss of 100,000. Not only do you refrain from punishing Fang Ming, but you also bestow upon him such immense authority? Silence. What a ruckus you are making. Lu Zhenxiong frowned, glaring reproachfully at Lu Tianao with a chilling gaze. What? Do you not comprehend my words? Matters concerning Jubio's eye shall be dictated solely by Fang Ming, and none of you are permitted to utter another word. Do you understand? Lin Meixiu's complexion turned pale as she reluctantly protested. Darling, Fang Ming does not even share the Lu surname. Entrusting Jubio's eye to him seems rather unreasonable. However, unbeknownst to her, this only exacerbated Lu Zhenxiong's discontent as he coldly retorted, Are you not also lacking the Lu surname? Implying that if Fang Ming was considered an outsider, then Lin Meixiu was even more so. At this point, none dared to speak further. The old master had explicitly stated that Jubio's eye was a dowry he entrusted to Fang Ming. How could they have forgotten this in just a few short years? Casting a warning glance around the room, Lu Zhenxiong's gaze ultimately fell back on Fang Ming. Fang Ming met his gaze with neither servility nor arrogance. What was happening? Had the Lu family undergone a transformation? Another unbearable silence ensued, and Lu Zhenxiong's emotions appeared to soften slightly as he finally spoke. All right, if there is nothing else, you may all disperse. Fang Ming, take good care of Jubio's eye and do not disappoint the old master's expectations. Understood, Fang Ming replied with a nod, asking no further questions as he turned to leave. He was indifferent to the opinions of others. He would simply attend to his own responsibilities. Seeing him depart unscathed, Lin Meixiu and Lu Tianao exchanged glances, filled with astonishment and fury, their frustration simmering beneath the surface. How could this be? He should have been made to suffer some hardships. Lu Tianao, unable to contain himself any longer, irritably raked his fingers through his hair and exclaimed, Father, have you lost your mind on this trip? Fang Ming is both foolish and malicious, if Jubio's eye falls into his hands. Enough. Lu Zhenxiong slammed his hand down on the table, his fury palpable as he pointed a finger at Lu Tianao, scolding him vehemently. You may deceive your mother, but not me. Let me make it clear. Should you engage in such despicable schemes again, do not expect me to regard our years of father-son bond. As his words hung in the air, the already tense atmosphere became even more suffocating. Lu Tianao bowed his head low, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Ultimately, he had been exposed. Oh dear, Lin Meixiu interjected. Do not plead for leniency. Tianao's arrogant disposition is a result of your indulgence. With that furious reprimand, Lu Zhenxiong stood, his face darkened as he strode away, leaving the remaining few in a state of complex emotions. Do not worry. Your father is likely just in a foul mood. With me around, no one bearing the surname Fang can harm you. The mother and son exchanged knowing glances. silently exiting the villa. Lu Yuyin hesitated, her heart racing inexplicably. Her mother and brother were likely headed to Jubiozai to confront Fang Ming. Although Lu Yuyin could not comprehend Lu Zhanxiong's decision, she understood that it was the old man's will that led to the shop being entrusted to Fang Ming. However, in her perspective, this appeared to be merely a form of compensation for Fang Ming. Regardless of his circumstances, Fang Ming was still the son-in-law of the Lu family, albeit a somewhat unwelcome one. He had married Lu Yuyin, the daughter of the family, and the old man, perhaps out of a sense of personal interest, had intended it as a dowry for the couple. Lu Zhanxiong's decision, however, seemed quite inappropriate. In the eyes of all, Fang Ming lacked any real capability, let alone the ability to appraise treasures within their family. Not possessing such skills rendered any hope of status utterly futile. This was why Lin Meixiu and Lu Tian'ao felt empowered to belittle Fang Ming. Yet, based on Lu Yuyin's understanding of the old man, it appeared that his determination to pass the shop to Fang Ming was not merely superficial. Unable to fathom the underlying reasons, Lu Yuyin chose to halt her contemplation. Fang Ming had always placed great emphasis on promises, which was why he had endured years of scorn and ridicule within the Lu family. He had made a commitment before the old man, and thus would undoubtedly devote himself to managing the shop with utmost diligence. Upon arriving at the shop, he began reviewing the previous accounts when a sudden commotion outside drew his attention. Stepping out, he promptly encountered Lin Meixiu and Lu Tian'ao, both of whom wore expressions of anger, vociferously lamenting their grievances at the entrance. Upon spotting Fang Ming, Lin Meixiu derisively remarked, "Oh, isn't this the worthless fellow? You ought to have a sense of self-awareness. You don't truly believe this shop belongs to you, do you?" Lu Tian'ao joined in the ridicule. This is all Lu family property, and it has nothing to do with you. I knew you were trying to cling to someone powerful, but you don't have that opportunity. The old man must have been out of his mind to believe a person like you. You must have said something to him. Otherwise, how could he possibly have handed the shop over to you? You are nothing but a waste, yet you dare to think you possess any capability? Lu Yuyin cast a cold glance at Lu Tian'ao. Lu Tian'ao, you should refrain from causing a scene here. You may do as you please in other matters, but I will not tolerate you speaking ill of Grandpa. If it were not for his hard work, could our Lu family have achieved its current status? Would you be living so comfortably now? The old man's decisions are made for a reason, and they are not for you to meddle with. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian'ao's face turned ashen, and he dared not meet Lu Yuyin's gaze. Nevertheless, he feebly retorted, "I did not speak ill of the old man, but everyone knows Fang Ming is a good-for-nothing. What right does he have to take over the Lu family shop?" Before Lu Yuyin could respond, Lu Tian'ao chimed in, "Yin, don't blame me. They say a married daughter is like spilled water, and of course, I support my son. You didn't come here today just to speak up for Fang Ming, did you? Can you bear to watch me and your brother be humiliated like this?" At this, Lu Yuyin's expression darkened, and she coldly replied, "Mother, there is no need for such words. Over the years, I have contributed immensely to the Lu family. Even if you remain indifferent, I trust that father is well aware. Am I acting out of self-interest? No, my endeavors are solely aimed at ensuring a better life for the Lu family." Upon hearing this, Lin Meixiu deliberately mocked, "Well, as long as you acknowledge that you are a Lu family member, do not always side with outsiders." Being Lu Yin's mother, Lin Meixiu found it difficult to counter this assertion too vehemently, and thus fell into silence, uttering not a single word. At this moment, Fang Ming finally interjected. He coldly inquired, "What exactly do you intend to achieve? This shop belongs to the Lu family. Your disruptive presence here will only serve to frighten away customers, and then you will realize the repercussions." Lin Meixiu crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, "Indeed, you are correct. This is an asset of the Lu family. And what business is it of yours?" With that, she shoved Lu Tian'ao forward and confidently declared, "My son is the rightful heir of the Lu family, and this shop should be inherited by him." With Lin Meixiu's support, Lu Tian'ao immediately gained confidence. He pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Ming and angrily shouted, "You insolent brat, how shameless can you be? I advise you to leave this place at once." Fang Ming observed the antics of Lin Meixiu and Lu Tian'ao with a calm demeanor. He coolly responded, "Do you possess the authority to expel me? The old master explicitly entrusted this shop to me. The head of the family has also issued orders for me to manage it. If you have objections, you may approach the head directly instead of causing a scene here." Lin Meixiu was infuriated, exclaiming, "You worthless fool! What do you know about managing a shop? You have lived in our Lu family for years, relying on our support for your sustenance. It's outrageous that you now covet the Liu family's assets. Your intentions are reprehensible. Should the shop truly be handed over to you, it would be better to close it for good. Liu Tian'ao coldly added. Stop invoking the old master. I am aware of your insidious motives. Furthermore, my father does not genuinely value your capabilities. It is solely due to my sister that you were allowed to oversee the shop. You are nothing but a parasite. Do you really believe yourself to be remarkable? I urge you to leave this place immediately. Chapter 12. Establishing a written record. Observing the public display of theatrics by the mother and son duo, Fang Ming frowned, unwilling to continue this futile entanglement. Now that he possessed the heavenly eye, he was not concerned about lacking opportunities for advancement. Why endure unwarranted humiliation here? Subsequently, Fang Ming coldly stated, Very well, I shall vacate the shop, but I must secure evidence to demonstrate that I am not leaving of my own volition, but rather being expelled by you. As Liu Tian'ao prepared to retort furiously, Lin Meishio intervened, confidently addressing Fang Ming, agreed. I shall draft a written statement for you right now. Now be gone. She acted swiftly, fearing that Fang Ming might suddenly reconsider. Upon receiving the note, Fang Ming discovered it boldly proclaimed, I, Liu Tian'ao, demand Fang Ming vacate the shop. Satisfied, Fang Ming nodded. This would serve to prove that he had not willingly violated his promise to the old master, but rather was coerced into leaving by Liu Tian'ao and Lin Meishio. In fact, Fang Ming regarded it as a fortunate turn of events. After obtaining the document, he departed without uttering a word, seemingly indifferent. Upon his departure, Lin Meishio and Liu Tian'ao were filled with elation. However, Liu Yin's expression darkened, and she coldly inquired, What will you say to father if he finds out about this? At her words, Lin Meishio was momentarily taken aback. Yet Liu Tian'ao remained unfazed, replying, Sister, what is there to worry about? Father merely speaks without action. Would he truly entrust the family business to an outsider over his own son? Even if my actions invite criticism, father will only scold me a few times before ultimately allowing me to take over the shop. Lin Meishio concurred, Indeed. How could we allow that incompetent fellow to take charge of the Liu family's assets? Liu Yin found Fang Ming's behavior rather peculiar. Faced with the dismissal from Lin Meishio and Liu Tian'ao, he neither protested nor resisted. Instead, he willingly chose to leave. Observing this, Lin Meishio approached Liu Yin with earnestness, saying, Yin, please refrain from defending that boy. Your grandfather has long passed. It is time we consider our own future. After Liu Tian'ao takes over the shop, you must lend your support as well. Liu Tian'ao confidently added, Exactly. Sister, you're a member of the Liu family. How could you turn your back on us? Seeing Lin Meishio and Liu Tian'ao remain obstinate, Liu Yin felt a profound sadness and sighed deeply, saying, If that is the case, then proceed as you wish. However, I cannot offer any assistance. This shop embodies grandfather's dedication. Since you have taken it over, do not bring it to ruin. With that, Liu Yin hurried out, just in time to see Fang Ming hailing a cab, preparing to leave. She swiftly chased after him, Fang Ming. Are you truly intending to relinquish the shop entrusted to you by grandfather? Fang Ming responded coolly, What do you think? You have witnessed their attitudes. If I do not leave, they will likely continue to cause a disturbance. Shall we forsake our business? Liu Yin was rendered speechless by his words. Watching helplessly as he entered the taxi and drove away, Fang Ming proceeded directly to the antique street. Upon alighting from the cab, he encountered an old acquaintance. Fang Ming, turning around, he found Zhao Wanqing before him. She was adorned in a flowing white dress, her long hair fashioned into a simple updo, exuding an air of maturity and allure. Zhao Wanqing, what brings you here? Fang Ming greeted her with a smile. I must thank you for yesterday. I have come specifically to return the favor. As she spoke, Zhao Wanqing produced a stack of cash from her bag and handed it to Fang Ming. After accepting it, he replied with a faint smile, Thank you. Zhao Wanqing appeared hesitant, as if she had more say. Slowly, she began, Actually, I have another matter to discuss with you today. Fang Ming, seemingly unfazed, directly asked, What is it? Speak freely, if I can assist. I shall do so without hesitation. At his words, Zhao Wanqing smiled. This is something only you can help me with. Come with me to a place. Fang Ming had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Liu Yin pulled him into the car. With a resigned smile, he asked, What exactly do you want me to assist you with? You're being rather enigmatic. I'll tell you shortly. Zhao Wanqing replied with a mysterious smile. They settled into the back seat, and due to the limited space within the vehicle, they were seated quite close to one another, with Zhao Wanqing's alluring fragrance lingering in Fang Ming's nostrils. Suddenly, Zhao Wanqing inquired with a hint of confusion. Fang Ming, were we really classmates before? Hearing this, Fang Ming furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. Did he truly lack such recognition? Of course we were. Why would I deceive you? He sighed in exasperation. I can understand, though. After all, you were quite remarkable back then, with numerous admirers, while I was nearly invisible in school. It's only natural that you might not remember me. Zhao Wanqing smiled apologetically. I'm truly sorry. I don't often interact with boys, so I have little impression of the male students in our class. Noticing her slight embarrassment, Fang Ming quickly waved his hand. It's all right. But you still haven't told me what you actually need help with. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wanqing blushed and said, I apologize for being so abrupt in seeking your assistance. But you're so capable. I'm sure you can help me. Rest assured, I will compensate you. Flattered by such praise from a beauty like Zhao Wanqing, Fang Ming felt a surge of pride. He smiled and asked, Are you implying that you want me to help you appraise some treasures? Zhao Wanqing nodded, impressed by Fang Ming's quick wit. She patiently elaborated. My grandfather is preparing to attend a treasure appraisal event, and I would like you to accompany him and assist. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming fell silent. He had little interest in Zhao Wanqing's grandfather, and moreover, such small-scale appraisal events often involve personal matters that could lead to complications he wished to avoid. Noticing Fang Ming's hesitation, Zhao Wanqing urgently pleaded, Please, you're the only expert I know. You simply cannot refuse me. I can offer you a reward of 500,000. What do you say? This was indeed a substantial sum for relatively little effort, and it would also earn Zhao Wanqing's trust. Thus, it was a deal worth considering. Being a young man with a spirited nature, Fang Ming found it difficult to resist the charm of the beauty, and he eventually nodded in agreement. All right, but I will only handle the appraisal. I won't involve myself in anything else, he stated with a hint of reluctance. Zhao Wanqing was ecstatic, nodding vigorously. Soon, they arrived at an auction house. After disembarking, as they were about to enter, Fang Ming spotted a nearby cart filled with toys beloved by children. He was particularly drawn to a Sun Wukong mask and decided to purchase it. Zhao Wanqing looked puzzled and asked, Why are you buying that? Fang Ming explained, I cannot allow anyone to see my true face. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing expressed her understanding, albeit with a hint of helplessness, saying, I apologize. It's primarily because I cannot find anyone else to assist me, so I must trouble you. It is of no consequence. After all, my visit is not in vain. Consider it a profitable venture, he replied. Through these past few days of interaction with Zhao Wanqing, Fang Ming had developed a fresh impression of her, recalling their university days. Zhao Wanqing had been the belle of the school, a radiant figure adored by many. Not only Fang Ming, but even the most esteemed of the male students lacked confidence in her presence. Furthermore, Zhao Wanqing had never entertained any suitors and had refrained from mingling with men. However, now, in Fang Ming's company, Zhao Wanqing surprisingly displayed a more playful demeanor, which was entirely at odds with her previously aloof image. With the mask of Sun Wukong adorning his face, Fang Ming and Zhao Wanqing entered the auction house together. Upon reaching the backstage, before Fang Ming could utter a word, Zhao Wanqing remarked, My grandfather and the others have arrived. A chorus of casual chatter filled the air as several elderly gentlemen made their way to the venue. Leading the group was Zhao Tianrun, the patriarch of the Zhao family and Zhao Wanqing's grandfather. Upon seeing the masked man standing beside Zhao Wanqing, Zhao Tianrun inquired with curiosity, Wanqing, who is this? Zhao Wanqing smiled, confidently linking her arm with Fang Ming's and declared, Grandfather, this gentleman is a remarkably skilled appraiser. Chapter 13, The Art of Disguise. At this statement, the crowd fell silent momentarily before erupting into laughter. Beside them, Gao Liming could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, Brother Tianren, your granddaughter is exceedingly bold to showcase her talents before us old-timers. Ha ha ha. Zhao Tianren was aware of Zhao Wanqing's intentions. He was not particularly concerned about Fang Ming's identity or abilities, but rather felt a sense of pride in Zhao Wanqing's audacity. As Gao Liming and others dismissed Fang Ming, Zhao Wanqing was poised to defend him when, unexpectedly, the elderly Mr. Wang, Dongyan, interjected, Brother Tenren, the gentleman Wanqing has brought seems rather mysterious. Even refusing to reveal his face, this is rather dull. Gao Liming jested, he must be a young lad, attempting to impress this girl and win her favor. However, Brother Tianren, surely you are not intimidated by this young man's prowess? Zhou Jiamin added, Oh, I don't foresee any major issues. After all, Wanqing is merely acting with good intentions, and you must not disappoint her. Since he is also knowledgeable in appraisal, and referred to as a master by Wan Qing. He must understand the rules. Why not let him take a turn? If you cannot discern, perhaps this young man can. Upon hearing this, Gao Liming and Wang Dongyan chuckled in agreement, clearly eager to witness Zhao Qianren's potential embarrassment. Fang Ming discerned their underlying intentions and furrowed his brow. It was evident that they were conspiring against Zhao Qianren, perhaps laying a trap for him. If Fang Ming intervened, it could prove detrimental to his interests. Just as he contemplated declining, Zhao Wanqing suddenly spoke up. Humph, I have faith in my grandfather. He will undoubtedly manage. Hearing Zhao Wanqing's words, Wang Dongyan smiled and turned his gaze toward Zhao Tianren. On the surface, this event appears to be an appraisal meeting, yet in reality, it is merely a competition among several parties. Each presents their treasures, the authenticity of which varies, necessitating a discerning eye to judge them, with all aspects closely linked to the strength of their respective families. The attendees are unwilling to yield, and following several previous appraisal meetings where Zhao Tianren faced setbacks, he has struggled to regain his confidence. After some contemplation, Zhao Tianren ultimately resolves to preserve Zhao Wanqing's dignity. Should he misjudge, he could simply compensate the others. However, given that the individual Zhao Wanqing has brought is well-regarded and has already boasted in front of these experienced players, he must ensure not to undermine her self-esteem. Thus, he decides the individual may remain, but if they lack expertise, it will be prudent for them to choose their words carefully and refrain from speaking recklessly. It is evident that Zhao Tianren's insinuation serves as a warning to Fang Ming. Fang Ming appears to be lost in thought, seemingly oblivious and unresponsive. Observing this, Gao Liming raises an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Ming before declaring, Brother Tianren, today we have shown you considerable respect and even provided you with the opportunity to seek assistance, so you cannot refuse. Indeed, this has always been our custom at the appraisal meetings. After saying this, Gao Liming presents his treasure. This item of mine is particularly exceptional, having cost several million. Who wishes to be the first to give a try? The rules remain unchanged. If the appraisal is successful, it can be resold at the original price. If unsuccessful, the price remains as is. The appraisal meeting is essentially a gamble, where courage and insight are pivotal to winning or losing. Wang Dongyan and Zhou Jianmin also turn their attention to Zhao Tianren. Zhao Tianren meticulously examines Gao Liming's treasure, noting that everything appears normal. However, he is not particularly familiar with this category of items and cannot hastily draw a conclusion. After observing for a considerable time, Zhao Tianren remains silent. Wang Dongyan cannot help but inquire, What is it, Brother Tianren? Have you not discerned anything yet? Zhou Jianmin chuckles, adding, Yes, Brother Tianren, you have external assistance today. There is no need to be overly anxious. Indeed, for you, Zhao Tianren, several million is but a trifling matter. You need not feel distressed. There are juniors present. Do not lose your composure. The other three appear to have colluded, deliberately attempting to distract Zhao Tianren with their words. Having faced repeated failures, Zhao Tianren has grown increasingly cautious. Without absolute certainty, he refrains from speaking freely. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanqing, witnessing this, feels a surge of anger. Clenching her fists and looking expectantly at Fang Ming. Noticing Zhao Wanqing's gaze, Fang Ming lets out a silent sigh, then steps forward and states calmly, Please bring forth all your treasures. It would be more efficient to examine them collectively rather than waste time. Upon hearing this, the crowd is taken aback, especially Zhao Tianren, whose expression reveals his astonishment. How could such a young individual possess such confidence to utter such words? Fang Ming, undeterred, steps forward and offers a brief introduction of the item. Hearing this, Gao Liming displays a look of disdain, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. These are self-evident matters. There is no need for you to grandstand here. You must discern the authenticity of the treasures and their corresponding value. However, I must caution you that an incorrect guess will result in compensation at the original price. Tianren, this fellow is actually a savior summoned by your granddaughter. His appraisal results will undoubtedly reflect upon you, correct? Initially, Zhao Tianren intended to intervene, but Zhao Wanqing stepped forward with confidence and declared, of course. Upon hearing this, Gao Liming and the others exchanged smiles, and soon Zhou Jianmin and Wang Dongyan presented their treasures for Zhao Tianren's scrutiny. At that moment, Zhao Tianren's countenance turned ashen. He harbored no belief in Fang Ming's appraisal abilities, and with Wang Dongyan and Zhou Jianmin now revealing their treasures, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Despite the Zhao family's wealth, the thought of relinquishing such significant items without recompense was indeed disheartening for Zhao Tianren. You are exceedingly arrogant. Zhao Tianren spoke in a hushed but irate tone. His anger was palpable. Had it not been for Zhao Wanqing's presence, he might have expelled Fang Ming long ago. Sensing the tension, Zhao Wanqing quickly addressed Zhao Tianren, whispering, "Please, grandfather, do not be this way. He is exceptionally skilled in this area, I can assure you." Subsequently, Zhao Wanqing exchanged a few more words with Zhao Tianren. After listening, Zhao Tianren appeared momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering. "Tianren, what have you decided?" Gao Liming urged. "Indeed, it is understandable if the young ones are inexperienced. If he cannot represent you, please inform us directly. We would certainly understand," Wang Dongyan chimed in. To acknowledge that Fang Ming was ineffective would be tantamount to slapping his own face, and Zhao Tianren could not bring himself to do so. Thus, he solemnly replied, "It is of no matter. I shall allow him to proceed." He then turned to Fang Ming and stated, "In that case, you may examine them." Zhao Tianren maintained an outward facade of composure, yet inwardly he was fraught with anxiety, having already braced himself for potential financial loss. Fang Ming did not hesitate. He glanced at the treasures and, after a mere cursory examination, made a startling proclamation that left everyone in shock. He boldly declared that the treasures belonging to Gao Liming and the others were all forgeries, providing ample justification for his assertion. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged furtive glances, suddenly feeling a sense of guilt. It was indeed remarkable that all three treasures originated from the same dynasty and were mere replicas. Was this not an extraordinary coincidence? The sarcasm in Fang Ming's words was unmistakable to all present. In truth, Gao Liming and his companions had conspired in secrecy prior, and just as Fang Ming had articulated, it was indeed a remarkable twist of fate that all three items were counterfeit from the same era. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, and silence enveloped the gathering. Zhao Tianren found it hard to believe. He hastily inquired of Gao Liming, "Old Gao, is what he says true?" This simple question, filled with doubt, pierced through Gao Liming and the others, as if their facade had been shattered. Zhao Wanqing seized the moment, feigning a smile as she inquired, "Grandpa Gao, what seems to be the matter? Why is everyone so quiet?" "Grandpa Wang, where do you intend to go?" Wang Dongyan, attempting to make an exit, was spotted by Zhao Wanqing, and he immediately wore an awkward expression, claiming he was merely going to fetch a cup of tea. Several individuals. "Shall we now address this matter? If you remain unwilling to acknowledge it, I shall resort to my own examination." With that, Zhao Wanqing shifted aside a few treasures and retrieved a note hidden beneath them. She did not immediately unveil it, but cast a playful smile towards Gao Liming and the others. "Ah, it appears you have meticulously orchestrated this little performance. We have all been deceived. Brother Tianren, you truly are remarkable." Wang Dongyan twitched his lips in irritation, then seized his treasure and glared menacingly at Fang Ming. Chapter 14. Confidential Identities. Zhao Tianren maintained a calm demeanor. He had no intention of further elucidating the situation, although he had indeed been oblivious to Fang Ming's capabilities. Even preparing himself for potential financial loss, Wang Dongyan merely replied with a faint smile, "My friends, do remember to uphold your dignity. Do not lose your composure." This echoed the advice Wang Dongyan had just imparted to Zhao Tianren, inciting immediate anger within him. It was merely a scheme, lacking in substance. There is no need for such appraisal gatherings in the future. With that, Wang Dongyan stormed off in a huff. Observing Wang Dongyan's reaction, Zhao Tianren furrowed his brow and sighed. "It's merely a game. Why the sudden outrage? I have often faced losses myself without such fury." After speaking, Zhao Tianren turned his gaze towards Gao Liming and Zhou Jianmin. The latter two appeared quite uncomfortable under Zhao Tianren's scrutiny. Once Zhou Jianmin departed, only Gao Liming and Zhao Tianren remained. Gao Liming leisurely sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and then regarded Fang Ming with keen interest. "Young man, it seems you possess considerable talent. At such a tender age, your discerning eye is quite impressive. You must be no ordinary individual. While I, Gao Liming, may not be a significant figure, I hold great esteem for talent. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek my aid." With that, Gao Liming handed Fang Ming a business card. "By the way, young sir, if you do not mind, you're always welcome to visit our Gao family. I will be delighted to host you." After a moment's hesitation, Fang Ming accepted the card, though he said nothing in response. Subsequently, Gao Liming exchanged a few casual remarks with Zhao Tianren before taking his leave. Thereafter, Zhao Tianren, Zhao Wanqing, and Fang Ming walked together in the backyard of the auction house, strolling along a pebbled path. Zhao Wanqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Grandfather, I knew they had ulterior motives. They must have colluded beforehand, aiming to deceive you." Zhao Tianren appeared to be in good spirits, smiling at Fang Ming with great curiosity. Perhaps initially, Zhao Tianren regarded Fang Ming with the same skepticism as Gao Liming and the others, doubting him entirely. After all, Fang Ming was so young and deliberately enigmatic, making it challenging to garner trust. In the realm of appraisal, experience is paramount. Numerous individuals can speak eloquently yet lack practical experience, which renders them unrecognized by their peers. In the art of appraisal, youth is the least valuable asset. However, today, Fang Ming exhibited extraordinary prowess, not only unraveling the schemes of Gao Liming and his associates, but also highlighting his own expertise. He is indeed a rare talent. Wanqing, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your friendship today. With such an outstanding friend, why am I only learning of this now? Zhao Tianren's intent was unmistakable. He sought to delve deeper into Fang Ming through Zhao Wanqing. Subsequently, Fang Ming turned to Zhao Wanqing and said, "Wanqing, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you." Zhao Wanqing was perplexed, yet Zhao Tianren discerned the underlying implication and cheerfully remarked, "Young people have their own affairs. You need not mind me." It was only then that Fang Ming pulled Zhao Wanqing aside. Before she could inquire, he spoke first. "Wanqing, I have a favor to ask of you." Surprised, Zhao Wanqing responded, "What? Are you dissatisfied with the remuneration I provided?" "No worries, since you helped my grandfather today. I can offer you more." Fang Ming shook his head. "That is not my intention. Regardless, you are my friend, and assisting you is no burden. I merely wish to convey that you must never divulge my identity to anyone, not even to your grandfather. Can you assure me of this?" Zhao Wanqing was taken aback by Fang Ming's request and curiously asked, "I can, but I wish to understand the reason." Fang Ming had his reasons. He already possessed a reputation and had to consider his agreement with the old gentleman. Moreover, he preferred to remain discreet, avoiding unnecessary attention. Some matters were too sensitive to disclose to Zhao Wanqing. So he explained, "I do not wish to attract undue attention. Besides, after today's events, I believe you comprehend the situation. On the surface, it was an appraisal meeting, but in reality, it was a contest of power among several prominent families. By siding with your faction today, I have inevitably offended others. I wish to remain uninvolved and avoid complications. Hence, it is imperative that you keep my identity a secret." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent. She appeared hesitant, as if contemplating persuading Fang Ming to reconsider, yet realized she lacked the standing to do so. Fang Ming gently stated, "I consider you a friend. You must promise me this. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will certainly do my utmost. However, if you cannot fulfill such a simple request, then perhaps we should cease our friendship." Taken aback, Zhao Wanqing felt a pang of distress. After a prolonged silence, she gradually spoke, "Given your remarkable abilities, which even surpass those of my grandfather, you could undoubtedly become a renowned master if you so desired. Why do you not wish to showcase your talents? Why conceal your identity from others?" Fang Ming shook his head and sighed deeply. "There are many matters that cannot be casually explained, especially since my rapport with Zhao Wanqing is not yet profound enough for such revelations. I appreciate your goodwill. I have simply grown accustomed to a carefree existence, uninterested in competition or fame. Let us leave the conversation here. If you still consider me a friend, please honor my request. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." With that, Fang Ming turned and departed. Fang Ming, with merely a few glances, was able to discern the authenticity of the treasures without even touching them. With this remarkable ability alone, he surpassed the vast majority of Zhenjianding masters within the industry. "Alas, I truly cannot comprehend you." Zhao Wanqing shook her head helplessly. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a profound curiosity towards Fang Ming. However, after much contemplation, she found herself unable to grasp his essence, and thus resolved to cease her musings. At that moment, Zhao Tianren was seated in a pavilion at the side of the courtyard, and Zhao Wanqing approached him. Zhao Tianren was humming a cheerful tune, grateful to Fang Ming for successfully defeating the Gao, Wang, and Zhou families. Not only had he earned a substantial profit, but he had also preserved his dignity. Zhao Wanqing nodded in disappointment. "Yes, he has left. What? How could he leave so soon?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianren abruptly stood up, perplexed. He had yet to properly express his gratitude to Fang Ming for turning the tide in their favor. "Wanqing, did you have a quarrel with that young gentleman? I know he must harbor feelings for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to assist. But you must not take advantage of his affections to act capriciously." Zhao Tianren assumed that Zhao Wanqing and Fang Ming shared a unique bond, and thus began to impart earnest advice to her. If Fang Ming could become his grandson-in-law, it would be an immense boon for the entire Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's face flushed crimson, and she shook her head vigorously. Grandfather, what are you saying? Zhao Tianren continued to chuckle. Haha, my precious granddaughter is shy? Quickly tell grandfather, what is his name? Where does he reside? What is his disposition like? Zhao Wanqing pouted. How would I know that? Grandfather, please do not overthink it. We are not in that kind of relationship. Merely ordinary friends. At this, Zhao Tianren was momentarily taken aback. He fell into silence as Zhao Wanqing continued. I understand your perspective. You believe he is exceptional in Jan Ding treasures and wish to cultivate a connection with him. Yet, I cannot force him to remain here, can I? Furthermore, initially, you did not even believe in him and treated him so coldly. Naturally, he would feel displeased. Chapter 15. Zhao Wanqing's thoughts. Zhao Tianren discerned the resentment in Zhao Wanqing's tone and solemnly inquired. Wanqing, since you comprehend grandfather's intentions, why not share with me the identity of that young gentleman? Before leaving, Fang Ming had explicitly instructed her not to disclose his identity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianren finally grasped the situation. It appeared that it was not Fang Ming who was interested in Zhao Wanqing, but rather Zhao Wanqing who had developed feelings for Fang Ming. In that moment, Zhao Wanqing's emotions were exceedingly complex, and she found it even more challenging to decipher Fang Ming's intentions. If Fang Ming lacked capability, it would be understandable for him to marry into the Liu family. Yet, he was evidently a formidable master, fully capable of self-sufficiency, with a promising future ahead. Why then would he willingly choose to be a mere son-in-law? Noticing Zhao Wanqing lost in thought, Zhao Tianren could not help but ask, Wanqing, do you harbor some concerns? Zhao Wanqing, found myself hesitating to speak. Zhao Tianren continued to inquire, speak the truth to your grandfather. You surely do not harbor any feelings for that individual, do you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing abruptly stood up, her face flushed with both embarrassment and anger, exclaiming, Grandfather, please do not speak carelessly. How could I possibly have feelings for him? Besides, he is already a married man, which makes it even more impossible. Zhao Tianren furrowed his brow. He is already wed? Alas, that is truly regrettable. A young talent like him, if he would join our Zhao family, it would be mutually beneficial. However, I did not anticipate that he would marry at such a young age. What a case of premature matrimony. Listening to these words, Zhao Wanqing fell silent. Yet she sighed inwardly time and again, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance that it was indeed Fang Ming. Wanqing, since you have no feelings for him, what are you still pondering? Zhao Wanqing lifted her gaze, meeting Zhao Tianren's penetrating look, and she instantly felt a surge of panic, fearing that he might discern her true thoughts. Just as she was about to depart, Zhao Tianren suddenly remarked, Wanqing, that young gentleman has rendered me significant assistance today. I, Zhao Tianren, will be willing to grant him any request. I find him quite intriguing, and I believe you should continue to engage with him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wanqing slightly nodded. Grandfather, I understand your intentions clearly. However, he is a stubborn individual, one whom even I cannot fully comprehend. I shall strive to converse with him more earnestly the next time we meet. Very well. Observing Zhao Wanqing's dejected demeanor, Zhao Tianren refrained from pressing further, though he still felt a sense of regret. As the head of the Zhao family, it was no small feat for him to lower himself to such an extent. If Fang Ming declined his goodwill, there was little he could do. After leaving the auction house, Fang Ming felt utterly bewildered, uncertain of where to go. As he wandered, he found himself at the nearby antique market. At that moment, he noticed a large crowd gathered ahead, seemingly drawn to some commotion. Finding himself rather bored, Fang Ming approached to see what the fuss was about. Upon closer inspection, he saw the vendor of an antique stall gripping the hand of a nearby girl, shouting fiercely, You little brat, don't think you can escape. Speak, what do you intend to do now? Around them, a number of onlookers had gathered. The girl struggling to break free from the vendor's grasp, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she remained resolutely silent. The vendor, incensed by her defiance, shouted, You wretched girl. Do you truly wish to court disaster? Do you have any idea what kind of treasure you have shattered? This porcelain vase is an authentic artifact from the Song dynasty, worth hundreds of thousands. If you do not compensate me today, you shall not leave. The crowd erupted in animated discussion. Some felt the vendor was being excessively harsh, even targeting a child, while others believed the girl had brought this upon herself by being reckless. Yet, all they desired was to observe. No one was willing to intervene, let alone offer assistance. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, the girl felt increasingly uncomfortable, her face burning with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the vendor remained unyielding, unwilling to release her, fearing he might not be able to settle the score later. "Let me go." Struggling in vain, the girl mustered her courage and shouted. Upon hearing this, the boss was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, "Oh, so you're not mute after all? Now, tell me your parents' number. I want them here. You think you can leave without compensating me today? That's impossible." It was unclear whether the girl was frightened or overwhelmed, but she suddenly lowered her head, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. I have no family." The boss was instantly enraged. "Huh, a fine performance, little girl. No family? Have they all perished? Do you think I would believe you? Contact your family immediately, and they better bring money, or I won't let you go." With that, he forcefully rummaged through her pockets, only to find nothing, no possessions, not even a phone. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Could it be this girl was a beggar? Some onlookers stepped forward, expressing their discontent. "Boss, do you really expect us to believe that you have genuine antiques worth hundreds of thousands at this little stall? Don't try to fool us." Our eyes are wide open. The first kind soul was soon joined by others, echoing their sentiments. "Indeed, this young girl is so small. If your antiques were truly that valuable, why would you leave them carelessly by the roadside? If there is blame to be laid, it rests with you." Many in the crowd disapproved of the boss's arrogant demeanor and joined in the chorus of criticism. The boss, however, paid no heed to their words. Instead, he tightened his grip on the girl and coldly retorted, "You think you can discern genuine antiques? Huh, this is my stall. I can display things as I please, and it's none of your business. That girl has damaged my property, and since you all are so keen to speak for her, then you can pay for her too. As long as you compensate me, I promise not to make things difficult for her." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. While they might have spoken in support, who among them would willingly spend a fortune for a stranger? Observing their sudden quietness, the boss scoffed. "I thought you all were so benevolent, but it appears you're merely good with words. You're only here for the spectacle. If the precious item broken today belonged to you, I suspect you would be even more agitated than I am." As he surveyed the crowd, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Those who had spoken out earlier fell silent, and some even left, not wanting to invite trouble upon themselves. The rest merely watched on, treating it as entertainment. Turning back to the girl, the boss barked menacingly, "Tell me, do you admit that you broke my antique?" The girl, taken aback by his fierce gaze, could only tremble and nod, yes. With her admission, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words. The boss, wearing a triumphant expression, continued, "You broke my property. It's only right that I seek compensation from you. I assent to it?" The girl's voice was barely audible. "Why, yes." The boss's expression finally softened somewhat, no longer as aggressive as before. "However, you are utterly destitute. Naturally, I must contact your guardians. What is their number? I shall call them immediately." The boss felt as though he had been deceived, his fury erupting in a tirade. "You little rascal, I've already inquired, and yet you still dare to lie? Let me be clear. If you do not compensate me for the antique, I shall break both your legs today and see if you comply. Please no." The girl, her face etched with terror, struggled desperately. Chapter 16. The Ruthless Boss. After all, she was merely a girl in her teens, and faced with such a dire situation, she was overwhelmed by fear, bursting into tears. The boss, devoid of any sympathy, escalated his threats. "Silence. You possess some charm. I suspect someone would be willing to pay for you, although the sum would not equal the cost of my antique. It is a feasible alternative. You brought this upon yourself by shattering my treasure." The crowd began to murmur once more. "Is he out his mind? Such words reveal him to be a scoundrel." Another remarked, "Indeed, this child appears to lack any family. How could she possibly repay such a sum? This is a society governed by law. Boss, you must understand that your words carry legal consequences." The boss scoffed. "Ah, yes, I cannot compete with you self-righteous do-gooders. If you wish to assist her, then offer your money. Otherwise, silence yourselves." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, unwilling to jeopardize their own interests. The girl cast a desperate glance at the onlookers, unable to fathom her fate. Yet, no one stepped forward. It seemed they were all mere talkers. She felt utterly helpless, sinking into despair. The boss chuckled coldly. "I advise you not to meddle." The crowd, though enraged by the boss's conduct, remained mute, unwilling to intervene. With a smug huff, the boss seized the girl by her collar, lifting her before the gathered spectators. "Behold, you little rascal, this is the essence of human nature. They all speak sweetly, yet when it comes to parting with their money, not a word is uttered. No one is here to aid you. You have caused me significant loss today, and I will not let you off easily. Help! The girl cried, trembling, tears streaming down her face, her heart heavy with despair. Among the spectators, Fang Ming furrowed his brow and stepped forward, addressing the boss coldly. "Stop it. Release this child." The boss paused, then shouted back at Fang Ming, "What? You wish to be a hero? Come on then, if you have the guts, strike me. I truly do not believe you will dare. If you want me to release this girl, bring forth the money. Otherwise, let us end this discussion." Fang Ming surveyed the shattered porcelain strewn about the ground and replied icily, "I can compensate you, but you must first release her." Upon hearing this, the boss's eyes gleamed. Though he remained cautious, he asked, half in disbelief, "You're not deceiving me, are you? Are you truly willing to compensate this little rascal?" Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, with so many witnesses present, do you still fear that I might retract my offer?" The proprietor, decisive in his actions, loosened the collar of the young girl's dress and smugly declared, "Very well. Since you are willing to provide the funds, do so promptly." Seeing Fang Ming take the initiative to assist her, the little girl expressed her gratitude and hurriedly ran to stand behind him, clutching his garment tightly. Fearful of being seized again by the owner, the proprietor coldly laughed. "Hurry up with the payment. Once you do, I shall cease troubling this young girl." Fang Ming nodded slightly, then extracted all the coins from his pocket, including several small denominations, and handed them to the owner. "Count it. I recall there being over 50. This jade vase evidently is not worth that much. Let the excess be my tip for you." Upon hearing this, the owner was instantly consumed with rage, throwing the coins to the floor and bellowing furiously, "Kid, are you mocking me?" Fang Ming shrugged and replied with a nonchalant smile, "What do you mean by that? Proprietor, I've given you more than you are owed. What is there to be dissatisfied with?" Struck speechless by Fang Ming's retort, the owner struggled to maintain his composure before erupting, "You think you're amusing me? This vase is a rare treasure from the Song dynasty, worth at least hundreds of thousands, and you offer me a mere 50? Are you deliberately provoking me?" Fang Ming raised an eyebrow. "If this truly is a genuine artifact from the Song dynasty, as you claim, it would be worth not just hundreds of thousands, but likely millions." As he spoke, he picked up a shard from the ground and disdainfully remarked, "Yet this so-called genuine article is clearly a counterfeit, and a poorly made one at that. You must have acquired this for no more than 20 or 30 at most. Offering you 50 is already a generous concession on my part. Am I wrong?" Confronted with Fang Ming's unwavering confidence, the proprietor was left flabbergasted, unable to utter a single word. He could hardly fathom that Fang Ming possessed such acumen, even discerning the acquisition price. At that moment, the owner felt a wave of panic wash over him. The onlookers began to react, voicing their outrage against the proprietor. "So it's a fake. This owner has been toying with us all along, demanding compensation in the tens of thousands for a counterfeit worth only a few dozen. Why doesn't he just rob someone instead? Indeed, this proprietor is exceedingly cunning. He doesn't even spare a little girl, clearly engaging in extortion. Someone call the authorities. Allowing such a person to persist in the marketplace will only lead to more victims." As Fang Ming exposed the owner's deceit, the crowd's sense of justice surged, igniting fervent discussions. In that moment, the proprietor found himself in a precarious position, overwhelmed with trepidation. He was acutely aware that Fang Ming was correct. This was indeed a substandard counterfeit, which he had originally acquired for a mere $20. Glancing furtively at Fang Ming, a sense of resentment bubbled within him, prompting him to grit his teeth and retort, "Kid, do you truly believe yourself to be some sort of antique master? You are merely a naive youth, likely having seen few antiques in your life. If you claim my treasure is a fake, then present your evidence. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intent to avoid losses by deliberately provoking me. I shall not fall for your ruse." With these words, the proprietor attempted to seize the young girl once more, intending to utilize her as leverage. However, Fang Ming would not permit this. He grasped the owner's outstretched hand, impeding his advance. Then, with a cold smirk, Fang Ming stated, "Seeking evidence? That is quite simple. Not far from here lies an auction house, complete with appraisers. If you believe my assertions to be unfounded, why not have your treasure authenticated? I am willing to cover the appraisal fees. Should the assessment validate your claims, I shall promptly compensate you and extend my apologies. However, if it is indeed a counterfeit, you shall face numerous charges, likely resulting in years of incarceration. What say you?" Witnesses abound. "Do you require the expertise of a professional?" Fang Ming inquired with unwavering confidence. At that moment, the proprietor was visibly flustered. Should he allow professionals to authenticate the item, the truth would inevitably be unveiled. Observing the owner's silence, the onlookers began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Recognizing that his goods were indeed fraudulent, a few young individuals approached, casting menacing glances at the proprietor, eagerly awaiting Fang Ming's signal to deliver a fitting reprimand to the unscrupulous merchant. The situation had turned decidedly unfavorable for the proprietor, who dare not retort, but instead retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Very well. I shall exercise restraint. Today, I will not pursue this matter with the young girl. You need not compensate me. Just leave with your companions at once." In response, Fang Ming replied with a faint smile, "Owner, one who engages in deceit will inevitably face repercussions." At these words, the crowd dispersed, but not without hurling a few choice insults at the rogue merchant. The proprietor, begrudgingly watching Fang Ming depart, clenched his teeth and coldly muttered, "Humph, you insolent brat, daring to thwart my plans. Just you wait. I will ensure you do not escape unscathed." Fang Ming, dismissing the encounter, had initially no desire to stir trouble. However, the plight of the young girl compelled him to intervene. Chapter 17. Taking in the young girl. Upon hearing this, the girl displayed a look of bewilderment. She sorrowfully shook her head and softly replied, "My name is Qing, and I have no home." Taken aback by her words, Fang Ming momentarily paused. He had initially assumed that the girl was merely reluctant to disclose her family's whereabouts. He had not anticipated the truth of her statement. "Qing, is it? Tell me, where did you live before? Surely, you have not been wandering the streets indefinitely?" Fang Ming asked, his tone tinged with helplessness. In response to his inquiry, Qing appeared utterly lost. "I don't know where I came from. I just found myself here when I woke up. I was hungry and cold, wandering by the roadside, and accidentally broke that man's belongings. I did not mean to. I was frightened. Big brother, can you please not abandon me? I don't know where to go, and I'm so scared." Qing gazed at Fang Ming with despair, her plea resonating with authenticity. Fang Ming, feeling a pang of difficulty, contemplated the situation. He currently resides with the Liu family, who are already burdened by their own struggles, let alone the prospect of taking in a child of such considerable size. How could they possibly agree? Fang Ming fell into contemplation, seeking an impeccable solution. Noticing Fang Ming's silence, Qing withdrew her hand and turned away, preparing to leave with a heavy heart. Upon seeing her departing figure, Fang Ming felt a pang of compassion and gritted his teeth, calling out, "Wait, please don't go." At his plea, Qing instantly turned around, her eyes brimming with tears, though she remained silent. Surprised by his words, Qing appeared incredulous for a moment. Then, the disappointment on her face transformed into a radiant smile as she rushed into Fang Ming's arms, embracing him tightly. "Big brother, you truly won't abandon me, will you?" she asked, her voice trembling with fear of losing the only person who cared for her. She had no recollection of her origins or her family. Only her name lingered in her memory. Yet, Fang Ming felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this little girl. He gently ruffled her hair and softly reassured her, "Qing, I can take you away." But he paused, uncertain if she could comprehend the gravity of his forthcoming words. Qing quickly inquired, "Big brother, do you have difficulties? If it's too much, I won't press you." Though she felt despondent, she did not wish to coerce Fang Ming. A smile spread across his face, but seeing her understanding nature tugged at his heartstrings. He replied with warmth, "It's all right, just be obedient." With that, he took her hand, and they continued onward together. Qing was elated, tears still glistening in her eyes, yet a broad smile adorned her face. For some inexplicable reason, being by Fang Ming's side enveloped her in a profound sense of security. As they ventured toward the antique city, Fang Ming suddenly sensed something amiss. Accustomed to solitude, he now appeared to Qing as a savior, a celestial being come to rescue her. She depended on him, her eyes sparkling with joy as she watched him intently. Noticing her gaze, Fang Ming curiously asked, "Qing, why do you keep staring at me?" Qing giggled, "Big brother, you're very handsome." Fang Ming felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He hadn't anticipated this little girl to be so infatuated. "Don't be afraid. Since I promised you, I won't abandon you. So you needn't flatter me endlessly," he said. Qing nodded and then inquired about his name. With a smile, Fang Ming replied, "I'm Fang Ming. Brother Fang Ming, I'm so hungry. I want to eat something." Qing lamented as her stomach grumbled. Fang Ming halted, affectionately asking, "All right, what do you like to eat? I'll take you there right now." He then turned and headed towards the nearby food district, where an array of shops offered a delightful variety of culinary delights. Gazing upon the dazzling array of delicacies, Qing found herself lost in contemplation, ensnared by an internal struggle. She lifted her gaze and said, "Brother Fang Ming, I am indifferent to what I eat, as long as it satisfies my hunger. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming could not help but let out a deep sigh. It was astonishing that in the 21st century, there were still individuals who could not even afford a proper meal. Subsequently, Fang Ming led Qingqing directly to the most opulent restaurant on this street, the Zue Xianglu. Within the antique market, Zue Xianglu held a prestigious reputation. Not only did it offer an abundance of exquisite dishes, but it primarily catered to aficionados of antiques, with branches established in numerous cities. However, as Fang Ming and Qingqing arrived at the entrance of Zue Xianglu, they were halted by the doorman. Upon recognizing Fang Ming, the attendant's brows furrowed in disdain as he sneered. What brings you here? Perhaps within the entire city, Fang Ming was as renowned as Zue Xianglu, albeit for very different reasons. Zue Xianglu was celebrated, while Fang Ming was infamous. Every household in the city was aware that Fang Ming was the son-in-law of the Lu family, reputed to be a good-for-nothing, incapable even of appraising antiques, and perceived as a parasite of the Lu clan. Yet this so-called worthless son-in-law had managed to wed the stunning Lu Yuyan, inciting envy and resentment among all. Fang Ming's notorious reputation was largely a result of the machinations of Lu Tianao and Lin Meixiu, who relished disparaging him publicly. Fang Ming retorted coldly, "Am I not permitted to enter? Zue Xianglu is a dining establishment. Please usher us inside." The attendant, unfazed, responded haughtily, "Oh, how audacious! Do you truly believe someone of your standing is worthy of dining here? This is the illustrious Zue Xianglu, not some roadside stall. Do you genuinely think you can afford it?" As he spoke, he turned his attention to welcome other patrons, completely disregarding Fang Ming. Unperturbed, Fang Ming proceeded to lead Qingqing into the restaurant. Once inside, Qingqing, filled with indignation, confronted the attendant. "How dare you insult my brother Fang Ming?" The attendant, taken aback, finally noticed the young girl accompanying Fang Ming. He then unleashed a torrent of disdainful insults. "Who allowed you filthy beggars to enter? Get out at once. If you do not leave, I shall summon security." It was apparent that Qingqing had encountered some misfortune, as her attire was marred with stains and appeared tattered. Her hair a disheveled mess, resembling a little beggar. However, the attendant's depiction was exaggerated. He feigned revulsion as though confronted not with a young girl, but with a pile of refuse. Fang Ming furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Such snobbish and opportunistic individuals were inescapable, no matter where one went. Though Fang Ming typically dismissed such treatment without concern, as the attendant's words paled in comparison to the vitriol of Lu Tianao and Lin Meixiu. He could not endure the humiliation directed at a young girl. "Silence! How dare you speak of her in such a manner?" Fang Ming demanded coldly. The attendant prepared to retort, only to be met with Fang Ming's glare brimming with menace. For reasons unknown, the waiter felt an unsettling chill emanating from that gaze, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, causing him to involuntarily shudder. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing just how audacious Fang Ming was, which incited a surge of anger within him. "You reckless brat. How brazen you truly are." Chapter 18. The Prodigal Son Provokes Trouble. This is the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. If you insist on causing a scene, do you believe I won't summon the security immediately? With that, the waiter extended his hand, feigning an intention to discipline Fang Ming. In response, Fang Ming positioned Qingqing behind him, showing no signs of fear as he coldly regarded the waiter. Should the other party continue to be so unperceptive, Fang Ming would not hesitate to retaliate. Upon hearing this, the manager cast a displeased glance at Fang Ming, his expression sour. "Fang Ming, this is the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion." Before the manager could finish, Fang Ming interrupted. "And what of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? Is it merely a dining establishment?" The manager shot a disgruntled look at Fang Ming, then deliberately addressed the nearby waiter. "Here at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, we pride ourselves on our compassion. Even if a beggar comes seeking alms, we would offer him some leftovers. You are being exceedingly inconsiderate. Why stir trouble here? What if you disturb the other patrons?" Ostensibly reprimanding the waiter, the manager was in fact deriding Fang Ming as akin to a beggar. The waiter, feeling somewhat wronged, refrained from retorting. Fang Ming slightly lifted his gaze and calmly stated, "We are merely here to dine." The manager, with a reluctant nod and a dismissive smirk, replied, "Very well. Please proceed inside." Following that, the manager lost interest in Fang Ming and retreated to the back office. No waiter approached to attend to them, yet Fang Ming remained unfazed. He led Qingqing inside. "He is nothing but a worthless fool. What is there to be so arrogant about?" The waiter muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his dissatisfaction. Although Fang Ming overheard this remark, he chose not to respond, simply guiding Qingqing further in. Initially, he intended to reserve a private room, but alas, they were fully booked, forcing him and Qingqing to find a spot in the main hall. After settling in, Qingqing felt a surge of indignation. She could not bear witnessing Fang Ming being so insulted. Brother Fang Ming, those people are truly excessive. How could they treat you this way? Fang Ming smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You need not concern yourself with them. Let's order quickly. Feel free to choose whatever dishes you desire. As it is my treat, no need to be modest. Seeing Fang Ming shift the topic, Qingqing ceased her inquiries and ordered several of her favorite small dishes. Once a few dishes arrived, she opened her appetite wide and devoured them ravenously, feeling as though she could never eat enough. Before long, she had polished off several plates all by herself. Upon noticing the smiling Fang Ming across from her, she felt a bit embarrassed. Fang Ming waved his hand with a grin. It's quite all right. Who hasn't been hungry before? After satisfying her hunger, Qingqing's spirits visibly lifted compared to before. As they awaited the main courses, they engaged in light conversation. Brother Fang Ming, I believe you must possess an extraordinary background, Qingqing remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming smiled helplessly and inquired, why is that? For where did you perceive this? Although Fang Ming spoke in a jesting tone, Qingqing appeared quite earnest. She replied seriously, I believe Brother Fang Ming's gaze is rather unique, a look I have never encountered before. At her words, Fang Ming's smile abruptly faded, and his expression turned somewhat grave. This was due to the fact that he had recently awakened his heavenly eye, acquiring the ability to appraise treasures. Yet he had disclosed this to no one. He could hardly fathom that such an ordinary little girl could discern this, leaving him utterly astonished. Feigning indifference, Fang Ming asked, Ha ha ha, what sort of gaze could I possibly possess? But Qingqing, why do you feel that my eyes differ from others? After a moment's silence, Qingqing earnestly responded, To be honest, I am not entirely certain. It is merely my intuition. Regardless, I find Brother Fang Ming's gaze quite comforting, instilling a sense of security within me. With that, Fang Ming chose not to press further. Once the main course was served, Qingqing commenced devouring her meal with great enthusiasm. Fang Ming, feeling somewhat unhungry, ate slowly while subtly inquiring about Qingqing's background. However, he made little progress. Qingqing had indeed lost her memory, unable to recall anything pertinent to herself, save for her name. Nonetheless, Fang Ming was quite surprised. Despite her petite stature, her appetite was remarkable, enabling her to consume an impressive amount of food. Qingqing, are you still hungry? Shall we order some more dishes? Fang Ming asked with concern. With a satisfying burp, Qingqing shook her head. No need, Brother Fang Ming. I have eaten quite enough. It is for the best. Consuming too much at once might upset my stomach. After settling the bill at the front desk, Fang Ming prepared to escort Qingqing out, only to be confronted by an unwelcome guest. The individual was a young man, his expression menacing, obstructing Fang Ming and Qingqing's path. Oh, what a coincidence! Is that not the pathetic son-in-law, Fang Ming? Fang Ming furrowed his brow, regarding the man warily. He had never encountered this individual before, yet, given the immediate insult, it was evident he was no good. He wondered how such a person could have wed the beautiful Miss Liu. It truly seemed a stroke of luck. Many were drawn in by the man's voice. The man smirked with pride. I know that the Liu family only accepted Fang Ming due to a past agreement. In my view, this lad likely shares no genuine marital bond with Miss Liu. Indeed, he is nothing but a waste. How could Miss Liu possibly take a liking to him? After all these years within the Liu family, he has yet to be acknowledged. The crowd echoed in agreement, all sporting mocking smiles. Fang Ming, undeterred, coldly retorted, Who are you? Step aside. In response, the man laughed with arrogance. Ha ha. What right do you have to inquire about my identity? Fang Ming, dismissive of further entanglements with them, was on the verge of departing when the manager of Zue, Xiang Lu, emerged. Upon spotting the man across from him, a sycophantic smile instantly graced his face. Ah, is this not young Master Wang? I am truly unprepared for your esteemed presence. Wang Jianfei glanced at the manager and replied nonchalantly, I brought a few friends along. Please arrange the finest private room for us. The manager, still smiling obsequiously, responded, Of course, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Please come in. However, Wang Jianfei had no intention of leaving. Instead, he turned to Fang Ming, mockingly saying, Fang Ming, how fortuitous it is to encounter you here today. How about we share a meal together? Fang Ming, uninterested in engaging with them, coldly replied, There is no need. Just as he was about to lead Qingqing away, Wang Jianfei's expression darkened, and he signaled to his companions. They nodded and swiftly moved to block Fang Ming's path. Fang Ming, you truly lack awareness, don't you? Yes, young Master Wang wishes to dine with you. This is a rare privilege indeed. You ought to be grateful. Another voice chimed in. I advise you not to dampen young Master Wang's spirits. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to depart today. Their fierce demeanor suggested they were no good company. Fang Ming furrowed his brow, understanding that Wang Jianfei would not let this go easily. While he himself was indifferent, he was concerned for Qingqing's well-being. Wang Jianfei, confidently striding towards Fang Ming, sneered, Fang Ming, I suggest you recognize your place. You are nothing but a worthless fool. My invitation to dine is a privilege for you. Fang Ming coldly regarded Wang Jianfei, stating, I have no time to indulge your games. In that moment, Wang Jianfei's expression turned icy. He was taken aback by Fang Ming's audacity to defy him in front of so many onlookers. However, Wang Jianfei's animosity towards Fang Ming stemmed from deeper reasons. Unexpectedly, Fang Ming had seized an opportunity and married an extraordinary beauty. Perhaps others merely envied Fang Ming, but Wang Jianfei harbored genuine hatred towards him. He never anticipated that the rumored useless son-in-law would possess such fortitude. In a fit of rage, Wang Jianfei bellowed, You insolent fool! How dare you spoil my mood? Do you wish for your own demise? Fang Ming, equally grim-faced and poised to retort, was interrupted by the increasingly anxious manager of Zhe, Xiang Lu. Wang Jianfei, being the quintessential debauchee, would not relent until he achieved his aim. Should they cause a disturbance in Zue Xiang Lu, the manager would undoubtedly face repercussions from his employer. In a bid to secure his position, the manager stepped forward, speaking in a conciliatory tone, young Master Wang, please do not take offense. This is merely an inconsequential fellow. Why allow him to provoke your ire? If you desire entertainment, I can summon the finest dance troupe in Qingzhou, ensuring your satisfaction. Get lost. I am determined to witness this fool's performance today, and I shall not let you go until I do. Wang Jianfei was unyielding. The manager, in a state of distress, regretted his choices deeply. Had Wang Jianfei known that Fang Ming would come to Zue Xiang Lu, he should have directly expelled him, thereby preventing their encounter. When Wang Jianfei was in a fit of rage, he recognized no one. Thus, the manager was compelled to persuade Fang Ming. Fang Ming, you are quite lacking in awareness. Young Master Wang has extended an invitation to you. How dare you refuse? In our Qingzhou, no one dares to disrespect young Master Wang. I advise you to be wise and comply with his request immediately. Otherwise, you will only bring misfortune upon yourself. However, Fang Ming had no intentions of acquiescing, merely casting a cold glance at the manager and Wang Jianfei. I refuse to go. What do you do to me? The manager, flustered and desperate, was at a loss, while Wang Jianfei, thoroughly provoked, seethed with rage, his teeth clenched in fury. Initially, everyone believed this worthless son-in-law to be a pliable soft target. Yet to their astonishment, he exhibited unexpected resilience, showing no intent to yield. Fang Ming, you scoundrel, are you seeking your demise today? Should I assist you in that? Wang Jianfei bellowed vehemently. Young Master Wang, a good dog doesn't block the road. Kindly step aside. I have no time to entertain you. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianfei's fury escalated, causing him to tremble with rage. In the next instant, in a fit of extreme anger, he lifted his hand, poised to strike Fang Ming. Fang Ming's expression darkened. He shielded Qingqing behind him with one hand while extending the other to block, just as the onlookers anticipated a lesson in humility for Fang Ming. Wang Jianfei's hand abruptly halted midair. Wang Jianfei stood dumbfounded, for the one grasping his wrist was a little girl who had yet to fully mature. At that moment, the crowd was utterly astonished. In truth, they had never regarded this little girl with any seriousness. Yet here she was, possessing the strength to restrain an adult man. Qingqing and Fang Ming were equally taken aback, their faces reflecting unparalleled shock. Well, you audacious girl. I never imagined you would have the gall to stop me. Release me at once. Wang Jianfei regained his composure, erupting in anger. Feeling utterly infuriated, he suddenly lifted a foot, preparing to kick Qingqing forward. Yet in the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. As Wang Jianfei attempted to kick, an inexplicable force seemed to disrupt his balance, causing him to fall to the ground in a most humiliating manner. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. How could this seemingly adolescent girl possess such extraordinary strength? Nevertheless, Qingqing remained unfazed, having merely given Wang Jianfei a casual push unaware of the immense power it contained. Fang Ming furrowed his brow, suddenly curious about Qingqing's origins. She was surely no ordinary individual. Well then, I see that neither you nor Fang Ming are of good character. Since you have chosen to reject my hospitality, do not blame me for being ungracious. Attack them. Beat them to a pulp. I'll take responsibility if anything happens to me. With that, Wang Jianfei commanded his subordinates to charge forward, brandishing a dagger with a vicious expression, intent on revenge. However, Qingqing suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself directly in front of Fang Ming. Halt! She shouted with palpable fury. In the next moment, Wang Jianfei astonishingly came to a stop, feeling as though his body was no longer under his control. Though anger urged him to seek vengeance, he found himself thwarted by an enigmatic force. The onlookers presumed that Wang Jianfei, out of compassion, was reluctant to harm the young girl. Who on earth are you? Wang Jianfei yelled in terror. His suspicion grew that this insufferable girl was no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could she possess such peculiar power? Qingqing slightly lifted her chin and calmly inquired. You wish to see Fang Ming Gige's performance, don't you? That's quite simple. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianfei's expression shifted to one of incredulity. What? Are you afraid? Fang Ming furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered by Qingqing's intentions. Unfazed, Qingqing turned to Fang Ming with a smile and said, Fang Ming Gige, this young master merely wishes to see a performance. It's nothing difficult, right? Just agree to him. Fang Ming, thoroughly perplexed, began to ponder deeply. At that moment, the manager of the Zhe, Xiang Lu, reappeared, unable to restrain himself as he implored softly, Fang Ming, you really shouldn't defy the wishes of young Master Wang. Otherwise, I might be dragged into this as well. Witnessing the imminent potential for conflict, the manager felt an overwhelming dread. He feared for his own position. What if he were to lose his job as a result? Qingqing stood on her tiptoes and whispered something into Fang Ming's ear. Observing this, Wang Jianfei raised an eyebrow, his arrogance shining through as he declared, You insolent brat, do not waste my time. If you do not wish to perform, then do not think you can leave here so easily. Defying my wishes will have its consequences. After hearing Qingqing's words, Fang Ming appeared to have an epiphany and nodded vigorously. He turned to Wang Jianfei with a smile. Very well, let us proceed inside. Wang Jianfei, taken aback by Fang Ming's sudden change in demeanor, felt a twinge of suspicion but dismissed it, believing Fang Ming was simply intimidated by his influence. Once inside Zue Xiang Lu, Fang Ming and Qingqing would be at his mercy, and he could deal with them as he pleased. With this thought, Wang Jianfei laughed heartily, exclaiming with pride, I thought you truly had the audacity to confront me, yet you cowered so quickly. But this works in your favor. At least you know your place. Saying this, Wang Jianfei led his friends and lackeys into the private room alongside Fang Ming and Qingqing, while the manager cheerfully guided them ahead. Upon entering the room, Qingqing abruptly approached the door and instructed the manager, Young Master Wang has given orders that everyone is to have a good time, without interruption. So no one is permitted to enter midway. As the manager prepared to respond, Qingqing suddenly shut the door and, with an icy demeanor, questioned, Manager Su, should you provoke young Master Wang, you may not be able to bear the consequences, would you? With that, Qingqing firmly closed the door. The manager, initially keen to ingratiate himself with Wang Jianfei, now found his opportunity vanished and reluctantly departed from the private room. However, Wang Jianfei and his companions had been in the private room for an extended period without any sound. The manager, eager to please Wang Jianfei, frequently checked in, hoping to promptly address any of his needs. Chapter 20. Even worse than a dog. Yet, the silence within the room began to worry the manager, who pondered whether Wang Jianfei and his associates had incapacitated Fang Ming. Although Fang Ming might have deserved it, this was the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, and such an incident would create considerable trouble. Reluctantly, he decided to leave, but just then, the door to the private room finally opened. Fang Ming emerged with Qingqing by his side. Upon seeing the two, Manager Su was struck by an ominous premonition and hurriedly inquired, Did young Master Wang send you out? The manager hesitated to barge into the room for fear of angering Wang Jianfei, yet he was also concerned about what might have occurred. After much deliberation, he mustered the courage to call out a few times into the room. However, when there was no response, he finally pushed the door open. Upon entering, Manager Su was left dumbfounded. Wang Jianfei and his companions sat silently at the table, the dishes untouched, their eyes wide and vacant, as if frozen in place. This bizarre scene sent chills down Su's spine. He quickly approached Wang Jianfei and gently shook him. Young Master Wang? Young Master Wang. Wang Jianfei regained his senses, but his expression morphed into one of terror, as if something horrific had just transpired. Manager Su, perplexed, asked, "Young Master Wang, what is wrong? What happened?" Trembling, Wang Jianfei stood up and anxiously queried, "Have those two already left?" This startled Su, who nodded in affirmation. "Yes, young Master Wang, they said you sent them away." At this, Wang Jianfei froze, his eyes widening in fear as he began to frantically wave his hands, muttering incoherently. The manager, alarmed, attempted to calm him down, urging him not to become agitated. In a fit of panic, Wang Jianfei overturned the table in the private room, his words barely discernible amidst the chaos. Overwhelmed by terror, he brushed past the manager and trembled out of the room. Once Wang Jianfei exited, the others slowly began to react, descending into a frenzy as they screamed and fled. Mirroring Wang Jianfei's response, the manager stood there, utterly bewildered, clueless about what had transpired, his expression one of utter confusion. Then, he turned to see the table laden with delectable dishes, and it struck him that Wang Jianfei had yet to pay. He lamented and hurried outside in an attempt to stop Wang Jianfei. He had originally intended to take over his father's establishment, but due to the interference of Lin Meixiu and Lu Tianao, he had to relinquish that ambition, which, in a way, granted him a sense of freedom. After walking a considerable distance, Fang Ming suddenly halted, gazing intently at Qingqing and softly calling her name. Sensing the unusual intensity in Fang Ming's stare, Qingqing appeared uneasy, her eyes evasive. She spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Brother Fang Ming, please do not look at me with such eyes." Aware that Qingqing was attempting to divert the topic, Fang Ming pressed on with his inquiry. "Qingqing, I implore you to speak truthfully with me. How did you manage to do that?" Upon hearing this, Qingqing fell into silence. After a long pause, she shook her head in resignation and replied, "Brother Fang Ming, I truly do not comprehend what transpired. At that moment, I was merely thinking that I must not allow them to harm you, and then suddenly, it was as if they were all immobilized. Yet, I remain baffled as to how I accomplished that." Upon entering the private room, Wang Jianfei began to impose difficulties upon Fang Ming, demanding that he kneel and such. Before Fang Ming could retaliate, Wang Jianfei and his companions were all rendered motionless. The events unfolded too swiftly for Fang Ming to process. He continued to question in a low voice, "Qingqing, is what you say genuine? Do you truly not understand at all?" Qingqing shook her head, appearing utterly perplexed. Fang Ming could not suppress a deep sigh, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Although he did not outwardly express it, his wariness towards Qingqing had intensified. The specifics of the situation were elusive, and since Qingqing herself could not recall her origins, he resolved to observe her more closely in the future. Initially, Fang Ming had perceived Qingqing as merely a pitiable girl suffering from amnesia. It seemed that her circumstances were far more intricate than that. "Brother Fang Ming, what are you thinking?" Noticing Fang Ming lost in thought, Qingqing waved her hand before him. Soon after, Fang Ming escorted Qingqing to the Lu family estate, only to be halted by a bodyguard at the entrance. "Fang Ming, do you know where this place is? Who permitted you to bring a stranger here?" The bodyguard demanded haughtily. Taken aback by the remark, the bodyguard retorted disdainfully, "Aren't you the only son? What do you mean, sister? Do not even think about bringing strangers in. This is Lu family estate, not a place for just anyone to enter. If you wish to bring her, you must first seek the master's permission." The bodyguard then erupted into laughter, mocking, "Fang Ming, you truly have some nerve. Understand this. This is the Lu family estate, and what connection do you have here? Your standing in the Lu family is even inferior to that of a dog." With that, he gestured towards a hunting dog confined in a nearby cage, sneering, "That dog can at least hunt and guard the house. It far surpasses you. A mere waste." Fang Ming had anticipated the bodyguard's hostility, yet his luck had taken a turn for the worse, encountering the bodyguard of Lu Tianao. Just then, Lu Yuyan appeared. Upon seeing the young mistress, the bodyguard instantly altered his previously arrogant demeanor and respectfully stated, "Miss, Fang Ming is attempting to bring this stranger into our home, claiming she is his sister. This girl is plainly a beggar with an unknown background. As a bodyguard of the Lu family, I must ensure the security of our premises and cannot allow them entry." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyan furrowed her brow and inquired of Fang Ming, "Is this true?" Fang Ming nodded, his expression remaining remarkably neutral. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuyan replied coolly, "Very well, do not obstruct them, allow them to enter." Even Lu Yuyan had spoken up, leaving the bodyguards with no choice but to permit Fang Ming and his companion to enter. In truth, the management of the Lu family estate was not as stringent as it appeared. The bodyguards were merely targeting Fang Ming. Observing this, Fang Ming confidently led Qing into the manor. Upon seeing their figures, Lu Yuyin furrowed her brow, but without further contemplation, she turned and entered. Once Lu Yuyin had departed, the bodyguards finally exhaled in relief, launching into fervent discussions. That lad is utterly audacious. He actually brought another woman home. Indeed. But why did the young lady allow them entry? How could I have overlooked that implication? It seems Fang Ming is indeed quite bold, practically a beast. As they spoke, the bodyguards felt a surge of indignation, even developing a tinge of sympathy for Qing. In reality, their feelings towards Fang Ming were merely a blend of envy and resentment. Not only did he have the privilege of becoming a member of the Lu family, enjoying a lifetime of affluence, but he also seemed unbothered by his wife regarding any extramarital affairs. Such a life was almost too good to be true. Lu Yuyin hastily caught up with Fang Ming and Qing, blocking their path. Wait, Fang Ming, I have something to ask you. Fang Ming paused and replied coolly, go ahead. Lu Yuyin appeared hesitant, finally asking, didn't you get beaten up yesterday? I recall you had bruises on your face. How come there is not a trace of them now? How did you manage that? As she spoke, Lu Yuyin leaned in closer to examine him intently. Her curiosity was entirely reasonable. After all, Fang Ming had endured a brutal beating at the hands of Lin Meixiu and Lu Tian'ao just the day before, leaving him covered in injuries, including on his face. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a lengthy recovery period, potentially leaving scars. Yet, Fang Ming's wounds had vanished entirely, revealing his previously fair complexion. As she scrutinized him, Lu Yuyin felt a pang of jealousy. She had never noticed before, but now it struck her how remarkably smooth Fang Ming's skin was, finer than that of many women. Reflecting on her own diligent skincare routine that didn't team match his flawless complexion felt profoundly unfair. Fang Ming smiled subtly. Injuries? I've taken my fair share of hits. Haven't I? That's why I keep some effective remedies on hand to expedite healing. If you ever need any, feel free to ask. Though, I suppose my words are somewhat redundant. After all, who would dare lay a hand on you, Miss Lu? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyin felt slightly embarrassed. Yet she did not fully believe Fang Ming's claim. Aware of the grievances he faced within the Lu household, she refrained from pressing further. Fang Ming stated calmly, since Miss Lu is fine, I shall take my leave. With that, he took Qing's hand and departed, leaving Lu Yuyin in a state of bewilderment. Watching Fang Ming's retreating figure, Lu Yuyin frowned, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Although they had been married for 3 years, she hardly understood Fang Ming, despite their outward appearance as a couple. Thus, she remained uncertain about how to approach him. Upon reflecting on these matters, Lu Yuyin let out a deep sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Regardless of the circumstances, her relationship with Fang Ming was destined to remain limited. Soon after, Fang Ming led Lu Yuyin to a modest little tile-roofed house within the estate. It appeared quite simple, yet fortunately, it was habitable. This had been Fang Ming's residence in the past, but he had since moved to the caretaker's quarters, leaving this place vacant. Considering that Qing was a girl, Fang Ming felt it inappropriate to have her stay with him. Thus he reluctantly settled her here. However, Qing bore no disdain for the arrangement, as she had been homeless prior to meeting Fang Ming, often forced to wander the streets. Upon hearing Qing's plight, Fang Ming felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He could hardly believe that this seemingly delicate young girl had endured such hardships. Without uttering a word, Fang Ming began to tidy up the little house, with Qing assisting him. Brother Fang Ming, who was that beautiful elder sister just now? Why did you call her Miss Lu? Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. In response, Fang Ming offered a resigned smile. Well, we share a marital bond. Upon hearing this, Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, what? That elder sister is your wife? But why does your relationship seem so distant? The couples I see on television appear so affectionate. After making the bed, Fang Ming stood up and replied, Qing, you need not concern yourself with these matters. How does this bed suit you? Qing sensed the tension between Fang Ming and Lu Yuyin, perhaps due to some special circumstances, but since Fang Ming was unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from probing further. By nightfall, the two had finally organized the little house. Although it bore a humble exterior, under Fang Ming and Qing's diligent efforts, the interior was quite pleasant, equipped with various necessities. Having missed mealtime, Fang Ming prepared some dishes on the outdoor stove beside the house, and the two enjoyed their dinner cheerfully. At that moment, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Fang Ming glanced up slightly to see Lu Tian'ao arriving with his subordinates. Lu Tian'ao promptly overturned their dining table, causing considerable chaos before finally speaking. Useless trash. I did not expect you to be so bold as to scheme behind my back. Having grown accustomed to Lu Tianao's provocations, Fang Ming remained unfazed. However, Qingqing was startled, retreating behind Fang Ming and clutching his clothing tightly. Fang Ming calmly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Lu Tianao scoffed before hurling a string of insults. "You really are putting on quite the act. I knew you must have said something to my father. Otherwise, would he have suddenly lost his temper?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming finally understood. It seemed that Lu Jinxiong had learned of Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao's actions in seizing the shop that rightfully belonged to Fang Ming, which had incited his anger towards them. Lu Tianao assumed Fang Ming had informed Lu Jinxiong, hence his disruptive entrance. Fang Ming chose not to clarify the situation. Regardless of Lu Tianao's unwavering conviction of his culpability, any further explanation would merely be perceived as a feeble attempt at evasion. Lu Tianao would undoubtedly continue to create trouble for him, prompting Fang Ming to refrain from wasting his breath. "You insolent brat, what if you inform my father? Let me clarify. I, Lu Tianao, am the rightful heir of the Lu family, while you, Fang Ming, are nothing more than a mere beast, unworthy even of a dog. Do you truly believe you can best me?" Fang Ming chose to ignore Lu Tianao, instead urging Qingqing to enter the house, as the situation was rather intricate, and he wished to shield her from harm. It was only then that Lu Tianao finally noticed Qingqing, and with a vicious glare, he inquired, "Who is she?" "She is my sister," Fang Ming replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianao paused momentarily before his expression morphed into one of mockery. "Fang Ming, you've been with our Lu family for 3 years. How is it that I was unaware of your sister's existence? I didn't realize you were so brazen. Not only have you been enjoying our hospitality all these years, but now you've brought along a little girl. You truly have a knack for living off others." Fang Ming frowned in response, countering, "Speak plainly, what do you want from me?" "Very well, I shall not waste more words with you. The matter I require is quite simple. You must go to my father and clarify that you voluntarily relinquished the shop. As long as my father believes you, I shall cease to trouble you. How does that sound?" At this, Fang Ming chuckled coldly. "Young Master Lu, do not forget that the shop has always been an asset of the Lu family and is of no concern to me. Since you are the heir, do you truly fear that the family head would not grant you the shop?" In response, Lu Tianao shouted irritably, "Do not speak so much nonsense. If I command you to go, then go. Let me make this clear. If you refuse, I shall cast both you and this little beggar out onto the streets to fend for yourselves." Fang Ming gazed coldly at Lu Tianao. "Young Master Lu, my sister has not provoked you. There is no need for such hostility. If you wish for me to leave the Lu family, so be it. You can simply write a letter of relinquishment, and my sister and I will depart willingly." Lu Tianao queried with displeasure, "Ha, Fang Ming, you certainly possess a boldness. Do you not? Are you attempting to threaten me?" "Threatening you would be an exaggeration. However, I do speak the truth. While you may wish to expel me, I have no objection. But why direct such ire toward my sister? She is merely a child in her teens and has not offended you in any way. I reiterate, once I obtain your written consent, or if your sister willingly divorces me, we shall have no further ties." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianao fell silent. He had always desired to rid himself of Fang Ming, yet he could not persuade Lu Jinxiong, who insisted that Fang Ming remain with the Lu family. Chapter 22. Keeping Promises. Yet, Lu Jinxiong had never shown any concern for Fang Ming nor intervened in the bullying he faced from Lu Tianao and others. Perhaps Lu Jinxiong had been observing all along, albeit discreetly. However, as long as Lu Jinxiong remained silent, no one could hope to expel Fang Ming. Just as with the shop, Lu Jinxiong insisted on transferring it to Fang Ming, a decision that left the entire Lu family perplexed, yet none could sway him. Should Fang Ming depart from this place, it would greatly benefit Lu Tianao. However, once Lu Tianao sought to expel Fang Ming, it would be tantamount to openly opposing Lu Jinxiong. In light of this, Lu Tianao could only perceive Fang Ming as someone who, relying on Lu Jinxiong's favoritism, brazenly threatened him. The mere thought of this ignited Lu Tianao's fury. "You little brat, do you think I am unaware of your petty tricks? Although I may not be able to drive you away, I shall not permit this mysterious little beggar to reside in our Lu family. By your demeanor, it appears my sister has forbidden you from approaching her, leaving you in a state of desperate longing. Is it? To think that someone of your age would resort to such measures is truly perverse. Nevertheless, I shall not concern myself with your trivial matters. Let me reiterate, you must clarify matters with my father by tomorrow. Otherwise, I will undoubtedly find a way to ensure your expulsion." With that, Lu Tianao stormed off in a fit of rage. Once they departed, Qingqing still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. With tear-filled eyes, she turned to Fang Ming and, filled with remorse, inquired, "Brother Fang Ming, I seem to have caused you trouble. I had no idea your circumstances here were so dire. Had I known sooner, I would not have insisted on your sheltering me. Even if I were to wander the streets, I would never wish for you to endure such humiliation." Fang Ming smiled gently, offering comfort. "Qingqing, this is not your fault. That individual has long since turned against me, targeting me for years. I have grown accustomed to it." Upon hearing this, Qingqing felt even more distressed. "Brother Fang Ming, have they bullied you for several years? But why do they treat you so cruelly? You have done nothing wrong." Fang Ming pondered for a moment, uncertain of how to elucidate the matter. He ultimately shook his head and replied, "This is a matter for adults. Children need not concern themselves with it. Some individuals derive pleasure from tormenting others, and it is entirely normal to find such individuals difficult to comprehend." After tidying up the aftermath, Fang Ming felt utterly exhausted, even succumbing to a brief slumber. However, it was not long before he awoke, discovering that Qingqing had already fallen asleep. He covered her with a blanket, but found himself wide awake. He had sensed it earlier. Ever since acquiring supernatural abilities, his eyes had undergone a transformation, and a spiritual energy now coursed through his body. Fang Ming's physique had also grown increasingly robust, brimming with vitality. In a moment of ennui, Fang Ming sat by the window, gazing vacantly at the ancestral jade pendant. Under the moonlight, the pendant emanated a faint glow. Exuding en enchanté. Could it be that all these fortuitous events stemmed from this jade pendant? How extraordinary! Might I be the first to uncover its secrets? Fang Ming pondered, incredulous at the thought, yet these events had undeniably transpired. Regardless, this presented a considerable advantage for him. As time passed, Fang Ming began to feel fatigued, his eyelids growing heavy. He shook his head vigorously, striving to remain alert. Perhaps he was simply too weary today, and with it being Qingqing's first day here, he was reluctant to leave her alone. The bed was quite spacious, so Fang Ming lay down at the edge, soon drifting into a deep slumber. After he fell asleep, the jade pendant suddenly radiated golden light, flowing like water, only to vanish without a trace. As Fang Ming slumbered, he felt an unparalleled comfort and was enveloped in a delightful dream. The following morning, when he awoke, daylight had already graced the world. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, he suddenly noticed an unwavering gaze beside him. Turning his head, he found Qingqing intently staring at him. In truth, she was captivated by the jade pendant adorning Fang Ming's chest. Upon realizing he was awake, she cheerfully greeted him. "Good morning, Brother Fang Ming." He had fallen asleep here the previous day due to sheer exhaustion. Now, fully awake and aware of the impropriety of sharing a bed, Fang Ming hastily rose, feeling somewhat awkward. "Brother Fang Ming, what's wrong?" she inquired. "By the way, I noticed that jade pendant you wear. It's quite beautiful. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, then inquired astonishedly, "Really? You've truly seen this jade pendant?" Qingqing pondered carefully before shaking her head. "I just think it looks somewhat familiar. I may have encountered a similar type of jade pendant before, but I can't recall any specifics." Fang Ming was astounded. This pendant was an ancestral treasure of the Fang family, embellished with peculiar totems, undoubtedly an important emblem. How could there be such a similar pendant available in the market? "Qingqing, think again. Are you certain it resembles this pendant? Is it the same color and shape?" Qingqing contemplated. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, but it does seem familiar, which is why I was so captivated by it just now." After hearing this, Fang Ming fell into silence. Whether in the past or present, he sensed an added layer of mystery surrounding Qingqing. This girl was certainly extraordinary. "It's nothing. Let's go have breakfast first, then we can explore outside." Fang Ming affectionately ruffled Qingqing's hair, encouraging her to rise and dress. "Okay," she exclaimed cheerfully as she hopped out of bed and promptly tidied up the bedding. After breakfast, Fang Ming led Qingqing on a leisurely stroll around the estate. As they admired the imposing villas and various beautiful landscapes within the estate, Qingqing couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fang Ming, where are you taking me?" Gently holding her hand, Fang Ming explained in a hushed tone, "Last night, Lu Tian'ao came to trouble me regarding an old shop belonging to the Lu family. The family head intended to hand it over to me, but I have no interest in it. I should speak to the family head. Otherwise, that fellow will undoubtedly pester me daily, and I would be utterly exasperated." Upon hearing this, Qingqing recalled Lu Tian'ao's words from yesterday and felt a pang of guilt. "Brother Fang Ming, is it because of me? If I hadn't come, you wouldn't be facing such difficulties, right?" Fang Ming shook his head helplessly and reassured her, Ching, this is not your fault. Even if you hadn't visited the Liu family, Liu Tian Ao wouldn't have spared me. Moreover, I was never interested in managing the shop. I prefer a life of freedom. After all, it's the Liu family's shop, and it has no connection to me, so I have no inclination to oversee it. In fact, this way, I can avoid a great deal of trouble. After hearing this, Ching finally regained her smile. Yet she remained perplexed. Clearly, Fang Ming had endured considerable grievances here. Why did he not depart from the Liu family? Nevertheless, being a woman herself, Ching, though still young, could distinctly sense that Liu Yuyan's attitude towards Fang Ming was rather exceptional. One could even say it was a form of concern. The reason for this, Fang Ming explained, was due to a promise he had made to an elderly gentleman to remain within the Liu household for 5 years. Having made a commitment, he felt it was imperative not to abandon it lightly. This was his principle in life. However, he noted that she was still young and perhaps did not comprehend such matters, thus advising her not to inquire too deeply. Ching nodded, refraining from further questions. As Liu Tianao and Ching entered a corridor, they observed the butler hastily exiting. Upon spotting Fang Ming, he promptly declared, "Fang Ming, the master is seeking you. You must hurry." With that, the butler departed without further ado. The demeanor of the household towards Fang Ming had always been thus, and he had grown accustomed to it. Upon arriving at Liu Jinxiong's study, Fang Ming found the master engrossed in a book, a cup of fragrant, steaming tea resting on the table. Noticing Fang Ming's arrival, Liu Jinxiong set his book aside without uttering a word, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Fang Ming, compelled to break the silence, addressed him as master. Liu Jinxiong merely nodded, responding with a nonchalant "MHM." His tone carried a hint of reproach, yet Fang Ming remained unfazed and inquired, "Master, that shop must be the most prosperous among the Liu family's enterprises, correct?" Liu Jinxiong nodded in acknowledgement. Fang Ming continued, "In that case, I believe I am ill-suited to take over that establishment. It would be far better to entrust it to young Master Liu. This would provide him with an opportunity to hone his business acumen. Wouldn't that be a mutually beneficial arrangement?" Chapter 23, An Uninvited Guest. However, to Fang Ming's surprise, Liu Jinxiong unhesitatingly refused his proposal. "No." With a resigned expression, Fang Ming replied, "Moreover, I believe you are well aware of my standing within the Liu family and my reputation outside. If I were to take over the shop, it might very well lead to greater losses." Recognizing that Fang Ming genuinely wished to avoid assuming control of the establishment, and that his reasoning was not without merit, Liu Jinxiong fell into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze to Fang Ming and stated solemnly, "It is still not permissible. Regardless of the circumstances, that shop has already been entrusted to you. How you manage it is of no concern to me, nor do I wish to know. Even if the shop were to fail under your stewardship, it would only affect your own interests and not ours." Fang Ming was taken aback by Liu Jinxiong's words. The master evidently held a low opinion of him, yet insisted on entrusting the shop to him. What could possibly be the rationale behind this? Moreover, judging by Liu Jinxiong's demeanor, Fang Ming appeared to be the sole candidate for this responsibility. "Fang Ming, that shop is now yours. No one may lay claim to it lightly. Should anyone dare to trouble you, you may report it to me, and I will assist you." Still astonished, Fang Ming prepared to counter when Liu Jinxiong casually reopened his book, saying with an air of detachment, "I have conveyed all I needed to say. You may leave now. Regarding the shop, while the management is your responsibility, I sincerely hope you treat it well and avoid any mishaps." Since Liu Jinxiong has voiced his opinion, Fang Ming finds himself at a loss for words. After all, he truly does not know how to refute such a statement. Once outside, Fang Ming, accompanied by Ching, walked in another direction, deeply contemplating Liu Jinxiong's recent remarks. As fate would have it, they encountered Liu Tianao midway. Ching, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Fang Ming, look, it's that villain again." Fang Ming raised his gaze and locked eyes with Liu Tianao. Liu Tianao swaggered over, smugly inquiring, "So, when do you intend to fulfill the task I assigned you last night?" In response, Fang Ming let out a long sigh, stating, "I have already consulted the head of the family, but he insists that I take over that shop. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with him yourself." Upon hearing this, Liu Tianao was consumed with rage. If eyes could kill, Fang Ming would have perished countless times already. Truly pathetic, unable to manage such a trivial matter. He certainly lives up to his reputation as a useless individual. Fang Ming offered no rebuttal, merely replying coldly, "I have done as you asked." Yet the family head refuses to change his mind. Can you blame me? If you desire that shop so fervently, why not negotiate with the family head yourself instead of troubling me? Lu Tianao was momentarily silenced by Fang Ming's retort. Not wishing to squander any more time, Fang Ming prepared to leave with Qingqing. Lu Tianao, begrudgingly staring at Fang Ming's retreating figure, shouted, "Fang Ming, do not celebrate too soon. Mark my words, I will acquire that shop by any means necessary." Fang Ming paid him no mind, continuing on his way. Qingqing could not help but interject, "Brother Fang Ming, I've noticed that villain always yells and makes a scene like a mad dog." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming chuckled softly. "Your description is quite apt. However, let us refrain from insulting him behind his back." "I'm not afraid of him at all. I've long seen through him. He is merely a bully who preys on the weak." Qingqing asserted boldly. "Regardless, I don't take it to heart. After all, he is the young master of the Lu family, while I am merely his son-in-law. Our statuses are inherently different." Initially sympathetic towards Fang Ming's plight, Qingqing felt relieved upon seeing his indifference to the situation. Fang Ming raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I have no interest in the shop's affairs. Since I have some free time today, let me buy you a few outfits. I imagine your current attire is quite uncomfortable." After leaving the Lu residence, Fang Ming and Qingqing took a taxi to the most bustling commercial street in Qinzhou. This street is usually thronged with people, boasting a plethora of shops, including many offering exquisite foreign goods. Once they arrived, Fang Ming and Qingqing wandered about aimlessly. Along the way, Qingqing gazed around, captivated by the dazzling array of merchandise. It seemed that only the unimaginable could not be found here. There was nothing they didn't sell. As she marveled at the sights, Qingqing joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Fang Ming, this street is so lively, there are so many people." Fang Ming gently ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "After we finish shopping for clothes, I'll treat you to some delicious food." They made their way to the largest shopping mall on the commercial street, which was filled with a myriad of clothing stores, dazzling passers-by with its splendid array of merchandise. Although still a child, Qingqing had already developed a penchant for shopping, darting about with unbridled energy as if fatigue were a foreign concept. After browsing for a while, Fang Ming led Qingqing to the top-floor lobby, encouraging her to try on outfits without concern for the cost. Ecstatic, Qingqing raced through the store, eagerly trying on her favorite styles and modeling them for Fang Ming. Without hesitation, he purchased everything she selected, his arms laden with numerous bags. Feeling satisfied, Qingqing thought that with so many clothes, she would have more than enough. At that moment, she was dressed in a newly acquired white mini-skirt and a pair of adorable boots, looking notably more vibrant. A natural beauty, her charming features were enhanced by her thoughtful attire. Fang Ming instructed Qingqing to wait in the rest area while he procured a variety of delectable treats, and they both indulged enthusiastically. Qingqing seemed to revel in the bustling atmosphere, her excitement palpable. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she pointed in a direction, exclaiming to Fang Ming, "Look over there, Brother Fang Ming. Isn't that sister your wife? She is here too." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, but when he turned to look, he indeed spotted Lu Yuyan. Lu Yuyan was approaching alongside a young man clad in a sharp suit and another woman. The man was tall and handsome, standing out distinctly in the crowd. Besides Lu Yuyan, the other young woman was also quite attractive. The trio attracted the attention of many onlookers as they strolled. Fang Ming recognized the woman beside Lu Yuyan. She was her friend, Zheng Xiaolu. Noticing Fang Ming's momentary distraction, Qingqing piped up, "Brother Fang Ming, should we call that big sister over?" With that, she started to move, but Fang Ming swiftly intervened, gently guiding her back to her seat. Once seated, Qingqing looked puzzled and asked, "Brother Fang Ming, why aren't you greeting that sister?" Fang Ming waved his hand with a smile. "Qingqing, you're still young and may not understand the complexities of adult relationships. In truth, she and I are merely a couple in name, with no connection beyond that. We are, in essence, the closest of strangers." Upon hearing this, Qingqing lowered her head, appearing somewhat disheartened. Why not? Is that big sister a bad person too? She had an inexplicable fondness for Lu Yuyan, believing she couldn't possibly be malicious. However, upon noticing the young man beside Lu Yuyan, Qingqing frowned in distaste and remarked, "That man is so annoying. His gaze is unsettling. He surely can't be a good person." Chapter 24, A Tearing of Facade. Listening to Qingqing's candid critique, Fang Ming could only shake his head with a wry smile, his expression shifting subtly. Despite the fact that Lu Yuyan and Fang Ming were merely a couple in name, Fang Ming, as a man, felt a sense of discomfort watching his nominal wife draw so close to a stranger. Lu Yuyan and her companions eventually reached the resting area, where they independently sought out seats, oblivious to Fang Ming and Qingqing. Once seated, Lu Yuyin turned to the side and inquired of Zhang Xiaolu. Did you not say you want to take me shopping? Why have you brought a man along? Her gaze reflected a mixture of scrutiny and dissatisfaction. To her surprise, upon arriving at the designated location, she discovered that Zhang Xiaolu had brought an unfamiliar man. Had he been Zhang Xiaolu's partner, Lu Yuyin would not have minded excessively. A man's presence could prove beneficial, particularly in carrying items. However, after wandering for some time, Zhang Xiaolu failed to disclose the identity of this stranger, leaving Lu Yuyin feeling somewhat perturbed. Noticing Lu Yuyin's discomfort, Zhang Xiaolu grasped her hand with a radiant smile and said, Yuyin, do you remember the gentleman I mentioned before? Master Liang? This is him. He has taken quite an interest in you and has long wished to connect. Since you have some free time these days, I thought it would be wonderful to bring you out together to enjoy ourselves. Having more friends is never a bad thing. It was evident that there were ulterior motives at play. After Zhang Xiaolu's candid revelation, she began to subtly orchestrate a connection between Lu Yuyin and Liang Zhenghan. At that moment, Lu Yun's expression darkened, for she considered Zhang Xiaolu a good friend and refrained from severing ties outright, merely withdrawing her hand from Zhang Xiaolu's grasp. Feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Zhang Xiaolu attempted to lighten the mood by suggesting she would go buy some snacks, leaving Lu Yuyin and Liang Zhenghan to converse. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaolu departed, leaving Lu Yuyin and Liang Zhenghan alone. At this juncture, Liang Zhenghan dropped his pretense, gazing at Lu Yuyin with keen interest, and warmly greeted her. Miss Lu, hello, I am Liang Zhenghan. You may call me by my name. I caught a glimpse of you at a banquet previously and was instantly captivated. I had intended to seek you out after the event, but you left before I could. Thanks to Miss Zheng, we can rekindle our acquaintance. This was already a rather subtle rejection. However, Liang Zhenghan was not inclined to surrender so easily. With a charming smile, he replied, Miss Lu, you are being rather heartless. How can you deem it unnecessary without getting to know me first? Faced with Liang Zhenghan's relentless pursuit, Lu Yuyin felt compelled to clarify, Master Liang, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am married now and have a family. It is best we maintain a respectful distance. Initially, Liang Zhenghan feigned ignorance, but upon hearing Lu Yuyin's words, he could no longer contain himself and retorted angrily, What gives you the right? I am aware you are married. Yet I also know your husband is nothing but a useless man. A woman as exceptional as you. Why would you settle for such a worthless partner? Why? Perhaps realizing he had become overly agitated, Liang Zhenghan relaxed his tone and continued to persuade. Miss Lu, I know you cannot have willingly wed that inept fellow. Surely, you do not wish to endure a lifetime of suffering? Should you be concerned about appearances and find it difficult to broach the subject of divorce, I can certainly assist you. I possess the means to prompt that young man to depart from your life willingly, thus sparing you the discomfort of the situation. After uttering these words, Liang Zhenghan extended his hand, intending to grasp Lu Yuyin's. Lu Yuyin let out a cold laugh, successfully thwarting his intentions. She replied, icily, Young Master Liang, I believe that harassing a married woman does not quite align with your esteemed status. Does it? Liang Zhenghan, feeling quite pleased with himself, feigned concern for Lu Yuyin, yet his true motives were selfish. Lu Yuyin sighed deeply and calmly inquired, Young Master Liang, I believe you are under a misunderstanding? Liang Zhenghan, perplexed, could not comprehend Lu Yuyin's implication. After all, in the eyes of the world, Lu Yuyin was a remarkably beautiful woman, an unattainable goddess. Yet, this goddess had married a worthless man, inciting envy and resentment from any man, especially someone like Liang Zhenghan. Nevertheless, Lu Yuyin was exceedingly clear-headed. I did not willingly wed Fang Ming. Our union was decreed by my grandfather. Not even my father dared to defy my grandfather's wishes. Even though my grandfather is no longer living, I shall not contravene his desires. This is his last wish, and no member of the Lu family can oppose it. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenghan's expression darkened. Miss Lu, did your grandfather truly care for your happiness? He entrusted your future to such a worthless individual, without considering your feelings? I, Liang Zhenghan, can bring you happiness far beyond what that useless man could offer. If you were to be with me, I assure you would experience the utmost joy this world has to offer. As Liang Zhenghan elaborated vividly, Lu Yuyin coldly interrupted, Young Master Liang, I advise you to reconsider your thoughts and abandon this pursuit. With that, Lu Yuyin rose decisively, preparing to leave. Her resolve was unwavering. She saw no association with someone like Liang Zhenghan. Liang Zhenghan, taken aback by Lu Yuyin's stubbornness, found his expression shifting to one of frustration. Initially, he had endeavored to present himself as a gentleman to leave a favorable impression, But witnessing Lu Yuyin's steadfastness, he could no longer contain his agitation. With these thoughts in mind, Liang Zhenghan's demeanor darkened as he shouted angrily, "Stop right there!" Lu Yuyin, startled, turned to face him, and upon seeing his menacing expression, she scoffed. "On what grounds do you believe I would heed your commands? Ha ha! I have long since deduced your true nature. You cannot even maintain the facade. Liang Zhenghan, you would do well to abandon this pursuit." Lu Yuyin, equally enraged, saw Liang Zhenghan slump into his chair, overwhelmed by frustration. The gentlemanly image he had painstakingly crafted had now been laid bare. Hearing Lu Yuyin's scornful remarks, Liang Zhenghan felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. In a moment of desperation, he turned to Lu Yuyin and implored, "Miss Lu, please do not be angry. I was momentarily overwhelmed. I genuinely care for you. I do not wish to see you squander your life with such a worthless man. Do you not desire to pursue your own happiness?" Fearful that Lu Yuyin might not believe him, Liang Zhenghan approached her, striving to elucidate his intentions. Lu Yuyin harbored a profound wariness towards Liang Zhenghan, unable to restrain herself from retreating repeatedly. Observing the frosty expression on Lu Yuyin's face, along with Liang Zhenghan's eagerness to clarify, she deduced the tension at the scene, realizing a conflict had arisen between them. Consequently, she feigned reproach towards Liang Zhenghan, saying, "Oh dear, young Master Liang, what are you two up to? Can't everyone engage in a civil exchange? You're being rather hasty, scaring Yuyin in the process. Shouldn't you apologize promptly?" Upon hearing Zheng Xiaolu's words, Liang Zhenghan retorted coldly, "Zheng Xiaolu, spare me your pretense. Do you really think my temper is that forgiving?" The moment those words left his mouth, Zheng Xiaolu's demeanor shifted drastically, panic overwhelming her to the point where she struggled to articulate a response. Noticing Lu Yuyin's icy countenance, Liang Zhenghan's patience waned, and he irritably inquired, "Zheng Xiaolu, I can't believe I placed my trust in you. Did you not assure me, with unwavering confidence, that you knew Miss Lu well and could handle her? Just look at the current predicament." Chapter 25, A Devious Plot. Zheng Xiaolu's forehead glistened with cold sweat as she found herself caught between Liang Zhenghan's interrogation and Lu Yuyin's piercing gaze, feeling utterly trapped. In desperation, she hastily explained, "Yin, please don't hold this against me. I'm only concerned for you. Are you not all pained by marrying someone as worthless as Fang Ming?" At that moment, Lu Yuyin was impervious to any further discourse, unwilling to engage with Zheng Xiaolu. Although Lu Yuyin's relationship with Fang Ming lacked joy, she was a person of integrity, resolutely refusing to betray her marriage, even if it were merely nominal. Unbeknownst to Zheng Xiaolu, who assumed they were only in a disagreement, Liang Zhenghan had already discarded the pretense, and their relationship had irreparably deteriorated. After Lu Yuyin departed, Liang Zhenghan glared fiercely at Zheng Xiaolu, exclaiming in fury, "My patience has worn thin. I have no desire to continue this charade. Zheng Xiaolu, I am telling you, you must deliver Lu Yuyin to my bed tonight, no matter what means you employ, or else you shall not escape the debts you owe." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolu grew frantic, gritting her teeth as she replied, "Young Master Liang, please do not be too hasty. I will certainly assist you. However, it is rather late today. May I request an additional day? I promise to devise a way to lure Lu Yuyin to your bed by tomorrow night. Is that acceptable?" Seeing Zheng Xiaolu's earnest demeanor, Liang Zhenghan's ire somewhat abated, and he coolly stated, "Remember what you have said today. Otherwise, you shall be in for a reckoning." With a final menacing remark, Liang Zhenghan strode away with an air of arrogance. Zheng Xiaolu, feeling a wave of relief, collapsed into a chair, her back soaked with perspiration. "Yin, please do not blame me. I am merely a victim of circumstance." Not long after, Zheng Xiaolu also took her leave. Fang Ming and Qingqing remained in place, having witnessed the entire spectacle unfold. After watching the drama, Qingqing could not help but inquire, "Brother Fang, did you not just tell me that they were merely strangers? Why are you so concerned about others?" Upon hearing these words, Fang Ming felt a surge of fluster. He feigned composure and retorted, "Children should not speak nonsense. I have no concern for him whatsoever." Qingqing chuckled softly and confidently remarked, "Brother Fang Ming, I have been observing you for quite some time. You just stole glances that way several times. Why not admit it?" Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively and explained, "There's a splendid show unfolding. Why not watch it? I harbor no ulterior motives." Noticing Fang Ming's stubbornness, Qingqing pressed on, "But what if that sister encounters an unforeseen event? Would you stand idly by, Brother Fang Ming?" Due to the distance, Fang Ming could not fully discern their conversation. Moreover, He had been lost in his own thoughts and paid little attention to Liang Zhenghan and Zheng Xiaolu's dialogue. Hearing Qingqing's statement, he felt a pang of confusion. What do you mean? Did you overhear something? However, she was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and no one in the entirety of Qinzhou would dare allow her to come harm. Qingqing nodded proudly. Indeed, my hearing is quite sharp. I caught wind of some crucial information. Those two harbor ill intentions. They plan to covertly target Sister Lu. At this, Fang Ming furrowed his brow and inquired, "Pray tell?" Sensing Fang Ming's concern, Qingqing triumphantly declared, "See, you claim you do not care for Sister Lu. The man is named Liang Zhenghan. He has designs on Sister Lu, but she maintains her integrity and wishes to avoid such individuals. The woman is Zheng Xiaolu. It seems she has agreed to meet Sister Lu tomorrow to assist Liang Zhenghan in his nefarious plans, as she owes him money." Fang Ming was taken aback by the revelation. He never anticipated Qingqing's keen hearing would capture such a comprehensive account of their conversation. Coupled with previous events, he found himself even more intrigued by Qingqing's origins and background. Noticing Fang Ming's puzzled expression, Qingqing whispered, "Brother Fang Ming, why do you gaze at me like that? It's a rather peculiar look, as if you wish to devour me." Fang Ming suppressed his serious demeanor and offered a few vague responses. At this moment, Qingqing's matters were of little importance. Having learned of such critical information, he could not disregard Lu Yuyan. "Qingqing, are you certain this information is accurate?" "Absolutely. I assure you it is correct." Fang Ming shook his head in resignation and then asked with profound significance, "Qingqing, how could you hear those individuals so clearly from such a distance?" Qingqing shook her head helplessly. I do not know. I truly cannot remember anything." Observing Qingqing's innocent expression, Fang Ming chose not to press further. He had long suspected that he would uncover no answers, yet he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Fortunately, regardless of Qingqing's mysterious abilities, she always behaved quite obediently in his presence, which provided him with some solace. Having finished their meal, Fang Ming took the new clothes he had purchased that day and left the place with Qingqing. As they strolled down the commercial street, they unexpectedly encountered Zheng Xiaolu, who appeared anxious, glancing around restlessly as if awaiting someone. Upon encountering Fang Ming, Zheng Xiaolu exhibited a hint of surprise, quickly replaced by disdain as she inquired, "Fang Ming, what brings you here?" Unable to counter Fang Ming's presence with words, she resorted to an outburst. "Bah, what right do you have to be here?" In truth, Zheng Xiaolu was perturbed. She feared that Fang Ming had followed Lu Yuyan and might have witnessed the recent events. Should Fang Ming divulge these matters to Lu Yuyan, her nefarious schemes would be thwarted. "Speak the truth. Did you follow Yuyan here? How twisted can you be? You're nothing short of stalker." Seeing Zheng Xiaolu distort the truth, Fang Ming furrowed his brow, recalling what Qingqing had just revealed to him. His expression turned sour, and his eyes were filled with a frosty glare. He even contemplated eliminating the venomous Zheng Xiaolu right then and there. Noticing the murderous intent in Fang Ming's gaze, Zheng Xiaolu felt a surge of panic and involuntarily retreated. Yet, unwilling to lose her composure before him, she shouted from a distance, "Fang Ming, you had better not look at me like that. It's broad daylight. If you dare, make a move." Fang Ming, incensed, responded with a sardonic smile, "Zheng Xiaolu, at the very least, Lu Yuyan still considers you a friend. If you betray her trust, retribution will surely follow." Zheng Xiaolu, already feeling guilty, grew increasingly anxious at Fang Ming's words, fearing he might uncover her secret with Liang Zhenghan. Nevertheless, she refused to show weakness in front of him. With a stern countenance, she coldly declared, "You insolent brat, stop spouting nonsense, or I won't let you off easily." Having spoken, the overly anxious Zheng Xiaolu seized the opportunity to flee, terrified that Fang Ming might perceive any hint of her treachery. Yet, to Fang Ming, Zheng Xiaolu's face betrayed her inner turmoil. It seemed clear that Qingqing's information was indeed accurate. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qingqing asked, "Brother Fang Ming, what should we do now?" "We need not concern ourselves. It is of no relevance to us," Fang Ming replied, shaking his head with indifference. Upon hearing this, Qingqing smiled subtly to herself and refrained from further questioning. Fang Ming, growing impatient, asked, "What is it? What do you intend to do today?" The bodyguards, undeterred by Fang Ming, responded with mockery. "Fang Ming, though you are less than a mere dog, you still hold the title of the young lady's husband. We might allow you entry, but this girl is absolutely forbidden." Chapter 26. Departing the Lu residence. Observing the bodyguard's arrogant demeanor, Fang Ming quickly deduced that this was likely the doing of Lu Tian'o. He retorted coldly, "Is Lu Tian'o simply bored and looking for trouble again?" At this, The bodyguards bristled with irritation. "Oh, so our young master's name is something you can utter? How audacious you are." They continued, "We do not wish to complicate matters for you. After all, even if you are a dog, you are still a dog of the Liu family. However, you have no right to bring unrelated strangers into the Liu residence. We are not a shelter." Hearing them insult Qingqing so brazenly, Fang Ming could no longer contain his rage, clenching his fists and preparing to teach them a lesson. However, before he could throw a punch, Qingqing stopped him. With an anxious expression, she implored, "Brother Fang Ming, please don't act impulsively. It's all right if I don't go in. I don't want you to suffer because of me." Seeing Qingqing's understanding demeanor, Fang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. He gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Qingqing, you wait by that car for me. I will come to find you shortly." Qingqing nodded obediently and walked over. The bodyguard appeared quite pleased. Upon entering the estate, Fang Ming quickly emerged with a package in hand. The bodyguards were taken aback, assuming he intended to leave the Liu family. Ignoring them, Fang Ming approached Qingqing with a smile and said, "Let us go. If we're not going in, then we shall find another place." Qingqing smiled and nodded, taking Fang Ming's hand as they departed together. The bodyguard were left in stunned silence, fervently discussing among themselves. "No way. That kid can't be seriously running away from home, right? What on earth has he taken? To abandon the comforts of living off the Liu family? He truly lacks awareness." "Perhaps not. I have a feeling Fang Ming seems different now. Is it just my illusion? Indeed, he has changed, huh? He has become audacious enough to offend our young master. Clearly, he is courting trouble." On the way out, Fang Ming remained silent, and Qingqing softly spoke, "Brother Fang Ming, it's all my fault. It's because of me that you have to leave home." Fang Ming sighed deeply and shook his head, saying, "Do not blame yourself. It is not because of you. The Liu family was never truly my home. These years, I have felt like a bird trapped in a cage, deprived of freedom." Qingqing asked with curiosity, "If that is the case, why didn't you leave sooner?" Fang Ming explained slowly, "As I mentioned before, I made a promise to Liu Yin's grandfather. I committed to stay with the Liu family for 5 years, and I cannot leave before that period ends. Alas, though it is for the sake of keeping a promise, it must be incredibly distressing for you. Why did you all agree to such terms?" Fang Ming replied with a faint smile, "It's all right. There are only 2 years left. I will fulfill my obligations." Hearing this, Qingqing immediately brightened. "That villain deserves to be punished. Let's not dwell on unhappy matters. Now that we've left the Liu family, let us quickly find a place to stay." Though the Liu estate appeared opulent, Qingqing did not like it. There was an oppressive atmosphere that pervaded the surroundings. Ever since Fang Ming rescued her, Qingqing had resolved to follow him wherever he went, never to part ways. Fang Ming pondered for a moment, and then took Qingqing to the antique city, intending to rent a place there. While searching for a residence, he happened to pass by the shop that had been taken over by Liu Tianao and his associates, only to discover it was tightly shut with no one in sight. Typically, antique shops thrive in the afternoon, yet they seemed disinterested in business. Observing the scene, Fang Ming shook his head and sighed, feeling that such a heritage-rich antique shop was being wasted. He did not ponder much and directly set out to find a house, only to serendipitously encounter Zhao Wanqing on this very street. "Fang Ming, what a coincidence! I never expected to see you here," Zhao Wanqing exclaimed with a bright smile as she grasped his arm. Surprised by her presence, Fang Ming returned her greeting with a smile and a nod. "Wanqing, hello." At that moment, Zhao Wanqing's gaze fell upon the little girl beside Fang Ming, sparking her curiosity. "Oh, this little girl is so adorable. Who is she?" "Hello, sister. I am Qingqing, and he is my brother," Qingqing cheerfully replied, pointing at Fang Ming. Hearing this, Zhao Wanqing leaned slightly forward, her smile widening as she addressed Qingqing. "Qingqing? What a lovely name. Nice to meet you." The little girl's politeness was striking, in stark contrast to her brother, who often wore a stern expression. As Zhao Wanqing spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Fang Ming. Fang Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, recalling his earlier cold demeanor. Noticing his silence, Zhao Wanqing chose not to dwell on it and inquired about their destination. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Wanqing was taken aback. "What? Renting a house? Aren't you living with the Liu family?" This revelation led Zhao Wanqing to reflect, sensing that something unfortunate had transpired between Fang Ming and the Liu family, perhaps instigated by the unexpected appearance of the little girl. With a smile, she said, "Wait a moment, let me make a quick phone call." Before Fang Ming could ask anything, Zhao Wanqing stepped aside to make her call. Recognizing that it would be impolite to leave while she was engaged on the phone, Fang Ming remained with Qingqing. Suddenly, Qingqing, filled with curiosity, asked, "Brother Fang Ming, That sister seems to have a crush on you. Taken aback, Fang Ming blinked and gently tapped Qing's head, teasingly saying, "You have quite the imagination, little one. You've misunderstood. Wanqing and I are merely old classmates. I helped her out not long ago, and we share a friendly rapport." "Old classmates?" Qing mused. "Indeed, don't think too much of it. We're just ordinary friends." Fang Ming replied with a resigned shake of his head. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing finished her call, beaming as she took Qing's hand. "Let us go." As Zhao Wanqing and Qing started walking ahead, Fang Ming lingered, his expression somewhat awkward. "Fang Ming, what are you doing? Hurry up, or you'll fall behind." Zhao Wanqing called back playfully, tilting her head with a smile. "I'm not concerned about your housing situation, but we can't let little Qing wander aimlessly, can we?" "Don't worry, you'll soon understand. I found a splendid place for you both." Reluctantly, Fang Ming followed Zhao Wanqing as they proceeded. Soon, Zhao Wanqing led them to the front of a historic residence. Fang Ming, astonished, exclaimed, "Wanqing, this can't be the place you mentioned, can it? Such a beautiful house. I certainly cannot afford it." Zhao Wanqing shot him a sidelong glance. "I never suggested you should buy it." Fang Ming was bewildered. "Then why have you brought us here?" "Never mind. You truly are a simpleton," Zhao Wanqing remarked, shaking her head in amusement. "Qing, let us depart. Do not mind that fellow." With those words, Zhao Wanqing led Qing into the ancient residence. Fang Ming, feeling exasperated, could only support his forehead, perplexed by Zhao Wanqing's intentions, and hastened to follow her. Upon entering the old mansion, Fang Ming observed the opulent decor, which suggested that this was no ordinary place. "Surely you are not intending to offer us this splendid abode free of charge?" Fang Ming thought, increasingly at a loss, as he was quite weary of Qing's cryptic hints. Subsequently, Zhao Wanqing and Qing began to meander through the mansion, with Fang Ming closely trailing behind. Throughout their exploration, Zhao Wanqing patiently elucidated various aspects to Qing. Fang Ming, utterly bewildered by the vastness of the mansion, felt almost dizzy from the experience. Finally, when they paused, he interjected, "Wanqing, do enlighten me. What exactly are you aiming to accomplish? Given the late hour, we cannot afford to delay our search for housing, lest we find ourselves homeless tonight." Chapter 27, Familial Discord. At these words, Zhao Wanqing could not help but chuckle. "Fang Ming, you cannot genuinely be unaware of my intentions, can you? Since I have brought you here, it is undoubtedly to allow you to reside in this very place." Taken aback, Fang Ming blinked in confusion and asked why. "I believe this is rather inappropriate." Qing, displaying a degree of cleverness, grasped Zhao Wanqing's meaning and clarified for Fang Ming. "Brother Fang Ming, Sister Wanqing is saying that this will be your home from now on. Do you not comprehend?" Pleased by Qing's assistance, Zhao Wanqing nodded approvingly. "Precisely. This little girl is quite astute." Fang Ming stood in utter disbelief, incredulously querying, "Wanqing, please do not jest with me. Why would you grant me such a magnificent residence?" Even after her explanation, Fang Ming remained baffled, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The mansion was exceedingly spacious, complete with both front and back gardens. In ancient times, such a dwelling would typically be reserved for the elite. Fang Ming felt overwhelmed by Zhao Wanqing's generosity and found it difficult to accept. Thus, he declined, "Wanqing, I cannot accept a gift without merit. I appreciate your kindness, but it is beyond my capacity to accept." He then turned to Qing, ready to seek lodging elsewhere. Observing Fang Ming's lack of understanding, Zhao Wanqing promptly intervened. "Fang Ming, I know your family is prosperous, but surely this is not necessary. To be frank, you and I are merely acquaintances. Bestowing upon me such an exceptional mansion is quite extravagant." Zhao Wanqing hastily clarified, "It is not an exaggeration, I assure you. When you accompanied me to the appraisal event and helped my grandfather thwart the schemes of several others, he was immensely gratified. You have done us a favor, and this mansion is my way of expressing gratitude." "This is still rather inappropriate. Such a reward seems excessively generous," Fang Ming protested, unwilling to accept. Zhao Wanqing continued to explain, "Why overthink it? I have long been aware of your difficulties within the Liu family, where you received no respect. Surely, it is for Qing's sake that you have completely severed ties with them and are now seeking a new residence." In order to reassure Fang Ming of her good intentions, Zhao Wanqing even vowed not to disclose any information regarding Fang Ming's whereabouts. "Previously, my grandfather had wished to express his gratitude to you, but you left in haste. Thus, this opportunity to properly thank you has arisen now." With Zhao Wanqing's insistence, Fang Ming's apprehensions diminished considerably. However, he still glanced at Qing beside him. Qing smiled and said, "Brother Fang Ming, why not accept her kindness? After all, other accommodations may not be as secure, and this place is quite convenient. Since Sister Wanqing is so well-meaning, you should graciously accept. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming sighed deeply. Turning to Zhao Wanqing, he reluctantly replied, "Very well, I appreciate your kindness. And I can stay here for the time being, but this residence is far too valuable for me to accept." Fang Ming continued to decline, which left Zhao Wanqing somewhat dissatisfied. She pouted, stating, "That will not do. This residence now belongs to you, Fang Ming. Make yourselves comfortable. I must take my leave." Subsequently, Zhao Wanqing smiled at Qingqing, saying, "Qingqing, you and your brother can rest assured in this place without any burden. I have matters to attend to, so I will leave you my phone number. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me. I will visit again soon. Farewell." After speaking, Zhao Wanqing departed. Once Zhao Wanqing had left, Qingqing smiled at Fang Ming and remarked, "Brother Fang Ming, see? I told you Sister Wanqing must have feelings for you." Fang Ming felt somewhat helpless and chuckled wryly. "You are still a child. You cannot possibly comprehend such matters." "Of course I understand. It is precisely because Sister Wanqing likes you that she wishes to care for you and has provided you with such a splendid residence," Qingqing replied, leaving Fang Ming speechless. He paused momentarily, then chose to dismiss such thoughts and decided to further explore the residence, familiarizing himself with his surroundings. At this very moment, within the Liu family estate, Liu Jinxiong sat in his study, glaring angrily at Liu To's subordinates, demanding, "Where on earth has that rascal gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Nonsense." Liu Jinxiong's fury escalated, causing Liu Tianao's subordinates to tremble in fear, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Lin Meishio and Liu Tianao arrived in haste, appearing entirely unconcerned. Lin Meishio entered the study, her expression one of confusion as she inquired, "What is the matter?" Liu Jinxiong let out a disdainful snort, his countenance reflecting his anger, especially directed at Liu Tianao, who was the source of his ire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Meishio cautiously asked, "Jinxiong, what is happening? Why are you so furious?" Liu Jinxiong's expression darkened as he coldly glared at Liu Tianao, stating, How can you even ask me? You should inquire about your precious son." Lin Meishio was utterly bewildered, having no inkling as to why Liu Jinxiong was incensed, and she feared Liu Tianao might be involved in some mischief, inciting Liu Jinxiong's wrath. With a helpless demeanor, Lin Meishio asked, "What has happened?" In response, Liu Jinxiong shook his head, sighed heavily, and coldly demanded, "Quickly tell me, where is he now?" Lin Meishio, still perplexed, replied, "Have you lost something or what?" "I'm not sure either." As she spoke, Lin Meishio felt a profound sense of grievance. Upon hearing those words, her anxious heart finally found respite. With a disdainful expression, she remarked, "So, it's that scoundrel Fang Ming. How could we possibly know where he is?" According to the household servants, he has recently been seen with a young girl, claiming she is his sister or something like that. Who knows? He could very well be engaged in some unsavory business outside. Silence. Who gave you the right to speak so recklessly? Before Lin Meishio could finish, Liu Jinxiong bellowed angrily, interrupting her. At that moment, Lin Meishio, feeling indignant, retorted, "Liu Jinxiong, have you lost your mind? That wretched boy Fang Ming runs amok, and it concerns us not at all? For the sake of that good-for-nothing, you unleash your fury upon us. Is that it? Who exactly is your true son?" Previously, Liu Jinxiong's insistence on entrusting the management of that shop to Fang Ming had already left Lin Meishio feeling discontented. She simply could not fathom why. At such a critical juncture, Liu Jinxiong would favor anyone over his biological son, Liu Tianao. Liu Jinxiong, indifferent to Lin Meishio's feelings, coldly countered, "Do you still have the audacity to speak? What do you and that little rascal usually get up to? Do you think I am unaware? With so many people in this family, it is because you two lead the way in bullying Fang Ming that even the servants dare to treat him so poorly. Are you not aware of the consequences of your own actions?" At these words, Lin Meishio's anger surged, and she shouted back, "Liu Jinxiong, what do you mean by that? Have you no intention of acknowledging me as your wife or Tianao as your son? I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. You rarely show concern for your wife and son. Yet you scold us because of that wretched boy. What is your true intent?" In the next moment, an infuriated Liu Jinxiong stood up and delivered a resounding slap across Lin Meishio's face, causing one side of her visage to swell immediately. "Lin Meishio, cease your prattle. Do not presume I am afraid to discipline you." Chapter 28. Turning against one's own, Liu Jinxiong's fury was terrifying, his gaze seemingly capable of inflicting harm. The force of his strike rendered Lin Meishio silent, too intimidated to utter another word. Observing this, Liu Yin felt a pang of distress, for Lin Meixiu was her mother. She stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Father, mother, please do not resort to such measures. Can't we discuss our issues calmly without resorting to violence?" Before Lu Zhenxiong could respond, Lin Meixiu, clutching her bruised cheek, began to weep bitterly. Seeing this, Lu Zhenxiong let out a cold snort and refrained from further comment. The atmosphere was heavy. Lin Meixiu wept incessantly. Lu Yiyin felt caught in a dilemma, and Lu Tenno stood there, utterly bewildered. At that moment, Lu Zhenxiong suddenly turned to the dazed Lu Tian'ao, perceiving him as nothing but a coward, which ignited his fury once more. At least Lu Yiyin had the courage to defend Lin Meixiu, yet Lu Tian'ao, the primary instigator of this turmoil, stood there like a limp noodle, not daring to utter a word. Lu Zhenxiong's anger flared as he berated Lu Tian'ao. "You are truly a worthless waste. All these years have been in vain." Lu Tian'ao was once again struck with fear, collapsing to the ground, and, with a distressed expression, implored, "Father, what have I done wrong?" Lu Zhenxiong had barely uttered a few words of reproach when Lu Tian'ao, already trembling, prostrated himself. This only served to infuriate Lu Zhenxiong further, who angrily retorted, "Do you still have the audacity to ask? Are you oblivious to the mess you have created?" Lu Tian'ao fell silent, at a loss for words, acutely aware that Lu Zhenxiong was still in a fury. Lu Zhenxiong pressed on with his interrogation. "Tell me, did you not drive Fang Ming away?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tian'ao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Fang Ming left our home?" Lu Zhenxiong glared coldly at Lu Tian'ao. "What pretense are you putting on? Do you think I am unaware of your usual antics?" This accusation struck a nerve in Lu Tian'ao, who felt a twinge of guilt, for he had indeed been the most ruthless towards Fang Ming in the household. "Father, I haven't done anything to him." Lu To desperately defended himself, recognizing that Lu Zhenxiong lacked solid evidence against him. Admitting guilt would be tantamount to inviting his own misery. Seeing Lu Tian'ao continue to deny his culpability, Lu Zhenxiong shook his head in dismay, his face etched with disappointment. Lu Tian'ao was Lu Zhenxiong's only son. Although he had always been disinterested in his studies and lacked any formidable abilities, it could be overlooked if he possessed a kind and honest disposition. However, Lu Tian'ao was not only ineffectual, but also a devious and contemptible character. Even when confronted, he refused to acknowledge his wrongdoings, displaying an astonishing lack of shame. Lu Zhenxiong seethed. "You think I'm unaware of the schemes you have orchestrated against Fang Ming? Lu Tian'ao, you are at least a man. How can you act without bearing the consequences?" It was evident that Lu Tian'ao felt guilty, having previously brazenly targeted Fang Ming without facing repercussions, leading them to escalate their actions. The unexpected scrutiny from Lu Zhenxiong now left Lu Tian'ao in a state of panic. Yet he clung to the belief that his actions were justified. After a moment of contemplation, he finally replied, "Father, it was Fang Ming's choice to leave. It has nothing to do with us. Should we have stopped him? Besides, he is nothing but a useless individual. If he departs, it merely alleviates the burden of supporting him. Isn't that a blessing?" Lu Zhenxiong retorted, "Do you still have the gall to speak? You have relentlessly targeted him, driving Fang Ming to this point, and now he has fled the household. Do you still believe you are blameless?" "Onyaojing, Liu Qianlao continued. What does it have to do with us? That boy is incompetent. Should we take the blame for his failures? Moreover, he was merely living off us. So what if we asked him to contribute a little?" As Lu Tian'ao obstinately refused to accept any wrongdoing, Lu Zhenxiong's expression grew increasingly grim. As the head of the family, Lu Zhenxiong could not afford to ignore the family's affairs. Not only Lu Zhenxiong, but every servant in the Lu household was aware of how Fang Ming was treated, suffering indignities worse than that of a mere dog. All of this was instigated by Lu Tian'ao and Lin Meixiu, who had set the tone for such treatment. Although there were indeed kind-hearted individuals who felt sympathy for Fang Ming and frequently offered him assistance, once Lin Meixiu and Lu Tian'ao became aware of this, those individuals faced retaliation. Consequently, no one dared to stand by Fang Ming's side thereafter, even if they did not actively bully him. They turned a blind eye to the grievances he suffered. Contemplating this, Lu Zhenxiong's anger intensified. "Well, you little rascal, you refuse to admit it, don't you? Today you have driven Fang Ming away. Do you intend to expel both me and Yu Yin next, transforming the entire Lu family into your domain? It's truly unimaginable. I, Lu Zhenxiong, have always prided myself on my integrity, yet I find myself burdened with such a wife and son. What a disgrace to the Lu family. Do not think I am unaware. The young girl Fang Ming brought along was also subjected to your bullying, even being denied entry. Is that not so? Lin Meishio paid little heed to Lu Jinxiong's words, merely perceiving it as a fleeting moment of anger that would soon pass. When Fang Ming's sister was mentioned, Lu Tianao scoffed. Dad, surely you know that Fang Ming is an only child? When did he acquire a sister? No one has seen that girl, and we are unaware of her identity. How could we allow her entry so easily? What if she is here to conspire with Fang Ming? I was merely prioritizing the safety of our home by not permitting that girl inside. However, I did not prevent Fang Ming from leaving. He chose to depart on his own. Upon hearing Lu Tenao's defense, Lu Jinxiong was incensed, unable to suppress a coughing fit that rendered his speech faltering. Observing this, Lu Yuyin felt a pang of sympathy and quickly patted Lu Jinxiong's back, urging, Dad, please do not let anger overwhelm you. What if it jeopardizes your health? Lu Jinxiong, panting and coughing, continued to glare at Lu Tianao, coldly stating, You insolent wretch. Regardless of the circumstances, Fang Ming is your brother-in-law, a person whom your grandfather esteemed. Once he entered the Lu family, he became one of us. How can you treat him in such a manner? After this outburst, Lu Jinxiong departed amidst the astonished gazes of Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao. He simply could not bear to face them any longer, feeling utterly suffocated. Lu Tianao collapsed to the ground, consumed by fury, his eyes ablaze with indignation. He could not fathom why Lu Jinxiong cared for Fang Ming, perhaps even more than for himself. After all, he was the sole son of Lu Jinxiong. The fact that Lu Jinxiong would even consider expelling Lu Tianao for Fang Ming was utterly absurd. Due to Lu Jinxiong's attitude, Lu Tianao harbored deep resentment, clenching his fists, his gaze filled with chilling animosity. He redirected his dissatisfaction with his father onto Fang Ming, deepening his hatred for him. At this moment, Lin Meishio wiped away her tears and fell into silence. Having been married to Lu Jinxiong for so many years, she understood his character well. The fact that he could utter such words indicated he was genuinely furious. Contemplating the potential repercussions, Lin Meishio felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She hurriedly helped Lu Tianao to his feet and sternly advised, Son, your father is truly angry this time. Do not defy him any further. Chapter 29, Expelled from Home. He actually spoke such harsh words to me for Fang Ming. Am I still his son? Upon hearing this, Lin Meishio felt utterly helpless and could not help but sigh deeply. She had never understood Lu Jinxiong's thoughts. At that moment, Lu Yin could not refrain from advising Tianao, You are now of an age where you should take responsibility for your actions. In response, Lu Tianao sighed in resignation and coldly retorted, Fine, I'll go. Is that not acceptable? With that, Lu Tianao stormed off in anger. Observing his demeanor, Lin Meishio felt an overwhelming sense of unease and turned to Lu Yuyin, saying, Yin, the way Tianao has changed is partly due to you, isn't it? As his sister, he naturally does not wish to see you with that worthless fellow. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyin lowered her head, remaining silent. Seeing this, Lin Meishio stepped forward, clasping Lu Yuyin's hand tightly. Feigning composure, she said, Yin, Tianao is still so young. It is inevitable that he acts without considering the consequences. He cannot swallow this indignation. As his sister, you should assist him. Otherwise, if you and Tianao go to find Fang Ming, at least you can stand your ground before him, right? Lu Yuyin appeared hesitant at this remark. Lin Meishio then sighed deliberately, saying, Well, since you both have grown wings and no longer heed my words, I shall not interfere any further. You may as well cast me away. After all, I am but a useless mother. Lu Yuyin hurriedly replied, Mom, please do not say that. I have never thought that. Seeing Lu Yuyin soften, Lin Meishio continued, If that is the case, why can't you assist your brother? If he's cast out, I will leave with him. We might as well wander the streets together. Let the world know how heartless the head of the Lu family is, driving away his wife and beloved son for the sake of an outsider. As she spoke, Lin Meishio pretended to wipe away tears. Lu Yuyin sighed heavily and comforted her. Mom, there is no need to say that. If Dad hears, he will surely become furious again. All right, I promise you. Instantly, Lin Meishio beamed, That is my good daughter. You must help Tianao. Do not side with irrelevant outsiders. Lu Yuyin nodded and proceeded to leave. Lu Tianao had not gone far. Upon noticing Lu Yuyin catching up, he vented, I truly cannot comprehend what has gotten into Dad. Why does he care so much about that outsider? Even the admonitions from Grandpa during his lifetime do not warrant such seriousness. Lu Yuyin pondered for a moment but could not grasp the reasoning, ultimately sighing, Tianao, I do not know what Dad is thinking, but you have truly angered him this time. In the past, regardless of how Lin Meixiu and Lu Tian'ao humiliated Fang Ming. Lu Zhenxiong had never intervened. However, since their attempts to usurp Fang Ming's shop, Lu Zhenxiong's attitude had drastically changed, unexpectedly coming to Fang Ming's defense. Considering this, Lu Yuyin inquired of Lu Tian'ao, "Tian'ao, how's that store faring?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tian'ao, without much thought, replied nonchalantly, "I have no idea. Father insists on handing over such a prime location to Fang Ming. What can I do?" Suddenly, Lu Tian'ao pondered for a moment and asked Lu Yuyin, "Hey sister, why do you ask this out of the blue? Do you have any thoughts? With father in such a rage, I dare not approach that store. However, given your capabilities, perhaps he would be inclined to entrust the store to you." Lu Yuyin shook her head. "No, I've never considered running a store, but I believe that shop must be rather extraordinary. After all, father previously paid no attention to Fang Ming, yet now, following the store incident, he suddenly takes an interest. Isn't that a bit strange?" Lu Tian'ao seemed to have realized something and exclaimed in terror, "What? You can't be suggesting that father has expectations for that brat Fang Ming, can you?" Lu Yuyin shook her head. "It's not quite expectations, but perhaps father has some underlying criteria. As long as he doesn't cross that line, no matter how you treat Fang Ming, father will remain unconcerned." Lu Tian'ao found Lu Yuyin's words to be quite reasonable and couldn't help but agree fervently. Lu Yuyin contemplated for a moment and continued from the current perspective. Father's criteria are based on grandfather's advice. First, Fang Ming must not leave our family. Second, that store must be managed by Fang Ming. Listening to this, Lu Tian'ao felt it made some sense, but how should they resolve this? Contemplating these matters made Lu Tian'ao increasingly anxious. Judging by Lu Zhenxiong's demeanor, he did not appear to be joking. Lu Tian'ao, having been pampered all his life, accustomed to the lifestyle of a wealthy heir, could hardly fathom living outside the Lu family. The thought of rough living and meager meals was unbearable. He truly did not wish to part with his current blissful existence. Moreover, Lu Tian'ao possessed no skills whatsoever. If he were to lose the Lu family's protection, he might very well starve outside. If you wish to avoid being cast out, you must fulfill your obligations. Yet Lu Tian'ao protested. "Why should I? Am I to kneel and beg him? I refuse to do so. That worthless creature does not deserve it." Lu Yuyin seemed to anticipate Lu Tian'ao's thoughts and replied coldly, "Very well, then you may rely on your own fortune." Clearly, upon hearing Lu Yuyin's assessment, Lu Tian'ao felt a twinge of fear. He sighed deeply but found himself at a loss for words. In truth, Lu Yuyin had never understood why Lu Tian'ao harbored such intense hatred for Fang Ming. So she inquired, "Tian'ao, what has Fang Ming done to offend you? Why do you despise him so? If it weren't for Fang Ming's words, those people would not dare to speak ill of us. Now, our Lu family is nothing but a laughingstock. Furthermore, that despicable creature has never deigned to bow before me, hardly even worthy of comparison to a dog. Regardless of whom he faces, that good-for-nothing always puts on airs, pretending to be formidable. For 3 years, Fang Ming has merely lived off others. What has he accomplished? Now he simply walks away without a care, dragging us down with him." In response to Lu Tian'ao's explanation, Lu Yuyin found it comprehensible. Yet she noted that Fang Ming had been part of the Lu family for 3 years. Even if Lu Yuyin held a certain disdain for Fang Ming, they were still nominally husband and wife, and she had observed him to some extent. From Lu Yuyin's perspective, Fang Ming did not seem to possess the cunning nature that Lu Tian'ao had described. Chapter 30. Unknown Number. Just as Lu Tian'ao had asserted, if Fang Ming were excessively obsequious, ingratiating himself before everyone, then perhaps he would indeed be considered scheming. However, Fang Ming had done nothing of the sort. He remained unfazed, displaying an air of nonchalance regardless of others' attitudes towards him. As for Lu Yuyin, Fang Ming had never exhibited any inappropriate intentions, as if he were utterly disinterested in women. Those who appear exceedingly respectful may indeed harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps you have misjudged Fang Ming all along. He has never aspired to manipulate the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian'ao became immediately displeased. "Sister, what are you saying? Are you actually defending Fang Ming?" In response, Lu Yuyin shook her head. "I am not defending him. I am merely stating the truth. Consider this. Fang Ming has been with our family since 3 years ago. At that time, grandfather was still alive and doted on us greatly. How could he have carelessly arranged such matters?" Lu Tian'ao was unconvinced by this reasoning and coldly retorted, "Grandfather has grown old and confused, which is precisely why he would accept Fang Ming. Lu Tian'ao, indeed still quite young. failed to grasp the underlying implications of Lu Yuyin's words. Enough. I believe grandfather would never wish us harm. You should go find Fang Ming. And remember what I said, do not act impulsively. With that, Lu Yuyin departed. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Tianao scoffed, "Humph. It truly is a case of a married woman being like spilled water. Even you have begun to side with him. How laughable." At that moment, Lu Tianao began to regard Lu Yuyin with disdain as well. Before long, the two began to exhaust various means to locate Fang Ming, yet their efforts yielded no results. Lu Tianao, visibly impatient, suggested, "Sister, why not just call Fang Ming directly? Pretend to inquire about something. Otherwise, how long will we search like this?" They were currently in an antique market. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyin's expression turned awkward, and after a long pause, she weakly confessed, I don't know his phone number." Lu Tianao was taken aback by this revelation, unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy contemplation, he expressed his frustration. "What are we to do? Today is quickly coming to an end. How will we report back to father?" He mused. "What if that fellow has left Qingzhou with that girl? That would be disastrous. It's so vast out there. How can we possibly find them?" Lu Yuyin sighed helplessly. "Alas, I do not know either. Let us search the vicinity quickly. We should split up. I will look to the east and south, while you head north and west. We can reconvene later." Hearing this, Lu Tianao had no choice but to agree. Subsequently, Lu Yuyin and Lu Tianao embarked on a search for Fang Ming, determined not to overlook a single corner. Amid their anxious quest, Lu Yuyin received a phone call, unfortunately from Zheng Xiaolu. The previous day, they had a falling out with Liang Zhenghan at the mall, parting ways on unfriendly terms. Even though Zheng Xiaolu later apologized to Lu Yuyin, the latter still felt a lingering discomfort. Nevertheless, they were friends, and Lu Yuyin could not ignore the call, so she pressed the answer button. However, on the other end, all she could hear was Zheng Xiaolu's sorrowful sobbing. Alarmed, Lu Yuyin hurriedly inquired, "Xiaolu, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Is something the matter?" Through her tears, Zheng Xiaolu replied, "Wu Yuyin, I've encountered a scoundrel who bullied me." Realizing it was a matter of the heart, Lu Yuyin's anxious spirit began to ease. "I have always regarded you as a good friend, and I specifically called to say goodbye. Do not worry about me. You must live happily in the future." Hearing this, Lu Yuyin felt a surge of panic and quickly asked, "Xiaolu, where are you?" Don't act impulsively. Impulsiveness can lead to disastrous consequences. Sensing Lu Yuyin's urgency, Zheng Xiaolu feigned calm and said, "I'm fine. You need not concern yourself with me. I just had quite a bit to drink at the bar in the north of the city, and I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Yuyin, you are better off than I am. Even if Fang Ming is a worthless fellow, at least he would not betray you." As she spoke, Zheng Xiaolu suddenly wiped her tears and apologetically added, "I'm sorry, Yuyin. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm just feeling a bit down. Please go back to what you were doing." Lu Yuyin tried to call back, but the line was busy and no one answered. With concern for her friend overwhelming her, Lu Yuyin hastily decided to find her. She typically avoided bars, as they were often chaotic and prone to trouble. Initially reluctant to go alone, she realized everyone was preoccupied searching for Fang Ming. Thus, she informed Lu Tianao of her plans and took a taxi to the bar in the north of the city. Meanwhile, Fang Ming and Qingqing were having dinner. As they ate, Qingqing suddenly remarked, "Brother Fang Ming, it's getting late. It's almost evening." Shaking her head in exasperation, she quietly added, "Brother Fang Ming, you've forgotten something important. What is it? Just tell me." "I don't understand," Fang Ming replied, shaking his head in confusion. Qingqing sighed and said, "Yesterday at the mall, did you forget what I told you?" In truth, Fang Ming had indeed forgotten, which was somewhat understandable. After all, during his years at the Lu household, he had endured humiliation, existing in a status lower than that of a dog. He could not retaliate and had to suppress his feelings. Now that he had finally escaped and was living freely, he felt considerably more relaxed, with no time to dwell on other matters, especially those concerning the Lu family. Observing this, Qingqing smiled and said, "Brother Fang Ming, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say before that you didn't care about Sister Lu?" Fang Ming felt quite helpless. "Alas, Qingqing, do you realize that during the years I spent in the Lu household, the only ones who treated me with any semblance of kindness were Lu Yuyin and Lu Zhenxiong? Although their kindness was hardly substantial, at least they never targeted me. Moreover, even if the person in question were not Lu Yuyin, but merely a stranger, knowing the dangers in advance, we could hardly stand by idly, could we?" As he spoke, Fang Ming hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Yuyin's number. At that moment, Lu Yuyin was seated in a taxi en route to a bar. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, she was momentarily taken aback. Typically, Lu Yuyin would not answer calls from unknown numbers, but given the day's events, she found herself hoping it was Fang Ming calling, and thus tentatively pressed the answer button. Fortunately, it indeed was Fang Ming on the line. Lu Yuyin, where are you? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyin quickly responded, Fang Ming, where are you? Noticing the hint of anxiety in her voice, Fang Ming paused, then glanced at Qingqing. With a furrowed brow, he pressed on, don't concern yourself with me. Quickly tell me, where are you right now? Surprised by Fang Ming's sudden assertiveness, Lu Yuyin felt no need to conceal her whereabouts and revealed her intention to go to the bar in the northern part of the city. Before she could finish her sentence, however, the call was abruptly disconnected. Anger surged within Lu Yuyin, prompting her to toss her phone aside. At this moment, Zheng Xiaolu remained at the northern bar, anxiously awaiting Lu Yuyin's arrival. She feared that Lu Yuyin might not come, which would jeopardize the entire plan. Suddenly, Liang Zhenghan called Zheng Xiaolu. Seeing his name flash on her screen, a wave of panic washed over her. She took a moment to steady her emotions before answering. Young Master Liang. On the other end, Liang Zhenghan sounded exceedingly enthusiastic. Zheng Xiaolu, how is everything going? I'm currently at the Royal Holiday Hotel near the Northern Bar. Room 666. You must hurry. Zheng Xiaolu put her phone away, her expression a mix of turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved, Yin, please don't blame me. I've been left with no choice. If I don't do this, I won't be able to clear my debts. It's merely a matter of spending one night with Liang Zhenghan. After all, you're already married. It's not a loss for you. Thus, Zheng Xiaolu tried to console herself, attempting to alleviate her guilt. Not long after, Lu Yuyin finally arrived at the northern bar, the night having already descended. She fumbled her way inside and called Zheng Xiaolu. Zheng Xiaolu informed her of the location of her private room, and Lu Yuyin hurriedly made her way there. Upon entering the room, she was met with an overwhelming scent of alcohol and the heart-wrenching sound of sobbing, catching her off guard. Xiaolu. Noticing Zheng Xiaolu's anguished state, Lu Yuyin approached her. Zheng Xiaolu looked up, forcing a smile as she feigned drunkenness. Lifting a bottle of alcohol in front of Lu Yuyin and slurring, Yuyin, your fate is indeed enviable. Not only were you born into such a splendid family, enjoying the privileges of a wealthy heiress from a young age, but you also remain untouched by betrayal. How fortunate you are. Come, Yuyan. Will you indulge me in a few drinks? I am in such profound anguish. Observing the pain etched on Zheng Xiaolu's face, Lu Yuyin felt a pang of compassion, and her emotions grew increasingly complex. To outsiders, she appeared to be a pampered young lady, yet she lacked the freedom even in matters of marriage. Moreover, her union with Fang Ming was merely nominal, akin to being the most familiar strangers. Hearing Zheng Xiaolu's lament, Lu Yuyin was suddenly gripped by sadness, realizing that she was, in fact, the more sorrowful one. Even if she wished to weep, she felt unworthy of such an expression. Lu Yuyin, who seldom drank, felt compelled to join Zheng Xiaolu in her sorrow. As the latter wept bitterly, Yin took the bottle of wine, ready to share a few cups with her friend. Xiaolu, do not think like that. My life is not without its struggles. I often swallow my grievances in silence, without anyone to confide in. You must be in great pain right now, yet you need not spiral into despair over such scoundrels. At these words, Zheng Xiaolu managed a pale smile and replied, indeed, they are but scoundrels. Yin, love is not a necessity. If it brings suffering, we can simply forego it. Come, let us drink together. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Lu Yuyin, without hesitation, raised her glass and began to drink alongside Zheng Xiaolu. After a few rounds, thirsting for more, Zheng Xiaolu even suggested drinking directly from the bottle, shouting with fervor as she did so. Seeing this, Lu Yuyin joined in, taking the bottle and gulping down its contents. It was not long before her cheeks flushed crimson, her senses dulled, and she found herself collapsing onto a chair. She felt a sense of bewilderment. How could she be intoxicated from so little red wine? Shaking her head in an attempt to regain clarity, she found her body unresponsive. Zheng Xiaolu laughed, addressing Lu Yuyin. Yuyin, your tolerance is abysmal. How can you be affected by so little? Come, let us continue drinking. We shall not leave until we are fully intoxicated. Lu Yuyin, not overthinking the matter, was about to resume drinking when she suddenly felt a disconnect in her mind, and she slipped into unconsciousness. I don't recall adding much substance. Zheng Xiaolu mused, but never mind, as long as the plan succeeds. With that, the slightly inebriated Zheng Xiaolu struggled to support Lu Yuyin and began to exit the bar in the northern part of the city. Just then, Fang Ming arrived and stumbled upon this scene. His expression darkened, and he strode forward, coldly demanding, "Zhang Xiaolu, stand right there," startled by Fang Ming's arrival. Zhang Xiaolu almost lost her balance. Ignoring his obstruction, she attempted to carry Lu Yuyan away. Fang Ming, with a chilling smile, positioned himself in their path. Fortunately, Qin Qing had previously overheard Zhang Xiaolu and Liang Zhenghan's nefarious scheme. Otherwise, today could have unfolded into chaos. Fang Ming coldly stated, "You may leave, but Lu Yuyan must stay." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback and retorted with irritation, "Fang Ming, what gives you the right to dictate my actions?" Witnessing the impending disruption of her plans, Zhang Xiaolu erupted in anger. "Do you genuinely believe yourself to be formidable? A worthless creature like you. Do you think I would ever entrust you into your care? Who knows what you might do to her?" Fang Ming had no intention of further entangling himself with Zhang Xiaolu. He mercilessly countered, "TSK, TSK, who knows what your true intentions are? What if you were to bully Yuyan?" Fang Ming was not foolish. Lacking substantial evidence, he recognized the potential for Zhang Xiaolu to turn the tables on him, leading to even greater complications. Moreover, if Lu Yuyan failed to see Zhang Xiaolu's malevolence this time, there was a chance she might fall prey to Zhang Xiaolu's schemes in the future. Fang Ming had his own affairs to attend to and could not perpetually safeguard Lu Yuyan. With these considerations in mind, he deliberately stated, "Zhang Xiaolu, you ought to be aware that Lu Yuyan is my wife, correct?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolu scoffed disdainfully. "Ha, you certainly have a knack for inflating your own worth, don't you? It's utterly laughable. Everyone knows you're standing in the Lu family. How dare you covet Yuyan? You are nothing but a worthless being, inferior even to a dog. I have always believed that someone like you has no right to be with Yuyan. Do you not possess any self-awareness?" With growing audacity, Zhang Xiaolu continued, "You insolent brat, be gone at once." Fang Ming frowned at her words, chose silence, and simply turned away. After his departure, Zhang Xiaolu began to vent her frustrations. "What an unfortunate encounter. I never expected to run into that useless fellow today. He nearly thwarted my plans. However, he is incapable of preventing anything. Does he truly believe he can protect Lu Yuyan? She is soon to revel with young Master Liang. Once tonight's affairs are concluded, Zhang Xiaolu's debts to Liang Zhenghan will be settled in one fell swoop." The thought of this brought her a sense of satisfaction. However, if Lu Yuyan were to discover the events that transpired between her and Liang Zhenghan, and if Fang Ming were to disclose anything to Lu Yuyan, would she not then harbor suspicions against Zhang Xiaolu? Zhang Xiaolu felt it necessary to employ cunning tactics, and since she had encountered Fang Ming today, she could conveniently use him to her advantage. As Fang Ming began to walk away, Zhang Xiaolu called out to him. He turned to find her demeanor had shifted from haughtiness to a more inviting stance as she beckoned. "Fang Ming, come over here for a moment." Fang Ming was not averse to engaging with Zhang Xiaolu. He inquired nonchalantly, "What is it? Since you are here, why not escort Yuyan to the nearby Royal Holiday Hotel for some rest?" Zhang Xiaolu suggested casually, adding, "You'll have to ask Yuyan." It was her own proposition. Fang Ming understood Zhang Xiaolu's ulterior motives. He realized she sought to shift the blame onto him. He could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking, is this what they call a good friend? A heart as cold as a serpent's, wishing not only to sully Lu Yuyan's purity, but also to make me the scapegoat. Feigning ignorance, Fang Ming provocatively asked, "Shall I inform the Lu family about this? At the very least, let them not worry about Lu Yuyan." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolu was immediately stirred with excitement. "Wait." Fang Ming furrowed his brows and asked in a nonchalant manner, "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaolu's expression shifted abruptly as she feigned weakness, leaning to the side and anxiously exclaiming, "I have no strength left. Quickly, help Yuyan." Seeing this, Fang Ming approached to support Lu Yuyan and refrained from continuing the phone call. Zhang Xiaolu could not help but smirk inwardly, feeling that Fang Ming was no match for her. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaolu deliberately claimed that her phone had just been soaked and was temporarily unusable, requesting that Fang Ming lend her his phone. Fang Ming, acquiescing to her request, prepared to let her perform her act in full, thus handed his phone over. Once Zhang Xiaolu received Fang Ming's phone, she stepped aside, pretending to make a call. However, in the next moment, the phone slipped from her grasp and crashed to the ground, shattering into two pieces. Zhang Xiaolu took pleasure in deliberately destroying Fang Ming's phone, yet pretended to gasp in shock. "Oh no, I'm so sorry. I was drunk and lost my grip. Your phone just fell." She added, "Fang Ming, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you?" Fang Ming did not directly expose her ruse, but merely responded with a faint smile, "Of course not. After all, you are Yuyan's dear friend." He emphasized the words dear friend with a hint of mockery. Zheng Xiaolu, upon hearing this, flashed a smile and arrogantly replied, well, that's true. You have no grounds to reprimand me. Fang Ming remained silent, while Zheng Xiaolu urged him to hasten and escort Lu Yuyin to the adjacent Royal Holiday Hotel. Subsequently, she led the way. Fang Ming carried Lu Yuyin and followed Zheng Xiaolu, his countenance darkened with displeasure. Before long, they arrived outside the entrance of the Royal Holiday Hotel. Zheng Xiaolu, under the pretext of needing some sobering medicine, insisted on stepping away momentarily, instructing Fang Ming to take Lu Yuyin upstairs first. I warn you, do not lay a hand on Yuyin. Otherwise, I assure you, she will not spare you. Fang Ming nodded, and then took Lu Yuyin up in the elevator. It seemed that Liang Zhenghan had already arrived and likely secured the room. Fang Ming scoffed inwardly. Zheng Xiaolu watched as Fang Ming and Lu Yuyin entered the elevator. And after waiting outside the hotel for a considerable time, she circumvented the cameras and accessed the hotel through the service elevator. Soon, Zheng Xiaolu arrived at the room where Lu Yuyin was situated. All right, Yuyin needs rest. You should leave at once. Zheng Xiaolu insisted. Fang Ming raised an eyebrow. I'm not reassured about her. I'll stay here. Zheng Xiaolu immediately became incensed, a look of disdain crossing her face as she taunted. What? Do you wish for Yuyin to see you first thing in the morning? Furthermore, I don't trust you either. What if you take advantage of her inebriation? She urged. I suggest you leave immediately. Otherwise, I will have security escort you out. Faced with Zheng Xiaolu's unwavering insistence, Fang Ming's expression darkened. Zheng Xiaolu, relentless in her mockery, continued to taunt. No need to feign concern for Yuyin. She has already informed me that in the Lu family, you are scarcely better than a dog. She stated that had it not been for her grandfather's dying wish, someone like you would never have been considered. These words stung Fang Ming deeply. He recognized that Zheng Xiaolu was employing a tactic of provocation to drive him away, thus facilitating her scheming. Yet, Fang Ming could not completely dismiss the impact of her words. After all, while Lu Yuyin typically showed indifference towards him, she had not actively sought to antagonize him. If it were Lu Tianao or Lin Meishio, he would have been wholly unconcerned. After a moment of silence, Fang Ming suddenly raised his gaze, coldly fixing Zheng Xiaolu with a stare imbued with icy disdain. For reasons unknown, Zheng Xiaolu felt an unsettling chill at his gaze, as if she were being scrutinized by an entity from the depths of hell, sending shivers down her spine. No, it must be my imagination. Today has merely made me overly anxious. Yes, that must be it. Spotting Lu Yuyin collapsed on the bed, Zheng Xiaolu unhesitatingly helped her up, intent on escorting her to Liang Zhenghan's room. However, she failed to notice that Fang Ming had not departed entirely. He lingered silently at the far end of the corridor. Upon reaching the door of Liang Zhenghan's room, Zheng Xiaolu glanced around before knocking. At that moment, Liang Zhenghan was reclining on his bed, exhaling smoke rings while savoring red wine in high spirits. Yet, a glance at the clock caused him to frown. What on earth is Zheng Xiaolu up to? Why hasn't Tishi arrived yet? Just as Liang Zhenghan was idly passing the time, a knock finally echoed at the door. He sprang from the bed in excitement, barefoot, hastening to open the door. Zheng Xiaolu, supporting the unconscious Lu Yuyin, warily addressed Liang Zhenghan, young Master Liang. Only 5 hours remain until dawn. We must resolve this matter within that time. Liang Zhenghan paused, clearly displeased by her words. He coldly inquired, Zheng Xiaolu, what do you mean by that? Is this not enough time for me to enjoy myself? Zheng Xiaolu replied solemnly, young Master Liang, Lu Yuyin is a member of the Lu family. It is one thing to indulge yourself, but you surely do not wish for this situation to escalate, do you? If you offend the Lu family, even someone of your standing may find it difficult to extricate yourself. On hearing this, Liang Zhenghan pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in Zheng Xiaolu's words, and nodded in agreement. Very well, I understand. You may leave for now. After saying this, Liang Zhenghan took Lu Yuyin from her. Just as he was about to depart, Zheng Xiaolu turned to add, Please, do not be too violent. You must leave no marks. Liang Zhenghan, somewhat impatient, replied, All right. I understand. With that, he unceremoniously shut the door. Zheng Xiaolu stood at the threshold, her emotions in turmoil, ultimately departing in silence. Yuyin, I am compelled by circumstance. I did not intend to treat you this way. Yet, you might consider yourself fortunate. At least young Master Liang is far superior to that worthless Fang Ming, so it is not entirely a grievance. Soon, Zheng Xiaolu left the premises. Liang Zhenghan, brimming with excitement, gently placed Lu Yuyin upon the bed. Gazing at her exquisite features, he felt an overwhelming thrill. Yuyan, Lu Yuyan, how splendid. Even if you present yourself as aloof before others, what does it matter now that you are in my grasp? Ha ha! Just as Liang Zhenghan was poised to act, a sudden knock at the door startled him. He rushed to the entrance, fuming as he exclaimed, I know. It won't take long. Do you really need to rush me again? However, upon opening the door, he found not Zheng Xiaolu, but Fang Ming. Chapter 33. The Sole Intimate Encounter. Seeing Fang Ming, Liang Zhenghan froze, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Fang Ming? What brings you here? Fang Ming, arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, smiled slightly. Isn't this young Master Liang? What a coincidence. Regaining his composure, Liang Zhenghan swiftly positioned himself at the door, declaring, You little rascal, who allowed you to come here? I suggest you leave at once, or I assure you, you will enter standing and leave lying down. With that, he hurriedly attempted to shut the door. Yet Fang Ming was quicker, firmly placing his palm against the door and pushing Liang Zhenghan aside. Taken aback, Liang Zhenghan shouted in fury, Fang Ming, are you looking to get yourself killed? Fang Ming, undeterred, replied with a calm smile, Young Master Liang, I presume you are aware of my purpose for being here? I am well informed of your dubious activities. At this revelation, Liang Zhenghan's demeanor shifted to one of panic, his face draining of color. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his calm, stammering, I warn you, do not speak nonsense. This is my private territory, and if you do not leave, I will not hesitate to show you no mercy. Fang Ming chuckled lightly. Oh, young Master Liang, why so agitated? Could it be that there are indeed unspeakable matters at hand? Liang Zhenghan, now in a state of alarm, prepared to retort when Fang Ming interjected. Why not summon someone now? It would be you who faces embarrassment, wouldn't it? It would be quite the spectacle to gather the Liang and Lu families to witness this, don't you think? Rendered speechless by Fang Ming's words, Liang Zhenghan was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to maintain his composure. Enraged by Fang Ming's threats, he snapped, You needn't threaten me here. I know you want money. Just say it. I have plenty. In their eyes, Fang Ming was merely a worthless figure, and even if he were aware of Liang Zhenghan's actions, it mattered little. However, Liang Zhenghan feared that Fang Ming might expose the matter, revealing it to others. In the entirety of Qinzhou, no one was oblivious to the connection between Fang Ming and Lu Yuyan, nor to Fang Ming's standing within the Lu family. They were merely a couple in name, perhaps never having even touched one another. Thus, Liang Zhenghan assumed that Fang Ming sought to exploit the situation for financial gain, intending to resolve the matter with money. Yet Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Since you were so wealthy, why not offer 100 million? Perhaps I might consider it. Upon hearing these words, Liang Zhenghan's expression turned exceedingly grim. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly inquired, Fang Ming, have you been coveting Lu Yuyan all along? As he spoke, Liang Zhenghan displayed a knowing look and nodded. I can indeed understand your feelings. However, with Lu Yuyan's tenacity, I suspect you may find her quite formidable. Nonetheless, if you wish to engage, I can offer you an opportunity, provided that I take the first shot. What do you say? At Liang Zhenghan's words, Fang Ming was nearly provoked to strike him. He could hardly fathom that Liang Zhenghan was indeed a lecher, and even after being exposed, he continued to entertain such thoughts. In a bid to avoid further exposure, Liang Zhenghan even sought to win Fang Ming over. However, to his surprise, Fang Ming appeared deceptively unassuming, proving to be quite a challenge to contend with. Liang Zhenghan exerted all his strength to push him, yet found himself unable to budge Fang Ming, ultimately exhausting himself in the process. In that moment, Liang Zhenghan became frantic, hurling insults at Fang Ming. You insolent wretch, what do you intend to do? Get out of my way. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenghan was momentarily taken aback. Then his embarrassment morphed into fury. Oh, you little rascal. You wish to indulge yourself alone, don't you? What a naive thought. With that, Liang Zhenghan swung his fist, intent on teaching Fang Ming a lesson. Fang Ming did not even blink, maintaining an air of calm. It was only when the fist was about to connect with his face that he struck with lightning speed. Liang Zhenghan felt his arm suspended in midair, unable to advance or retreat. It was then he realized Fang Ming had seized his arm. With a gentle twist, Liang Zhenghan's strength dissipated, and his arm fell limply to his side. Realizing his precarious situation, Liang Zhenghan lifted his foot, preparing to continue his assault on Fang Ming. However, he had grossly underestimated Fang Ming. A glint of lethal intent flashed in Fang Ming's eyes as he unleashed a swift kick that landed squarely in Liang Zhenghan's lower region. The pain elicited a piercing scream from Liang Zhenghan. His complexion drained, and the excruciating agony sent cold sweat cascading down his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. Observing Liang Zhenghan collapsed on the ground, wailing in agony, Fang Ming nonchalantly shook his hand. Were it not for Liang Zhenghan's own reckless behavior, Fang Ming would not have treated him so harshly. He stepped over Liang Zhenghan, effortlessly scooping up Lu Yuyin from the bed, and gracefully departed over Liang Zhenghan's prostrate form. After a considerable time, Liang Zhenghan's pain began to subside. He strained to assess the condition of his lower body, relieved to find it was merely a minor injury. Thankfully, no serious harm had been done, allowing him to finally ease the tension in his chest. Fang Ming, just you wait. I will make you pay. Liang Zhenghan seethed in anger. The thought of being treated so contemptibly by someone he deemed worthless, nearly incapacitating him, ignited a fury within him. Upon exiting the Royal Holiday Hotel, Fang Ming hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Lu residence. The journey was somewhat jarring, during which Lu Yuyin seemed to regain some consciousness, murmuring incoherently while gripping Fang Ming's arm tightly, her face etched with unease. Hearing her words, Fang Ming stood frozen, as if something within him had trembled. Although Fang Ming and Lu Yuyin are merely nominal spouses, they have known each other for at least 3 years. Throughout these years, they have never engaged in any intimate gestures, maintaining a considerable distance between them. Now, as Lu Yuyin drifts in and out of consciousness, she clings tightly to Fang Ming, stirring a sense of restlessness within him, for he is also a young man filled with vigor. However, Fang Ming is not a beast like Liang Zhenghan. He would never commit any inappropriate acts, only yearning to gaze at Lu Yuyin a bit longer. In this moment, Lu Yuyin appears gentle and docile, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Before long, the taxi halts outside the Lu family estate, and Fang Ming carefully carries Lu Yuyin out of the vehicle. The sight leaves the Lu household staff utterly astonished, yet none dare to voice their thoughts. After all, they could never have anticipated such a display of intimacy between Fang Ming and Lu Yuyin. In 3 years, they had never witnessed the two so close, let alone in an embrace. Bewildered, they remain silent, watching as Fang Ming carries Lu Yuyin into the manor. As night falls, Fang Ming gently lays Lu Yuyin on the sofa in the living room, covering her with a garment before preparing to take his leave. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the hall as Lu Tunao rushes in, fury evident on his face. Upon entering the living room, he bellows, "Fang Ming, you scoundrel, stop right there." Fang Ming raises his gaze slightly, choosing silence. Lu Tianao glances at the unconscious Lu Yuyin, then back at Fang Ming's impassive expression, his anger flaring. "So, you are bold enough to act this way. Explain yourself. What happened to my sister? Did you take advantage of her inebriated state?" He adds, "Someone must have drugged her. She likely won't regain consciousness anytime soon." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianao clearly experiences a moment of shock, initially skeptical. As he observes Fang Ming's intent to leave, his ire surges once more. "Fang Ming, I don't believe your nonsense. You better confess. Did you drum my sister?" Lu Tianao scrutinizes Lu Yuyin's condition. As a notorious playboy, he has engaged in similar acts before, and he realizes Lu Yuyin is indeed unconscious. Chapter 34. The plan fails. Planning to leave? Not so easily. Fang Ming retorts coldly. Lu Tianao raises an eyebrow, fuming. "I suggest you clarify your position immediately. Otherwise, you won't be leaving at all. How dare you lay your hands on my sister?" With that, Lu Tianao pulls out his phone to call Lu Zhenxiong. Observing this, Fang Ming feels exasperated. Since Lu Tianao refuses to believe his explanation, he sees no need to elaborate further. The truth will inevitably come to light once Lu Yuyin awakens. After receiving the call, Lu Zhenxiong and Lin Meixiu swiftly arrive. Upon seeing Lu Yuyin, who has lost consciousness, Lin Meixiu panics and shouts, "Tianao, what has happened? Who dares to harm my daughter?" Lu Tianao immediately pointed at Fang Ming and coldly declared, "It's all that scoundrel's fault. He must have intended to harm my sister, which is why he knocked her out. His malevolence is truly unforgivable." Upon hearing this, Lin Meixiu was consumed by rage. Had it not been for Lu Zhenxiong's presence, she likely would have already taken action against Fang Ming. Struggling to contain her fury, she erupted, "Fang Ming, you are audacious beyond belief. How dare you commit such an atrocity against my precious daughter? Leave the Lu family at once. I can no longer bear the sight of you, you worthless wretch." Witnessing this, Fang Ming silently retreated a few steps. Although Lin Meixiu posed no real threat to him, he feared her might attempt to lunge at him. If that were to occur, evading or confronting her would prove problematic, so he resolved to maintain a safe distance. To his astonishment, the very next moment, Lin Meishio indeed lunged at him ferociously. However, due to Fang Ming's prior retreat, she missed entirely and fell to the ground, landing ungracefully. Lu Tianao hastily assisted Lin Meishio to her feet. In her fervor to chastise Fang Ming, she had expended all her energy, only to end up with her face colliding with the unforgiving floor, causing her to bleed from her nose. Lu Tianao, seething with indignation, shouted at Fang Ming, "Scoundrel! How dare you inflict such harm upon my mother? I will make you pay." At that moment, Lu Tianao was indeed furious, prepared to confront Fang Ming directly. Just then, Lu Zhenxiong's cold voice pierced through the tension. "Enough. What do you intend to do?" No matter how arrogant Lu Tianao might be, he would not dare to disregard Lu Zhenxiong's authority. Throughout his life, nothing terrified him more than inciting Lu Zhenxiong's wrath. Hearing his father's furious tone, he felt paralyzed, unable to make a single move. With his daughter in a state of unconsciousness and his son too fearful to act, Lin Meishio broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "Heavens! Is there no justice left? Why are the Lu family afflicted with such misfortune? Ancestor, please watch over us. Tianao and Yuyin have suffered enough, and that good-for-nothing Fang Ming dares to strike me. This is utterly outrageous. Lu Zhenxiong, with the facts laid bare before you, how can you fail to hold Fang Ming accountable? Who, pray tell, is truly your son or daughter?" As she wept, Lin Meishio directed her ire at Fang Ming. "This wretch has lived off the Lu family for years without contributing anything. To think he has the audacity to not only harm Yuyin, but to disregard me as well. This is beyond reason." In response, Lu Zhenxiong felt a surge of anger, particularly at Lin Meishio's intentional reference to their ancestor, which was deeply displeasing to him. He bellowed, "Lin Meishio, silence yourself." Upon hearing Lu Zhenxiong's furious rebuke, Lin Meishio momentarily froze, clearly startled, and promptly ceased her cries, daring not to utter another word. Liu Qianwao, filled with resentment, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Father, how can you still not understand? Fang Ming is nothing but an ungrateful wolf. He has already set his sights on my sister. Who knows what he might do next? Are you truly willing to turn a blind eye? What if he brings chaos to the entire Lu family? You will regret it when it is too late. Father, will you continue to protect that good-for-nothing?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenxiong shot a fierce glare at Lu Tianao, who, startled, immediately lowered his head and stood beside Lin Meishio. Lin Meishio, too afraid to continue her outcry, sat on the sofa, softly sobbing. The atmosphere finally quieted, and Lu Zhenxiong sighed deeply before turning his gaze towards Fang Ming. Fang Ming remained remarkably composed. Not only did he refrain from any action against Lu Yuyin, but he was also her savior, leaving him with no reason to feel guilty. At that moment, Lu Yuyin gradually regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open, though her head still felt somewhat heavy. Supporting herself on the armrest of the sofa, she sat up and rubbed her eyes, only to find the entire family present, with Lin Meishio still quietly weeping beside her. Confusion washed over her. What happened? Why is everyone here? Seeing this, Lu Tianao quickly seized the opportunity and exclaimed, "Sis, you're finally awake. Don't you remember? That scoundrel Fang Ming knocked you out and had sinister intentions." Huh? Upon realizing Lu Yuyin was awake, Fang Ming remarked nonchalantly, "All right, she has regained consciousness. My involvement ends here. If you wish to uncover the truth, you should inquire with Lu Yuyin directly." As Fang Ming attempted to depart, Lu Tianao was the first to object. "Stop right there. No one said you could leave. If it turns out you were indeed involved, how will we hold you accountable?" Seeing Lu Yuyin awaken, Lu Zhenxiong felt a sense of relief. He turned to Fang Ming, urging him to clarify the entire situation before he left. Fang Ming, feeling exasperated and prepared to speak, was suddenly interrupted by a phone call for Lu Tianao. Noticing the name on the screen, he frowned. What does she want at this moment? Turning to Lu Yuyin, he announced, "Sis, it's a call from Sister Xiaolu." Lu Tianao then pressed the answer button, only to be greeted by Zheng Xiaolu's panicked voice. "Qianwao, this is Zheng Xiaolu. Your sister is in danger. Hurry and gather people to rescue her at the Royal Holiday Hotel." Huh? Lu Tianao was taken aback, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What is Zheng Xiaolu talking about? Isn't Lu Yuyin at home? Zheng Xiaolu quickly clarified. "Listen, Fang Ming took your sister away. I saw them enter the Royal Holiday Hotel with my own eyes." Lu Tianao's expression darkened. "What does this mean? Are you foolish? They went to the hotel, and your sister is unconscious. Fang Ming must have sinister intentions," Zheng Xiaolu urged. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaolu was stunned. How could this be? This doesn't align with my plan. Did something go awry? Lu Tianao, still baffled, nodded indeed. It was him. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolu was in a state of panic. It was no wonder that when she called Liang Zhenghan earlier, he hadn't answered. If Fang Ming disclosed to Lu's family that he had taken Lu Yuyan out for drinks, her plan would undoubtedly collapse. Not only would she offend Liang Zhenghan, but Lu Yuyan would surely sever ties with her. With this realization, Zhang Xiaolu steeled herself and exclaimed in fury. I knew Fang Ming was up to no good. He truly is a pervert. You must not let him escape. He is bound to lie. Tianao, I am on my way. I will surely expose Fang Ming's deceit. With that, Zhang Xiaolu hung up the phone, preparing to seek out Lu Yuyan and the others. Noticing that Lu Tianao had finished his call, Lu Yuyan inquired, Tianao, what did Xiaolu say? Lu Tianao confidently nodded, Sister, rest assured. This scoundrel's beastly facade will soon be unveiled. Chapter 35. Zhang Xiaolu's sophistry. Subsequently, Lu Tianao glanced at Fang Ming, a cold smile forming on his lips. I knew this matter was not so simple. If you were innocent, would you be so eager to flee? I tell you, Sister Xiaolu is on her way, and she will undoubtedly reveal your true nature. Even if the King of Heaven himself were here, you shall not escape. Lu Tianao's expression was grim, yet he wore a look of triumph, as if he could already envision Fang Ming being exposed. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinxiong fell silent. Lin Meisho wiped away her tears and continued to mock Fang Ming with scornful remarks. Among the crowd, only Fang Ming remained remarkably composed, displaying neither fear nor concern for Lu Tianao's words. To think, Zhang Xiaolu is bolder than I had anticipated, even coming forth herself? That is quite convenient, as it spares me from further unnecessary chatter. Observing Fang Ming's calm demeanor, Lu Tianao's expression darkened. Although he had his doubts, he ultimately concluded that Fang Ming was merely feigning composure, perhaps inwardly panicking. The crowd waited in silence. This situation was far from straightforward. Fang Ming understood that Lu Jinxiong would not allow him to depart so easily. They could only wait for Zhang Xiaolu to arrive and resolve the matter completely. However, they found themselves waiting for over half an hour. During this time, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, with the group remaining largely silent. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting Lu Tianao to rush to the entrance, his expression filled with urgency as he peered outside. For many years, Lu Tianao had regarded Fang Ming as a thorn in his side, tirelessly seeking various means to drive him away. Unfortunately, Fang Ming's resilience was formidable. Regardless of how Lu Tianao treated him, he rarely retaliated. His resistance was feeble, and more often than not, he appeared indifferent. With today's events, Lu Tianao believed he had found a golden opportunity. If he could expose Fang Ming's true nature, even Lu Jinxiong would likely hesitate to allow Fang Ming to remain near Lu Yuyan. An even more favorable outcome would be if Lu Jinxiong were to become enraged, meting out a harsher punishment to Fang Ming. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Tianao felt a surge of pride. Not long after, Zhang Xiaolu finally arrived. Lu Tianao promptly approached her, his demeanor courteous. Sister Xiaolu, you have finally come. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Zhang Xiaolu forced a smile and then joined Lu Tianao as they approached Fang Ming. Lu Tianao turned to Zhang Xiaolu. Sister Xiaolu, you were friends with my sister, and you witnessed Fang Ming drugging her and taking her to a hotel. His actions are utterly despicable. You must have relevant evidence, right? Sister Xiaolu, please tell us what that scoundrel did to my sister. Seeing Lu Tianao's unwavering support, Zhang Xiaolu, who initially felt a twinge of guilt, steeled her resolve. To maintain her facade, she refrained from immediately berating Fang Ming and instead inquired about Lu Yuyan. Yuyan, how are you? Zhang Xiaolu understood that the success of their scheme hinged entirely on Lu Yuyan's belief in her. If Lu Yuyan were to trust Zhang Xiaolu, then eliminating Fang Ming would be a trivial matter. Upon observing Zhang Xiaolu's demeanor, Lu Yuyan appeared perplexed, her brows knitted in confusion. After arriving at the bar in the northern part of the city, her only interaction had been with Zhang Xiaolu. However, Lu Yuyan, possessing a keen intellect, chose not to reveal her stance, but instead silently assessed the unfolding situation. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolu's spirits soared. She assumed that Lu Yuyan, under the influence of alcohol, had no recollection of the events that transpired that night, allowing her to weave a fabricated narrative. With a sudden change in demeanor, Zhang Xiaolu stood up and angrily directed her gaze at Fang Ming. Indeed, it was this scoundrel Fang Ming who orchestrated everything. He is nothing short of a shameless beast. I never anticipated his audacity to harm you. He even drugged you and took you to the Royal Holiday Hotel. Lu Yuyan was taken aback by these words, instinctively glancing at her attire, feeling that something was amiss. However, she could not shake the feeling that everything below felt entirely normal. Lu Yuyan couldn't help but look at Fang Ming, who remained remarkably calm despite the peculiar stares from the onlookers. He suddenly burst into laughter. Zheng Xiaolu, you truly surpass my expectations. If I were to say you are bold, you dare to come here. Yet if I say you are timid, it is not an act of cowardice to pull off such a stunt. Upon hearing this, Lin Meishio appeared flustered, a fleeting expression of retreat flickering in her eyes. Nevertheless, she could not concede. For as long as Fang Ming lacked evidence, she could continue her charade. Fang Ming, it's already come to this. Are you still too afraid to admit to your good deeds? Fang Ming raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, is that so? I find it intriguing that you consider it a good deed of mine. Zheng Xiaolu was not easily swayed by Fang Ming's words. She had meticulously crafted an extensive narrative on her way there. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lin, I trust you are aware that Yu Yan is my dear friend. I recently encountered a scoundrel that left me feeling disheartened, prompting me to seek solace in a bar. In my state of distress, I reached out to Yu Yan, inviting her to join me for a few drinks. At this moment, Lu Tian'ao stepped forward to corroborate Zheng Xiaolu's account. That's right. Sister Xiaolu is telling the truth. My sister and I were searching for Fang Ming when she called me, saying she was heading to the northern bar to meet Sister Xiaolu. And we certainly did not expect such an incident to unfold. Zheng Xiaolu sighed in relief, pleasantly surprised by Lu Tian'ao's support. She continued her explanation. When Yan arrived at the bar, we shared a few drinks together. Initially, we were enjoying ourselves, but I don't know if Fang Ming had been secretly following Yu Yan. But he somehow found his way directly to our private room. This entire situation is my fault. Had I not indulged excessively in libations, I would have possessed the strength to prevent Fang Ming from absconding with Yu Yan. Yu Yan, do you recall our recent excursion to the shopping mall? You departed ahead of me, and upon my exit, I fortuitously encountered Fang Ming there as well. What a remarkable coincidence. This surely indicates that scoundrel has been trailing you. Perhaps today's events were part of his insidious scheme. Upon hearing Zheng Xiaolu's embellished recounting, the expressions of those present turned decidedly grim. Lu Tian'ao, in particular, was incensed, nearly compelled to confront Fang Ming physically. You wretched creature, you possess the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Are you seeking death? A person such as yourself is even inferior to a dog. Your existence is a waste of precious air. For 3 years, you have feasted and lounged at our expense, contributing nothing. Not only do you lack gratitude, but you also perpetrate such acts against my sister. Truly a despicable ingrate. Had Lu Tian'ao's furious tirade occurred previously, Lu Zhenxiong would have surely intervened. Yet now, Lu Zhenxiong appeared to be swayed by Zheng Xiaolu's words. His countenance darkened. Lu Yuyan, too, wore an expression of shock, her gaze vacant, leaving others unable to fathom her sentiments. Observing this, those present speculated that Lu Yuyan's discomfort stemmed from her newfound awareness of the truth. Lin Meishio glared at Fang Ming, her face a mask of fury, mingled with fleeting satisfaction. She and Lu Tian'ao shared a singular conviction. This incident would undoubtedly compel Lu Zhenxiong to expel Fang Ming entirely. However, Lin Meishio seemed solely intent on ousting Fang Ming, showing little concern for Lu Yuyan's perspective. She failed to consider the ramifications of the events, namely, that Lu Yuyan's innocence might be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 36. The True Evidence. Fang Ming remained unperturbed, reclining casually in his chair, even crossing his legs. As he silently regarded Zheng Xiaolu's diatribe, a faint smile graced his lips, as if he were attending a lecture. He could not help but internally commend Zheng Xiaolu's performance, which could easily overshadow many of today's so-called stars. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhenxiong's face darkened as he inquired, Fang Ming, did you truly commit these deeds? Perhaps among the assembly, Lu Zhenxiong alone pondered Lu Yuyan's plight, feeling her distress acutely. You have presented nothing but your own testimony, devoid of any evidence. If you claim I incapacitated Lu Yuyan and subjected her to indignities, do you possess even a shred of proof? At this, Zheng Xiaolu hesitated briefly before retorting with a derisive laugh. How amusing, Fang Ming. I never anticipated your audacity to remain unrepentant even in the face of doom. Since you desire evidence, I shall oblige. Though somewhat indistinct, the video unveiled 2 figures, Fang Ming and the unconscious Lu Yuyan. This footage, captured by Zheng Xiaolu as Fang Ming escorted Lu Yuyan into the hotel, served to obscure the truth. Upon witnessing the video, Lu Tian'ao erupted in fury. You vile wretch. You have seen the evidence. Let us see how you dare to refute this. Father, mother, I believe we should contact the authorities immediately. If such a scoundrel does not learn a lesson, he may very well harm other women in the future. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhenxiong spoke solemnly. Tian'ao, please wait a moment. Hearing this, Lu Tian'ao displayed evident displeasure. Father, the evidence is right before our eyes. What more do you need to believe? The facts have proven that Fang Ming is a beast who has committed unforgivable acts against my sister. He deserves to die. Silence. Do you know how your sister feels? Lu Zhenxiong retorted sharply. Lu Tian'ao was momentarily taken aback, then shouted at Fang Ming. You scoundrel, come over here and bow an apology to my sister. Fang Ming calmly countered. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize to anyone? Enough of this. I believe further discussion is unnecessary. You have already decided that I am the perpetrator, as this is the outcome you wish to see. What can a vague video truly demonstrate? Have you not considered that Zhang Xiaolu claimed she was too intoxicated to resist, merely watching as I took Lu Yuyan away? How then could she have captured that video outside the hotel? Clearly, you are not concerned with that issue, as your sole intent is to frame me. As for the actual truth, it seems no one is interested in discovering it. Is that not so? He then retrieved his phone, confidently smiling at Zhang Xiaolu. Zhang Xiaolu. Why not take a guess at what I have recorded? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolu appeared visibly flustered, nearly losing her composure. Yet, with no avenue for retreat. She pressed on. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaolu feigned calmness. All your words are in vain. The facts are abundantly clear. Are you truly so depraved as to have recorded the violation of Yuyan? Fang Ming shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. What a joke. Since you were so curious, I shall not keep you in suspense. My phone contains recordings of the conversation between Zhang Xiaolu and myself, along with something even more explosive, a video of Zhang Xiaolu personally handing Lu Yuyan over to Liang Zhenghan. At that moment, everyone present was left in stunned silence, particularly Zhang Xiaolu, whose face turned ashen as she trembled uncontrollably. However, Lu Tian'ao refused to accept this, erupting in anger. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to frame Sister Xiaolu? Xiaolu is a close friend of my sister. She would never betray her. And who is this Liang Zhenghan? Do not think you can deceive us. Lin Meishio chimed in. Indeed, perhaps it is that scoundrel who has been exposed and now seeks to deceive us, preparing someone to take the blame for him. His intentions are despicable. Fang Ming, uninterested in Lu Tian'ao or Lin Meishio's outbursts, directly handed his phone to Lu Zhenxiong. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Zhenxiong ultimately accepted the phone and passed it to Lu Yuyan, speaking in a low voice. Yuyan, perhaps you should take a look. Due to the effects of the drug, Lu Yuyan was not fully conscious and seemed to have lost her ability to judge. Upon seeing the phone placed before her, Zhang Xiaolu immediately began to struggle. Yuyan, I'm a good friend. I would never harm you. Can you not trust me? Fang Ming's evidence is undoubtedly fabricated. He seeks to frame me. If you doubt this, let us swiftly proceed to the Royal Holiday Hotel to review the surveillance footage. And you shall see that I never set foot in that establishment. The true perpetrator causing you harm is Fang Ming. She finds it unbearable to accept the possibility that Fang Ming may have indeed done something to her. In response, the helpless Lu Zhenxiong activated his phone and amplified the recording. Fang Ming had begun recording as soon as she entered the bar, capturing every detail from her encounter with Zhang Xiaolu to her insistence that Fang Ming escort Zhang Xiaolu to the hotel. As they listened to the series of recordings, disbelief washed over everyone present. Lu Tian'ao's eyes widened in shock, as though his worldview had been shattered. Lin Meishio sank into the sofa, her expression a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenxiong's demeanor darkened, exuding an aura of icy menace. Lu Yuyan felt as though she was on a roller coaster, unable to fathom that the individual plotting against her was her own dear friend, Zhang Xiaolu. Once the recording concluded, Lu Zhenxiong coldly turned to Zhang Xiaolu, demanding, "What further excuses do you have?" Faced with Lu Zhenxiong's interrogation, Zhang Xiaolu panicked, fervently asserting, "Uncle Lu, this cannot be true. It must be a fabricated recording by Fang Ming. I have always considered Yuyan my close friend. How could I ever do such a thing to her?" While Zhang Xiaolu was attempting to clarify, Lu Tenao interjected, "Dad, Sister Xiaolu is right. How could she possibly harm my sister?" Fang Ming remained silent as Lu Zhenxiong, with a grim expression, opened the recording on his phone. Lin Meishio and Lu Tian'ao gathered around, eager to uncover the truth. The video revealed Zheng Xiaolu bringing the unconscious Lu Yuyin to room 666, handing her over to Liang Zhenghan, and even captured their dialogue. It also documented Fang Ming's arrival and the subsequent confrontation with Liang Zhenghan, culminating in Lu Yuyin's successful rescue. Upon viewing the video and recalling the events, the truth became painfully clear. Is this what you call friendship? Lu Zhenxiong inquired coldly, his face a deep shade of anger. In that moment, Zheng Xiaolu dared not refute him, collapsing to the ground in utter despair. The next moment, Zheng Xiaolu incredulously asked, How did you manage this? I shattered your phone. Fang Ming replied with a faint smile. And so what? Am I not allowed to have a backup device? Besides, I never claimed to have gone alone. I had assistance in recording the video. Zheng Xiaolu, overwhelmed with despair, found herself at a loss for words. Had there been only audio, they could have argued it was fabricated, providing Lu Tian'ao and Lin Meishu with grounds for further debate. However, the clarity of the video, coupled with Zheng Xiaolu's reaction, rendered the truth indisputable. It was evident that Zheng Xiaolu had orchestrated this plan, waiting for Lu Yuyin to take the bait. In that moment, Lu Yuyin felt the most anguish, slumped on the sofa, her emotions a tumult of complexity. Perhaps due to the influence of the drug, Lu Yuyin was initially skeptical of Zheng Xiaolu's claims, yet she found herself unable to refute them. However, upon witnessing the video evidence, she gradually regained her clarity. Lu Yuyin gazed incredulously at Zheng Xiaolu. Xiaolu, did you truly do this? Why would you treat me this way? Are we not good friends? Her voice was tinged with accusation and overwhelming anguish. Zheng Xiaolu lowered her head and coldly retorted, Lu Yuyin, do you genuinely not understand? Very well, let me enlighten you. It is precisely because your family background surpasses mine, because you are more beautiful and more capable than I am. Whenever we walk together, everyone only pays attention to you. All the men approach you. I am merely a shadow beside you. I owe Liang Zhenghan hundreds of thousands, and I had no choice but to comply with him, which is why I sought to deliver you into his grasp. I may be shameless, but what about you? How have you treated me? Her words pierced Lu Yuyin's heart deeply, filling her with profound sorrow as tears streamed down her face. For your own debts, you have cast aside your conscience. Intent on delivering me to a stranger's bed? Zheng Xiaolu, did you ever consider me a friend? At this, Zheng Xiaolu erupted into a maniacal laughter. Conscience? Friendship? Ha. Lu Yuyin, do you have any idea how insufferable your pretentiousness is? Perhaps for you, hundreds of thousands is merely a trifle, given your affluent background. You are a lady of privilege who lacks for nothing. But have you ever thought of me? I hail from a humble family, devoid of wealth, with no parents to support me, fighting for everything. Had I possessed your advantageous upbringing, I too would regard such sums with disdain. I would frequently treat you to meals, shower you with gifts, and consider the charity of the wealthy as a form of friendship. You dare speak of friendship, yet in your heart, you have never regarded me as an equal, have you? You only think of me when it suits your vanity, purchasing gifts to satisfy your wretched pride. With that, Zheng Xiaolu bowed her head, saying coldly, I acknowledge everything. Feel free to report me. I will accept whatever consequences follow. At that moment, Lu Yuyin was overwhelmed with distress, tears continuing to flow as she averted her gaze from Zheng Xiaolu. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhenxiong resolved to let Lu Yuyin handle Zheng Xiaolu. This decision left Lu Yuyin in greater turmoil. The person who had inflicted such harm upon her was none other than her longtime friend. Should she choose to report her, Zheng Xiaolu would face imprisonment, plunging into irredeemable despair. Yet Lu Yuyin had genuinely regarded Zheng Xiaolu as a true friend. She had never viewed her in the manner Zheng Xiaolu described, always sincere in her sentiments. Even upon realizing that Zheng Xiaolu had betrayed her, Lu Yuyin found herself unable to act with such ruthlessness. Lin Meishu and Lu Tian'ao, aware of their own culpability, remained silent. After all, they had supported Zheng Xiaolu in their efforts to rid themselves of Fang Ming, only to discover that the true instigator was Zheng Xiaolu herself. A revelation that left them thoroughly embarrassed. Observing Lu Yuyin's hesitation, Lu Zhenxiong spoke in a low voice. Yuyin, given the circumstances, we must address the matter at hand without delay. Prolonging it serves no purpose. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback. She had already succumbed to despair, resigned to the notion of facing the harsh consequences of imprisonment. Yet Lu Yuyin chose to show him mercy. Rising to her feet, Zheng Xiaolu cast a forlorn glance at Fang Ming before addressing Lu Yuyin. This time, it was Fang Ming who saved you. With that, she silently turned and departed. Lu Yuyin felt a profound sense of distress. She was acutely aware that Zheng Xiaolu's plans had unraveled, and she would inevitably owe Yang Zhenghan a substantial sum of debt. Given Zheng Xiaolu's limited capabilities, no amount of diligent work could swiftly repay such a debt, resulting in a future fraught with hardship. Yet, what could be done? This was a predicament of Zheng Xiaolu's own making. Suddenly, Lu Tianao called out, "Wait, where did Fang Ming go?" In the chaos, no one had noticed Fang Ming's departure, and he had seized the opportunity to slip away. At that moment, Lu Jinxiong angrily remarked, "Lu Tianao, isn't this your doing? You all insisted that Fang Ming was the mastermind behind this. And what has transpired?" Lu Tianao wore an awkward expression, while Lin Meishio felt a tinge of guilt. After all, it was indeed Fang Ming who had rescued Lu Yuyin. Reflecting on their prior harsh words towards Fang Ming filled Lin Meishio with shame. Lu Yuyin's emotions were equally tumultuous. Had it not been for Fang Ming's timely intervention, she might have already lost her innocence. At that moment, Lu Jinxiong handed Lu Yuyin Fang Ming's abandoned phone, offering comfort. "It's all right, Yuyin, do not dwell on it too much. At least you are unharmed. Go rest for now. And make sure to find an opportunity to express your gratitude to Fang Ming." Zheng Xiaolu is correct. It was Fang Ming who saved you. And perhaps he is not as inept as you all presumed. With that, Lu Jinxiong sighed deeply and exited. On his way home, Fang Ming glanced at his hands, momentarily lost in thought. He had not previously realized the extent of his newfound prowess, which was markedly different from before, particularly during the encounter with Liang Zhenghan. He had utterly dominated the situation. Additionally, while at Lu's estate, he had even anticipated Lin Meishio's advance, evading her and causing her to stumble dramatically. These remarkable transformations astonished Fang Ming, prompting him to ponder the origins of these changes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved the jade pendant from around his neck, noticing a faint glow emanating from its surface. The mystical power of this ancestral jade had imbued Fang Ming with extraordinary abilities, not only enhancing his combat skills, but also granting him remarkable vision. In the past, such notions would have been inconceivable to him, yet they had undeniably come to fruition. His eyes could discern the authenticity of antiques and even assist in their valuation, while his combat reflexes were exceptionally swift. Fang Ming contemplated the jade's origins for an extended period, ultimately deciding to set the matter aside. After all, there would be ample time for inquiries in the future. With a smile, he affectionately ruffled Qingqing's hair, saying, "Why are you still awake? It's quite late." Qingqing shook her head gently, saying, "It's nothing. I'm not tired at all." "Brother Fang Ming, please tell me what happened. Did you successfully rescue the damsel in distress? You little rascal, are you that curious?" "Of course I'm curious. I want to know right now." "Don't worry. Lu Yun has already been rescued by me. It's nothing serious." "That's good." Qingqing nodded, her gaze fixed on Fang Ming. Noticing her stare, Fang Ming asked in confusion, "Is there something on my face?" In a soft giggle, Qingqing replied, "Brother Fang Ming, I want to have a late-night snack. I'm hungry again." Hearing this, Fang Ming chuckled helplessly. "All right, since I'm not tired either, let us go out to eat." Qingqing was elated and quickly changed into her clothes and shoes, tugging Fang Ming out of the ancient residence. It was already midnight. The nightlife for the young had only just begun. The streets outside were ablaze with lights, bustling with people strolling about. "Qingqing, there's grilled fish over here. Do you want some?" The array of vibrant stalls dazzled Qingqing, and she nodded eagerly, "Sure. Whatever you buy, I'll eat." Fang Ming smiled, "Great. Let us go and indulge in some delicious food." After devouring a grilled fish, Qingqing still felt hungry. She followed Fang Ming, glancing around and purchasing an array of local delicacies. Approximately half an hour later, having sampled the street's culinary delights, Qingqing finally satiated her appetite, and the two continued to meander. Upon reaching a street corner, Qingqing suddenly halted. Fang Ming, puzzled, inquired, "Qingqing, what's wrong? Are you still not full?" Looking over, Fang Ming chuckled helplessly. "You little girl, just say what you want to eat. Are you craving those dumplings over there?" Yes. Qingqing nodded enthusiastically. "Can we have some?" Without hesitation, Fang Ming led Qingqing to the dumpling stall. Chapter 38, The True Skill. The stall owner was a hunched old man, his hair and beard entirely white, yet he donned a vibrant blue long robe that suggested vitality. Upon seeing Fang Ming and Qingqing approach, the old man smiled warmly and asked, "Would you like some dumplings? Please have a seat." Fang Ming nodded and settled at a table, but Qingqing appeared somewhat peculiar. Rather than taking a seat, she stood before the stall, gazing at the old man without uttering a word or displaying any emotion. Noticing this, Fang Ming inquired, "Qingqing, why are you staring at him?" "That is quite impolite." In response, Ching lowered her head and softly said, "Brother Fang Ming, I didn't mean to stare. I just feel that this old man is a bit strange." Fang Ming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the old man, but finding nothing unusual about him. He then asked, "What is strange about him?" Ching hesitated, taking a while before explaining. "I can't quite put it into words, but I just have this feeling." Hearing this, Fang Ming chuckled resignedly. He truly saw nothing amiss with the old man. He advised, Ching, you don't think it's odd for this elderly man to be selling things, do you? You're just too young to understand the hardships of life. Everyone must navigate the currents of life, often compelled by necessity in ways that are beyond our control. Can you comprehend this? In that moment, the elderly gentleman presented a handwritten menu, and Fang Ming was taken aback. The script on the menu was extraordinary, showcasing remarkable calligraphic skill and structure. A beauty so rare that Fang Ming seldom encountered such exquisite characters. Just as he was about to inquire further, Ching spoke up first. "Old man, please serve me your finest dumplings." The elderly man glanced at Ching, his expression momentarily betraying an awkwardness that quickly faded. He soon resumed his smile. "My dear, every filling we offer is delightful." Ching, however, seemed unconvinced and stubbornly replied, "I don't believe that." Seeing this, the old man merely chuckled and turned to Fang Ming, asking, "Young man, what filling do you prefer?" Not wishing to prolong Ching's antics, Fang Ming nodded politely and chose a random flavor. Yet, Ching shook her head vigorously. "I am not making things difficult for him, brother Fang Ming. This old man is truly remarkable." "All right, enough," Fang Ming interjected, perplexed by Ching's remarks, finding them rather abrupt, and thus sought to halt her. Upon hearing this, Ching lowered her head and said nothing further. Before long, the elderly gentleman returned with 2 plates of freshly made dumplings. Presenting them with a courteous smile, "Enjoy your meal, and should you desire different sauces, feel free to let me know." Fang Ming expressed his gratitude with a smile. The dumplings appeared quite appetizing, and just as he was about to savor them, Ching unexpectedly reached out to stop the old man. "Old man, I don't want this filling. Please make me another." The old man froze in place, glancing at Fang Ming with a look of uncertainty. Feeling embarrassed by the old man's predicament, Fang Ming was at a loss. He couldn't fathom why Ching was suddenly causing trouble for the elderly gentleman. With an apologetic smile toward the old man, he helplessly asked, Ching, what exactly do you want?" Ching pouted stubbornly, insisting, "No, I simply don't want this bowl." Faced with her obstinacy, Fang Ming felt exasperated and reluctantly apologized to the old man. "I'm sorry, sir. Could you please prepare a different flavor of dumpling?" Soon after, the old man brought a plate of a different filling and placed it before Ching. "My dear, this dumpling has a vegetarian filling. Does it suit your taste?" However, Ching abruptly pushed the dumpling aside, expressing her dissatisfaction. "How can I eat dumplings without meat? I don't want this." In light of Ching's peculiar attitude, both Fang Ming and the old man felt helpless, particularly Fang Ming, who was utterly perplexed by her preferences. He softly admonished, "Enough of this, Ching. What filling do you actually want? Just say it directly and spare the old man the trouble." Ching looked at Fang Ming and stubbornly replied, "I just don't like either of these fillings." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. After that, the elderly man prepared several different varieties of dumplings. However, Ching remained resolute in her refusal, turning down each and every one. This behavior left Fang Ming somewhat perplexed. He could not comprehend why Ching would put this elderly gentleman, who had already crossed the threshold of 60, in such a difficult position. The table was laden with dumplings, far too many to consume, and the prospect of additional payment seemed a sheer waste. Fang Ming whispered, Ching, what exactly do you intend to do? You have already ordered such an elaborate spread. Do you really wish to order more? Yet Ching remained steadfast, insisting that what she desired was not among these flavors, demanding that the old man showcase his true culinary prowess, or she would not acquiesce. Even the most patient of individuals would find themselves at a loss when faced with such obstinacy from a young girl. The elderly gentleman shook his head and, with a hint of resignation, replied, Little girl, I have prepared every flavor listed on the menu. If you remain dissatisfied, perhaps you should dine at another establishment. Ching raised an eyebrow and suddenly declared to the old man, Grandfather, you need not deceive me. I know you possess skills that you have yet to reveal. The flavor I desire is not inscribed on the menu. This revelation sparked a flicker of understanding in Fang Ming. However, what astonished him further was the old man's silence for a moment before he finally smiled and nodded, saying, Very well, I shall prepare one more dish. With that, he departed. Ching, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked, "Brother Fang Ming, I am not troubling the old man. He is quite remarkable. Just wait and see." Fang Ming, still bewildered, silently began to sample the various dumplings before him, uttering nothing more. Before long, the elderly gentleman returned, carrying a bowl and placing it before Ching with a weary inquiry. "Little girl, is this what you meant?" Fang Ming gazed at the bowl, utterly dumbfounded. Inside was not a dumpling, but rather a simple bowl of noodle dumpling soup. The broth was pale, containing only the dumplings alongside some fresh greens and chopped scallions, presenting a rather insipid appearance that lacked any allure. However, to Fang Ming's astonishment, Ching suddenly stood up and respectfully addressed the old man. "Grandfather, this is precisely what I wanted. Thank you." Who would have imagined that Ching would be so satisfied with this ordinary bowl of noodle dumpling soup? The old man smiled and departed without uttering a word. Staring at the unremarkable bowl of soup, Fang Ming was left with a myriad of questions. Is this truly the culinary delight you have been yearning for? I expected something far more extraordinary. He felt perplexed, saying, "Why did you want me to eat this? Did you not wish to have it yourself?" "Thanks to you. I have already consumed an ample amount of dumplings. I cannot possibly eat more. You should enjoy it yourself, so as not to waste the old man's efforts." Yet Ching shook her head, insisting that Fang Ming try the noodle dumpling soup. "Brother Fang Ming, this is exceptionally delicious. I assure you will finish it all. Please, give a try." Fang Ming, feeling utterly helpless and completely bewildered by Ching's insistence, hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, he decided to treat it as a light broth to aid digestion after his copious dumpling consumption, and so he began to heartily devour the noodle dumpling soup before him. Chapter 39. A Special Transformation. Upon finishing the meal, Fang Ming was utterly taken aback, his expression a vivid tapestry of astonishment. The flavor was. Initially, he had not given it much thought, believing that the bowl of noodle dumpling soup was as ordinary as it appeared. Yet, after tasting it, he discovered its true peculiarity. A delightful aroma flooded his palate, imparting a sensation unlike any he had experienced before. Soon, he felt a sudden warmth enveloping him, sweat beginning to bead upon his brow. This reaction was evidently unusual. "What on earth is happening?" Fang Ming exclaimed in shock. He nodded thoughtfully and then drank the remaining soup. Afterward, he felt an unsettling layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Alongside the heat coursing through him, he sensed an inexplicable surge of energy. Before long, he became aware of a strange odor emanating from his body, leaving him utterly bewildered. Surveying his surroundings, he realized it was just him and Ching. There was not a soul in sight. What had transpired? Why had everyone vanished so swiftly? This situation instilled a sense of panic within him, as if he were adrift in another realm. The once bustling night market had fallen eerily silent, and the absence of people made him question his own perception. At that moment, a peculiar sound of footsteps reached his ears, and the elderly man reappeared, ambling over with a smile, inquiring, "So, what do you think? Do you like what I made?" Fang Ming looked at the old man, his eyes wide with astonishment. The old man seemed unfazed by Fang Ming's incredulous gaze and continued to smile, asking, "Young man, was it delicious?" Upon hearing this question, Fang Ming suddenly recalled the changes he had experienced after consuming the noodle dumpling soup. He intended to ask something, but found himself at a loss for words. Ching stood up, giving a thumbs up in praise. "Grandpa, it was delightful. We loved it and will certainly return." The old man chuckled kindly, saying, "It's all about fate. Perhaps we shall meet again." This statement struck both Fang Ming and Ching as peculiar, leaving them momentarily stunned. Before long, the old man swiftly packed up and departed. On the way home, Fang Ming remained silent, lost in thought. Noticing his demeanor, Ching leaned closer, curiously asking, "Brother Fang Ming, what are you thinking about?" In response, Fang Ming furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar glance at Ching. "Shouldn't you explain today as events to me?" Ching appeared bewildered. "Explain what? Was there anything strange?" Fang Ming sighed. "I'm referring to that bowl of noodle dumpling soup. Wasn't he at your request for him to make it? Are you trying to deceive me?" Ching paused for a moment before laughing. "Well, I've always said that the old man is remarkable, which is why he could create such an extraordinary noodle dumpling soup." Fang Ming frowned, murmuring to himself, could it be that he is not an ordinary person? Clearly, this was the only explanation that made sense now. Strangely, Fang Ming had not initially noticed the old man's uniqueness, while Ching seemed to recognize it at a glance. Fang Ming refrained from further questioning Ching, as he could easily surmise that her response would be consistent with her previous ones, relying solely on her intuition. By this time, the clock had struck midnight, and Ching, feeling rather fatigued, retired early for the night. Ever since he consumed that bowl of noodle dumpling soup, Fang Ming had sensed an unusual discomfort throughout his body. He was not only sweating profusely, but also detected a peculiar odor emanating from himself. Unable to find solace in sleep, he resolved to take a shower before attempting to rest. However, upon disrobing, he was taken aback by a shocking revelation. He discovered a layer of dark blue-black substance covering his body, which appeared exceedingly viscous and provoked a sense of nausea. Had Qing not already been asleep, he would have undoubtedly roused her for clarification. Fortunately, Fang Ming was no stranger to tumultuous experiences, and he managed to suppress any instinctive screams in response to the unsettling sight. Yet, he couldn't help but speculate that this bizarre substance was undoubtedly linked to the bowl of noodle dumpling soup. Gritting his teeth against the queasiness, he hastily stood beneath the showerhead, thoroughly rinsing his body. To his relief, although the strange substance looked repulsive, it was surprisingly easy to wash away, causing minimal trouble. After his shower, feeling refreshed, Fang Ming lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him as thoughts of the elderly man he had encountered that evening. The seemingly ordinary yet peculiar noodle dumpling soup, and Qing, who seemed to harbor secrets, swirled in his mind. Where did this little girl come from? Why is she becoming increasingly enigmatic? Following a series of prior events, Fang Ming's curiosity regarding Qing's origins intensified. Yet it was evident that he could not obtain answers at that moment. Even Qing herself could not articulate the reasons behind her peculiarities. One thing was certain. Qing was no ordinary individual. Her previous displays of extraordinary abilities had firmly established her as someone of exceptional status in Fang Ming's mind. Lost in thought, he ultimately succumbed to fatigue and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Fang Ming took a leisurely stroll in the backyard. Savoring the fresh air, Qing, with a bun clutched in her mouth and a carton of milk in hand, hurriedly approached him, announcing that someone had come to visit. The visitor appeared to be a middle-aged man, dressed quite formally, who claimed to be looking for him. Qing explained. At her words, Fang Ming immediately envisioned a sales representative, but considering the possibility of an important matter, he hastened to the front hall. Upon encountering the man, before Fang Ming could utter a word, the visitor politely stepped forward. "Hello, you must be Mr. Fang Ming." Fang Ming nodded slightly and inquired courteously, "I am Fang Ming. May I ask who you are?" The man, beaming with a smile, introduced himself. "Good day, Mr. Fang. I am Zhao Wahai, sent by Miss Zhao Wanqing." Fang Ming nodded, puzzled, and asked, "Wanqing? Does she need to speak with me?" "She could have just called. There was no need to send someone." Zhao Wahai, still smiling, replied, "Mr. Fang, it is like this. Miss Wanqing mentioned that you and Miss Qing are residing here and may not find it convenient. So, she specifically dispatched me to attend to your daily needs." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Wanqing to be so considerate. However, Qing appeared quite pleased, smiling as she remarked, "Brother Fang Ming, Sister Wanqing is truly thoughtful, so concerned about you that she even sent someone to look after you." Subsequently, Qing politely addressed Zhao Wahai, saying, "Uncle Zhao, hello. Does this mean that starting today, you are our family steward? Does that mean I will be able to enjoy even more delicious food?" In response, Zhao Wahai nodded with a smile, saying, "Miss Qing, rest assured. In my youth, I obtained a 5-star chef qualification and can prepare a variety of exquisite dishes. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." This statement piqued Qing's interest, as she was quite the foodie, and she immediately began to pull Zhao Guohai into a discussion about various culinary delights, to which he patiently responded. Meanwhile, Fang Ming stood there, utterly bewildered, wanting to speak but finding himself at a loss for words. Zhao Wanqing's sudden display of kindness left him puzzled. He could sense there was more to it than mere friendship. Not only had she gifted him such a splendid residence, but she had also assigned a remarkably capable steward to him. Surely, their relationship could not be as simple as that of old classmates. Seeing that Fang Ming seemed troubled, Zhao Guohai took it upon himself to clarify, "Please, Mr. Fang, do not misunderstand. Miss Wanqing has sent me here not to intrude upon your privacy, but to ensure your well-being. Even when you go out, I can assist in arranging a professional itinerary for you. However, everything will depend on your personal needs. If you do not require it, I will not take any action without your consent." Given the steward's reasonable demeanor, Fang Ming found it difficult to voice any objections. Fortunately, Zhao Wanqing had not assigned Zhao Guohai as his personal attendant, for having him shadow Fang Ming everywhere would have felt akin to being under constant surveillance. Nevertheless, with this arrangement, he felt there was nothing to worry about. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill from Zhao Wanqing, and Qing was thoroughly satisfied. Considering that Fang Ming would soon be occupied with work, Having a professional steward to manage the household would indeed be beneficial. Moreover, given the vastness of the residence, it would be exhausting for him to maintain it alone. With this in mind, Fang Ming smiled and said, I understand. I will be counting on Uncle Zhao's assistance in the future. Zhao Guohai confidently nodded. Mr. Fang, please do not hesitate to ask. It is my duty, and I will ensure everything is managed efficiently. Then, unless there are specific instructions, I shall begin managing the affairs of the residence, he continued. For such a large estate, it would be prudent to employ a certain number of staff for its upkeep. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Fang Ming could not help but admire Zhao Guohai's professionalism. However, it posed a dilemma for Wang Bo. If they were to hire a group of servants, it would entail additional monthly expenses. Considering this, he realized that his finances were rather tight. As Fang Ming contemplated the matter, Zhao Guohai continued to elaborate. By the way, Mr. Fang, Miss Wanqing has specifically instructed that all the wages for you and your household staff, as well as the expenses for maintaining the estate, will be charged to the Zhao family. I kindly ask you not to decline. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming was taken aback, feeling profoundly honored. He had not anticipated that Zhao Wanqing had considered even this aspect. Her thoughtfulness was truly remarkable. At that moment, Fang Ming could not help but express his admiration for Zhao Wanqing, while Qingqing, overwhelmed with joy, excitedly exclaimed, Brother Fang Ming, what did I tell you? I said that Sister Wanqing clearly has feelings for you. Otherwise, how could she possibly invest so much effort into you? In response, Fang Ming retorted with mild irritation. You mischievous girl, do not speak carelessly. Have you forgotten something? He sighed deeply and addressed Zhao Guohai. Uncle Zhao, I leave the management of the estate in your capable hands. Please do not hesitate to consult Qingqing if any questions arise. As he spoke, Fang Ming cast a cheerful glance at Qingqing. His arrangement was deliberate. Qingqing had been rather listless, and it was likely she would appreciate being occupied. Meanwhile, Fang Ming had other matters to attend to, so he had to assign her some tasks to divert her attention momentarily. Qingqing, filled with enthusiasm, replied, All right, Brother Fang Ming, I will certainly offer excellent suggestions. Fang Ming chuckled wryly. That sounds delightful, but let us first consider Uncle Zhao's opinion. Understood. Fang Ming finally felt reassured and signaled to Zhao Guohai. Zhao Guohai nodded politely, stating, In that case, Mr. Fang, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With that, Zhao Guohai set about managing the estate. Before long, a group of servants prepared by Zhao Guohai entered the residence, and their numbers appeared substantial. This left Fang Ming with a complex array of emotions, prompting him to contemplate calling Zhao Wanqing for clarification. Otherwise, he found himself rather perplexed. Just then, Zhao Wanqing appeared at the entrance, directing the movers. Fang Ming tucked away his phone, remaining silent as he patiently awaited the completion of her tasks. Once finished, Zhao Wanqing approached Fang Ming and asked, somewhat exasperated, Fang Ming, why do you always wear that expression in my presence? Are you dissatisfied with me? Fang Ming was taken aback momentarily, then chuckled with resignation. Miss Wanqing, would I dare to harbor any discontent towards you? However, I must inquire about the reason for sending so many people here. Zhao Wanqing, unfazed, explained nonchalantly, What is there to misunderstand? Uncle Zhao is a highly experienced professional steward. I had him come to assist you in managing the estate, which should save you quite a bit of trouble, don't you think? Fang Ming found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Zhao Wanqing's intentions were for his benefit, and her rationale was irrefutable. Very well, I shall accept your goodwill without overthinking it. Uncle Zhao is exceptionally skilled in household management and possesses excellent character. Originally, he worked for us, so it is quite a sacrifice on my part to send him to assist you. Regardless of the circumstances at home, you need not worry. Uncle Zhao will undoubtedly handle everything exceptionally well. As Zhao Wanqing interrupted Fang Ming, she cryptically stated, By the way, I shall take you to an intriguing place. Do not inquire too much, you will understand upon arrival. Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, but after several gentle nudges from Zhao Wanqing, he could only helplessly shake his head and follow along. Ever since accepting Zhao Wanqing's hospitality, he seemed to have fallen under her influence. He hurried to catch up with her, puzzled, and asked, Where exactly are you taking me? Zhao Wanqing smiled mysteriously, insisting that she could not disclose the details just yet, and then they boarded the car, heading straight for the enigmatic location. Fang Ming felt quite helpless. Had he not accepted Zhao Wanqing's invitation or allowed Qingqing to bond with her so well, he might have readily declined. However, given Zhao Wanqing's numerous favors, he found it impossible to refuse her request to accompany her. Before long, after parking, Fang Ming noticed a tall building outside, its decor exuding elegance. "Isn't this the Qingzhou Museum?" he exclaimed in astonishment, finally recognizing the place. However, he wondered what Zhao Wanqing intended to do here. Initially, he thought she might want him to assist with some antique appraisal event. Yet, given that this was the official museum of Qingzhou, the exhibited artifacts had been evaluated by professionals, rendering any assistance from Fang Ming unnecessary. Hearing Fang Ming's words, Zhao Wanqing chuckled mysteriously. "Do not rush. Rest assured. I won't lead you astray." With a hint of caution, Fang Ming inquired, "But this is a museum filled with national treasures. You wouldn't want to help with something, would you?" "I lack the courage for that." Zhao Wanqing sighed. "What? Do you think I would ask you to help me steal treasures? Am I that sort of person?" "Never mind. I won't keep you in suspense. I actually want to introduce you to a job, though I'm unsure if you would be interested." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming's curiosity piqued, as he was indeed in urgent need of employment. What kind of job could one find in a museum? Zhao Wanqing raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you familiar with artifact restoration? The museum has numerous items in need of restoration, and as for the remuneration, that would depend on your skills." Fang Ming was utterly astonished. "What? You cannot be serious. While I possess the ability to discern the authenticity of antiques, that does not equate to artifact restoration." He felt somewhat helpless. "Are you certain I could handle such a position?" Zhao Wanqing replied with unwavering confidence. "Oh, Master Fang, I believe in you. There is no need to be modest. Given your keen eye, being able to ascertain the authenticity of antiques merely by sight, and even appraising their value accurately, is sufficient proof of your extensive knowledge in this domain. If you harness this ability well, excelling in artifact restoration should be well within your reach." Seeing Zhao Wanqing's unwavering faith in him, Fang Ming found himself deeply troubled. Perhaps outsiders may be oblivious to the circumstances, yet Fang Ming is undoubtedly well acquainted with them. Should the restoration succeed, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Speaking thus, Zhao Wanqing discovered a golden mask in the car and handed it to Fang Ming. "All right, I understand your reluctance to reveal your identity, so I have procured the necessary props," she stated. "After all, this restoration work not only contributes to the museum, but also presents an opportunity for profit. Why not give it a try?" Faced with Zhao Wanqing's meticulous preparations, Fang Ming found himself at a loss. Fortunately, with the mask in hand, he reasoned that, given his notorious reputation in Qingzhou, the security would likely deny him entry into the museum otherwise. Reluctantly, and to avoid disappointing Zhao Wanqing, Fang Ming consented. He figured he could merely assess the situation. If it proved unfeasible, he could simply decline the task. They could hardly compel him, could they? With such thoughts in mind, Fang Ming donned the mask and entered the Qingzhou Museum alongside Zhao Wanqing. Upon entering the hall, a well-dressed gentleman approached them, greeting Zhao Wanqing with a courteous smile. "Miss Zhao, good day. I am the assistant to the director. You may call me Xiao Wang. The director has specifically asked me to welcome you all." Zhao Wanqing nodded slightly, and Xiao Wang led them through several halls to the museum's working area. There were specialized restoration rooms, and, as he opened the door, he bowed slightly, saying to Zhao Wanqing, "Please, everyone come in. Our director awaits you inside." Once inside the restoration room, Fang Ming gazed around with curiosity. The environment was quite commendable, featuring ample space and various professional facilities. However, perhaps due to the director's arrangements, the room was devoid of other staff. Save for the elderly director, Yu Songyan, who stood silently before a statue of Buddha, observing something intently. The director was deeply engrossed, failing to notice Zhao Wanqing and the others entering. Intrigued, Fang Ming turned to take a closer look. Thanks to the assistance of his celestial vision, he quickly discerned the pertinent information regarding the statue. The white jade heart-turning Buddha statue was a rare treasure of incalculable worth, with the only flaw being its imperfection. Upon receiving this information, Fang Ming's brow furrowed. Yet, the more precious the artifact, the less assured he felt. "Mr. Yu?" Seeing that the director of the Qingzhou Museum, Yu Songyan, was absorbed in his observations and had not noticed them, Zhao Wanqing stepped forward and softly called his attention. Upon hearing this, Yu Songyan finally responded, smiling as he said, "Ah, Wanqing, you have arrived." Zhao Wanqing nodded slightly and began to introduce Fang Ming. "Mr. Yu, this is the friend I mentioned to you before. He is a remarkably skilled appraiser of treasures." At these words, Yu Songyan involuntarily scrutinized Fang Ming. However, upon noticing the mask covering Fang Ming's face, his expression darkened, and he questioned, "Wanqing, I must express my confusion. If this gentleman possesses professional knowledge and expertise, why does he refuse to reveal his true identity? Is he perhaps wary of us?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wanqing immediately displayed an expression of embarrassment. Before she could clarify, Fang Ming interjected, requesting Mr. Yu not to misinterpret the situation, asserting that it was his own reluctance to reveal his identity and had nothing to do with Miss Zhao. Surprised by his words, Zhao Wanqing discreetly cast a glance at Fang Ming, feeling a surge of gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, Fang Ming had not flinched and was willing to offer an explanation, clearly demonstrating a sense of responsibility. However, Yu Songyan remained perplexed, his brows furrowing in confusion. Fang Ming paid no heed to Yu Songyan's demeanor and spoke in a low tone. It was Miss Zhao who informed me about the artifacts in need of restoration, which is why I am here. Initially, I harbored little confidence. Yet, if the artifact requiring restoration is this jade Avalokiteshvara statue, I can indeed authenticate it. Upon hearing this, Yu Songyan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. After all, the statue was significantly damaged, nearly devoid of its original form. Even if an outsider could recognize it as a statue, discerning its name and origin would prove exceedingly difficult. To his surprise, Fang Ming appeared so confident after merely a cursory glance. Listening to Fang Ming's voice, Yu Songyan deduced that he was merely a young man. And coupled with his unwillingness to reveal his identity, Yu Songyan found it even harder to trust him. Thus, he solemnly remarked, setting aside other matters, "The statue's main body is lost. Do you truly believe you can easily ascertain its origins? I do not mean to be dismissive, but the restoration of artifacts of this caliber is exceptionally challenging, replete with intricate techniques that cannot be accomplished in a short span." He continued, "This statue is exceedingly precious, verging on a national treasure. However, we have yet to find a suitable restorer, which is why it remains in its current state of disrepair." After listening attentively, Fang Ming nodded. Although he was not well versed in the various restoration techniques, he recognized that he had come here, and from Yu Songyan's words, it was evident that there was a pressing desire to restore the artifact. Fang Ming had a fair understanding of Zhao Wanqing, since she had brought him here. She must have assured Yu Songyan of his capabilities. If Fang Ming were to do nothing, it would inevitably tarnish Zhao Wanqing's reputation. Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to explain and elucidated the origins of the statue. His words left Yu Songyan momentarily speechless, his eyes filled with astonishment. Furthermore, Fang Ming continued, "However, in my opinion, this jade Avalokiteshvara statue should not be incomplete as it appears. Its original form likely included 2 lotus pedestals, yet only one remains. Where's the other?" Upon hearing this, Yu Songyan was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, "There's another lotus pedestal?" "Indeed, it must be so," Fang Ming asserted with conviction. Observing the precious jade Avalokiteshvara statue, Yu Songyan's emotions became exceedingly complex. He had studied this statue for many years, perusing numerous ancient texts and engaging with various experts, which had culminated in his current understanding. Even so, the knowledge they had acquired was far from comprehensive, making the restoration process arduous. It was utterly incredible that Fang Ming could articulate so much after merely a fleeting glance. In response to Yu Songyan's inquiry, Fang Ming casually deflected with a few remarks, merely stating that he had fortuitously encountered certain ancient texts. Although Yu Songyan harbored some skepticism, he found it difficult to challenge this assertion. For many ancient manuscripts are indeed remarkable, containing esoteric knowledge that could very well be true. The breadth of Fang Ming's knowledge prompted Yu Songyan to abandon his earlier doubts and humbly inquire, "Young sir, I never imagined you possessed such a wealth of knowledge. Individuals like you are precisely what we lack. Might you assess whether this exquisite white jade heart-turning Buddha statue still holds the potential for restoration?" At that moment, Fang Ming had entirely assumed the persona of a master in Yu Songyan's eyes, compelling a significant shift in his demeanor to one of respect. This reverence was well-deserved, as Fang Ming had earned it through his own capabilities. Fang Ming fell into a contemplative silence regarding Yu Songyan's words. His extensive understanding of the Buddha statue stemmed solely from his unique abilities. He had never attempted to restore such an artifact before, making it challenging to predict his success. The Qinzhou Museum, being one of the larger institutions in the country, boasted numerous restoration rooms and experts. Yet if so many professionals struggled to restore this relic, could an outsider like Fang Ming truly achieve it? Noticing Fang Ming's troubled expression, Yu Songyan appeared somewhat anxious. To alleviate any concerns Fang Ming might have, he promptly assured, "Young sir, should you agree to assist us in the restoration, I am prepared to provide all logistical support. Upon successful restoration, the Qinzhou Museum shall offer you a remuneration of 2 million as a token of our appreciation. What do you think?" Fang Ming was taken aback by this proposal. It was a testament to the museum's grandeur. Yet, upon reflection, such an offer was understandable given the statue's priceless nature, akin to a national treasure. If someone could indeed restore it, a reward of 2 million would be a mere trifle. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ming replied to Yu Songyan, "Old Mr. Yu. Under these circumstances, I'm willing to give it a try, but..." Upon hearing this, Yu Songyan was elated and promptly rose, exclaiming, "Sir, please state your requirements. We assure you they will be met." Previous restorers had not only failed to complete the task, but had also struggled to authenticate the artifact. Now, encountering someone of Fang Ming's caliber, there might indeed be a chance for restoration. Given the statue's considerable deterioration, Yu Songyan did not expect it to be restored to its original state, urging Fang Ming to proceed without burden, simply to do his best. As for the remuneration, the Qinzhou Museum would compensate based on the restoration's outcome. Would that be agreeable? Fang Ming nodded in assent, stating, "Such matters are of little consequence. However, having accepted this task, I must endeavor to handle it with utmost diligence. Otherwise, I would feel unworthy of the generous compensation." He added, "I do have a few stipulations. I request a dedicated restoration space be allocated for me, and during the restoration period, I must not be disturbed by anyone. Furthermore, this white jade heart-turning Buddha statue is sculpted from pure gold. Thus, in the presence of Yu Songyan, who had not comprehended the discussion, Qingqing could not restrain herself and explained, "Brother Fang Ming is saying that a substantial amount of gold water is required for the restoration process, along with numerous tools for repair." Qingqing, possessing considerable knowledge, succinctly enumerated all the tools needed by Fang Ming. The astonishment was palpable not only among those present, but also on Fang Ming's face. He could hardly fathom that such a young girl possessed such a wealth of knowledge regarding the restoration of cultural relics. At that moment, Yu Songyan's trust in Fang Ming deepened. After all, if this young girl was so proficient, it was not difficult to gauge the extent of Fang Ming's expertise. Only Fang Ming felt a myriad of complex emotions, which he chose not to reveal. Who exactly was Qingqing? How could she possess such extraordinary abilities? After a moment of silence, Yu Songyan, filled with emotion, inquired, "Sir, may I ask who this young lady is?" To which Qingqing added playfully, "The reason I know so much is all thanks to Brother Fang Ming's guidance." Upon hearing this, Yu Songyan was genuinely impressed. It seems that Mr. Fang is indeed a master. I never imagined that such a mysterious expert existed in this small Qinzhou. What Miss Wanqing said was truly accurate. I am now utterly convinced. Subsequently, Yu Songyan spoke with courtesy, "Mr. Fang, regarding all the conditions you have proposed, our museum will do its utmost to accommodate them, as it is only proper. However, it may take some time, so I ask for your understanding. How about this? I will begin the preparatory work and inform Miss Wanqing once it is completed, and then Mr. Fang can return to carry out the restoration. Does that sound agreeable?" Fang Ming nodded slightly. "All right, let us proceed in this manner. Since there is nothing more to discuss, we shall take our leave." After bidding farewell to Yu Songyan and others, Fang Ming departed, with Qingqing following closely behind. Zhao Wanqing exchanged a few words with Yu Songyan before also exiting the museum. Watching Fang Ming's retreating figure, Yu Songyan's face radiated delight, while the astonishment in his heart lingered. He never anticipated that this young man possessed such remarkable abilities at such a tender age. It was truly impressive. Once outside the museum, Fang Ming removed his mask. Observing this, Zhao Wanqing could not help but tease, "Fang Ming, this line of work is quite lucrative. Don't you think you should express your gratitude?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing chuckled, ruffling Qingqing's hair beside her. "Never mind. Lest someone accuse me of making it difficult for him. Your brother, always seems to think I have ulterior motives, constantly wary of me. It is rather tiresome. And let us not forget, your brother is already married. He is now a man with a wife." Listening to Zhao Wanqing and Qingqing's playful banter, Fang Ming merely pursed his lips, saying nothing. Before long, he suddenly recalled a previous matter and furrowed his brow, questioning Qingqing. "Qingqing, there are so many aspects of you that astonish me. How come I was unaware of your extensive knowledge in artifact restoration?" In response, Qingqing smiled casually, her expression enigmatic as she explained, "Oh, Brother Fang Ming, I only have a rudimentary understanding. But do not underestimate me. I can be of assistance as well." Due to Zhao Wanqing's presence, Fang Ming refrained from asking too many questions, although his suspicions regarding Qingqing's identity grew increasingly profound. Yet, he chose to remain silent for the time being. Zhao Wanqing, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. As time passed, she suggested that they all go out for a meal. "Qingqing, are you hungry?" Indeed, Qingqing was famished. Since Brother Fang Ming's business is so lucrative, it would be unreasonable not to treat us to a sumptuous feast, she remarked with a whimsical smile. Fang Ming replied in a serious tone. The remuneration has yet to be received. Must you rush me to host a banquet so soon? Qingqing retorted with displeasure. Brother Fang Ming, you are simply too stingy. Zhao Wanqing dismissed these comments and proposed. There happens to be a newly opened Western restaurant nearby with decent online reviews. Shall we dine there? Upon hearing this, Qingqing's mouth watered and she eagerly tugged at Zhao Wanqing to lead the way, while Fang Ming followed quietly behind, chuckling helplessly before hastening his pace to catch up. Before long, they arrived at an upscale Western restaurant. Zhao Wanqing thoughtfully inquired, Fang Ming, have you brought enough money? Although the food is delightful here, the prices are also steep. If you find yourself short after the meal, it could become quite awkward. If necessary, we can always dine elsewhere. To this, Fang Ming retorted with annoyance. Why didn't you consider these matters beforehand? Only now do you ask, having already arrived. It matters not. It is merely a meal, and we can afford it. Let us go, Qingqing exclaimed with a beaming smile. Wonderful. Brother Fang Ming, you are so bold. Zhao Wanqing chuckled lightly, then led Qingqing into the restaurant, with Fang Ming closely trailing behind. The establishment exuded elegance, accompanied by an enchanting ambience, and a pianist played softly in the background. Upon their entrance, a waiter promptly approached, beaming with an inviting smile. Zhao Wanqing chose a table by the window, and she and Qingqing began to peruse the menu. Fang Ming slouched in his chair, remaining silent. Though he did not outwardly express it, he felt a pang of anxiety, anticipating that this meal would undoubtedly be quite costly. After Zhao Wanqing and Qingqing finalized their selections, they handed the menu to Fang Ming. He forced himself to sit upright, but the moment he glanced at the menu, darkness clouded his eyes. The array of dishes dazzled him, but the signature item, the steak, was exorbitantly priced, several thousand for a single serving. It was astonishing to realize that many farmers toil for years raising cattle, only to sell them for less than that sum. This was sheer extravagance. Observing Fang Ming's dazed expression, the waiter presumed he was indecisive and began to offer recommendations. Sir, our steak is exceptionally delectable. Would you care for a portion? Fang Ming shook his head, then glanced at the pizza combo beneath the steak, only to discover it too was priced over 7,000. This was utterly unreasonable. Feeling a deep sense of regret, Fang Ming exclaimed, Never mind, I do not wish to eat. None of these dishes appeal to my palate. Noticing Fang Ming's distressed demeanor, the waiter maintained a smiling facade, yet internally, he began to mock him. However, Fang Ming indeed felt a twinge of hunger. Having come all this way, it would be unreasonable not to indulge in some sustenance. In a state of indecision regarding various prices, he ultimately settled on the two least expensive dishes from the Western restaurant's menu, a vegetable salad and spaghetti. Once Fang Ming had finalized his order, the waiter wasted no time in departing, leaving no moment to linger. Zhao Wanqing suddenly burst into laughter, addressing Qingqing. Look at your brother. He's already fretting over expenses even before tasting his meal. Fang Ming shot Zhao Wanqing a glance of exasperation, replying, I am not as extravagant as you. You are a lady of wealth, while I am but an ordinary man. Chapter 43. Seeking Trouble. Noticing Fang Ming's abrupt pause, Zhao Wanqing quickly remarked, So what if you are? Am I not right behind you? However, as soon as the words left her lips, Zhao Wanqing sensed something amiss and felt a flush creeping onto her cheeks, prompting her to change the subject. Qingqing chimed in, Indeed, brother Fang Ming. You have me as well. I will always support you. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming smiled with gratitude, though he lamented, But your every need still depends on me. You little rascal. Qingqing pouted slightly, retorting, But your needs depend on Sister Wanqing. She hasn't complained at all. At this comment, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Zhao Wanqing averted her gaze, feigning interest in the scenery outside to distract herself. Fang Ming cleared his throat twice, casually pouring himself a glass of warm water. Noticing their sudden reactions, Qingqing felt a hint of confusion and was about to speak again when Zhao Wanqing, sensing the moment, swiftly placed a dessert in front of Qingqing, hoping to silence her. Seeing the dessert, Qingqing was indeed captivated, falling silent. As Fang Ming surveyed the surroundings, a well-dressed young man in a suit and glasses approached, exuding an air of refinement with his slick-back hair, clearly not an ordinary individual. As he walked, his gaze landed on Zhao Wanqing, and a smile immediately graced his face. However, upon noticing Fang Ming seated across from Zhao Wanqing, he slightly furrowed his brow, then approached with a friendly demeanor, exclaiming, Wanqing, Startled, Zhao Wanqing turned, her expression shifting to one of impatience. Song Qilin, what are you doing here? Song Qilin raised an eyebrow, displaying a rather oily smile. Wanqing, what a coincidence. I never expected to see you here. With that, he audaciously took a seat beside Fang Ming, his eyes fixated on Zhao Wanqing, seemingly disregarding both her and Fang Ming entirely, his expression betraying an unsettling obsession. Unpleased by his presence, Zhao Wanqing asked with irritation, "Who permitted you to sit here?" Rather unfazed by her annoyance, Song Qilin leaned closer with a smile. "Wanqing, after all, we once shared such a close bond. We could almost be considered half a couple. Why are you being so cold to me? Do not spout nonsense here." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wanqing was suddenly taken aback, casting an involuntary glance at Fang Ming before erupting in anger. "Song Qilin, be silent. I have no connection to you whatsoever, and I implore you to cease your harassment." Faced with Zhao Wanqing's unwavering stance, even disregarding her image to hurl insults, both Qingqing and Fang Ming were left astounded. Song Qilin, despite appearing quite charming, possessed an insidious glint in his eyes. But what could have provoked Zhao Wanqing's sudden fury? Based on Song Qilin's remarks, Fang Ming even began to doubt whether Zhao Wanqing had been divorced. Could it be that Song Qilin was her ex-husband? Clearly, this revelation caught everyone off guard. Instead of being irate, Song Qilin appeared rather delighted. "Wanqing, your anger towards me signifies that you have not forgotten me. Am I correct? I am aware that we were on the verge of marrying, were we not? Although fate separated us, there is no animosity between us. You need not reject me so vehemently." Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. With a look of disdain, she retorted, "How dare you bring up our past? Song Qilin, you scoundrel, I advise you to refrain from embellishing your own image. I loathe you immensely. Merely seeing you makes me feel sick. Do not put on this charade. If you dare to annoy me further, I will expose all the misdeeds you have committed." This declaration evidently displeased Song Qilin, who promptly wiped the smile from his face and, with a dark expression, inquired, "Zhao Wanqing, what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Do you think I, Song Qilin, fear you?" Zhao Wanqing was unperturbed, her anger flaring as she retorted, "Very well. If you possess any courage, attempt to lay a hand on me and witness the consequences." Song Qilin gritted his teeth, unwilling to counter her. In truth, Song Qilin hailed from a distinguished family and harbored no fear of the Zhao family's influence. Within the Zhao clan, the only individual he truly feared was perhaps Zhao Wanqing herself. After a tense standoff, Song Qilin fell silent for a moment before shifting his gaze to Fang Ming, a surge of anger igniting within him. Suddenly, a devious plan formed in his mind, and he turned his ire towards Fang Ming. "Ah, now I understand why you react so strongly upon seeing me. It appears your man is present. What is it? You seem apprehensive that he might learn of your past. Are you not? Are you not afraid that I will divulge everything to him?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's face flushed crimson with rage as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Song Qilin, be quiet." This matter struck a nerve with Zhao Wanqing, further fueling Song Qilin's arrogance. He threw his head back in laughter, addressing Fang Ming, "Ha ha, my friend, have you experienced the formidable nature of Zhao Wanqing? It is said that this woman has insatiable desires, leaving ordinary men utterly overwhelmed." Fang Ming remained silent, merely casting a cold, indifferent glance at Song Qilin. However, Zhao Wanqing could no longer contain herself. Though she could tolerate him provoking her, she could not abide Song Qilin's disrespectful remarks in front of Fang Ming. In a fit of rage, Zhao Wanqing stood up and violently splashed the red wine in front of her onto Song Qilin, leaving no shred of mercy. Caught off guard by the sudden action, Song Qilin had no time to react and was doused in red wine, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Song Qilin, if you don't get lost right now, I will make you pay dearly." Faced with Zhao Wanqing's fury, Song Qilin, equally enraged, stood up with a twisted expression and shouted, "Zhao Wanqing, are you out of your mind? How dare you treat me, the young master, in such a manner?" Clenching his fists in fury, he longed to see Zhao Wanqing and teach her a harsh lesson. The already tranquil atmosphere of the Western restaurant was disrupted by their commotion, drawing the attention of onlookers, some of whom even recorded the scene. After being splashed with red wine, Song Qilin's meticulously styled hair hung messily over his face, rendering him a pitiable sight. Given the presence of so many people, he dared not retaliate against Zhao Wanqing, instead gritting his teeth and declaring, "Zhao Wanqing, remember this. I will not let you off the hook for treating me this way today." With arms crossed, Zhao Wanqing coldly retorted. I am genuinely curious to see how you plan to make me pay. Oh, will it be like before, where you spread falsehoods to tarnish my reputation? Let me assure you, no matter how much you say, it does not change the truth. I was truly blind to not see how despicably shameless you are. Do you even consider yourself a man? Fine, we shall see. Song Qilin bellowed, knocking over a nearby chair in his fury as he stormed out. At that moment, the restaurant manager rushed over, visibly anxious, and asked Zhao Wanqing, Miss Zhao, are you all right? Having witnessed such a heated argument without intervening, his insincere concern only aggravated Zhao Wanqing. She coldly replied, there is no need to concern yourself with me. The manager awkwardly nodded and hurriedly instructed the staff to tidy up the table. Noticing Qingqing's worried expression, Zhao Wanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and softly said, don't look at me like that. I'm fine. Finally, Qingqing spoke up, Sister Wanqing, who on earth is that shameless fellow? Chapter 44, The Malevolent Scheme. Qingqing nodded, remaining silent thereafter. After a brief moment of silence, Fang Ming skeptically inquired, what was your relationship with him before? Upon hearing Fang Ming's question, Zhao Wanqing hesitated, then feigned composure as she replied, it wasn't anything significant. We were indeed together for a short while, but thankfully, I discovered in time that the scoundrel was fooling around with other women. He is nothing but a beast. Recalling her past heartaches, Zhao Wanqing felt a surge of anger. Observing her fury, Fang Ming refrained from pressing further and instead comforted her. Enough about that. Let us eat. With a long sigh, Zhao Wanqing nodded and returned to slicing her steak. In that moment, her gaze flickered and a hint of trepidation crept into her heart. There were matters she could not disclose to Fang Ming and the others. After all, as the heiress of the Zhao family, she had no fear of retaliation from Song Qilin. However, she was concerned that today, Song Qilin might take out his frustrations on Fang Ming and Qingqing after meeting them, which would be disastrous. Wanqing, are you worried about something? Seeing Zhao Wanqing's heavy expression, Fang Ming couldn't help but inquire. Zhao Wanqing paused, helplessly replying, I'm not afraid of him attacking me. I fear that if he fails to seek revenge, he might target you. Such a person always preys on the weak. He is capable of such actions. Fang Ming furrowed his brow. Qingqing, however, spoke earnestly, Sister Wanqing, you need not worry. If he dares to disturb you again, just tell me. I will help drive him away. Qingqing's words seemed to ease Zhao Wanqing's tension, and she smiled, saying, silly child, you are still so young. Do not dwell on such matters. Let's eat. I am fine. Qingqing nodded and lowered her head to continue her meal. At that moment, Song Qilin was in the restroom, tending to his damp suit, his expression dark and occasionally muttering curses at Zhao Wanqing. After cleaning himself up, he found a change of clothes in the car and proceeded to the private room of the Western restaurant. The people in the room greeted him warmly, seemingly oblivious to Song Qilin's unusual demeanor. A balding man nearby noticed Song Qilin's somber expression and quietly approached, respectfully asking, young Master Song, why aren't you drinking with everyone? What's wrong? If something has happened, just let us know, and we brothers will surely avenge you. Hearing this, Song Qilin sighed, Brother Kong, it's nothing serious. Please continue your meal without letting me dampen your spirits. Upon hearing this, the man known as Brother Kong perked up, clapping Song Qilin on the back, and said grandly, young Master Song, you're being too polite. I could tell from the moment you walked in that something was amiss. Clearly, something has just transpired. You needn't hide it from me. Just speak your mind. Reluctantly, Song Qilin replied, it's not a big deal. I was just splashed with wine. What? Which scoundrel had the audacity to throw wine on our young Master Song? This cannot stand. We must not let him go unpunished. Just say the word, and I will have someone teach him a lesson. Song Qilin remained silent for a moment before smiling and waving his hand. It's fine, Brother Kong. It was merely a brazen woman, nothing to fuss over. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kang's anger flared. What? A mere woman, so audacious. Young master, which woman is so ungrateful? A person of your stature is like a star surrounded by admirers. How can anyone dare to disrespect you? As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Kang's eyes, quickly vanishing. This will not do, young master. We must help you seek vengeance. You have treated us brothers so well. We are not ungrateful. Not to mention, if it weren't for you, young Master Song, we would likely never have the chance to indulge in such high-end establishments. If someone dares to bully you and we do not stand up, that would be utterly unjust. Upon hearing this, Song Qilin felt a profound sense of gratification, reflecting on the fact that his financial contributions had not been in vain. However, he did not expect Zhou Kong and the others to confront Zhao Wanqing, considering her affiliation with the Zhao family. Therefore, Song Qilan remarked, "Brother Kong, I appreciate your goodwill. But the other party is not someone you can provoke. That woman is Zhao Wanqing, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, and her backing is quite formidable." Perhaps emboldened by the effects of alcohol, Zhou Kong rose passionately, declaring indignantly, "What does that matter? Whether she is from the Zhao family or any other in my eyes. She is inconsequential." He continued, "Young Master Song, we brothers are men of gratitude. If you speak the word, regardless of who she is, we will ensure she receives a proper lesson." Previously harboring resentment towards Zhao Wanqing due to recent events, Song Qilan felt a spark of interest ignited by Zhou Kang's provocation. After a prolonged silence, he smiled darkly and said, "In that case, Brother Kong, I shall not let your kindness go unreciprocated. We can indeed proceed as such." Song Qilan intended to leverage Zhou Kong and his companions to teach Zhao Wanqing a lesson. Upon hearing Song Qilan's scheme, Zhou Kang's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously in agreement. At that moment, Fang Ming and the others had finished their meal. Zhao Wanqing then inquired, "Qingqing, are you full?" Fang Ming felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Qingqing would insist on sampling every dish as she had done previously at the old man's stall. However, that was merely a small vendor, and the items were inexpensive. Today, they were dining in an upscale restaurant, and Fang Ming could not afford such expenses. Fortunately, Qingqing nodded, indicating she was satisfied and did not wish to order more. Zhao Wanqing smiled and led Qingqing straight outside. Fang Ming, attending to his own matters, went to the front desk to settle the bill, but upon seeing the total, his heart sank. He was astonished that the meal had cost several tens of thousands. Zhao Wanqing, however, seemed indifferent to such sums, as her usual expenditures were substantial. As for Fang Ming, it was not a matter of financial capability. He was simply unaccustomed to such lavish spending after leading a previously modest lifestyle. After a moment of contemplation regarding the exorbitant meal expenses, Fang Ming realized he needed to find additional sources of income to avoid financial strain. Yet such opportunities were not easily found, and he could only rely on his keen eye for antiquities. Thus, Fang Ming expressed his desire to open a specialized antique shop. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing enthusiastically supported his idea. "That sounds excellent. Your skills are exceptional. The business will surely thrive. Moreover, if you attract a steady stream of customers, you might even garner some publicity, making it easier to earn money." However, Fang Ming felt somewhat hesitant, as he lacked sufficient capital. He had originally planned to wait until completing his work on artifact restoration to receive his payment. In response, Zhao Wanqing generously offered, "Money is not an issue. I can assist you. Just focus on managing the shop, and we can negotiate the terms later." Fang Ming was taken aback, surprised that Zhao Wanqing was willing to help him in this regard. However, he was reluctant to accept so readily, for he already owed Zhao Wanqing far too much. Before Fang Ming could refuse, Zhao Wanqing seemed to anticipate his thoughts and promptly said, "Please do not feel burdened. My money is not freely given. Consider it an investment. Once you're in a profit, you can share it with me. Moreover, a person of your caliber, should you genuinely seek investment, is bound to attract considerable funds. In fact, it would be I who benefits." After saying this, Zhao Wanqing left without waiting for Fang Ming's response, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Chapter 45, Reselling the Shop. I am well aware of that scoundrel Song Qilan. He is nothing short of despicable and capable of any treachery. Having publicly provoked him today, I am certain he will not let it rest easily and might even target you all. Regardless of the circumstances, you must come to me without hesitation. Remember this." Fang Ming, however, did not pay much heed to these matters. After all, even if Song Qilan were formidable, he would not stand a chance against Fang Ming, let alone Qingqing. Yet, Fang Ming often found himself intrigued by the mystery surrounding Qingqing's origins. Indeed, upon hearing Zhao Wanqing's words, Qingqing fiercely declared, "Brother Fang Ming, do not be afraid. If they dare to lay a hand on us, I shall ensure they face the consequences." In response, Fang Ming smiled gently. "All right, let's seek out a shop. I need to earn more money. Otherwise, how could I support you, my little glutton?" Qingqing chuckled, then took Fang Ming's hand, and together they ventured forth. Initially, the antique city was modest in scale, but through subsequent concentrated development, it has transformed into a thriving commercial district, teeming with diverse antique shops. There are not only upscale boutiques, but also numerous street stalls, presenting a promising outlook. Since they intended to open a store, selecting an appropriate location was of paramount importance. Thus, Fang Ming and Qingqing strolled along, observing their options. Suddenly, they noticed a shop for sale ahead, which appeared quite appealing. Prompting them to enter, The shop was spacious and equipped with various essential facilities, boasting commendable decor. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the back of the store, clutching an antique and wearing an anxious expression. Fang Ming turned to look, and they exchanged startled glances. The man furrowed his brow and asked, "Fang Ming? What are you doing here?" Fang Ming recognized him. He had previously conducted business with the Liu family and was named Yang Dongfeng. It was no surprise that Yang Dongfeng recognized Fang Ming, as no one in Qizhou was unaware of the Liu family's inept son-in-law. Encountering Yang Dongfeng here was unexpected for Fang Ming, who was taken aback. When Yang Dongfeng saw that Fang Ming had not left, he angrily exclaimed, "What are you doing here? You need to leave immediately. This is truly bad luck." With that, Yang Dongfeng attempted to shoo Fang Ming away. It was evident that Yang Dongfeng had severed ties with the Liu family. Otherwise, even if they looked down upon Fang Ming, they would not be so openly dismissive. Seeing this, Fang Ming sidestepped Yang Dongfeng and directly inquired, "Are you selling the shop?" Upon hearing this, Yang Dongfeng paused, a look of suspicion crossing his face as he retorted, "What business is it of yours whether I sell or not? Do you intend to buy it? Others may remain oblivious, but I am well aware that you are a miser. You should leave promptly." Fang Ming, undeterred, inquired nonchalantly, "This shop seems decent. Aside from its somewhat secluded location, everything else appears satisfactory. Are you planning to sell just the shop, or are you also offering all the items within?" Upon hearing Fang Ming's earnest inquiry, Yang Dongfeng felt a flicker of skepticism. "What exactly are you intending to do? Could it be that you wish to purchase it?" Fang Ming gestured towards the surroundings. "This establishment has been in operation for quite some time, hasn't it? The decor is clearly aging. If you are truly considering selling, renovations will be imperative." "You are correct. I do have intentions to sell the shop. However, if you're unwilling to pay, then it is of no consequence." With that, Fang Ming turned to leave with Qingqing in tow. Observing this, Yang Dongfeng hastily stopped him. Wait. Although he harbored disdain for Fang Ming, he was in dire need of selling the shop due to certain difficulties. The sign had been up for days without any inquiries. Since Fang Ming had expressed interest in the place, selling it to him seemed reasonable. Hence, Yang Dongfeng stated directly, 3 million, non-negotiable. Can you afford that? Upon hearing the price, Fang Ming slightly furrowed his brow. No room for negotiation? What, do you find exorbitant? Yang Dongfeng retorted. If you lack the funds, why inquire at all? You should consider the size of this shop. It has been established for decades. This 3 million not only secures the premises, but also includes all the items within. If you cannot afford it, then be on your way. Yang Dongfeng spoke it curtly. Fang Ming fell into silence. However, he was indeed unable to produce such a sum, rendering the price steep in his eyes. Noticing Fang Ming's lack of response, Yang Dongfeng quickly lost patience. "Fang Ming, are you deliberately provoking me? I assure you, ask around. 3 million. Do you think you can find a better shop than mine? If it weren't for your connection to the Liu family, I would have started the bidding at 4 million. If you're not buying, then leave and do not hinder my business." After hearing this, Fang Ming concluded that Yang Dongfeng was genuinely eager to sell, so he replied, "I believe 3 million is somewhat excessive. How about 2 million? Unexpectedly, Fang Ming made such a bold offer, slashing the price by nearly 13%, which Yang Dongfeng could not accept. "Absolutely not. Your offer is far too low. The best I can do is 250,000, no less." Seeing this, Fang Ming intended to walk away, casually stating, "I only have 2 million. If you're not willing to sell, so be it. I will simply seek other options." Yang Dongfeng was incredulous, unable to fathom Fang Ming's audacity in bargaining. Moreover, Fang Ming was notoriously known as a good-for-nothing. Where could he possibly acquire such funds? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Recently, many had approached him, deeming even 100,000 too steep. Fang Ming's willingness to consider 2 million was already commendable. Were it not for Yang Dongfeng's pressing financial needs, he would never part with his precious shop at such a loss. Reluctantly, he clenched his teeth and said, "Wait. I agree to your terms. 2 million it is. But let me make this clear. No installments. It must be a lump sum, as I am in urgent need." In a moment of desperation, Yang Dongfeng reluctantly acquiesced, although selling for 2 million meant a loss for him. The prospect of missing out on Fang Ming and the uncertainty of finding another suitable buyer could stretch into an indefinite future. Soon, Yang Dongfeng signed a contract with Fang Ming, who provided a deposit. Afterwards, Fang Ming, perplexed, inquired, "Yang Dongfeng, were you not conducting business with the Liu family? You seem to be doing quite well. Why the sudden decision to sell the shop?" Upon hearing this question, Yang Dongfeng's expression subtly shifted, and he shook his head with a hint of bitterness. Ah, there are matters you wouldn't comprehend. It's best not to delve too deeply. In any case, consider yourself fortunate to have found such a bargain today. Once you bring the money, we shall complete the transaction. Observing young Dongfeng S. de Mianor. Fang Ming discerned that something had gone awry in his business dealings. However, in the realm of commerce, one cannot always expect smooth sailing. Fang Ming genuinely wished to advise Yang Dongfeng to refrain from becoming overly dependent on others. Due to his reliance on the Liu family, the cessation of their collaboration had left him in a precarious position, leading to his current predicament. It was only after Fang Ming departed that Yang Dongfeng slumped into his chair, incredulously pondering. What on earth does the Liu family intend to do? Could it be that they aim to acquire all the shops in the antique city? Clearly, Yang Dongfeng believed that Fang Ming could not possibly possess the funds to purchase the store. The only plausible explanation was that the Liu family had sent him. After the contract was finalized, Fang Ming contemplated whether to inform Zhao Wanqing of the situation. Just as he hesitated, Qingqing suddenly asked, "Brother Fang Ming, are you thinking of calling Sister Wanqing?" Fang Ming nodded helplessly. "Indeed, the contract is signed, and while I can manage a deposit, paying the full amount is out of the question." Yet, after signing the contract, Fang Ming found it difficult to share this development with Zhao Wanqing. Although she had assured him she could invest in his shop, he hesitated, considering the tenuous nature of their relationship. Not long ago, they had only reconnected by chance, and during their university days, Zhao Wanqing had scarcely acknowledged his existence. Chapter 46. A long-awaited expression of gratitude. Although Zhao Wanqing now expressed great concern for Fang Ming, he felt undeserving of her kindness. Accepting her assistance meant that any future requests from her would be increasingly difficult to decline. Contemplating this, Fang Ming perceived it as a potential complication. Having already paid a deposit of 200,000, if he were unable to provide the full payment in the coming days, the deposit might be forfeited. Perhaps, with a stroke of good fortune, he might find a bargain elsewhere, though the odds were exceedingly slim. In truth, it was merely Fang Ming's pride that prevented him from asking Zhao Wanqing for financial help. Noticing Fang Ming's inner turmoil, Qingqing suggested, "Brother Fang Ming, why don't I speak to Sister Wanqing on your behalf?" Fang Ming found this proposition quite appealing. If Qingqing were to initiate the conversation, it would undoubtedly alleviate some of the awkwardness while achieving his objective. Just as Fang Ming was about to ask Qingqing to make a phone call, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Fang Ming? Turning around, he was taken aback to find that it was Liu Yuyin calling his name. Fang Ming held little emotional connection to Liu Yuyin and Liu Jinxiong. Although they had never shown concern for him, they had not actively targeted him either. "I specifically came to find you. You left in such haste last time that you forgot your phone." Liu Yuyin's primary intention for seeking Fang Ming was to express her gratitude. Yet, at that moment, facing him, her emotions were tumultuous, as she felt both familiarity and estrangement. She found it challenging to ascertain whether Fang Ming had indeed changed. Nodding slightly, Fang Ming took the phone and departed with Qingqing without uttering a word. This only deepened Liu Yuyin's complex feelings. She hadn't anticipated that Fang Ming would refuse even a glance in her direction. Though they were superficially married, they were evidently the most familiar of strangers. Fang Ming, wait. The more she pondered, the more discontent she felt. Suddenly, Liu Yuyin called out to him. Hearing this, Fang Ming paused and turned, his expression one of curiosity. "Miss Liu, do you need something?" Biting her lip, Liu Yuyin steeled herself and said, "I want to thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have lost my dignity." "Thank you." Fang Ming was somewhat surprised. He had never expected to hear words of gratitude from Liu Yuyin. However, he did not dwell on it. Casting a brief glance at her, he replied coolly, "There is no need to thank me. You should be grateful to Qingqing, who was ostracized by the Liu family. That day, Qingqing and I happened to be in the mall's lounge. If she hadn't overheard the plot of Zhang Xiaolu and Liang Zhenghan, I wouldn't have been able to save you. But honestly, it wasn't a significant matter. Had Qingqing not reminded me that night, I would have never gone to your aid." It was evident that Fang Ming harbored lingering anger. He was indifferent to the Liu family's actions towards him, having grown accustomed to their behavior over the past 3 years. Moreover, his intentions were clear. Had it not been for a prior agreement, he would not have willingly lived under their roof. However, the treatment of Qingqing by the Liu family, even to the extent of expelling her from her home, was something Fang Ming could not tolerate. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yuyin fell silent, her expression filled with shame and a tumult of emotions. It was entirely understandable for Fang Ming to be angry. Aside from Liu Jinxiong, Liu Yuyin was well aware of the misdeeds of Liu Tian'ao and Lin Meixiao, and she understood the grievances Fang Ming had endured at the hands of the Liu family. Despite the rumors spread by Lin Meixiu and others, Fang Ming had never refuted them, seemingly unaffected. Perhaps in the past, Liu Yuyan had perceived Fang Ming as spineless for his non-resistance. However, reflecting on the confrontation between Fang Ming and Liang Zhenghan in the video, she realized he had transformed. He appeared fierce and resolute. It dawned on Liu Yuyan that Fang Ming was not unwilling to resist, nor was he a coward. He had merely been biding his time. Liu Yuyan had often pondered if she were to marry into someone's family, only to be targeted by her in-laws daily and forever met with disdain. How could she possibly endure such a fate? Yet, Fang Ming managed to rise above this. He even set aside past grievances to rescue himself from the clutches of villainy. Despite the indiscriminate accusations from Liu Tianao and others, he bore it all with remarkable fortitude. Following this incident, Fang Ming departed lightly, seeking no revenge against the Liu family, nor did he boast of his deeds to the world. In the days that followed, Liu Yuyan did little but rest at home, repeatedly watching that video. Especially at night, her thoughts would inevitably drift to Fang Ming, leaving her restless and unable to sleep. Today, she finally met him, and even though Fang Ming harbored anger, she was willing to silently bear it, feeling a deep sense of shame. By the way, Fang Ming, my father said that the shop must be handed over to you. No one can change that. The Liu family will always welcome you, so please do not hold a grudge, all right? Upon hearing this, Fang Ming coldly shook his head. There is no need. We have a place to stay and food to eat. As for that shop, I never intended to take it over. It would only bring trouble. Moreover, you have witnessed your brother's actions. If I were to take over the shop, he would likely cause trouble every day, which I could hardly tolerate. It will be best to entrust your treasured shop to the heir of the Liu family. As for its future developments, they are of no concern to me. With these words, Fang Ming departed without hesitation, leaving behind a melancholy Liu Yuyan. Watching his retreating figure, Liu Yuyan bit her lip, unable to suppress a deep sigh. She had anticipated this outcome, knowing Fang Ming to be a resolute character, thus not overly surprised. On the journey home, Fang Ming appeared lost in thought, occasionally displaying a troubled expression. Noticing this, Qingqing could not help but inquire, "Brother Fang Ming, are you thinking about the shop?" Fang Ming smiled faintly. "You little girl? You guessed correctly. Indeed, I'm pondering this matter." "Ha ha, that's because I understand you well. Brother Fang Ming, I wish to tell you that sometimes one should not be too concerned with face. Otherwise, great accomplishments may elude you." Upon hearing Qingqing's reminder, Fang Ming momentarily lost his focus, then suddenly realized that it was indeed unwise to complicate matters unnecessarily. If profits were substantial, it would be wise to grant Zhao Wanqing a share later on. Thus, without further hesitation, Fang Ming dialed Zhao Wanqing's number. With a heavy sigh, he said, "Wanqing, are you there? I have found the shop." Fang Ming paused, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Before he could continue, an irate voice erupted from the receiver. "Kid, you must be that wretched woman's partner, right? Who are you?" Fang Ming's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Who are you?" The other party suddenly broke into a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha, don't concern yourself with who I am. I'll tell you this, before 10 o'clock tonight, be at room 888 in the White Horse Hotel with 1 million in cash. If you fail to meet the deadline, then brace yourself to collect that wretched woman's remains." After delivering his harsh words, the other party abruptly hung up the phone. Fang Ming furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy. Observing this, Qingqing hastily inquired, "What's wrong, Brother Fang Ming? What has happened to Sister Wanqing?" Fang Ming replied in a low voice, "Someone has kidnapped her. She must be in grave danger." Qingqing immediately exclaimed, "What? How could this happen? Where is Sister Wanqing right now? We must hurry to rescue her." Chapter 47. Zhao Wanqing is kidnapped. Fang Ming shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Although they provided me with an address, I'm unaware of the specifics. They also demanded that I bring 1 million in ransom. Since this is a kidnapping for extortion, they are unlikely to harm her recklessly. Otherwise, they would not receive the money. But how can I possibly gather such a large sum? After a moment of contemplation, Qingqing suggested, "Brother Fang Ming, what if we ask Sister Yuyan for assistance?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming paused briefly but quickly dismissed the idea. "Absolutely not. I know the Liu family well. It would only lead to unnecessary trouble. We have no choice but to seek help from Wanqing's grandfather. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, and her grandfather has a favorable impression of me. We must hurry there." In no time, Fang Ming took Qingqing and rushed to the Zhao residence. However, before entering, he donned a mask, presenting an air of mystery. This action drew the attention of the Zhao family as security, who promptly blocked their path. Wait, who are you? We cannot waste time, Fang Ming urged. Please inform Old Master Zhao that a masked individual urgently seeks him. Kid, do you think this is a movie? Take off the mask. Who are you really? This is the Zhao family. Not just anyone can enter. The security personnel were clearly unwilling to believe him and firmly refused entry. Fang Ming understood their position. After all, their duty was to protect, and his peculiar appearance was likely seen as suspicious. Left with no choice, Fang Ming said, I apologize, but I am in a hurry and cannot afford to waste time with you. At this, the guards adopted a vigilant demeanor. Kid, do you really think you can force your way in? Are you out of your mind? Brothers, no need to waste words. Just throw him out, with the leader's command. The surrounding guards closed in, armed and ready to subdue Fang Ming. Just then, an elderly man with white hair and beard approached, angrily demanding, What are you doing? Hearing this, the guards all changed their expressions, halting their actions. The imposing presence of the elder, clad in a long gown, instilled such a sense of authority that the guards dared not breathe. Fang Ming had originally hoped to create a larger ruckus to attract Zhao Tianren's attention, but unexpectedly, he had drawn the attention of someone else. Young man, I trust you are aware of where you are? Why are you causing a disturbance here? Please explain yourself. The elder questioned solemnly. Fang Ming shook his head helplessly, stating, I do not wish to cause trouble. I simply have urgent matters to discuss with Mr. Zhao. The elderly man coldly retorted, You seek an audience with our master? Who, pray tell, are you? Fang Ming replied, I apologize, but this matter must be conveyed directly to Mr. Zhao. Please allow me entry. Upon hearing this, the elder scoffed, and the security personnel approached, their leader icily declaring, Li, this fellow is undoubtedly up to no good. We cannot let him in so easily. Undeterred, Fang Ming persisted, Kindly inform Mr. Zhao that a masked young man seeks him. He'll understand. Observing Fang Ming's earnest demeanor, Li Jinsong paused before cautioning, Young man, I have warned you, should you intend to stir trouble. Leaving may not be as simple as you imagine. I shall report this to the master. Please wait here. With that, Li Jinsong turned and made his way toward the inner courtyard to seek out Zhao Tianren. As Fang Ming lingered at the entrance, he was met with the hostile glares of the security guards, each one appearing as if they might devour him whole. Fang Ming felt a profound sense of helplessness. His masked visage was not without reason. Upon arriving at Zhao Tianren's study, Li Jinsong found him examining an antique. Old Li, what brings you here? Zhao Tianren inquired with a hint of confusion. After a moment's hesitation, Li Jinsong explained, Master, a masked young man awaits outside, claiming he has urgent business with you. Zhao Tianren's expression instantly shifted to one of alarm. Mistaking Zhao Tianren's reaction for anger, Li Jinsong hastily added, Rest assured. I told the young man he was surely here to cause a disturbance. I sincerely apologize for the interruption. It is entirely my fault, and I shall send him away at once. Before he could depart, Zhao Tianren sprang from his seat, disregarding the antique in his grasp, and exclaimed, Old Li, bring that gentleman in at once. His mind raced with curiosity. Despite the young man's peculiar appearance, could there truly be something significant about him? Noticing Li Jinsong's lack of action, Zhao Tianren urged, Hurry, Old Li, remember to treat him with utmost courtesy. Though he is young, he possesses an eccentric temperament. Do not provoke him. Reluctantly, Li Jinsong turned and departed. Meanwhile, Fang Ming and Qingqing awaited news from Li Jinsong. Sensing the unfriendly stares of the security personnel, Qingqing expressed her discontent, pouting, Brother Fang Ming, why don't we leave? If they do not believe us, we can seek out Sister Wanqing ourselves. Fang Ming shook his head. Were it anyone else, he might not feel such trepidation. However, with Zhao Wanqing having been kidnapped, his concern was profound. He could not bear the thought of her being harmed. Lacking the ransom, he had no choice but to turn to the Zhao family. After all, if this was merely an act of extortion, he could always pay them off. Once Zhao Wanqing was safely rescued, he could settle the score later. Qingqing, how can we possibly rescue your sister Wanqing? The situation is dire. We must act with utmost caution. Enduring some hardships is trivial as long as we can bring Wanqing to safety. It is all worth it. Upon hearing this, Qingqing replied, Very well. Then we shall wait a little longer. All the security personnel kept a close watch on Fang Ming and Qingqing, fearing they might deliberately cause a disturbance and force their way into the residence, which would lead to repercussions for the guards. As protectors of the Zhao family, these individuals typically displayed an air of arrogance. Even if there was just a mere watchdog at the entrance, outsiders would think twice before provoking the Zhao family. Fang Ming anticipated that if Li Jinsong's news was unfavorable and they were denied entry, the guards would likely rush over to teach them a lesson. However, This possibility seemed virtually non-existent. Fang Ming had a clear understanding of Zhao Tianren's intentions. Since Zhao Tianren was aware that Zhao Wanqing had been assisting Fang Ming without any objection, it was evident that he was attempting to win Fang Ming over. Now that Fang Ming had taken the initiative to visit, Zhao Tianren would certainly greet him personally. Before long, Li Jinsong arrived in a hurry. The bodyguards eagerly awaited his declaration, already itching to reprimand Fang Ming. However, their anticipation was shattered by Li Jinsong's unexpected actions. He approached Fang Ming, his previous indifference replaced by a warm smile, and said, "Our master has been quite busy lately, so please forgive any shortcomings in hospitality, young sir. Please come in." The guards' expressions changed dramatically, rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that this young man truly knew the master, and that the master appeared to hold him in high regard. It was well known that even when high-ranking officials or wealthy businessmen visited the Zhao family, Zhao Tianren treated them with courtesy, yet he showed such deference to Fang Ming, indicating that Fang Ming possessed considerable stature. Chapter 48, Borrowing Money. With these thoughts, all the guards lowered their heads in silence, not daring to utter a word. Fang Ming paid them no mind. Time was of the essence, and he quickly followed Li Jinsong into the residence. After traversing the corridor, Li Jinsong led Fang Ming and Qingqing to Zhao Tianren's study. Upon seeing Fang Ming, Zhao Tianren greeted him with a smile, expressing, "Mr. Fang, I did not expect your esteemed presence. I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please have a seat." Fang Ming, disregarding the need for formalities, promptly sat down. Li Jinsong felt a twinge of discomfort at this display, suspecting that Fang Ming's connections were the source of Zhao Tianren's respect. Nonetheless, he believed that someone so lacking in decorum must possess little substance. Once seated, Zhao Tianren directly inquired, "What brings you here, Mr. Fang? Please speak freely. If it is within my capacity, I will do my utmost to assist you." Yet, faced with Zhao Tianren's hospitality, Fang Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Li Jinsong was the first to express his discontent. "Young lady, is it really appropriate for you to come here, seeking such a substantial loan?" Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianren paid no heed to his words and directly instructed Li Jinsong to prepare the funds. This left Li Jinsong utterly astonished. He was well aware of Zhao Tianren's character, and the fact that Zhao Tianren agreed so readily spoke volumes about Fang Ming's standing in his esteem. Consequently, Li Jinsong refrained from further objections and hastily arranged for the cash. Zhao Tianren poured tea for Fang Ming, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Observing Zhao Tianren's courteous demeanor, Fang Ming also relaxed his stance, displaying utmost politeness. The atmosphere in the room became congenial. Before long, Li Jinsong returned with 1 million in cash, neatly packed in a black leather suitcase. Furthermore, Zhao Tianren had even brought a counting machine, indicating that Fang Ming could verify the amount himself. Upon seeing this, Fang Ming smiled and, after closing the suitcase, graciously remarked, "I am grateful for your trust, esteemed sir. There's no need to count the money now. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall personally come to express my gratitude once I have resolved them." With that, Fang Ming rose to his feet. Zhao Tianren, wearing a satisfied smile, replied, "Excellent. The Zhao family always welcomes Mr. Fang as a guest." Originally, Zhao Tianren intended to arrange transportation for Fang Ming and Qingqing, but Fang Ming politely declined the offer. At that moment, Li Jinsong finally voiced his confusion. Head of the family, what exactly is that young man's background? How can he request such a large sum right off the bat? Could he possibly be a fraud? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianren burst into laughter. "Ha, old Li, you have no idea. We are the fortunate ones in this situation. It just so happens that Mr. Fang approached us for a loan, and I have thereby done him a personal favor." Still somewhat skeptical, Li Jinsong pressed on. "Head of the family, what makes that young man so remarkable?" Zhao Tianren shook his head and solemnly explained, "Old Li, you truly do not comprehend the situation. That young man is quite extraordinary. If he so desires, he could easily earn 1 million. Having heard this, Li Jinsong nodded in acknowledgement, unable to suppress his admiration. After leaving the Zhao residence, Qingqing inquired, "Brother Fang Ming, should we now seek out Sister Wanqing?" After a brief silence, Fang Ming replied coolly, "No, they mentioned 10 o'clock in the evening. We cannot go now. I believe it would be wise to quickly inspect the White Horse Hotel and ascertain Wanqing's safety." Subsequently, the two disguised themselves and took a taxi to the White Horse Hotel. The taxi halted across from the hotel, conveniently located next to a central park filled with people enjoying themselves. Fang Ming and Qingqing discreetly approached, seamlessly blending into the crowd. They pretended to be taking a stroll while actually observing the situation at the White Horse Hotel. However, after several hours, they had not gleaned any useful information. Normally, there were numerous guests entering and exiting the hotel, and coupled with their anxious minds, every guest seemed suspicious to them. Qingqing could not help but murmur, "Brother Fang Ming, our vigilance here is proving too inefficient. Perhaps I should venture to the hotel and investigate a little?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming immediately objected. "That is out of the question. The hotel is fraught with danger, and you are but a young lady. If you enter, you are likely to be the first to be discovered. In the worst-case scenario, the hotel staff might be in cahoots with them, and that would be truly perilous." Qingqing appeared somewhat anxious. "If that is not an option, must we continue to linger here? This is exceedingly inefficient." After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ming replied, "Regardless, you absolutely must not go. Presently, we have no choice but to remain vigilant here. When the appointed time arrives, I shall take the money and rescue Wan Qing. You will wait for me here." Qingqing opened her mouth to protest, but upon seeing Fang Ming's serious expression, she reluctantly fell silent. Hours passed, and Fang Ming tentatively dialed Zhao Wanqing's number several times, only to be met with silence. "Brother Fang Ming, do you think Wan Qing is in danger? If their motive is merely financial, why aren't they answering the calls?" In truth, Fang Ming was already quite anxious, and Qingqing's speculations only added to his distress. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and said, "I cannot say for certain. For now, I can only hope that their intentions are purely extortionate. After all, the time has yet to arrive, and should they dare to harm Wan Qing, they would jeopardize their chance of receiving the money. I believe they must understand this." With a heavy sigh, Qingqing could only lower her head and continue to observe the hotel. They remained on watch until 9 o'clock that evening, and soon the appointed hour approached. By this time, the park's residents had all dispersed. To avoid drawing attention, Fang Ming and Qingqing concealed themselves among the nearby trees for observation. Just then, Qingqing suddenly spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed, "Brother Fang Ming, look over there. That seems to be the pervert who troubled Wan Qing today." Hearing this, Fang Ming's spirits lifted as he turned in the direction Qingqing indicated. To his astonishment, there stood Song Qilin. Though he had changed his attire, he still maintained a gentlemanly appearance that was unmistakable. How curious. What could he be doing here? Fang Ming's gaze fixed intently on Song Qilin, and his expression grew grave. Previously, he had been pondering who possessed the audacity to abduct the young lady of the Zhao family. Yet, with Song Qilin's presence, everything seemed to fall into place. After all, just earlier that day, Zhao Wanqing had quarreled with Song Qilin, even dousing him with red wine, which had humiliated him. Shortly thereafter, she had been kidnapped, and now they encountered Song Qilin here. This could hardly be mere coincidence. It was evident that Song Qilin had orchestrated Wanqing's abduction as an act of revenge. Reflecting on how Song Qilin had earlier warned Fang Ming and Qingqing to be cautious, Fang Ming now feared that Song Qilin might turn his attention towards them. The audacity of Song Qilin to target the Zhao family's daughter was truly reckless. I understand now. The scoundrel behind Wanqing's kidnapping must surely be him. Otherwise, how could he possibly be here? Sister Wanqing's plight is truly lamentable. Not only has she endured the torment of that villain in the past, but she is now ensnared by him. Qingqing also pondered this grim reality. Subsequently, she inquired, "Brother Fang Ming, given that this is not merely a straightforward kidnapping, but rather an act of vengeance, does that not render Sister Wanqing's situation perilous?" She continued, "Shall we simply linger here, doing nothing?" Fang Ming furrowed his brow slightly and spoke gravely. "Let us observe the situation further. Although Song Qilin is the prime suspect, we possess no concrete evidence. If we act hastily now, we risk alarming the enemy, thereby complicating any potential rescue efforts." Chapter 49, The Cunning Bandit. However, before Qingqing could finish her thought, Fang Ming interjected. "Qingqing, do not fret. I share your concerns for Wan Qing. Yet, we must exercise caution and await the appointed time. If by 10 o'clock they have not contacted us." Fang Ming left the remainder of his statement unvoiced, as both he and Qingqing understood that this was no ordinary kidnapping, but a calculated act of retribution. With Song Qilin's involvement, Wanqing's predicament was bound to grow even more dire. As time slipped away, the hour approached 10. Fang Ming, unable to contain his anxiety, took out his phone and dialed Wanqing's number. Fortunately, the call was answered. Fang Ming, his expression tense, asked, "Is Wanqing all right? They haven't harmed her, have they?" The man on the other end chuckled derisively. "Spare me the pleasantries. The time is nearly upon us. How prepared are you with the money?" Fang Ming quickly responded, "Rest assured. The funds are ready. I will arrive shortly. Please do not cause her any harm." The man replied, Impressive efficiency. Just make sure you're not late. And under no circumstances should you contact the authorities or you know the consequences. With that, he callously hung up. Fang Ming cast a heavy gaze toward the hotel. Brother Fang Ming, may we not proceed now? Ching Ching asked. Fang Ming shook his head. No, we must wait until precisely the appointed time. With 10 minutes remaining. Fang Ming and Ching Ching exchanged glances before crossing the street to the Bai Ma Hotel 2 minutes later. Upon entering the hotel, they made their way directly to room 888 on the upper floor. As they arrived at the door, Fang Ming noticed it was ajar, seemingly left intentionally open. He furrowed his brow and cautiously stepped inside. No sooner had he entered than someone slammed the door shut behind them. Fang Ming turned alertly, discovering a figure concealed behind the door. A flurry of heavy footsteps echoed as several burly men entered the room. Ah, you've arrived? Fang Ming met their gaze and raised the box in his hand, coldly stating, I have not alerted the authorities, and the money is prepared. You may release her now, correct? The leader of the group smirked. Very well, come in. Fang Ming, his expression wary, followed them into the suite's living area. The suite comprised a living room and a bedroom situated in the rear, observable from where they stood. Fang Ming glanced around but failed to locate Zhao Wanqing, and he coldly demanded, Speak. Where is Zhao Wanqing? Pressing the answer button, the familiar voice echoed from the receiver, Hand over the money. Fang Ming replied icily, Money exchange for her release. Where's Wanqing? I will not part with a dime until I see her. However, silence followed on the other end. A sense of foreboding washed over Fang Ming, prompting him to yell, What do you intend to do? You must be aware that Zhao Wanqing is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, and her grandfather is Zhao Tianren. If you dare to harm her, I assure you, none of you will survive. He continued, If it is merely money you seek, I have brought it with me, so bring her out immediately. After a brief silence, the call ended abruptly, leaving only a busy tone. Several burly men surrounded Fang Ming, sneering, Kid, hand over the cash if you know what's good for you. Fang Ming remained composed, stating, I have already made myself clear. Money for her release. I must see her first. Ah, you have quite the demands, don't you? One of the men retorted with a mocking laugh. Fang Ming responded coolly, Are you tired of living? You dare to lay hands on Zhao Tianren's beloved granddaughter while expecting only money in return? Just as the men prepared to act, the phone rang again. Without needing to check, Fang Ming knew it was the same caller, and he maintained his calm demeanor. The voice on the other end growled, You little brat. I suggest you cooperate. She will be brought to you shortly. I have already stated that I have neither called the police nor brought anyone with me. Do you honestly believe these men could hold me back? After the call ended, the atmosphere grew tense with silence. Guards were stationed at the entrance, and others were closely monitoring the situation outside the hotel, keeping a watchful eye on Fang Ming. Time passed, and eventually someone opened the door. A group of masked assailants entered, bringing Zhao Wanqing with them. Fang Ming observed Zhao Wanqing closely, relieved to see she appeared unharmed, albeit bound by ropes and gagged, rendering her unable to speak. Upon entering, the assailants removed Zhao Wanqing's blindfold. Fang Ming regarded them coldly. Their masks obscured their identities. I will give you the money if you release Wanqing. To demonstrate his sincerity, Fang Ming hurled the box containing the cash onto the ground. One of the assailants opened the box, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing began to struggle, desperately attempting to speak, but the gag stifled her words. Enraged, the assailants lashed out, slapping Zhao Wanqing and shouting, Filthy woman, behave yourself, or you'll regret it. The frail Zhao Wanqing was knocked to the ground, her eyes pleadingly searching for Fang Ming as tears streamed down her cheeks. You scoundrels, what are you doing? Faced with the unfolding scene, Fang Ming erupted in furious shouts, a palpable chill radiating from his entire being. He had severely underestimated these brigands, as they not only refused to release their captives after receiving their ransom, but had also inflicted injury upon Zhao Wanqing. At this moment, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ching Ching's eyes while standing beside Fang Ming, though it vanished in an instant. Being merely a young girl, her expression went unnoticed by anyone else. Hey, don't be so agitated just yet. We didn't bring you here solely for the money. We also want you to enjoy a splendid performance. Be sure not to blink. Fang Ming coldly inquired, What exactly do you intend to do? The assailants smirked, their expressions laced with lewdness. We took considerable risks to capture this woman. Do you think we would simply let her go after receiving the money? That would be far too unprofitable. Besides, this woman is quite beautiful, and with such a fine figure, how could we resist not having a little fun? Upon this declaration, the other bandits erupted into laughter, even devolving into vile banter. Fang Ming seethed with rage, incredulous that they would seek to defile Zhao Wanqing after taking their money. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. However, the brigands disregarded Fang Ming entirely. One of them even taunted, "What's the matter? Are you feeling indignant? What can you do about it? You're all on my territory now. If you behave and enjoy the show, perhaps we might spare this woman's life after our fun. Otherwise, you three will meet your demise here today." With that, two of the assailants ruthlessly yanked Zhao Wanqing from the ground and flung her onto a nearby bed. Overcome with terror, she struggled futilely. As an unarmed and delicate woman, she stood no chance against their brute strength. In no time, they bound Zhao Wanqing in a humiliating position, her limbs spread wide against the headboard. This posture was utterly disgraceful, and she was positioned directly in front of Fang Ming, leaving her desperate to escape the shame of such degradation before him. This woman has quite the spirit. What's wrong? Are you feeling shy with so many people around? Ha ha ha. The brigands cackled grotesquely. Zhao Wanqing eventually ceased her struggles, surrendering to a quiet resignation. Nevertheless, as the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, she would not faint from fear, despite her overwhelming terror. She glared coldly at the brigand who spoke, her eyes brimming with hatred. Yet, it was evident that the assailants paid her disdain no mind. They had no intention of allowing her to escape. The brigands then turned their attention back to Fang Ming, deliberately mocking him. "Haha, how thrilling it must be for you to witness your woman being subjected to this right before your eyes. You should keep your eyes wide open. Don't miss this grand performance." Chapter 50, The Desperate Outlaws. With the leader's command, the other brigands could no longer contain themselves. Swiftly climbing onto the bed and callously tearing away Zhao Wanqing's garments. Upon witnessing this, Fang Ming clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, poised to strike. Suddenly, Qingqing's furious voice pierced the air. "Song Qilin, you are truly a beast. Release Sister Wanqing at once." The words rendered everyone present utterly speechless, particularly the thug who was in the midst of disrobing Zhao Wanqing. His expression froze, and his body trembled in shock. Turning his gaze at the commotion, Fang Ming saw Qingqing anxiously exclaim, "Brother Fang Ming, that scoundrel is Song Qilin. No mask can deceive me." Her declaration cast a palpable awkwardness over the atmosphere. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Song Qilin felt a wave of panic wash over him in the face of Qingqing's wrath and Zhao Wanqing's astonishment, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. The gang leader, observing this, stormed over and bellowed, "You insolent girl, cease your nonsensical ramblings. I do not know any Song Qilin." Qingqing scoffed coldly and retorted, "Do you truly believe yourselves clever? Today, Brother Fang Ming and I were surveilling outside the hotel for quite some time. We clearly saw Song Qilin enter. I am confident that Sister Wanqing can identify him. Song Qilin, if you are innocent, reveal your true self. A true man must stand by his actions, unless you are less than a man. Our knowledge of your identity cannot be undone. If you possess any courage, eliminate us to silence us. Or else Sister Wanqing and the Zhao family will pursue you to the ends of the earth, and Brother Fang Ming will not let you escape unscathed." At these words, Song Qilin, who had been ready to strike Zhao Wanqing, suddenly halted. Unexpectedly, the gang leader erupted in anger. "You wretched girl, dare you speak such nonsense here? Attack! Teach her a lesson." With the leader's command, the other thugs smirked and, brandishing their weapons, advanced menacingly towards Fang Ming and Qingqing. In response, Fang Ming's expression darkened as he shielded Qingqing behind him, retreating while casting a cold glare at the thugs before him. If they were seeking death, he would be more than willing to oblige. Faced with such a fierce array of thugs, Fang Ming exhibited not a trace of fear. Rather, he felt a thrill of anticipation. Ever since the peculiar transformation of his body, he had yet to test his newfound prowess. A powerful energy surged within him, accumulating relentlessly. Confronted by the thugs' threats, he radiated unwavering confidence. With no path of retreat, he resolved to press forward, whether to protect Qingqing and Zhao Wanqing or to safeguard himself. With a swift step forward, Fang Ming unleashed a sudden kick, catching the foremost thug off guard. The thug felt a searing pain in his lower body, collapsing to the ground and emitting a mournful wail. In that instant, the room erupted with chaos, echoing with anguished cries. Before long, the assailants who had rushed forward lay incapacitated on the ground, some already unconscious, while the remaining thugs displayed palpable fear, too terrified to advance. Fang Ming shook his fists and coldly surveyed the remaining onlookers, his gaze infused with icy resolve. To his astonishment, in merely a few minutes, Fang Ming had decisively dealt with all the assailants. The leader of the bandits gaped in disbelief, while Song Qilin, who had previously radiated confidence, found himself plunged into despair, his heart brimming with terror. Although Fang Ming maintained an air of composure, the shock coursing through him was beyond expression. He could distinctly sense that his strength had escalated to an extraordinary level, far surpassing his own expectations. These burly, fierce-looking thugs were utterly no match for him. Even when exerting all his effort, he found it hard to doubt that he could have easily defeated them with only a fraction of his power. In the face of this moment, all present were engulfed in profound fear. Even sharp weapons posed no threat to Fang Ming, which was truly terrifying. At that moment, the bandit leader cast a fearful glance at Song Qilin, who was frozen on the bed. Song Qilin, equally helpless, yearned only to flee immediately, as he had never anticipated Fang Ming's overwhelming strength. As Fang Ming regained his composure, he stepped over the fallen bandits and approached the leader, coldly stating, "Now it is your turn." The bandit leader clenched his teeth, his head bowed, as if acquiescing to defeat. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he suddenly lunged forward, brandishing a sharp dagger, shouting, "You should be the one to perish." Ching seemed to anticipate this and urgently cried out, "Brother Fang Ming, be careful." Fang Ming merely raised an eyebrow, effortlessly evading the swiftly thrust dagger. However, the bandit leader, unable to regain his balance after the failed attack, stumbled and fell awkwardly, blood streaming from his nose. Fang Ming dismissed any further dialogue and pressed his foot onto the bandit leader's face with considerable force. The impact caused the thug to convulse, blood spewing forth as he rolled his eyes back, unable to even emit a cry, and promptly lost consciousness. After teaching the bandit leader a lesson, Fang Ming finally turned, his aura menacing as he advanced towards Song Qilin. Confronted by Fang Ming's cold gaze, Song Qilin was paralyzed by fear, rolling off the bed and screaming, "What do you want? Get away from me!" Overwhelmed by sheer terror, his legs weakened, rendering him unable to stand. He crouched in the corner of the room, trembling like a drenched rat. The sheer magnitude of Fang Ming's power was terrifying. Within minutes, he had dispatched all the help Song Qilin had summoned, without so much as a scratch on himself, appearing as unfazed as ever. "What's this? Are you afraid?" Fang Ming sneered. "Why not continue? I am eager to discover just how bold you, Song Qilin, truly are." With that, Fang Ming stepped closer, causing Song Qilin to instinctively shut his eyes, sinking into despair. However, after a considerable moment, he realized he was still alive, devoid of any pain. When he opened his eyes, he found that Fang Ming had merely removed the mask from his face. However, Fang Ming revealed a look of disdain and directly exited the scene. Song Qilin, feeling perplexed, suddenly experienced a warm sensation in his lower body. Upon glancing down, he realized with horror that Fang Ming had frightened him to the point of losing control. The yellow liquid spread across the floor, accompanied by a pungent odor that even Ching could not bear, covering her nose in disgust. "Song Qilin, do you still consider yourself a man? This is utterly humiliating," Fang Ming remarked, shaking his hand in revulsion. "Rest assured, I have no intention of allowing a creature like you to soil my hands. But you cannot escape, for you still owe an explanation to the Zhao family." Song Qilin, shrinking back in shame, stood up while covering himself, his face ashen. Fang Ming chose to ignore him and turned his attention to Zhao Wanqing. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing was still held hostage by a remaining assailant brandishing a knife. Faced with Fang Ming's scrutinizing gaze and the horrific scene around them, the assailant was evidently terrified. However, he was even less inclined to accept the Zhao family's wrath. Thus he continued to hold Zhao Wanqing at knife point. "Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will take this woman down with me." The blade pressed deeper into Zhao Wanqing's delicate skin, drawing forth crimson blood, while she, gripped by overwhelming fear, remained pale and dared not struggle. Witnessing this, Fang Ming frowned, realizing the complexity of the situation. He then coldly stated, "If you do not release her now, you will truly lose your life." Upon hearing this, the assailant faltered, yet feigned calmness as he shouted, "I will let her go, but you must allow me to escape." It was clear that Fang Ming had no intention of negotiating with the assailant. He pointed towards Song Qilin and coldly remarked, "If even Song Qilin has succumbed to this, do you truly believe you can flee?" Chapter 51. Do not anger a woman. "If you push me to the brink, I will not concern myself with the consequences. If I cannot live, neither will you. I will make sure this woman dies with me," the assailant shouted, pressing the blade deeper. Zhao Wanqing, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, could not help but cry out, tears streaming down her face. Very well, don't say I didn't warn you, Fang Ming declared, moving with a speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. Before the assailant could react, Fang Ming was already before him. The sheer speed sent a shock of fear through the assailant, who, desperate to ensure Zhao Wanqing's demise, prepared to strike. However, before he could act, he suddenly felt a searing pain and let out a mournful wail. Fang Ming had seized the assailant's arm, twisting it in a manner reminiscent of twisting hemp, causing him to pale, devoid of color. You sought your own demise. In the next moment, Fang Ming ruthlessly kicked the assailant, sending him crashing against the wall, resulting in his immediate unconsciousness. After neutralizing the threat, Fang Ming proceeded to free Zhao Wanqing from her restraints and remove the cloth from her mouth. Wanqing, are you all right? Fang Ming inquired with concern. After a brief silence, Zhao Wanqing looked at Fang Ming, her eyes red-rimmed. Suddenly, she leapt from the bed and strode purposefully towards Song Qilin, delivering a merciless slap to his face. Wanqing, spare me, Song Qilin pleaded, but Zhao Wanqing paid no heed to his supplications, raising her hand once more to strike, feeling utterly unsatisfied. After 2 resounding slaps, Song Qilin's cheeks were left swollen and red, his eyes brimming with tears of despair. What a brute! I never anticipated you could sink to such depths of depravity. Zhao Wanqing's gaze was ablaze with fury, her emotions cast aside. She harbored a desire to end Song Qilin's existence. Song Qilin dared not retort, nor even to plead for mercy. In her wrath, Zhao Wanqing unleashed her fury upon all present, attacking indiscriminately until her anger was wholly spent. Even Fang Ming, standing nearby, could not suppress his astonishment. Heavens! Never provoke a woman. Even the unconscious thugs were not spared, their heads bruised from the relentless assault. Particularly, the leader of the thugs was destined to endure a fate akin to that of Song Qilin. After a prolonged bout of striking, Zhao Wanqing felt her arms grow weary and finally sank onto the bed. Surveying the chaos around her, she turned to Fang Ming and inquired, Fang Ming, how should I proceed with them now? Fang Ming was taken aback, then shook his head, responding, You are the victim. The decision rests with you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing fell into a brief silence before fixing her icy gaze on Song Qilin and coldly demanding, a severed hand or a severed foot? Choose for yourself. Stunned by her words, Song Qilin was rendered speechless. How could he have imagined that the seemingly delicate Zhao Wanqing could be so ruthless? As a wealthy young master, he had no desire to become a cripple. Wanqing, please, don't be hasty. I can explain. It's not my fault. It's all Zhou Kong's doing. If he hadn't incited me, I would never have engaged in such foolishness. I beg you spare me. Though Zhou Kong was merely a petty thug, he had a sense of loyalty. Witnessing his comrades in such dire straits filled him with profound sorrow. Even in the face of Song Qilin's baseless accusations, he felt a pang of heartbreak but ultimately gritted his teeth and accepted his guilt. Very well, I'll accept my misfortune. Young Master Song, if I am imprisoned. My brothers. Zhou Kang's words trailed off as he cast a desolate glance at Song Qilin, then bowed his head, gritting his teeth and declaring, Indeed, this entire affair was orchestrated by me from start to finish. It has nothing to do with Song Qilin. Since you have apprehended me, do as you will. I only have one request. My brothers are innocent. Please spare them. Upon hearing Zhou Kong's confession, the weight on Song Qilin's heart finally lifted. He was unconcerned with Zhou Kong's true feelings. In this moment, his only desire was to extricate himself from blame. Zhao Wanqing scoffed at Zhou Kong's words. You are aware of the gravity of your actions, yet you still dare to make demands of me? Zhou Kong gritted his teeth and lowered his head, remaining silent. Zhao Wanqing continued. Do you think this matter is trivial? Kidnapping and extortion, coupled with attempted rape and attempted murder. Whether you can protect that wretched head of yours is uncertain. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Kong trembled all over. He had initially thought he would only spend a few years in prison, believing that as long as Song Qilin was around, he could easily secure his release through connections. However, he never anticipated the severity of the situation. Very well, since you hold such deep brotherly bonds and are willing to take the blame for Song Qilin, I shall grant you your wish. With that, Zhao Wanqing prepared to pull out her phone to call the police. To her surprise, Zhou Kong shouted, Wait. Zhao Wanqing retracted her phone and coldly inquired, What is it? Do you have any last words to convey? Zhou Kong sighed deeply and then turned to Song Qilin, gritting his teeth as he said, Young Master Song, I truly apologize, but I cannot take the fall for you. It would be too unjust for me to perish like this. Before Song Qilin could respond, Zhou Kong continued to Zhao Wanqing. I am sorry, Ms. Zhao. I was wrong. I will confess everything. I implore you, do not let me die. All of this was orchestrated by Song Qilin. Yesterday, we were dining at a Western restaurant, and it was Song Qilin who insisted on provoking Ms. Zhao. After being rebuffed, he harbored resentment and specifically tasked us with planning today's events. We were merely his pawns. Upon hearing this, Song Qilin was struck with terror and roared, Zhou Kong, you scoundrel, do not speak such nonsense. In a desperate bid to save his own life, Zhou Kong pressed on, young Master Song, you cannot blame us. It was you who chose to provoke Miss Zhao. Miss Zhao, I had foreseen this day, which is why I kept a backup plan. I possess audio evidence of my collusion with Song Qilin regarding this matter. At that moment, despair washed over Song Qilin's face, and he felt an overwhelming hatred towards Zhou Kong. Very well, Zhou Kong, you ungrateful wretch. I have treated you well, and this is how you repay me. You even dared to record it? Truly despicable. Song Qilin could never have imagined that Zhou Kong, who seemed rather dim-witted on the surface, had such an ace up his sleeve. In years past, Zhou Kong had indeed reaped many benefits while associating with Song Qilin. His betrayal now was a flagrant act of disloyalty. Yet, in the face of impending disaster, self-preservation took precedence, and he bowed his head in silence. Zhao Wanqing extended her hand and commanded, hand over the recording. After a moment of silence, Zhou Kong sighed heavily, then retrieved his phone and handed it to Zhao Wanqing. Once she had the device, Zhao Wanqing cast a frigid glance at Song Qilin. Song Qilin, you truly are a beast. Realizing he had no room left for negotiation, Song Qilin rushed forward, kneeling before Zhao Wanqing, pleading in agony. Wanqing, I beg you, can you overlook this for the sake of our past relationship? I implore you. As he uttered these words, Zhao Wanqing's gaze grew even colder, causing despair to surge within Song Qilin. Nonetheless, he continued to plead. If you agree to spare me this time, I will grant you any condition you desire. I beseech you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing chuckled derisively, her tone laced with contempt. Ha, Song Qilin, do you truly believe yourself to be so formidable? Why do you have to propose conditions to me? Had it not been for Fang Ming's timely arrival, I shudder to think of the fate that might have befallen me. Zhao Wanqing chose to disregard Song Qilin's presence, moving instead to the window to make a phone call to an undisclosed recipient. After concluding the call, she approached Fang Ming, her gratitude palpable as she expressed, Fang Ming, I cannot thank you enough for saving me. Fang Ming offered a gentle smile and a slight nod, choosing silence over words. By the way, Zhao Wanqing continued, I just spoke with my family, and they're on their way. If you would like, you could accompany me to the Zhao residence. In response, Fang Ming shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that would not be appropriate. I cannot yet present myself before your family. With that, he prepared to take his leave, adding, these funds were borrowed from your grandfather. They are no longer needed, so please return them to him. Thank you. As he spoke, he secured Zhou Kong and Song Qilin to the bedpost, a smirk playing on his lips. You may await the consequences of the law. Turning to Wanqing, he said, Qingqing and I will take our leave now. Farewell. With that, Fang Ming exited the scene. Before long, Zhao's family arrived in significant numbers, led by the butler, Li Jinsong. Upon entering the room and witnessing the chaos, Li Jinsong was rendered utterly speechless. Zhao Wanqing's spirits were dampened by the events that had transpired. Her earlier bravado in confronting her assailants had been a mere outlet for the pent-up fury she felt. Reflecting on the ordeal and the near loss of her dignity, a wave of trepidation washed over her. In response to Li Jinsong's inquiries, Zhao Wanqing managed a strained smile, saying little more. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianren paced anxiously in the hall, an expression of unease etched on his face. After receiving Zhao Wanqing's call, he had initially intended to rush to the hotel himself. However, as the head of the Zhao family, he was acutely aware of the many eyes that would scrutinize his every move. Any reckless action could potentially escalate the situation. Consequently, he had no choice but to delegate the task to Li Jinsong. Upon hearing the sound of car engines in the courtyard, Zhao Tianren's heart raced, prompting him to hasten outside. To his astonishment, he encountered the family's bodyguards subduing a group of bruised and battered men clad in black, one of whom was none other than Song Qilin. Alarmed, Zhao Tianren approached, casting a frosty glare at Song Qilin. In the presence of Zhao Tianren, Song Qilin was visibly shaken, dropping to his knees in supplication. Mr. Zhao, do you remember me? I am Song Qilin, Wanqing's former boyfriend. We have met before. Yet, as Song's family was one of the prominent 5 families of Qinzhou, Zhao Tianren understood the need for prudence in handling the matter. Relieved to see Zhao Wanqing return unscathed, Zhao Tianren's anxieties began to dissipate. With concern etched on his face, he inquired, Wanqing, are you all right? You're not hurt. I hope. Zhao Wanqing shook her head, a look of distress in her eyes, tears threatening to spill. Understanding her turmoil, Zhao Tianren pressed gently. Child, what exactly transpired? Please tell me. Zhao Wanqing recounted the entire sequence of events, including the altercation with Song Qilin from the previous day. After listening to all this, Zhao Tianren remained silent. Yet his eyes conveyed everything. The usually affable Zhao Tianren's face was filled with fury, and his gaze was imbued with a chilling intensity. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Song Qilin felt an overwhelming sense of panic and hastily pleaded, This has nothing to do with me, Mr. Zhao. It's all Zhou Kang's doing. I was merely a pawn in his schemes. He has always indulged in such despicable acts, and now, unexpectedly, I find myself entangled in this mess. A person like him should not exist in this world. Upon hearing Song Qilin's words, Zhou Kang felt a profound sense of betrayal. Reflecting on how he had foolishly taken the fall for Song Qilin, motivated by brotherly loyalty, he realized his actions were utterly foolish. Listening to Song Qilin's account, he wished fervently to extricate himself from the blame. However, it was futile, as Zhao Wanqing had already obtained audio evidence. Enraged, Zhou Kang summoned his courage and shouted, Song Qilin, you truly are a scoundrel. I at least considered you a friend. Seeing you bullied, regardless of who the perpetrator was, my brothers and I would have avenged you. But now, when the truth comes to light, you seek to cast blame upon us? Do you think we are pushovers? While we may not be saints, you have no right to slander us so casually. Initially, we intended merely to teach Miss Zhao a lesson. It was your malicious intent that incited us to act. With the facade ripped away, Zhou Kang held nothing back and addressed Zhao Tianren directly. Mr. Zhao, I speak nothing but the truth. I possess audio evidence, which I have already submitted to Miss Zhao. If you doubt my word, you need only listen for yourself. Song Qilin is a two-faced scoundrel. Please do not let him escape unscathed. Without hesitation, Zhao Wanqing activated the recording on her phone, unveiling the entire conspiracy before the assembled audience. The contents of the recording were deeply unsettling, particularly the words of Song Qilin, which were almost unbearable to hear. Unable to tolerate any more, Zhao Tianren abruptly ordered the recording to stop, his patience exhausted. He erupted, So, it is you, Song Qilin. Have you truly lost your mind? Even my precious granddaughter is not spared from your vile machinations. At this point, Song Qilin's confidence evaporated. Confronted by the wrath of Zhao Tianren, he trembled. His legs weak, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his complexion ashen. Zhao Wanqing, too, was incensed, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, Today, I nearly fell victim to this beast. Let me tell you, irrespective of your status, this matter will not end here. Zhao Tianren nodded in agreement, his anger palpable. Indeed, Song Qilin, we possess ample evidence to incriminate you, and I shall ensure you face severe repercussions. Even if your family intervenes, it will be of no consequence. Hearing this, Song Qilin sank into despair, yet he continued to plead, Mr. Zhao, I implore you, do not treat me this way. Consider the ongoing collaboration between our families. I beg you. However, for Zhao Tianren, the situation was intolerable, especially as it involved his beloved granddaughter. He replied coldly, No amount of pleading will change the outcome. Having spoken my mind, there shall be no negotiation, even if your father were to confront me directly. The despondent Song Qilin stood frozen, tears of despair streaming down his cheeks. He could already foresee his imminent imprisonment. Zhao Tianren's resolve was unwavering. Even if Song Qilin's father were to plead on his behalf, it would be futile. Moreover, the matter at hand was one where Song Qilin bore the blame, and the Song family would never risk a rift with the Zhao family for his sake. Zhao Tianren cast a disdainful glance at Song Qilin, instructing his bodyguards to escort him away. Subsequently, Zhao Tianren reached out to numerous individuals, determined to ensure that Song Qilin faced the harshest of penalties. At that moment, Li Jinsong spoke up suddenly, Master. Hearing this, Zhao Tianren inquired solemnly, Old Li, what is it? Li Jinsong shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Master, I need to report some matters to you. After a brief silence, Zhao Tianren called Li Jinsong aside for a private conversation. Li Jinsong then summoned Song Qilin back, who knelt trembling in the hall, too frightened to utter a word. Zhao Tianren coldly remarked, Song Qilin, your grandfather will be here shortly. You better wait patiently. Zhao Wanqing, not one to be easily deceived, recognized the gravity of the situation. With Song Qilin's grandfather on his way and him being brought back, it was evident that this matter would not conclude simply. Observing Zhao Wanqing's reluctant expression, Zhao Tianren sighed heavily and stated, Wanqing, do you not trust me? You have always been my precious granddaughter, and I will never allow you to suffer. Though biting her lip in frustration, Zhao Wanqing chose to leave, not wanting to complicate matters for Zhao Tianren. Chapter 53. The Reluctant Compensation Upon Returning to her room. Zhao Wanqing took a meticulous bath. Despite her innocence, the thought of the day's near calamity left her feeling repulsed. She scrubbed her skin with an abundance of body wash, nearly bruising herself in the process. However, once nestled in bed, sleep eluded her. After an indeterminate period, she was startled by footsteps outside her door. Perhaps still shaken by the day's events, she sat up alertly and coldly inquired, Who is it? Miss, it's me, Xiaohua. It was the household maid. And Zhao Wanqing exhaled in relief, sighing, Xiaohua, why are you up so late? The incident involving Zhao Wanqing had become quite the spectacle, and the entire Zhao family was aware. Naturally, Xiaohua was informed. In a hushed tone, she replied, The master sent me to check on you. Xiaohua nodded and added, He also said if you were still awake, you should visit his study. Just as Xiaohua prepared to leave, the door swung open unexpectedly. A slightly disheveled Zhao Wanqing appeared at the threshold, draped in an oversized coat, softly saying, It's all right. Tell grandfather I will be there shortly. Xiaohua appeared somewhat astonished. Her usual impression of Zhao Wanqing was one of meticulousness, even in her slumber. Yet at this moment, Zhao Wanqing seemed rather disheveled. Xiaohua felt a wave of concern and inquired a few times. Zhao Wanqing waved her hand and replied with a smile, Do not worry. I am perfectly fine. After saying this, she turned and shut the door behind her. Xiaohua could not help but let out a deep sigh before reporting to Zhao Tianren. Before long, Zhao Wanqing had dressed and made her way to Zhao Tianren's study. Upon seeing her, Zhao Tianren approached her with a hint of remorse and said, Wanqing, you have endured much. Zhao Wanqing lowered her head and shook it, but her thoughts unexpectedly drifted to Fang Ming. Although Fang Ming was not particularly handsome, indeed rather average in appearance, he instilled in Zhao Wanqing an undeniable sense of security. Perhaps unbeknownst to Zhao Wanqing, after all that had transpired, Fang Ming had carved out an irreplaceable niche in her heart. I'm fine, Grandpa. I just feel a bit unwilling, she replied. Observing Zhao Wanqing's distressed expression, Zhao Tianren sighed and reassured her, Wanqing, having grown up in the Zhao family, you should understand that not everything can go as we wish. If Song Qilin were not a member of the Song family, I would not hesitate to eliminate him for you, but he has the Song family backing him. Zhao Wanqing felt a surge of indignation at his words. Why? Why should his family background serve as a shield for his wrongdoing? I cannot comprehend this. Zhao Tianren recognized the profound grievances weighing on Zhao Wanqing, yet he was powerless against Song Qilin and could only explain quietly, Wanqing, as one of the 5 prominent families of Qinzhou, we are constantly under scrutiny. If the Zhao and Song families were to confront one another directly, it would inevitably lead to mutual destruction, benefiting a third party. Moreover, our families share numerous collaborations. If we were to sever ties, it would result in significant losses for us as well. Do you understand what I am saying, Wanqing? The Zhao family is not just comprised of the 2 of us. There are many others who depend on us. If we falter, it would spell disaster for everyone, and we cannot neglect our responsibilities to them. Listening to Zhao Tianren's explanation, Zhao Wanqing refrained from retorting, silently shedding tears. After a prolonged silence, she finally asked, her heart heavy, So, does Song Qilin face no punishment at all? Overcome with shame, Zhao Tianren could not meet Zhao Wanqing's gaze and merely lowered his head, saying, He has not gone unpunished. The Song family has also incurred certain costs this time. That audacious boy dared to bully my precious granddaughter, and I certainly will not allow him to live in peace. As he spoke, Zhao Tianren picked up a check from the table and handed it to Zhao Wanqing. Wanqing, this money is compensation from the Song family, 50 million. You may use it as you wish. Zhao Wanqing did not accept the check, but instead asked coldly, Grandpa, can this money truly compensate for the harm I have suffered? Zhao Tianren fell silent. Seeing this, Zhao Wanqing took the check with indifference and remarked, It matters not. I do not wish to know. I shall utilize this money wisely. Regardless of the compensation presented by the Song family, I cannot possibly forgive Song Qilin. Subsequently, Zhao Wanqing departed with the check in hand. Witnessing the pained expression on Zhao Wanqing's face, Zhao Tianren felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Alas, Wanqing, please forgive your grandfather's selfishness. This is the only course of action I could take. Zhao Tianren sat languidly in his chair, lost in thought, and let out a deep sigh. The following morning, Fang Ming, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, opened his door to a most astonishing sight. Outside stood several young maids clad in maid uniforms, each appearing no older than a mere 10 years, and each holding personal grooming supplies. Upon seeing Fang Ming, they collectively exclaimed, "Good morning, Mr. Fang." Faced with such an unexpected scene, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Approaching him, Zhao Guohai respectfully stated, "Mr. Fang, they will henceforth be responsible for attending to your daily needs. Although they are quite young, they have all undergone professional training and will surely meet your expectations." With that, Zhao Guohai began directing them to assist Fang Ming with his grooming and dressing. The maids entered Fang Ming's room, each taking on specific tasks. One folded the bedding, another swept the floor, while others organized the disheveled clothes nearby. The remaining maids were preparing to assist Fang Ming with his attire and personal care. Not only did they help with shaving, but some even assisted him in getting dressed, leaving Fang Ming feeling quite like a marionette, overwhelmed and exceedingly uncomfortable. "Mr. Fang, which outfit do you wish to wear today? Your trousers appear quite worn. Perhaps it would be best for the steward to prepare a new pair for your comfort," suggested one maid, holding up Fang Ming's trousers. Fang Ming felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. However, noticing the maid's unreserved demeanor, he felt a bit awkward and decided to feign composure. "It's all right, do as you please. Also, you may simply call me by my name. Referring to me as Mr. feels quite strange," he remarked. Upon hearing this, the maids paused momentarily. Then one of them smiled and said, "I understand. You are still so young. And calling you Mr. does seem rather aged. How about we call you young master instead?" Fang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. After they finished their meticulous work in his room, the group of maids escorted him to the dining hall, where Qingqing was already indulging in a hearty breakfast. Upon noticing Fang Ming's arrival, she put down her chicken leg and exclaimed, "Wow, brother Fang Ming, this outfit looks quite splendid. You appear very dashing." With a sense of resignation, Fang Ming raised his eyes and took a seat at the dining table to partake in his breakfast. Once breakfast was finally concluded, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attentiveness of the maids, Fang Ming decided to take Qingqing out for a stroll. To his surprise, upon reaching the front door, he discovered that there were bodyguards stationed to watch over him. Above the entrance hung an ornate plaque, emblazoned with two grand characters, Fang Fu. The plaque was adorned with a golden border, and Fang Ming found it rather dazzling. As they stepped outside, they were met by the gatekeeper, who bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and greeted them with the utmost respect. Fang Ming, feeling a twinge of bitterness, hastily departed, wishing to linger not a moment longer. After walking a considerable distance, Qingqing, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Fang Ming, why are you in such a hurry? Is someone pursuing you?" It was only then that Fang Ming halted, helplessly asking, "Qingqing, have you not found our home a bit peculiar?" Taken aback by his words, Qingqing replied, "What do you mean? Are you uncomfortable with the strangers in our house?" "I think it's quite all right." Surprised by Qingqing's adaptability, Fang Ming found himself at a loss for words and suggested they meander nearby. The antique street was bustling with life, and just as Fang Ming and Qingqing wandered aimlessly, Zhao Wanqing unexpectedly called. "Fang Ming, where are you?" she asked. Fang Ming responded, "I'm just taking Qingqing for a stroll near the house." "What is the matter?" Before long, Zhao Wanqing arrived at the antique street, her gaze immediately landing on Fang Ming and Qingqing. She waved enthusiastically, "Fang Ming, Qingqing, I've arrived." Qingqing, with her keen hearing, instantly reacted and exclaimed, "Brother Fang Ming, Sister Wanqing is here." Fang Ming turned around, and together with Qingqing, they climbed into Zhao Wanqing's car. Once inside, Qingqing eagerly asked, "Sister Wanqing, how did it go? Are you all right?" Noticing a hint of distress in Zhao Wanqing, Fang Ming inquired in a low tone, "Has Song Qilin been handed over to the police?" The mention of this matter made Zhao Wanqing feel a deep sense of frustration. Biting her lip, she lamented, "No, he has faced no punishment whatsoever." After hearing this, Fang Ming appeared unfazed. Yet, he understood the complexities involved, as he had resided in the Liu family for 3 years. Well aware of the intricate power struggles among the elite families, where decisions were rarely straightforward. However, Qingqing was outraged and demanded, "How can this be? That scoundrel hasn't he been punished? He will surely harm more people in the future." "Sister Wanqing, why didn't you call the police to apprehend him?" With a heavy sigh, Zhao Wanqing wished nothing more than to see Song Qilin imprisoned. Yet, as the esteemed daughter of the Zhao family, she had to navigate various considerations, making it far from simple to impose punishment on Song Qilin. "Qingqing, I wish it were that easy," Zhao Wanqing began, but she hesitated, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Fang Ming quickly shifted the topic. Qing, you're still young and may not comprehend these matters. It's a family affair, so let us not dwell on it. Qing could only acquiesce with a soft "oh," lowering her head in disappointment. The atmosphere grew heavy, enveloping the trio in silence. After a considerable pause, Zhao Wanqing finally spoke. Fang Ming, you mentioned wanting to check out some shops the other day. Have you made arrangements? Fang Ming chuckled, patting his head. Look at my memory. I almost forgot. I found a suitable shop and paid a deposit of 200,000. There remains a balance of 3 million. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing finally felt a flicker of joy and quickly exclaimed, I didn't expect it to happen so swiftly. Since I am here today, let us proceed to settle the remaining payment. Fang Ming smiled and replied, Thank you, Wanqing. It turns out that yesterday, while I was strolling with Qing, we happened upon an urgent resale. The location and decor of that shop are quite appealing. Initially priced at 3 million. We managed to negotiate it down to 2.5 million. No need to thank me. I had promised you an investment. Let us go. After this exchange, Zhao Wanqing drove directly to the shop Fang Ming had mentioned. Upon entering, the previously haughty Yang Dongfeng changed his demeanor entirely. Upon seeing Fang Ming, he approached with a respectful greeting. Isn't this Boss Fang? Are you here to settle the remaining payment today? Fang Ming remained unfazed, while Zhao Wanqing boldly declared, You must be Boss Yang, correct? Please provide me with your account details so I can transfer the funds immediately. Yang Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Zhao Wanqing with a mix of confusion and intrigue. He had expected the young man to seek assistance from Lu Yuyan. Yet here was a wealthy lady at his side. What could their relationship possibly be? At that moment, Yang Dongfeng felt a twinge of envy, realizing how fortunate Fang Ming was to have encountered such a benefactor. Noticing Yang Dongfeng's daze, Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow and reiterated, Boss Yang, did you hear what I said? The total is 2.5 million, correct? I will pay it all at once. Please return the 20,000 deposit to Fang Ming. Yang Dongfeng, taken aback by the extent of her wealth, quickly nodded. Indeed, it is 2.5 million. Without hesitation, Zhao Wanqing proceeded to swipe her card. As the bank sent a notification of the hefty transfer, Yang Dongfeng was struck by the magnitude of the transaction. Zhao Wanqing continued, Since the payment has been made, let us expedite the process and bring forth the contract for Fang Ming's signature. Absolutely. I have prepared the contract and was merely awaiting your arrival, Boss Fang. Yang Dongfeng replied promptly. Before long, he retrieved the contract and respectfully handed it to Fang Ming. As for the transfer of ownership, I am available to handle it at your convenience. Zhao Wanqing promptly responded, That works perfectly. We have the time now. So let us take care of it without delay. Yang Dongfeng smiled, and soon Zhao Wanqing and Fang Ming proceeded to the relevant department to complete the necessary paperwork. Before they knew it, noon arrived, and the shop officially became Fang Ming's. After tidying up a bit and exchanging a few polite remarks, Yang Dongfeng took his leave. Zhao Wanqing surveyed the shop, her face beaming with delight as she said, Congratulations, Fang Ming. As of today, this establishment is yours. By the way, I suppose I should start calling you Boss Fang? Fang Ming chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Titles are of little importance. Feel free to call me by my name, as I'm accustomed to it. However, it is indeed much better now. With my own shop, I can earn even more. At this juncture, Fang Ming couldn't help but express his gratitude. Wanqing, I am truly grateful for your investment. Otherwise, I would be at a loss as to when I might accumulate 2.5 million. However, rest assured, I shall diligently manage this endeavor, and in due time, I will certainly repay you both the principal and interest. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow and asked, rather impatiently, Is there any need for such formality between us? Besides, I owe you a debt of gratitude for yesterday's events. Without your assistance, I shudder to think of the fate that might have befallen me. Consider this money a token of my appreciation, and please do not refuse it, for I would feel immense guilt otherwise. Observing the somewhat melancholic expression on Zhao Wanqing's face, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, his emotions swirling in complexity. It seemed evident to him that the nature of his relationship with Zhao Wanqing had evolved from their previous interactions. Why do you gaze at me so? Do not overthink it. I am merely expressing my gratitude. Moreover, in the realm of business, one must prioritize strategy and accumulate a sufficient clientele. You are just at the beginning of this journey, and there may be losses along the way, but take it step by step. I can only offer limited assistance, primarily in the form of financial support. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I glanced around. The shop was quite spacious yet rather antiquated, in need of refurbishment. It would likely require a substantial sum. Do you require my assistance? Witnessing Zhao Wanqing's concern for his well-being left Fang Ming momentarily speechless. Truly, she was the daughter of the Zhao family, possessing considerable acumen in business matters. In reality, Fang Ming had not contemplated this deeply. He had intended to manage the shop properly once profits were made. However, Zhao Wanqing opposed such an idea, believing that a well-maintained shop would attract customers. Thus, she made a bold decision, preparing to provide Fang Ming with 5 million yuan for the shop's renovation and initial investments, ensuring future profitability. Chapter 55. Wealthy and Generous. Fang Ming could not help but marvel internally at the magnanimity of the affluent. Not only had she purchased the shop for 5 million yuan, but she was also gifting him an additional 5 million to utilize. Indeed, she embodied the essence of opulence. Zhao Wanqing, assuming the role of a gracious hostess, meticulously organized every detail and promptly transferred the 5 million to Fang Ming. He stood there, astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Fang Ming finally managed to ask, "Wanqing, why are you being so kind to me?" In response, Zhao Wanqing lifted her chin, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "What is the matter? Is it not acceptable? Do not read too much into it. I am merely acting on behalf of Qingqing. I now consider Qingqing to be like a sister to me, and I cannot allow her to suffer alongside you." As she spoke, Zhao Wanqing inadvertently felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. To mask her embarrassment, she turned to Qingqing and smiled. "Isn't that right, Qingqing?" Qingqing beamed and replied, "Sister Wanqing, you are my favorite." Fang Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, observed the two of them exchanging playful banter. "Oh, Fang Ming, please do not feel any pressure, nor do you need to repay me. I have faith in your capabilities. Being an investor in your shop is indeed my honor. When you achieve great success, as your foremost shareholder, I shall undoubtedly share in your triumph." With that, Zhao Wanqing hurriedly departed. After Zhao Wanqing departed, Qingqing confidently remarked, "Brother Fang Ming, I told you, Wanqing's sister clearly has feelings for you. Otherwise, why would she blush just now?" Fang Ming shot a glance at Qingqing, slightly irritated, and replied, "You little girl, stop overthinking and don't tease your sister Wanqing anymore. I can tell she hasn't fully recovered from yesterday's incident. Her complexion is still quite pale." Upon hearing this, Qingqing pouted and playfully responded, "Humph, Brother Fang Ming, aren't you fond of Sister Wanqing? Otherwise, why do you care so much about her? I see that both of you are just too shy to admit it." Fang Ming chuckled helplessly. "Oh, you, don't dwell on these matters. By the way, I suddenly remembered that I have something to ask you." Noticing Fang Ming change the subject, Qingqing didn't press further, but curiously inquired, "What is up? What do you want to ask me?" Fang Ming, in a serious tone, asked, "I was really curious. How did you discern Chun Eru's identity? They were all wearing masks, and even I couldn't recognize him." Fang Ming was utterly astonished by this revelation. Subsequently, Qingqing explained earnestly, "We actually spotted Chun Eru outside the hotel. He looked so sleazy. He surely had ulterior motives. Moreover, since Sister Wanqing argued with him earlier, it's highly likely he sought revenge on her. I just casually mentioned it, and, unexpectedly, he revealed himself." Fang Ming shook his head, chuckling resignedly. "It seems your intuition as women is indeed quite accurate. But Chun Eru brought this upon himself. Who told him to engage in wrongdoing? It's a pity he didn't end up in prison." Qingqing confidently replied, "That is only natural. My sixth sense has always been spot on." Suddenly, Fang Ming gazed at Qingqing meaningfully and nodded. "Indeed, your intuition seems to be unfailingly accurate." Noticing Fang Ming's scrutinizing gaze, Qingqing promptly stood up and redirected the conversation. "Brother Fang Ming, I'm so hungry. I'm gonna grab a bite first. I need to be full before we tidy up the shop together." Fang Ming affectionately smiled. "Let us go then. We're off for a feast." "Yay, a feast!" Qingqing exclaimed excitedly, bouncing up before pulling Fang Ming along as they exited the shop. Shortly after stepping outside, they unexpectedly encountered a strangely dressed young man. Upon seeing Fang Ming, the young man approached and asked, "Boss, I have something good. Do you want it?" Fang Ming frowned slightly, perplexed. "What do you mean?" The young man tapped the bag in his hand, explaining mysteriously, "This item is quite rare. I assure you won't regret taking it." Fang Ming crossed his arms and calmly asked, "Wait, how did you know I'm the boss?" "I happened to pass by here today, saw you all, and noticed Boss Yang had left. It's clear you must have bought the shop. Am I right?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming smiled lightly. "You're quite observant. However, I have no intention of purchasing anything from you." After all, he had only just acquired the shop, and this individual was still a stranger. He was reluctant to engage too hastily, fearing the onset of any trouble. Before Fang Ming could decline, Qingqing suddenly interjected, "Brother Fang Ming, why don't we take a look? Perhaps he truly possesses something remarkable." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately smiled and praised her keen perception. "This young lady has an eye for quality. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. My items are always top-notch." Faced with this, Fang Ming had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, with his extraordinary eyesight assisting him, he was unlikely to purchase a counterfeit. Thus, he led the young man into the shop, preparing to allow him to showcase his so-called treasures. To Fang Ming's surprise, once inside, the young man locked the door, shrouding the encounter in an air of mystery. "Where do you hail from? Please, take a seat," Fang Ming offered, pulling out a chair for him. The other seemed momentarily taken aback, then sat down with a smile. Introducing himself, "Greetings, boss. I am Chun Eru, visiting from the countryside." Fang Ming nodded. "Young brother, there are no outsiders here. Please reveal to us the prized item you mentioned. If it truly is as exceptional as you claim, I might consider acquiring it, as I too am in the business of opening a shop." With a grin, Chun Eru produced the contents of his bag. Fang Ming's gaze fell upon a golden object, and he gasped in astonishment. "Is this a gourd vase?" Chun Eru, equally surprised, exclaimed, "I did not expect someone of your youth to possess such discerning eyes." Fang Ming lowered his gaze to the gourd vase. Its body bore slight damage, and its peculiar shape made it difficult for the untrained eye to discern its true nature. It was only thanks to Fang Ming's unique vision that he could even identify it. This was a gold-inlaid gem gourd vase, which, if all was as suspected, would be worth several million. However, Fang Ming refrained from disclosing this valuation and instead remarked nonchalantly, "Young brother, this gourd vase is rather unremarkable. It would be a feat if anyone could recognize it." Chun Eru waved his hand and then held up 4 fingers to Fang Ming, stating earnestly, "It matters not. The fact that you can recognize it is sufficient. Given our fortuitous encounter, I can part with it for that price." Fang Ming furrowed his brows at this. He assumed the young man was quoting 4 million. If he could acquire it for that sum and subsequently sell it for tens of millions, it would be an incredible profit. Yet, such precious artifacts were typically challenging to sell directly, relying on fate. Although a significant profit was possible, finding a suitable buyer remained a daunting task, leaving Fang Ming in a state of indecision. Fortunately, with Zhao Wanqing's 5 million emergency funds at his disposal, he would otherwise have been unable to afford the item. As Fang Ming fell into silence, Chun Eru sensed his uncertainty and, believing the price might be too steep, hesitated before saying, "Boss, earning this sum is not easy for me, and this item is indeed quite good. I cannot offer too great a discount. How about this? If you consider 400,000 too expensive, I can let it go for 350,000. I truly cannot go lower, or I would incur a loss." Upon hearing these words, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you referring to a price of 40,000? Chun Eru quickly amended his statement. No. It can only be 35,000. This price truly cannot be too low. Even if the deal does not materialize, we must maintain our integrity. If I come across any treasures in the future, I will certainly seek your assistance, boss." Fang Ming was utterly astonished. He had assumed that Chun Eru recognized the value of the gourd vase and would demand 400,000, only to find that he understood nothing at all, even expecting a discount on 40,000. Thus, without further hesitation, Fang Ming rose and declared, "Very well, given your sincerity, I shall round it up for you. I will purchase it for 100,000. After all, our shop has just opened, and this is our first transaction, a good omen to start with. Should you have more treasures in the future, feel free to come to me. I will buy as many as you have." Chun Eru, oblivious to the true situation, was deeply moved and expressed his gratitude. "Boss, you are incredibly generous. Your business will surely flourish." It was settled then. Should he come across good treasures, he would promptly bring them to Fang Ming. Fang Ming smiled gently. "All right, I will transfer the money to you now." Chun Eru hesitated and said, "Could you provide cash? In our rural area, we only use cash." Fang Ming pondered for a moment, realizing he had little cash on hand. So he instructed Qingqing to secure the gourd vase while he went to the bank to withdraw money. Chun Eru was immensely grateful for Fang Ming's generosity, feeling elated. Upon reaching the ATM, Fang Ming discovered that he could only withdraw 20,000. Any larger, some had to be handled at the counter. Reluctantly, he took his bank card to the bank staff. only to be met with a cold dismissal as the attendant tossed the card back at him. You must make an appointment to withdraw such a large sum. Did you not know? Fang Ming, feeling irked, retorted, why is there no need for an appointment to deposit money? I am merely withdrawing my own funds. And yet there are restrictions? The attendant scoffed. Oh, are you trying to cause trouble? From your appearance, how much money could you possibly have to deposit? What a joke. Realizing that Shin'eru was still waiting for him in the shop, Fang Ming felt anxious and did not wish to argue with the staff. So he calmly said, I urgently require cash. Could you please consult your supervisor? To his dismay, he was firmly refused, and the attendant began attending to the next customer. Fang Ming's expression darkened as he prepared to speak, when suddenly a sarcastic voice pierced through. Well, if it isn't Fang Ming, the infamous son-in-law of the Liu family. What brings you to our establishment today? Following the voice, Fang Ming beheld a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting a prominent beer belly, who approached with an air of arrogance. Upon glancing at his name tag, Fang Ming recognized him as Qian Datong, the bank president. Qian Datong smirked and said derisively, Humph. You, Fang Ming, are the renowned waste of the Liu family. How would I know you? Following Qian Datong's remarks, the other bank employees began to whisper and point. Even after 3 years, Fang Ming, the seemingly useless son-in-law of the Liu family, remains the subject of public discourse. Even strangers, whom he does not know, dare to point fingers at him as if he were destined for such scrutiny. Fang Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, Is this the standard of your bank? It seems both the staff and the president are cut from the same cloth. Upon hearing this, Qian Datong's expression immediately shifted, and he inquired of the staff, What do you mean? Is this fellow here to conduct business? To everyone's surprise, Qian Datong suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, This is utterly hilarious. I never expected that you, Fang Ming, would be unable to withdraw even this small amount of money. However, if you are truly in a hurry as the bank president, I can offer you special treatment, allowing you to skip the appointment and withdraw your funds directly. What do you say? Initially, Fang Ming had intended to leave, but paused and asked nonchalantly, Are you certain? Of course I'm certain, Qian Datong replied, but added with a disdainful smirk, however. There are conditions. Given your previous insolence towards me, you should at least kneel and apologize. If you can do that, I will have someone assist you with your withdrawal right now. How about it? Fang Ming appeared unfazed by Qian Datong's provocations, showing no surprise at the unfolding situation. He gazed coldly at Qian Datong, who seemed undeterred and instead mocked. What is wrong? Are you, Fang the young master, intending to bite me? Go ahead. I fear you lack the courage. The crowd erupted into laughter, engaging in fervent discussions. Although Fang Ming had not planned to confront Qian Datong, the latter's repeated. Baseless humiliations pushed him past his limits, prompting him to coolly ask, Is this how you treat all customers? Qian Datong scoffed. Fang Ming, stop pretending. When I tell you to kneel, you should kneel immediately. Who doesn't know that in the Liu family, you are worth less than a dog? Do you really think you possess any significant abilities? Fang Ming, instead of growing angry, merely smiled faintly and replied, Qian Datong, I must say, you have quite a way with words. Unbeknownst to Fang Ming, the root of Qian Datong's insults lay in the actions of Zheng Xiaolu. Previously, Zheng Xiaolu had intended to frame Zhao Wanqing, but was thwarted by Fang Ming, leading to her permanent banishment from Qinzhou. Coincidentally, Qian Datong was Zheng Xiaolu's uncle. After the plan was exposed, Liu Yuyin, considering their past friendship, chose not to make things too difficult for him, merely ensuring Zheng Xiaolu's departure from Qinzhou. Qian Datong, aware of these events, grew increasingly concerned for his niece and, after persistent inquiries, learned what transpired that day. In recent days, he had been harassed by individuals sent by Liang Zhenghan, which had nearly driven Zheng Xiaolu to the brink of collapse, a consequence she deserved. However, Qian Datong harbored different thoughts. He recognized that Fang Ming had sabotaged Zheng Xiaolu's scheme and thus redirected all his ire towards Fang Ming. Encountering him today, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations, declaring, Fang Ming, I advise you to make a decision swiftly. Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. If you manage to amuse me, perhaps I might forego even the handling fees. Chapter 57 presents yet another predicament. Despite Qian Datong's brazen demeanor, no one intervenes. Instead, the crowd begins to mock Fang Ming. Ha! Fang Ming, you must have knelt before the Liu family quite a bit, right? You should be quite adept at it. So why not demonstrate for us? Indeed, we all know you've long lost your dignity, so you need not care much for it anymore. Just kneel already. In the past, Fang Ming would have brushed off such taunts. After all, many in Qinzhou regarded him with disdain, and he had grown accustomed to it. However, It was peculiar how Qian Datong would so readily create such discomfort, unless he too was among Lu Yuyan's suitors. The mere thought of it filled Fang Ming with revulsion. He turned and approached the counter, while onlookers began to wager on whether Fang Ming would indeed kneel. To their surprise, he strode straight to the counter and coldly inquired of the attendant, "What is the maximum amount I can withdraw daily? I wish to take it all out." The attendant, taken aback, replied in a hushed tone, without a reservation, "The daily limit is 50,000 in cash. You've already withdrawn 20,000 from the ATM, so you can only take out another 30,000 now." Qian Datong erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What a useless fellow. No matter where you go, you are always bullied. But you deserve it." Fang Ming regarded Qian Datong with a frosty gaze and asked, "Qian Datong, I recall that we were not previously acquainted. You seem to harbor quite the grudge against me." Of course, Qian Datong would not confess his intentions, so he sneered, "And so what? For a waste like you, it is only fitting that everyone seeks to bring you down. What grievances could you possibly have?" In truth, Qian Datong sought to provoke Fang Ming, should Fang Ming retaliate. He would have a legitimate pretext to chastise him. To his dismay, Fang Ming exhibited remarkable restraint, maintaining a placid demeanor devoid of anger. This infuriated Qian Datong, who struggled to contain himself. "Fang Ming, it is pointless for you to speak any further. Today, you shall not withdraw any money. As long as I am here, you shall never succeed." Fang Ming merely chuckled, finding Qian Datong's immaturity laughable. Reflecting on the years spent in the Lu household, enduring countless beatings and verbal abuse, he realized that Qian Datong's petty harassment was trivial by comparison, particularly when juxtaposed with the torment inflicted by Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao. Through years of hardship, Fang Ming had cultivated an inner tranquility, rendering him impervious to provocation. Observing Fang Ming's indifferent expression, Qian Datong could no longer contain his fury. Fang Ming suddenly remarked, "Qian Datong, your mindset is rather poor. You haven't even managed to harm me, yet you are already seething with rage? Do you truly believe I cannot withdraw this 100,000 in cash today?" Qian Datong retorted angrily, "What good is your silver tongue? Do you expect cash to leave from the counter? Let me tell you, as long as I am the bank president, you will not be able to withdraw a single cent." Fang Ming raised an eyebrow, asking with an air of intrigue, "Is that so? What if I truly accomplish it?" Upon hearing these words, Qian Datong was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the situation, when Fang Ming continued, "Let us make it this way. If I fail to withdraw the money, I will willingly kneel before you. However, should I succeed, you shall kneel and apologize to me. Do you dare to gamble?" At this, Qian Datong's expression darkened, and he hesitated to speak. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Fang Ming was ostensibly a son-in-law of the Lu family. Yet, to maintain his composure, he feigned calmness and retorted, "Humph. Don't think I'm unaware of your tricks. Even if you are a worthless son-in-law, you still belong to the Lu family. With their backing, you could withdraw any amount you desire. Do you think that makes you formidable? Dream on. Without the Lu family, you wouldn't survive." Fang Ming shook his head and replied with a serene smile, "Rest assured, I will not invoke the Lu family. I shall devise my own methods. What is the matter? Are you afraid to wager with me? Well, if you lack the courage, that is understandable. After all, you have never been one for action. I have long known you to be merely a blusterer, incapable of showcasing your true abilities." Upon hearing Fang Ming's mockery, Qian Datong felt an uncomfortable sensation, realizing he had become the weaker party. Just as Fang Ming prepared to depart, a flustered Qian Datong suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." He gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, I am willing to bet with you. If you lose, you must crawl on the ground like a dog and bark." Only then did Fang Ming turn with confidence, smiling as he replied, "Of course, should you lose, you shall do the same. However, I must remind you, with so many witnesses present, this is entirely voluntary. Should you later refuse to acknowledge the outcome, that would not be acceptable." A crowd had gathered, intrigued by this wager. After all, they were merely spectators, and if Fang Ming lost, they would be entertained. Yet if Qian Datong lost, they would still enjoy the spectacle. Thus, the onlookers began to cheer for Qian Datong to accept the bet. With a grim expression, Qian Datong coldly stated, "I shall see how you manage to withdraw 100,000 today. However, the previous 20,000 does not count. You must withdraw 100,000 anew." Fang Ming smiled calmly and walked directly to the counter, taking a seat in front of it. The crowd was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Fang Ming's actions. Seeing Fang Ming seated before him, the counter staff continued, "I have already informed you that withdrawing such a sum requires an appointment." Fang Ming quietly countered, "Why the urgency? I have not asked you to withdraw any money." Surprised, The staff member paused and then questioned. Didn't you claim to have a method to withdraw 100,000? Fang Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. No need for concern. I have my own ways. Noticing Fang Ming's confident demeanor, the counter staff suddenly adopted a wary expression, as if fearing he might seize their money. Fang Ming then produced his identification card and instructed the counter staff, I am not withdrawing money. I require you to issue me 2 new bank cards immediately. At this moment, the crowd finally grasped the reason behind Fang Ming's unwavering confidence. If a new card is truly issued, there would be an additional credit limit, allowing the original funds to be transferred and subsequently withdrawn without issue. Although this may take some time, it would undoubtedly facilitate the retrieval of 100,000 yuan. Qian Datong immediately panicked and exclaimed, Absolutely not. We cannot issue him a card. He is being unreasonable. Fang Ming replied with a cold smile. Why can't you grant me a card? Is there a rule at your bank prohibiting it? I do not recall such a regulation. Qian Datong appeared flustered, but continued to argue. You are merely trying to exploit a loophole. This is not valid. Exploit a loophole? I must apologize, for I have previously informed you that I can withdraw 100,000 yuan today without relying on the Liu family's connections, which you are well aware of. Since your bank has no stipulation against issuing a new card, how can you prevent me from doing so? In Chapter 58, Fang Ming coldly countered. Qian Datong found himself at a loss for words, as there was indeed no regulation explicitly forbidding the issuance of a new card, and Fang Ming's actions were entirely legal, leaving Qian Datong with no means to obstruct him, save for resorting to petty tactics. However, Fang Ming had begun to threaten the counterstaff, stating that if they refused to issue him a card, he would immediately contact the headquarters to file a complaint. The counterstaff were in a difficult position, torn between maintaining Qian Datong's dignity as a subordinate and succumbing to Fang Ming's threats. Qian Datong stubbornly insisted, under no circumstances can a new card be issued. You already possess a card from our bank. At this, Fang Ming turned to the gathered crowd and sighed, Please observe. Their bank's attitude is such that even their rules can be altered at will, showing a blatant disregard for the common citizen. We are merely here to deposit our money, not to owe the bank anything. Who would have thought that retrieving our own funds would be so challenging? Would you not agree? They refuse to allow withdrawals. Yet I merely wish to apply for 2 new cards, and still, they deny me. This is clearly being unreasonable, is it not? It seems some individuals fear losing, and thus resort to such tactics. It is truly shameful. Perhaps the crowd had all, to some extent, faced difficulties from the bank, and Fang Ming's words resonated with them, prompting a chorus of agreement. Indeed, is the bank not supposed to serve the public? Why is it so challenging to access our own money? Precisely. I recall my own experience attempting to withdraw money. It was equally frustrating, leaving me disinclined to ever deposit funds in a bank again. With such a service attitude, they will inevitably disappoint all their customers. I believe we should report them. Let us see how they manage without customers, and discover who the true masters are. At this moment, the crowd began to turn against Qian Datong, who had initially garnered their support, now fervently condemning the bank. Qian Datong had intended to speak, but he noticed several young men approaching him with fierce expressions, leaving him too intimidated to retort. He did not fear Fang Ming, but was wary of provoking public outrage. If everyone were to lodge complaints with the headquarters, not only might Qian Datong lose his position, but he could also face penalties from the headquarters. Upon contemplating the situation, Qian Datong reluctantly exhaled and instructed them not to rush, assuring them that he would facilitate Fang Ming's card issuance immediately. He fervently promised to amend his service attitude in the future, uttering numerous flattering words to placate the surrounding crowd. Only at this juncture did the people's ire begin to subside, just as Qian Datong, convinced of his impending defeat, prepared to make a discreet exit. He was unexpectedly intercepted by Fang Ming. Fang Ming coldly bellowed, Qian Datong, where do you think you're going? Startled and feeling guilty, Qian Datong nearly lost his footing and fell to the ground. With a sheepish expression, he stammered, Fang Ming, I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time with you. I must leave. However, Fang Ming obstructed his path, a smug look on his face as he inquired, You may leave, but have you forgotten something? Desperate to evade punishment, Qian Datong feigned ignorance and retorted, I haven't forgotten a thing. Please do not obstruct my work, or I assure you, I will not let this slide. If Qian Datong were to admit his failure, he would be compelled to publicly crawl on all fours like a dog and bark. The humiliation of such a spectacle before so many onlookers was unbearable. Before Fang Ming could respond, the crowd surged forward, boldly accusing him. Bank manager, surely you wouldn't be so untrustworthy? You must honor your words, they asserted. Indeed, With so many witnesses present, we all recall it. The one who loses must crawl like a dog and bark. There can be no evasion. Faced with the crowd's relentless pressure, Qian Datong felt an urge to retch from frustration. Yet, he dared not resist and blustered, "You all need to step aside. This is a bank. Beware, or I shall summon security to remove you." Fang Ming crossed his arms and laughed coldly. "I see your true colors now. It baffles me how someone like you could ascend to the position of bank manager, attempting to flee after losing and calling for help when outmatched. Perhaps it is best to let him escape, everyone. After all, with a manager of such poor character, your bank will surely become a laughingstock. Soon, no one will dare to deposit their money here. You may leave, but I shall withdraw all my funds from my account. No one shall benefit from this bank." At that moment, Qian Datong was utterly flabbergasted. Offending Fang Ming was one thing, as many had been bullying him, but alienating such a multitude of clients would be a grave error. Especially when word of this incident spread, their bank would undoubtedly lose all credibility, risking the exodus of clients and potentially leading to its collapse. With the bank's downfall, irrespective of whether Qian Datong faced punishment, his tenure as manager would be irrevocably over. He was solely reliant on his salary as bank manager, and without that position, he and his family would likely face dire straits. Yet, fulfilling the wager would mean enduring public humiliation, a prospect he could hardly bear. Thus, he abandoned his previously haughty demeanor and, with a forced smile, addressed Fang Ming. "Fang Ming, surely you jest. There is no need to take this so seriously. In truth, I merely jested with you. You wouldn't truly take it to heart, would you? After all, if this matter escalates, the embarrassment would not solely fall upon me." Apart from yielding to Fang Ming, Qian Datong could find no superior solution. However, Fang Ming was disinclined to acquiesce and coldly remarked, "A jest is only a jest when both parties find it amusing. You may find it humorous, but what of me? It seems you are merely attempting to evade responsibility. If I should lose this wager, you would not allow me to leave without compelling me to crawl and bark like a dog, would you? One must uphold their integrity. Do not preach one thing and practice another." Having finally softened towards Fang Ming, Qian Datong not only failed to secure forgiveness, but was instead met with mockery, leaving him utterly despondent. He felt utterly powerless and unable to depart. Thus he continued, "How about this? I shall grant you a privilege today. Withdraw any amount you desire, and I assure you I will comply." Fang Ming remained unyielding, replying coolly, "I do not require any privilege. I shall abide by the bank's regulations. Yet I possess my own means to procure the funds I need. It is now your turn to fulfill your promise. Should you fail to do so, I believe none here would allow you to leave." As he spoke, Fang Ming cast a significant glance at the assembled crowd, which ignited a stir among them, leading to a chorus of jeers. Qian Datong recognized he could not escape this predicament, yet he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Fang Ming. With a menacing sneer, he threatened, "Very well, Fang Ming, remember this. I shall surely retaliate for today's events." Fang Ming merely shrugged and replied, "You might as well perform your dog act first. Initially, I had no intention of engaging seriously with you, but since you insisted on making my life difficult despite our unfamiliarity, I can only say this is your just retribution." Enraged beyond measure, Qian Datong trembled with fury. Under immense pressure, he ultimately sank to his knees, mimicking a dog-esque crawl while barking. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, with some playfully teasing him as one might with a dog, while others eagerly recorded the absurd scene. Fang Ming chuckled softly as Qian Datong's expression contorted, rendering him akin to a clown. After executing a few simple gestures, Qian Datong abruptly stood and fled in a frantic escape. The crowd, having enjoyed the show, gradually dispersed. However, the tale of Qian Datong's humiliation swiftly circulated throughout Qinzhou, becoming a favorite topic of conversation among the locals. Wasting no time, Fang Ming approached the counter, ready to open an account. At that moment, the counter staff dared not challenge him, for even Qian Datong had knelt. They certainly would not risk their careers for a jest. Soon enough, Qian Datong successfully withdrew 100,000 in cash. Chapter 59, Concealments. Upon returning, Chun Eru awaited him at the store, though he appeared somewhat impatient. Upon seeing Fang Ming, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Boss, you have finally arrived." Fang Ming smiled gently, handing the 100,000 in cash to Chun Eru with a beaming expression. "Brother Chun, please count it. After counting, if there are no discrepancies, this business transaction will be completely finalized. How does that sound?" Facing the cash handed over by Fang Ming, contained within a bag that felt quite heavy, Chun Eru paused momentarily before hastily accepting the money, counting each bill in front of everyone. After all, it was not a trivial sum. Chun Eru was meticulous in his counting, and the shop fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the rustling of banknotes. Fang Ming shook his head slightly, then began to survey the shop, eventually making his way to the counter. He gazed around with a look of satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy. For from this moment forth, he would be the proprietor of this establishment. With ownership comes the promise of future prosperity. The bank is not far from here. It shouldn't take an inordinate amount of time, should it? Fang Ming smiled gently. It's nothing, just a minor setback that has already been resolved. Upon hearing this, Qingqing appeared somewhat surprised and was about to inquire further, but suddenly reconsidered and quelled her curiosity. Watching as Chun Eru finally finished counting the 100,000 in cash, he approached Fang Ming with the money bag and cheerfully announced, "Boss Fang, this amount is just right, not a penny off." With that, Chun Eru prepared to leave. But Fang Ming stopped him. "Brother Chun, wait." Hearing this, Chun Eru turned back, a hint of confusion in his expression as he asked, "What is the matter, Boss Fang? Is there an issue?" Fang Ming shook his head lightly, smiling courteously. "No issues at all. If you happen to find any treasures in the future, do come to me first. I will purchase whatever you have, and we can discuss the pricing then. Rest assured, you won't be at a loss." Upon hearing this, Chun Eru nodded vigorously. "You can count on me, Boss Fang. I will definitely come to you in the future." He had not anticipated such generosity for Boss Fang. It was indeed an honor to conduct business with him. Subsequently, Chun Eru departed with the money. Once Chun Eru had left, Qingqing finally voiced her lingering question, "Brother Fang, didn't he say he only needed 45,000? Why did you give him 100,000? That gourd bottle doesn't tea seem particularly precious. Wouldn't tea that mean you incurred a loss?" In response to her query, Fang Ming sighed and patiently began to explain, "Qingqing, you are still quite young and do not grasp the intricacies of commerce. In truth, the value of this treasure is substantial. Offering him 100,000 is already a concession. Even if Chun Eru cannot discern its worth, I must uphold my credibility in business, and I certainly would not deceive him." At this, Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she queried, "Just how valuable is it? It looks so ordinary. Could it be that you've made an error?" Fang Ming shook his head slightly. "It is impossible for me to be mistaken. It is indeed a rare gem." "Then what is its true value?" Qingqing asked, perplexed, eager for an answer. Fang Ming smiled and raised 2 fingers. Seeing this, Qingqing furrowed her brow. "Does it really value 200,000? Fang Ming shook his head. Qingqing continued to speculate. "What about 500,000? To her surprise, Fang Ming rejected that as well, indicating that even 500,000 would be insufficient. "Just how much is this item worth, then?" Upon seeing Fang Ming's 2 outstretched fingers, Qingqing was suddenly struck by a shocking number, one that held considerable likelihood. After a moment of silence, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be 2 million?" Fang Ming nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, it is worth at least that much." "My goodness, are you serious? I can hardly believe it." Qingqing was left utterly flabbergasted, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Her reaction was entirely natural. Even Fang Ming had been somewhat taken aback upon first encountering the gourd-shaped bottle. He affectionately ruffled Qingqing's hair and said, "Qingqing, if you wish to prosper in the antique industry, possessing a discerning eye for appraisals is absolutely essential. You spent a mere 100,000 and acquired a treasure worth 2 million. What extraordinary luck. Indeed, having a keen eye is of utmost importance. Chun Eru would never have imagined this item to be so precious." Fang Ming smiled gently, adding, "Fortunately, he is unaware that this is a genuine treasure. Otherwise, I could never have acquired it for such a modest sum." Qingqing nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning entirely plausible. However, her expression shifted as she pondered a new concern, asking incredulously, "But Chun Eru is merely a country dweller. Where could he have possibly obtained such a valuable artifact? Could it be that he stole it from someone? If so, what happens if the original owner comes looking for it after he sold it to us?" The mere thought of this possibility filled Qingqing with anxiety. If the treasure truly were stolen and now sold to Fang Ming, he could find himself in a precarious situation, potentially facing significant trouble. Yet, Fang Ming remained unperturbed, instead wearing a smile as he replied casually, "You are correct. This item was indeed stolen from someone else." "What? Brother Fang Ming, did you know this all along?" Qingqing gasped, her shock deepening and her worry intensifying. She hurriedly inquired, "If that is the case, why would you still want to keep this item? Setting aside whether it can be sold, it could lead to trouble." Fang Ming continued to elucidate. "Qingqing, allow me to finish. While it is true that he stole it, the circumstances are somewhat different." He paused for effect before elaborating. "He stole items from the deceased. At this revelation, Qing was left utterly astounded. The deceased? So, are you suggesting that Chun Eru is a tomb raider? He raided someone's grave? Fang Ming smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, when Chun Eru had displayed the artifact, Fang Ming had already noticed the remnants of mud on the bottle, indicating it appeared quite fresh, as if it had not long been unearthed. This led him to conclude that the treasure had been excavated recently and hastily brought to market. Coupled with Chun Eru's ordinary background, it was improbable for someone of his standing to possess such a valuable item, thus solidifying Fang Ming's suspicion that he was indeed a tomb raider. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ming turned to Qing with a smile, saying, "You need not worry about this matter. Simply carry on as before. Moreover, from this point onward, we must diligently manage this shop. As the small proprietor, I have every confidence you will excel in your endeavors, correct?" Upon hearing these words, Qing exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah? What does this mean? Brother Fang Ming, you can't possibly be suggesting that I manage this shop, can you? We have only known each other for a brief time. Do you truly trust me?" Fang Ming chuckled softly and replied, "Qing, I am aware that you are concealing something from me, that there are matters you have not disclosed. However, this does not alter my perception of you. I recognize that you are a kind-hearted young lady." At these words, Qing took a few steps back, her expression betraying a sense of panic. Just as Fang Ming had surmised, Qing indeed harbored secrets from him. With the fragile veil of pretense torn asunder, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and silence enveloped them both. Continuing in this manner would only amplify the discomfort, prompting Qing to shift the conversation. She stated that she would begin tidying up the items in the shop. Fang Ming regarded Qing with a gaze that held unspoken meaning. Yet he chose not to pursue the topic further. After a moment of contemplation, he too began to clean the store. When Yang Dongfeng had vacated the premises, he had left behind all manner of items, including various antiques, essentially bundling them with the shop for sale. However, Fang Ming understood Yang Dongfeng's character. He was a cunning individual. Despite the apparent abundance of antiques left behind, they were likely of inferior quality. Chapter 60, Achieving Notoriety. It was likely that within these past few days, Yang Dongfeng had already absconded with the true treasures. As time slipped by, dusk approached. Fang Ming and Qing diligently organized the shop, ultimately restoring it to a pristine state. After a day of labor, fatigue set in, and the two reclined in the shop's chairs, silently observing the setting sun, savoring the gentle breeze, and relishing the moment of tranquility. After a brief respite, Qing turned her head curiously and inquired, "Brother Fang Ming, what do you intend to do with that gourd vase?" At this question, Fang Ming furrowed his brow, his feelings complex. While he recognized the item's worth and the potential for substantial profit if he encountered a discerning buyer, in reality, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Thus, the pressing dilemma lay in the difficulty of parting with this treasure. After a moment of silence, Fang Ming responded, "To successfully sell this treasure, it would be best to send it to an auction." However, he suddenly paused mid-sentence. Qing, anxious, pressed, "However, what?" Fang Ming sighed deeply. "But I cannot personally make an appearance, as my identity remains that of a son-in-law to the Liu family." Upon hearing this, Qing appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the implications. Yet Fang Ming chose not to elaborate further. There was no need for her to know too much. In any case, throughout the entirety of Qinzhou, everyone regarded Fang Ming as a mere useless son-in-law. Should he present such a remarkable treasure at an auction, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the city. Such commotion would be one matter, but if the Liu family were to discover this, he would likely face difficulties. If they were to inquire about the provenance of this treasure, Fang Ming would find himself at a loss for explanation. The entire situation would be fraught with complications. As Fang Ming contemplated how to navigate this predicament, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and Zhao Wanqing rushed into the shop, her expression filled with urgency. Fang Ming hastily rose to his feet. Before he could voice his inquiry, Zhao Wanqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Fang Ming, you must see this." As he beheld the phone Zhao Wanqing extended towards him, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "What is it? What has happened?" "You have inadvertently become quite the celebrity," Zhao Wanqing replied with a smile. "I cannot explain it well. You should view the video on the phone for yourself." Intrigued, Fang Ming tapped on the video, only to discover it showcased Qian Datong crawling on the ground, barking like a dog. To his surprise, he himself had also been captured in the footage. This revelation caused Fang Ming to frown, his expression a blend of complexity and disbelief. He had not anticipated that the onlookers would document the incident and upload it to a video sharing platform, where it had since soared to popularity. Fang Ming felt a tinge of anger, yet more so a sense of helplessness. Zhao Wanqing, oblivious to his turmoil, began to tease him. Fang Ming, I never imagined you possessed such a side. You truly are impressive, even subduing someone like Qian Datong. I have long known he was up to no good. He often flaunts his position as bank manager, exuding arrogance towards everyone. Many have already grown weary of him. Who would have thought you would teach him such a lesson? I am certain he will think twice before acting so brazenly in the future. It is indeed a joy to behold. Noticing Zhao Wanqing's elated demeanor, Fang Ming forced a smile, cautioning, let us not celebrate too soon. Trouble will likely come knocking at our door. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing looked puzzled, then confidently patted Fang Ming on the shoulder, declaring, do not worry. As long as I, Zhao Wanqing, am here, no one will dare to trouble you. If they seek to confront you, they are essentially challenging me and the Zhao family. With Zhao Wanqing radiating confidence, Fang Ming felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. However, the situation was far more intricate than she imagined, leaving him feeling quite powerless. At that very moment, in the Liu family estate, Liu Zhenxiong lounged in a sunbathing chair in the garden, appearing quite content. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the tranquility. Liu Zhenxiong frowned and turned to see Lin Meixiu and Liu Tianao hastily approaching, their expressions fraught with urgency. Upon reaching Liu Zhenxiong, Lin Meixiu spoke without waiting for a prompt. Darling, we are in serious trouble. Fang Ming has been causing chaos ever since leaving the Liu family. What are we to do? He may disregard his own reputation, but he is still married into the Liu family, and we cannot predict when he might bring significant trouble upon us. Lin Meixiu glanced at Liu Tianao, who promptly retrieved his phone and presented the video to Liu Zhenxiong. Father, please take a look at this. Liu Zhenxiong accepted the phone, skepticism etched on his face. After watching, his expression darkened further, his emotions swirling in complexity. Lin Meixiu continued, Darling, you have witnessed it. Who would have thought Fang Ming could be so audacious as to confront a member of the Qian family? If the Qian family becomes aware of this, they will surely come knocking. Moreover, she added, how could that good-for-nothing Fang Ming possibly have amassed 100,000 in savings? Liu Tianao chimed in, further inciting, Indeed, father, this is simply unbelievable. I have come to the realization that his wealth must have been embezzled during his management of the shop. Fang Ming has always been an ineffectual individual, and undoubtedly, he has unknowingly pilfered a considerable sum from the Liu family. No wonder he is now living in such extravagance. If we allow that scoundrel to remain, our Liu family will inevitably encounter troubles. Lin Meixiu continued, stating, I have long asserted that Fang Ming will only bring us misfortune. He is currently causing trouble under the guise of the Liu family's name. Can you truly tolerate this? I believe it would be best for Yu Yin to sever ties with Fang Ming entirely and expel him from the Liu family. Liu Tianao and Lin Meixiu echoed each other, embellishing their words, which caused Liu Zhenxiong's expression to darken. After a prolonged silence, Liu Zhenxiong spoke gravely. Tianao, you must find Fang Ming at once. I need to inquire personally about the situation. Upon hearing this, Liu Tianao's spirits lifted, for he had awaited Liu Zhenxiong's directive. Excellent, father. I shall certainly bring that rascal Fang Ming to you. With that, Liu Tianao departed. Lin Meixiu, curious, asked Liu Zhenxiong, Dear, given that such an incident has occurred, how do you intend to deal with Fang Ming? Liu Zhenxiong's expression was one of complexity. He replied coldly, First, we must ascertain the facts surrounding this matter before deciding on any course of action. Additionally, we need to gather evidence. Otherwise, we risk wrongfully accusing someone. It may very well not be Fang Ming's fault. Let us first resolve this, and then proceed accordingly. Hearing this, Lin Meixiu was particularly shocked and enraged. She found it utterly unacceptable that, despite the gravity of the situation, Liu Zhenxiong was still protecting Fang Ming. This incensed Lin Meixiu, and she exclaimed, Liu Zhenxiong, what do you mean by this? We are your family. Why do you consistently turn against us? Upon hearing her words, Liu Zhenxiong's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Meixiu, fearing Liu Zhenxiong's wrath, hesitated to speak further and could only make vague remarks before leaving in a huff. Liu Zhenxiong sipped his tea and said heavily, Fang Ming, what on earth are you doing out there? I can protect you once or twice, but I cannot shield you forever. If you persist in your reckless ways, there will come a time when even I cannot safeguard you. On their way home, Zhao Wanqing suddenly noticed the box in Fang Ming's hand and inquired curiously. Fang Ming, what is contained within that box? Chapter 61, The Meeting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing was filled with excitement. Really? Quickly, show me. Subsequently, Qingqing recounted the events of the day to Zhao Wanqing. After listening to the tale, Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. She turned to Fang Ming, astonished. Fang Ming, have you truly discovered such a valuable treasure? Fang Ming nodded slightly. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing's interest was piqued, and she could hardly wait to behold this treasure worth millions. She took the box from Fang Ming and opened it to begin her admiration. Observing Zhao Wanqing's exuberance, Fang Ming could only offer a helpless smile. Yet, upon seeing the seemingly ordinary bottle, Zhao Wanqing exclaimed, "Are you certain that this is indeed a treasure? I find it rather ordinary. The craftsmanship pales in comparison to the decorative items in my own home." Fang Ming took the gourd vase with utmost seriousness and explained, "Do you still doubt my discernment? Such ancient treasures are not easily appreciated by the untrained eye." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing found his reasoning compelling. However, she remained astonished and continued to inquire about the treasure, unable to believe it could be so valuable. Fang Ming, exhibiting remarkable patience, continued to elucidate the matter to Zhao Wanqing. Ultimately, she trusted his judgment and ceased her probing. Zhao Wanqing cheerfully remarked, "You've only just opened your shop today and already acquired such a remarkable treasure. This is indeed a fortuitous start. Your business is bound to flourish." Zhao Wanqing was not particularly concerned about the monetary value, as the Zhao family possessed considerable wealth and could easily part with millions. Hearing this, Fang Ming shook his head in resignation. For Zhao Wanqing, perhaps 2 million was inconsequential, yet Fang Ming was in dire need of funds, as this represented a substantial amount. Suddenly, Zhao Wanqing inquired, "Fang Ming, how do you plan to sell this treasure?" This was indeed a pertinent question, for Fang Ming had been contemplating this very issue. While there were several avenues to find discerning buyers, if speed was of the essence, the most straightforward option would be to consign it to an auction house. However, due to his circumstances, Fang Ming could not personally attend the auction. Though he could seek out knowledgeable collectors, he lacked the necessary connections, rendering that approach unfeasible. Noticing Fang Ming's predicament, Zhao Wanqing suggested, "Perhaps you should opt for the auction. Various buyers competing could maximize your returns." This was undoubtedly a sound strategy, yet Fang Ming had already dismissed it, feeling it was not an option for him at present. After a brief silence, Zhao Wanqing asked, "Fang Ming, is it due to your identity that you cannot attend the auction?" Fang Ming nodded. "Indeed, that is why I hesitate. Should my identity be revealed, it would only lead to greater complications." Seeing Fang Ming so troubled, Zhao Wanqing confidently replied, "Do not worry, Fang Ming. I have a solution for this." Before Fang Ming could fully comprehend her words, Zhao Wanqing stepped forward. His emotions were mixed, uncertain whether she truly possessed a viable solution. Resolving not to dwell on it further, he hurried after her, accompanied by Qingqing. At that moment, Lu Tian'ao was scouring the antique market for Fang Ming. He had thoroughly searched the entire area, yet still could not locate him. That insolent fool, he must be seeking his own demise. Ignoring my calls. I swear I could just strangle him. Lu Tian'ao had completely lost his patience. As soon as he stepped out, he attempted to call Fang Ming, intending to summon him directly. However, though Fang Ming's phone was on, he consistently ignored Lu Tian'ao's calls, leaving Lu Tian'ao seething with rage. At that moment, one of Lu Tian'ao's subordinates said to him, "Young master, we have searched the entire street, yet we still have not seen Fang Ming. Is it possible that he is not here at all?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tian'ao could only feel an overwhelming surge of anger. Just then, he spotted a familiar face ahead and immediately revealed a meaningful smile. "Humph, I have a way to make Fang Ming come out on his own." Indeed, the person approaching was Lu Yuyin. Lu Tian'ao stepped in front of Lu Yuyin and urgently said, "Sister, I have an urgent matter. Could you please help me?" Hearing this, Lu Yuyin looked puzzled and asked, "Have you gotten yourself into trouble again?" Lu Tian'ao shook his head repeatedly. "Of course not. Absolutely not. Sister, you must help me with this. Please call Fang Ming right away and ask him where he is." Lu Yuyin furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat displeased at Lu Tian'ao's unexpected desire to contact Fang Ming. Ever since the previous incident, her impression of Fang Ming had completely changed, and she had developed an inexplicable emotion towards him. These past few days, Lu Yuyin found herself thinking of Fang Ming at every turn. Now, Lu Tian'ao wanted to trouble Fang Ming again, which made Lu Yuyin angry. "Did you not drive him out of the Lu family? Why are you seeking him out now?" Lu Tian'ao had no time to explain and kept urging, "Oh, sister, don't overthink it. I won't cause him any trouble. I beg you to call him and ask where he is." After a moment of silence, seeing Lu Tianao looking genuinely anxious, Lu Yuyin decided to call Fang Ming directly. At that moment, Fang Ming had just entered the house and received Lu Yuyin's call. Initially, he was somewhat impatient, thinking it was Lu Tianao again and was about to turn off his phone. But upon realizing it was Lu Yuyin, he finally relaxed. Pressing the answer button, he heard a brief silence before Lu Yuyin's voice came through. "Fang Ming, where are you now?" Her voice was as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, causing Fang Ming to furrow his brow. He asked coolly, "I'm out handling some matters. What do you want with me?" Feeling guilty towards Fang Ming, Lu Yuyin was at a loss for words. Listening to her, Fang Ming felt an odd sensation. They were nominally a married couple. Yet, both were well aware that in the past 3 years, they had never shared any intimate moments, nor had they spent time alone together. To Fang Ming, Lu Yuyin was merely a stranger devoid of any emotional connection. To his surprise, Lu Yuyin had taken the initiative to call, inquiring about his location. What could her intentions be? With this thought in mind, Fang Ming replied indifferently, "All right, I will send the address to your phone." However, he was not concerned about the Lu family seeking trouble, as he had already distanced himself from them. Seeing Fang Ming agree so readily, Lu Yuyin finally felt relieved. "Okay, I will come over shortly." After hanging up, she felt a sense of urgency. Once Fang Ming sent the address to Lu Yuyin, Zhao Wanqing approached him, her curiosity piqued. "Who called you? Is there something going on?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming slightly shook his head and replied with a smile, "It's merely a trivial matter." Zhao Wanqing and Qingqing did not inquire further and proceeded to dine. Fang Ming headed towards the address he had sent to Lu Yuyin. Located on the eastern side of the antique market, Zhao Wanqing initially gave it little thought, but Qingqing suddenly asked Sister Wanqing, "Is Brother Fang Ming going out to meet someone, even skipping a meal?" Taken aback by this question, Zhao Wanqing hesitated before forcing a smile. "I'm not sure. He probably has his own affairs to attend to. Let's go eat first. Uncle Zhao's culinary skills are exceptional. I've always enjoyed his dishes. We should hurry inside." Ultimately, Zhao Wanqing was merely comforting herself, feeling inexplicably despondent at the notion that Fang Ming might be in haste to meet someone. Chapter 62. He has truly changed before long. Fang Ming arrived at the appointed place, spotting Lu Yuyin eagerly awaiting him from a distance, accompanied by Lu Tianao and a group of bodyguards. Fang Ming furrowed his brow slightly as he approached. Lu Yuyin appeared somewhat uneasy upon his arrival, while Lu Tianao showed no qualms. Having discerned Fang Ming's location through Lu Yuyin and brought his entourage along. Despite Lu Yuyin's persistent inquiries, Lu Tianao adamantly refused to disclose anything, shrouding the situation in mystery. Consequently, Lu Yuyin felt a sense of unease, fearing that Lu Tianao intended to create trouble for Fang Ming. Before Fang Ming could speak, Lu Tianao scoffed coldly and commanded his bodyguards to encircle Fang Ming. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuyin's expression shifted to one of alarm as she stepped in front of Fang Ming, causing the bodyguards to hesitate. Lu Tianao, with a mocking grin, advanced toward them, rebuking Fang Ming. "Fang Ming, you truly possess audacity. After I've called you numerous times without a response, do you wish for your demise?" Lu Yuyin stood protectively in front of Fang Ming, and the bodyguards refrained from advancing. Yet Lu Tianao was unfazed. After verbally assaulting Fang Ming, he lunged forward, intent on striking him. In that moment, Lu Yuyin could scarcely react, utterly astonished by Lu Tianao's outrageous behavior as he prepared to lay hands on Fang Ming. She shouted in fury, "Stop!" As Lu Tianao's hand was about to connect with Fang Ming's face, Zhao Wanqing's heart raced with dread. However, in a flash, Fang Ming unexpectedly seized Lu Tianao's wrist, the immense strength rendering Lu Tianao immobile. Caught off guard by Fang Ming's sudden resistance, Lu Tianao was both astonished and infuriated. His hand was rendered motionless, unable to advance or retreat, leading him to curse vehemently, "You insolent wretch, release my hand. How dare you treat me this way? I will ensure your demise." In the face of Lu Tianao's frantic rage, Fang Ming remained composed, stating coolly, "Young Master Lu, we are in a public setting. What are you attempting to do? Who decreed that you could strike me while I am forbidden from retaliating? One should not be unreasonable. I advise you to tread carefully, lest I become less than courteous." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianao, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally and retorted, "Ha, you dare to threaten me? Then by all means, give it a try." As Fang Ming maintained his composure, Lu Tianao's anger intensified. Unable to contain himself, Lu Tianao raised his other hand, poised to launch a surprise attack on Fang Ming. Suddenly, Lu Yin shouted, "Lu Tianao, stop right there." Lu Tianao was momentarily taken aback, utterly stunned that Lu Yuyin would defend Fang Ming in such a manner. Lu Yuyin, in a state of urgency, questioned him. "What do you mean by this? Did you not vow to refrain from causing trouble for Fang Ming? Moreover, in broad daylight, you have no justification for resorting to violence. Are you out of your mind?" In response, Lu Tianao let out a cold laugh. Even if he wished to teach Fang Ming a lesson, it was inconceivable for him to involve Lu Yuyin in it. "Sister, you are utterly unaware. This brat has stirred up quite a bit of trouble since he left the Lu household. He has been causing chaos everywhere and expects us to clean up after him." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyin felt a flicker of doubt. Had Fang Ming truly gotten himself into more trouble? With skepticism in her voice, she pressed, "What exactly is going on? You must tell me." She added, "You still care about the Lu family's reputation. If an uninformed person witnesses this, it will be you who ends up embarrassed." Lu Tianao scoffed and then pulled out his phone, throwing a video in front of Lu Yuyin. "You can see for yourself. I never anticipated this brat would become so brazen." Lu Yuyin took the phone, her brow furrowing as she watched the video. As the situation unfolded on screen, she was left in disbelief. Staring at Fang Ming, she exclaimed, "Is this really you?" Fang Ming replied nonchalantly, "Yes. What's wrong? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" It was unexpected for Fang Ming to throw in a taunt at such a moment, which only served to aggravate Lu Yuyin further. Overwhelmed with shock, she could hardly reconcile the image of the humiliated Fang Ming from the Lu household with the audacious and commanding figure in the video. These were two entirely different individuals. Setting aside how Fang Ming had humiliated Qian Datong in front of everyone, the ramifications of this incident could be dire if the Qian family chose to pursue it. The thought sent a chill through Lu Yuyin. Shaking her head, she despaired. "Fang Ming, how could you act so impulsively? Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Throughout, Fang Ming remained unruffled, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. This demeanor felt utterly foreign to Lu Yuyin. Although the previous Fang Ming had been mediocre and lacking in strength, she had always believed he was not a fool. Had he truly not considered the repercussions of his actions? Liu Qianlaosne ceased. Is it necessary to explain so much to him? As Lu Tianao had witnessed the video, Fang Ming quickly understood that the Qian family and Qian Datong were merely trying to exert pressure on the Lu family. With a forceful shake, Fang Ming freed himself from Lu Tianao's grip, hands in pockets, and casually strolled towards the Lu residence. Watching Fang Ming walk away, Lu Tianao spat in anger, feeling utterly unsatisfied. As he continued, his rage swelled, and he resolved to ambush Fang Ming from behind. Just as Lu Tianao was poised to deliver a kick towards Fang Ming unexpectedly sidestepped, evading Lu Tianao's ambush. The immense inertia, coupled with Lu Tianao's full-force effort, resulted in him missing his target and crashing to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Hearing Lu Tianao's anguished wails, Fang Ming raised an eyebrow, maintaining a serene demeanor as he continued on his way. Observing this, Lu Yuyin felt compelled to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. She acutely sensed the transformation in Fang Ming, which struck her as profoundly strange. The once humiliated and submissive Fang Ming had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis within mere days of leaving the Lu household. Supported by bodyguards, Lu Tianao cradled his injured leg, tears nearly spilling from the pain. He glared at Fang Ming with malice, cursing, "Fang Ming, you scoundrel! I will make sure to end you." Vichnissing Liu Qiao's pliegt. Lu Yuyin could only shake her head in resignation, perceiving it as a consequence of his own actions. Initially intending to caution Lu Tianao that Fang Ming was no longer the same, she reconsidered, recognizing that he would likely dismiss her words. More crucially, she pondered whether Fang Ming's significant change was an act or a newfound assurance. With these thoughts, Lu Yuyin silently moved forward. Before long, they arrived at the grand hall of the Lu family estate, where Lu Jinxiong and Lin Meishio awaited them. The family was well aware that Lin Meishio typically indulged in a carefree lifestyle, showing little regard for domestic matters. However, whenever Fang Ming's affairs were at stake, her fervor was unmistakable, and her intentions were quite evident. Fang Ming cast a glance at Lin Meishio before turning his attention to Lu Jinxiong, whose face was pale with anger. Without allowing Lu Jinxiong to speak, Lin Meishio seized the moment to admonish Fang Ming, her voice cold and commanding. "Fang Ming, look at the chaos you have caused. Kneel down this instant." Taken aback by Fang Ming's audacity, Lin Meishio's ire flared, exclaiming, You are quite brazen, aren't you? Do you think we are unaware of your misdeeds? The word is already spread outside. You have truly become audacious. Do you believe that just because you've been away from the Liu family for a few days, you have gained the upper hand? What do you think you are? Daring to provoke the Qian family and tarnish their reputation. That is your so-called achievement. And tell me, how do you possess 100,000 in savings? Who in the family does not know you are merely a worthless good-for-nothing, earning not a single cent? You must have embezzled from Liu Jia's shop, so confess immediately. Chapter 63, A Nonchalant Explanation. Unperturbed by Lin Meixiu's vehement tirade, Fang Ming remained indifferent, dismissing her words entirely. Engaging in futile discourse with Lin Meixiu and Liu Tianao seemed a waste of precious time. Fang Ming then turned to Liu Jinxiong, inquiring, Patriarch, may I ask why you summoned me? Is there something you wish to critique? He continued, I suggest you refrain from further trivialities and kneel instead. With a slight frown, expressing dissatisfaction with Lin Meixiu's words, he coldly retorted, I would like to know precisely where I went wrong. Lin Meixiu was abruptly rebuked by Fang Ming, causing her to exclaim in frustration, this is simply outrageous. Liu Jinxiong shot Lin Meixiu a stern glance and coldly remarked, we are here to discuss serious matters. If you continue to act out, you may leave. With Liu Jinxiong's words, Lin Meixiu dared not persist in her outburst, and with a scowl, turned her head away as if bearing an immense grievance. Liu Jinxiong ignored her further and addressed Fang Ming directly, stating, Fang Ming, you must understand that this is no trivial matter. I hope you can elucidate the circumstances surrounding this incident. Fang Ming could have easily walked away, but recalling his agreement with the elder Liu, he refrained from overt defiance and recounted the events of that day to the assembly. Upon hearing this, Liu Tianao immediately expressed his discontent, sneering, oh really, do you actually have 100,000 in savings? Don't think I'm unaware that you are merely a penniless wretch. Over the past 3 years, has any of your expenses not been covered by the Liu family? How dare you even hide private funds? Or have you pilfered someone else's money? You better confess. Interrupted, Fang Ming chose to remain silent. Liu Jinxiong glared at Liu Tianao, rebuking him, you young man. Should hold your tongue. While your ignorance may be excused at times, we're dealing with a serious issue now, so do not complicate matters further. Despite his reprimand, Liu Jinxiong internally harbored doubts regarding the legitimacy of Fang Ming's finances, though he chose not to dwell on it. After being chastised, Liu Tianao begrudgingly fell silent, casting a hostile glare at Fang Ming. Liu Jinxiong then gestured for Fang Ming to continue. Without hesitation, Fang Ming articulated the origins, developments, and resolution of the incident, maintaining an air of indifference. Although the video had gone viral, it only captured the aftermath, leaving the preceding events shrouded in ambiguity, thus casting doubt on Fang Ming's account. Nonetheless, if the events were as he described, Liu Jinxiong found himself in support of Fang Ming's actions. After all, as a man, how could one endure such humiliation? Furthermore, according to Fang Ming's narrative, it was Qian Datong who had instigated the confrontation. However, if the roles were reversed, with Fang Ming being the one crawling on the ground in disgrace, it would be the Liu family suffering the embarrassment. In light of this, it seemed that the present outcome was the most favorable. Liu Jinxiong nodded in acknowledgement and told Fang Ming, all right, I understand the situation now. You may leave. This decision incited considerable dissatisfaction from Lin Meixiu and Liu Tianao. Just as Fang Ming was about to turn away, Lin Meixiu could no longer restrain herself and called out, wait, you cannot leave. With gritted teeth, Lin Meixiu let out a cold laugh and then addressed Liu Jinxiong in a low voice, Liu Jinxiong, if you let this rascal off so easily, who will bear the consequences of this affair? If the Qian family comes knocking, even if the matter is clarified, it will sow discord between our families, and we may find ourselves unable to conduct business in the future. The Liu family would lose a friend and gain an enemy. Do you truly believe this is worthwhile? Perhaps realizing her argument lacked strength, Lin Meixiu added, moreover, how could Fang Ming possibly possess such a sum of money? Do you think his wealth is legitimate? I dare say that he must have embezzled funds from our Liu family. Are you not going to investigate this matter? Regardless of how he intends to manage it or whether he plans to sell it outright, it is none of our concern. Understand? Lin Meixiu felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, yet she found herself unable to retort, falling into silence instead. As he spoke, Liu Jinxiong cast a glance at Liu Tianao and declared, let this matter rest. There is no need for further discussion. If anyone is to be blamed, it is that arrogant Qian Datong, who, relying on his position as bank president, deliberately made things difficult for us and even humiliated Fang Ming multiple times. it would be best to employ various methods to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he will only grow more audacious in the future. I concur with Fang Ming's approach. This is indeed the conduct befitting a man. Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. They had initially hoped to undermine Fang Ming, but were taken aback to find Lu Jinxiong commending his actions. Lu Tianao, unable to accept this, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Dad, you trust him far too much. How can you be certain that Fang Ming speaks the truth? What if he deceives us?" Lu Jinxiong's expression darkened as he coldly responded, "So what? Would you rather believe Qian Datong's words than those of your own kin?" Lu Tianao shook his head, attempting to clarify, "Dad, you know that is not my intention, but Fang Ming is truly untrustworthy. You do not believe him, nor do you trust my words. Is that correct?" Lu Jinxiong was now exceedingly furious. Lu Tianao lowered his head, knowing he dared not continue to provoke the situation, and simply shook his head. Yet, his loathing for Fang Ming only intensified within him. Observing this, Fang Ming sighed softly and spoke with a hint of indifference. "In truth, you need not be so entangled in this matter with me. Should the Qian family come seeking answers, you may simply deflect them and direct them to me. I possess my own means to handle such situations, and I assure you, I will not bring shame upon the Lu family. As for my finances, it is not solely the Lu family that possesses wealth in this world. These funds belong to me alone, and they have no connection to you, believe it or not." With that, Fang Ming intended to leave, only to be halted by Lu Jinxiong's call. Turning back with a puzzled expression, Fang Ming asked, "Is there anything else?" In response, he could not help but let out a cold laugh, stating plainly, "Head of the family, this is perhaps unnecessary. My presence here brings discomfort to everyone. If I take my leave, it would surely bring relief to all. What is wrong with that? Let us live our separate lives, free from interference. I would be quite happy to see that scoundrel meet his end elsewhere. I no longer wish to lay eyes upon him." At that moment, Lu Yuyin, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, her voice laced with confusion. "Dad, Mom, have you not noticed that Fang Ming is different from before?" "Different in what way?" "He remains as arrogant and reckless as ever, a complete scoundrel. I never trusted that scoundrel from the beginning. This situation is certainly not as he claims. It is all his fault for putting us in jeopardy with our business. Why does he not just disappear?" Lin Meishio scoffed in disdain. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyin could not suppress a long sigh, feeling utterly helpless. Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao's impressions of Fang Ming were deeply ingrained. Any matter intertwined with him would invariably be perceived as his fault. Lu Jinxiong suddenly furrowed his brow and addressed Lu Yuyin. "Yin, do you have something to say?" Lu Yuyin quickly explained, "Father, do you not find it strange? Although Qian Datong has admitted his mistake in the video, a person like him would never concede defeat so easily." Chapter 64, Departing Alone. What exactly has Fang Ming done? It is truly intriguing that the overbearing Qian Datong would willingly accept punishment. Lu Jinxiong also sensed that something was amiss and fell into deep thought. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly inquired, "Is this matter related to Zheng Xiaolu from before?" Lu Yin nodded slightly. "Perhaps. After all, Qian Datong is Zheng Xiaolu's uncle. She must have informed him about the previous incidents, which led Qian Datong to unjustly target Fang Ming. Today, Fang Ming merely went to the bank to withdraw money. Yet he faced such unreasonable hardship, likely stemming from the situation." Lu Yuyin shifted her perspective, viewing the matter as an observer, and it seemed all too easy for her to uncover the truth. Lu Jinxiong concurred with her speculation. It made sense. Now the reasons were clear. Otherwise, would Qian Datong be mad enough to provoke Fang Ming without cause? As he spoke, Lu Jinxiong sighed deeply and said to Lu Yuyin, "Yin, my child, you are too stubborn. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still husband and wife. I shall not interfere too much in your affairs, but I hope you can find an opportunity to express your gratitude to Fang Ming for saving you. It cannot be that your relationship remains so strained. If Fang Ming truly did not care for you, why would he risk himself to rescue you? You ought to reflect on this." Seeing Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao preparing to retort, they were immediately silenced by Lu Jinxiong's icy gaze. Since the origins and consequences of this matter had been clarified, if Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao continued to target Fang Ming, they would certainly face Lu Jinxiong's reprimand. Regardless, they should know when to yield. Lu Jinxiong's words carried profound meaning, leaving Lu Yuyin with a very complex emotional state. She could not help but ponder, had Fang Ming not intervened, would she be where she is today? Yet, following this, Fang Ming continued to endure the Lu family's attacks. Noticing Lu Yuyin lost in silence, Lu Jinxiong sighed and said, "All right, Everyone may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. Eventually, Lin Meishio and the others departed. Lu Yiyin sat by the window, gazing at the hazy moonlight, and unconsciously thought of Fang Ming once more. She repeatedly took out her phone, contemplating calling him to express her gratitude. Yet she hesitated each time, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. After leaving the Lu residence, Fang Ming looked at the full moon in the sky and sighed. Old man, I have tried my utmost. You can see this from above, right? In 2 years, that agreement will finally expire, and I shall attain my freedom. In truth, when Fang Ming first arrived at the Lu household, he was filled with enthusiasm, eager to contribute to the family. Unexpectedly, the Lu family grew increasingly vigilant towards Fang Ming. Coupled with the humiliation and torment inflicted by Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao, Fang Ming, bound by his promises, could only endure in silence. His apparent lack of resistance led Lin Meishio and Lu Tianao to label him as weak, deeming him utterly useless, which intensified their hostility towards him. In light of these circumstances, Fang Ming realized how naively optimistic his previous thoughts had been. Nevertheless, as a man, he felt compelled to uphold his commitments. Regardless of the treatment he received from the Lu family, he resolved to sever ties with them completely after 5 years. With 2 years remaining, he vowed not to turn a blind eye should the Lu family encounter difficulties. All of this stemmed from the fact that Lu Yiyin's grandfather had once saved him, a debt of gratitude he had long cherished, leading to such an agreement. At that moment, a phone rang, and Fang Ming instinctively assumed it was a call from the Lu family. Frowning, he pulled out his phone, only to find Lu Yiyin's name flashing on the screen. With a sense of resignation, he sighed deeply before answering the call. On the other end, Lu Yiyin seemed somewhat peculiar, hesitating as if she had much to say while frequently inquiring about Fang Ming's well-being, which left him perplexed. Impatiently, he remarked, "Miss Lu, please speak your mind directly. There is no need for circumspection." Upon hearing this, Lu Yiyin fell silent before finally confessing, "Fang Ming, I am sorry. I wish to apologize. My mother, along with Tianao and the others, have always been like this. Please don't take their words to heart." Fang Ming interrupted her with a smile, saying, "I will not conflate all members of the Lu family. You need not apologize on their behalf." Seeing Fang Ming's unyielding demeanor, Lu Yiyin felt compelled to explain, "I understand. But the troubles you face stem from me. Qian Datong is the uncle of Zhang Xiaolu. He is deliberately causing you trouble because of that previous incident, especially since you face consequences for saving me." Fang Ming shook his head slightly. "I do not dwell on such matters, nor do I fear people like them. There is no need for your apologies." As the day waned, he inquired, "Do you have any other matters to discuss?" Lu Yiyin hesitated, stuttering, "No, nothing at all. Please be careful on your way." Taken aback, Fang Ming responded, "I will, thank you." With that, he unceremoniously ended the call. Holding her phone, Lu Yiyin gazed out at the moon, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Over the past 3 years, perhaps aside from Fang Ming, she was the one who understood the injustices and humiliations he endured within the Lu household. She could sense the resentment simmering beneath his composed exterior. Though Fang Ming had never overtly displayed his feelings, the unfamiliarity and distance between them left Lu Yiyin in a state of turmoil. "There is no turning back. You have completely left," she murmured, unsure to whom she was speaking. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her heart, an indescribable sensation as if something deep within her had shattered. Fang Ming was no fool. He recognized that those around him were far from virtuous. Yet, he remained unafraid, resolutely continuing onward, just as they were about to miss him. The bald man leading the group suddenly blocked Fang Ming's path and coldly inquired, "You must be Fang Ming, correct?" The bald man paused for a moment, then angrily exclaimed, "Are you deaf? Respond to me at once." Fang Ming, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "What does it have to do with me?" The bald man's expression darkened. "Speak plainly. Are you looking for death? I'll tell you, someone wishes to see you. If you know what is good for you, come with us." Fang Ming coldly asked, "Where to?" The bald man grew furious. "Stop pretending. Don't you realize the good deed you've done today? Who do you think you are, to provoke the Qian family? You must be tired of living. The head of the Qian family wants us to bring you in. Do you think you can escape?" Fang Ming replied with a faint smile, "I actually have no intention of going." The bald man raised an eyebrow, drew a dagger, and threatened Fang Ming, "Listen here, brat. You'd better be sensible. If you don't want to suffer, come with us willingly." Noticing Fang Ming's calm demeanor, devoid of fear, even refusing to face him directly, the bald man was utterly enraged. He swung his hand in frustration, shouting, "Fang Ming, stop acting. If you dare to play tricks on us, I swear I'll kill you." To this, Fang Ming replied with a casual smile, All right then, I coincidentally have business with the Qian family. Let us go. Fang Ming stepped forward, noticing the bald man still in a daze, and urged, What? Not in a hurry. Lead the way. The bald man finally reacted and commanded his cohorts to surround Fang Ming, escorting him to the Qian family estate. Upon entering, the group dispersed, and Fang Ming made his way directly to the main hall, where he found the head of the Qian family, Qian Taibai, seated regally, with Qian Datong standing beside him, surrounded by numerous members of the Qian family. After receiving the bald man's notification, these individuals quickly gathered, awaiting the opportunity to deal with Fang Ming. Upon seeing Fang Ming, Qian Datong was the first to erupt in anger, laughing derisively. Well, look who finally decided to show up. As he spoke, Qian Datong extended his fist, preparing to teach Fang Ming a lesson. Fang Ming observed, but remained unfazed, his expression completely indifferent. Not only Qian Datong, but even the entirety of the Qian family held no sway over him. If Fang Ming did not wish to come, no one could have brought him there. Chapter 65, A Gamble. Just as Qian Datong's fist was about to connect with Fang Ming, Qian Taibai suddenly interjected, Datong, stop. Yet, he glared at Fang Ming with palpable fury, declaring, You insolent brat. Since you have the audacity to come today, don't even think about leaving easily. These words held no power over Fang Ming. Fortunately, Qian Taibai intervened in time, or else Qian Datong would have long been incapacitated by Fang Ming. Fang Ming found Qian Taibai rather intriguing. He slightly raised his gaze and beheld Qian Taibai, whose hair and beard were as white as snow, his face adorned with deep wrinkles, and a pair of hawk-like noses lending him an air of solemnity. In the face of Fang Ming's nonchalance, Qian Taibai chuckled softly. Fang Ming, I never anticipated you to possess such audacity. It seems you are not as inept as the rumors suggest. Since you have come here today, you must be aware of the matter at hand, correct? How do you intend to address the humiliation of my son? In response, Fang Ming smiled lightly and remarked, Mr. Qian, I believe it is prudent for me to clarify my intentions. I did not arrive for any ulterior motives. I simply wish to elucidate the facts that stand before us. Is there truly a need for further elaboration? Yet, you approach me as if I am the one at fault. Upon hearing this, Qian Taibai's expression darkened, and he coldly inquired, So, you believe the fault does not lie with you? Fang Ming exhibited no sign of trepidation. Indeed, to fabricate charges, one must not lack for excuses. Qian Taibai scoffed. Once the video was released, the entire Qinzhou was made aware of this incident. Even if my son provoked you first, your retaliation was unwarranted. Now, our Qian family has become the subject of ridicule and gossip. Is that not your fault? Fang Ming, filled with indignation, retorted with a smirk. Mr. Qian, one must adhere to reason, do they not? I share no ties with the Qian family. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Furthermore, I neither filmed nor uploaded that video. So what crime have I committed? As for the reputation of your family, it bears no consequence for me. Faced with Fang Ming's audacious demeanor, Qian Datong could no longer remain seated. He stood up, glaring fiercely. Fang Ming, what further prevarication can you muster? It is solely because of your aggressive demeanor that I found myself publicly humiliated, turning our Qian family into a laughingstock. All the blame rests upon you. To this, Fang Ming laughed coldly before asking, Qian Datong, you truly excel at inverting right and wrong. I was merely withdrawing my money. It was you who provoked and humiliated me first. Moreover, had I been the one to lose the bet, I sincerely doubt you would have been so magnanimous, would you? This retort left Qian Datong momentarily speechless, unable to muster a response. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside, the voice of a woman. Ah, it appears the rumors cannot be wholly trusted. Everyone believes this lad to be a good-for-nothing, yet he displays considerable audacity and eloquence. It seems the Liu family has underestimated you. The speaker was none other than Zhang Xiaolu. As she entered the hall, she greeted Qian Taibai and the others before casting a smug glance towards Fang Ming, her expression brimming with schadenfreude. After the previous events, Fang Ming had developed a profound loathing for Zhang Xiaolu. He coldly asked, Zhang Xiaolu, do you still have the audacity to show your face? Individuals like you, who forsake their conscience for personal gain and cruelly betray their friends, are truly despicable. Fang Ming's words left Zhang Xiaolu flustered, her countenance turning ashen. Yet, these accusations rang true. She could not refute them, and could only glare at Fang Ming with gritted teeth. The animosity she harbored towards him was beyond articulation. Her regret did not stem from her wrongful actions, but from the fact that she had been discovered. Had it not been for Fang Ming, the The meticulously crafted plans of Zheng Xiaolu would not have crumbled, nor would she have been subjected to the debt collection by Liang Zhenghan. Most importantly, the one who exposed her was none other than the so-called waste in the eyes of the crowd. Does this not indicate that she is even inferior to this so-called waste? Zheng Xiaolu, overwhelmed with emotion, erupted in rage. Fang Ming, do not revel in your triumph. Your existence in this world is superfluous. No one cares about you. Fang Ming offered no rebuttal, merely gazing at her with an air of detachment. Observing this, Qian Taibai interjected, Xiaolu, silence yourself. This is not your place to speak. As the head of the Qian family, Zheng Xiaolu dared not defy him lightly, and thus fell silent. At that moment, the atmosphere became exceedingly tense as Qian Taibai directed a cold glare at Fang Ming, retorting, Young man, do you truly believe that you bear no responsibility in this matter? Fang Ming nodded slightly, exuding an aura of fearlessness. Let be clear, the one who sought to trouble me was Qian Datong, and it was he who proposed this wager. It is only reasonable to accept the consequences of one's own bets, is it not? Since Qian Datong initiated the wager, he must be prepared to face the repercussions. This is not my concern. Furthermore, after losing the bet, he attempted to flee, but was unable to withstand the righteous indignation of the onlookers, which forced him to grovel on the ground in desperation. I have not gained any advantage. I merely witnessed a spectacle. This statement incited significant displeasure in Qian Taibai, his countenance turning a deep shade of anger. The others remained silent, fully aware that Qian Taibai was on the verge of erupting, and none wished to be embroiled in his wrath. Qian Taibai raised his head to regard Fang Ming, his voice low and serious. Young man, I admire your audacity and demeanor. However, do you grasp the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot? Those who fail to temper their brilliance are invariably the first to suffer. Fang Ming replied with a serene smile, As long as I soar swiftly enough, no matter how fine the weapon, it shall not touch me. Upon hearing this, Qian Taibai burst into laughter. You truly are audacious. Yet, I cannot fathom the source of your brazen confidence. Do you rely on the backing of the Liu family? Do you think I fear the Liu family? Fang Ming merely curled his lip, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring with Qian Taibai, and inwardly scoffed. How easy it is for you to speak. The reason you have yet to act is precisely because you fear the Liu family. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and simply raised his hand slightly. I am merely speaking the truth. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Fang Ming turned to depart. Qian Datong and Zheng Xiaolu, of course, were intent on not letting him go so easily, preparing to obstruct him, but Qian Taibai suddenly called out, Wait, young man, do not be in such haste. Fang Ming paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mr. Qian, do you have more to say? Qian Taibai revealed a knowing smile. Fang Ming, I see your boldness and arrogance. Are you willing to wager with me? Fang Ming contemplated for a moment and replied earnestly, Pray, enlighten me. Qian Taibai raised an eyebrow, a smile breaking across his face. Very well, as expected of you. It is rather late. Please, Mr. Qian, do share your thoughts. Fang Ming's impatience was beginning to show. Qian Taibai nodded thoughtfully and asked, Fang Ming, I am aware that the Liu family is renowned for its expertise in appraising treasures. As the son-in-law of the Liu family, you must possess a discerning eye, correct? Let us wager on our appraisal skills, shall we? Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback. If the wager were on something else, he could not claim with certainty that victory was assured. However, Qian Taibai seemed intent on seizing this opportunity to humiliate the Liu family, proposing a bet on appraisal skills while knowing that others viewed Fang Ming as a mere incompetent. Yet, this very challenge presented Fang Ming with an opportunity. While he might falter in other areas, he was unequivocally confident in his discerning abilities. Qian Taibai, mistaking Fang Ming's silence for trepidation, broke into laughter. Are you truly afraid? Lacking confidence before me? If that is the case, you ought not to have accepted Qian Datong's wager. You bear some responsibility in this matter. Do you understand? Fang Ming shook his head slightly, his expression somewhat complex. It appeared that Qian Taibai was resolutely determined to compare their appraisal skills. Should Fang Ming decline, he would have to apologize to Qian Datong. Initially, he believed his extraordinary abilities would render the wager somewhat unfair to Qian Taibai. Yet, since Qian Taibai had deliberately issued the challenge, Fang Ming felt no embarrassment in accepting. Chapter 66. Qian Taibai's scheme. With this thought in mind, Fang Ming readily agreed. Qian Taibai's face immediately lit up with a triumphant smile, and the onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude, seemingly envisioning the moment Fang Ming would have to apologize for his defeat. Qian Taibai's confidence stemmed from his own considerable abilities. In fact, during his youth, the Qian family did not wield the influence they do now. It was Qian Taibai who, upon taking the helm of the family, demonstrated exceptional discernment and appraisal prowess, propelling the family to prominence in the community. Clearly, Qian Taibai possessed noteworthy skills. Fang Ming, let me make this clear. This wager is entirely voluntary on your part. We have not coerced you, he stated. Fang Ming smiled slightly. I understand, but I hope you shall not have regrets later. While Qian Taibai found Fang Ming's arrogance somewhat irksome, he also recognized that the young man was rather perceptive. Very well. You seem to have good sense. I am willing to engage in this wager with you. However, even for a small bet, there must be stakes. What do you propose as the wager? Qian Taibai appeared quite relaxed, confident that Fang Ming could not possibly outmatch him, rendering the stakes less significant. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ming replied, My request is simple. Should I win, I hope the Qian family will cease to trouble the Liu family regarding this matter. My issues with Qian Datong are personal and should not involve our respective families, nor is there a need for animosity. Qian Taibai was somewhat taken aback by this request. He chuckled softly. I truly did not expect you to consider the Liu family at such a moment. Fang Ming waved his hand with a smile. That is of little consequence. I merely hope you will honor your word. Very well. In that case, I hereby agree, irrespective of the outcome, that the grievances between our families will be resolved. Qian Taibai proclaimed decisively. Fang Ming inquired further, then, esteemed elder, what is your wager? Qian Taibai's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, Young man, I wish to impart a valuable lesson. One must not be overly arrogant or presumptuous. My request is not overly complicated. Should I emerge victorious, you shall, akin to Datong's previous antics in the bank, prostrate yourself on the ground, crawling and barking like a dog. What say you? Fang Ming appeared unfazed, having anticipated such a demand from Qian Taibai. Observing the elder's confident demeanor, he felt a flicker of curiosity about the spectacle that might unfold should Qian Taibai find himself defeated. Fang Ming, do not accuse me of bullying the inexperienced. I can afford to be lenient given your novice status. Before the game commences, if you have any additional stipulations, do not hesitate to voice them. In truth, Qian Taibai's ire had diminished, and he regarded Fang Ming with a newfound appreciation. However, both he and those present perceived Fang Ming's demeanor as a facade, believing he was merely pretending to be unfazed, fully aware of his impending defeat, reluctant to concede outright for the sake of pride. Qian Taibai, not wishing to further antagonize Fang Ming, stated solemnly, Today, I shall provide you with a lesson. His gaze was remarkable, unperturbed by any adversary. The confidence he exuded stemmed from a profound inner conviction. Fang Ming pressed, How precisely do we wager on discernment? Is it an appraisal? Upon hearing this, Qian Taibai chuckled. I, Qian Taibai, have navigated the antique market for many years. To compare my appraisal skills with a newcomer, such as yourself, would be akin to taking advantage of your inexperience. To be candid, the treasures I have encountered in my lifetime are beyond your imagination. Fang Ming silently observed as Qian Taibai boasted, refraining from any rebuttal. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Taibai raised his head and declared, I've conceived an excellent method. It will require not only discernment, but a modicum of luck as well. Perhaps, if fortune favors you, you might even best me. Ha ha ha. Fang Ming suddenly comprehended. So, esteemed elder, you intend to wager on stones? Qian Taibai shook his head, not entirely. Such a wager cannot allow luck to dictate the outcome excessively. Tomorrow morning at 9, make your way to the heart of Antique City. Fang Ming was keen to resolve the matter promptly, and thus queried, Cannot we commence the wager now? Qian Datong interjected, Humph, you are rather audacious. When you behold my father's treasures, you shall undoubtedly be left in a state of bewilderment. Whether tonight or tomorrow, you are destined to lose. Qian Taibai waved his hand dismissively, no rush. Young man, while you may indeed exhibit a touch of excessive confidence and arrogance, you are not quite the fool that rumors suggest. Rest assured, I, Qian Taibai, am known for my integrity. Should we wager, I shall not resort to underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming finally grasped the situation. Qian Taibai was indeed a cunning fox, exhibiting a shrewdness that was admirable. By deliberately scheduling the location at Antique City, particularly during the bustling hours of 9 in the morning, he feigned a commitment to fairness while, in reality, seeking a stage for the encounter. Had the wager occurred today and Fang Ming lost, the punishment video captured by the Qian family would likely be dismissed by the public, who might perceive it as coercion of Fang Ming into submission. Not only was he able to exact revenge, but he also managed to tarnish the Liu family's reputation. This was the true objective of Qian Taibai. Fang Ming, indifferent to the matter, knew he would not lose and thus readily agreed. After bidding farewell, he left without a second thought. Witnessing Fang Ming's calm departure, Qian Datong was filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Father, I cannot bear this. Are we really going to let that brat go? What if he escapes tonight?" In response, Qian Taibai waved his hand dismissively, coldly stating, "I am confident. He is certainly not the type to flee in the face of adversity. Furthermore, if it weren't for your reckless actions, we wouldn't be in this predicament. By the way, Datong, arrange for more people to come and observe tomorrow, and ensure they record the gambling match. This time, we will not only seek vengeance, but also decisively suppress the Liu family. They have grown rapidly in recent years. We must remain vigilant." Upon hearing Qian Taibai's words, those present finally understood, and they sighed in admiration. The head of the family was indeed astute. This was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Imagining the dire situation Fang Ming would face the next day, Qian Datong could not help but chuckle, revealing a look of schadenfreude. As the night wore on, Qian Taibai dismissed the gathering, allowing everyone to retire for the evening. "Fang Ming, come here for a moment." Hearing this, Fang Ming looked over in confusion. A small-time thug approached him and whispered, "Fang Ming, you are quite audacious to accept Qian Taibai's challenge. You are destined to lose." Fang Ming was taken aback, unsure why this thug was sharing such information. He asked, "How formidable is Qian Taibai? How did you know I accepted his bet?" The thug frowned and explained, "This is a long story. Let's not dwell on it. Just know that Qian Taibai has instilled fear in many. He has never lost when it comes to discerning other strengths. With just a glance, he can see through everything. How can you dare to compete with him?" He leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed tone. "There are rumors that Qian Taibai possesses extraordinary eyes with a kind of X-ray vision." Fang Ming furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you certain?" The thug nodded emphatically, "Absolutely. If Qian Taibai had not demonstrated such remarkable perception, how could such rumors even exist?" Fang Ming pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Have you ever seen it?" Chapter 67. How extraordinary is it? The thug waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Someone like me could never have witnessed it." Fang Ming shook his head in resignation, replying, "In any case, I appreciate your warning. However, I am aware of my own capabilities. The outcome remains uncertain." The thug sighed and explained, "I merely thought you were courageous and worthy of respect, which is why I felt compelled to warn you. But since you have already accepted Qian Taibai's bet, I shall not say more. Just be cautious." With that, the thug departed with his companions. As Fang Ming approached the entrance of the ancient residence, he noticed that the hall was brightly lit. At this moment, Qingqing was seated on the sofa, indulging in potato chips while watching television. However, her attention was somewhat scattered, frequently drifting towards the courtyard outside. Observing this, Zhao Guohai understood that Qingqing was undoubtedly concerned about Fang Ming, so he advised, "Miss Qingqing, it is quite late, and Mr. Fang may still be occupied with matters. You should retire for the night." Yet, Qingqing resolutely refused, insisting she would not sleep until she had seen Fang Ming. Zhao Guohai felt helpless, as he was merely a humble steward and could not compel Qingqing to sleep. When Qingqing suddenly darted towards him, Fang Ming instinctively extended his hand to catch the little girl. With a resigned smile, he remarked, "Qingqing, why are you still awake at this hour?" At that moment, Zhao Guohai could not stifle a yawn, his weariness evident. "Your room is ready, and I shall summon the maids to assist Mr. Fang with changing and bathing." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Uncle Zhao, it is already late. Let everyone rest. You should retire as well. We will rest shortly." However, Zhao Guohai hesitated, aware that attending to Fang Ming and Qingqing was part of their responsibilities. To assuage Zhao Guohai's concerns, Fang Ming continued, "I am quite strong. There is no need to treat me like an invalid. Now, please go and rest." Zhao Guohai nodded in agreement and departed. Once Zhao Guohai left, Qingqing curiously inquired, "Brother Fang Ming, where have you been for so long today?" Fang Ming, never one to conceal matters from Qingqing, recounted the events of the day. However, Qingqing's expression soured as she indignantly remarked, "The Liu family is utterly shameless. Even after you have left their household, they still seek to trouble you. And the Qian family is truly unreasonable. They are overestimating themselves, thinking they can compete with you in perception, only to bring shame upon themselves." Seeing Qingqing's animated complaints, Fang Ming could not help but chuckle. "All right, do not dwell on these matters. Hurry off to bed." Qingqing nodded eagerly, Yes, I'll go to sleep right away. But since Qian Taibai wishes to compare perceptions with you, he should be prepared for public embarrassment, as your perception surpasses that of anyone else. You possess an almost celestial insight. Upon hearing this phrase, Fang Ming suddenly paused, then asked with a serious tone, Qing, why do you say celestial insight? Sensing Fang Ming's scrutinizing gaze, Qing casually deflected, smiling. Oh, isn't Erlang Shun from the cartoon said to have celestial insight? That's why he is so formidable. Since you are so impressive, you must also possess celestial insight. Fang Ming recognized that Qing was attempting to divert the conversation, yet his curiosity persisted. He pressed further. Did you truly learn this from cartoons? Qing nodded emphatically yes. It's my favorite cartoon, The Adventures of Neza. Brother Fang Ming, no matter what, I will always support you. After finally coaxing the little girl to sleep, Fang Ming took a shower and lay in his bed, yet sleep eluded him. In a moment of vexation, he suddenly recalled the ancestral jade, and thus began to ponder. It was precisely due to this artifact that Fang Ming had undergone his current transformation, yet he could never comprehend the reasons behind this change, nor could he investigate it further. Lost in thought, Fang Ming eventually succumbed to a deep slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. The following morning, he was roused from his sleep by the sound of knocking at the door. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he opened the door to find Zhao Wanqing standing at the threshold. Confused, he inquired, Wanqing, what brings you here so early today? No, wait, how did you even get here? Zhao Wanqing rolled her eyes and retorted, the sun is already high in the sky. Do you really think it's early? At her words, Fang Ming glanced upwards and indeed spotted the morning sun. Reflecting on how he had tossed and turned in bed the previous night, he realized he had no idea at what hour he had finally drifted off, only to awaken at this moment. Zhao Wanqing, not dwelling on the matter, smiled and announced, I'm here to share some good news. Fang Ming turned back into the room, with Zhao Wanqing following closely behind. As he donned his jacket, he inquired while zipping it up, what good news? Zhao Wanqing sighed slightly. You really can't guess? It's about that treasure you received before. I know how to sell it. Fang Ming's eyes brightened. Really? Have you found a buyer? With a confident smile, Zhao Wanqing replied, rest assured, a buyer will be found soon. Although the treasure is quite rare, I believe there will be discerning buyers. I heard there's a private auction happening in the east of Qingzhou City soon. There will surely be many wealthy individuals attending. Shall we try our luck there? Fang Ming felt a surge of excitement, but then hesitated, recalling that his identity was the reason he could not attend such an event. He asked, do you know how to avoid exposing my identity? Zhao Wanqing explained, since you keep bringing this up, I've already thought of a solution. Just come with me, and I promise your identity will remain concealed. That sounds good. Thank you, Fang Ming replied, appearing quite spirited as he finished dressing. Observing him, Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. That outfit suits you well. You have a good eye for fashion. Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's just all right. I'll buy clothes for comfort, not for any other reason. Suddenly, Zhao Wanqing's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she said, there is something else I need to discuss with you. Fang Ming's expression turned alert. What is it? Zhao Wanqing continued. I arrived quite early today and happened to hear from Qing about what transpired yesterday. Did you truly agree to the wager with old Master Qian? Fang Ming nodded, acknowledging the matter. Zhao Wanqing's expression grew heavy, and she fell into contemplation. Sensing this, Fang Ming curiously asked, Wanqing, do you know anything about Qian Taibai? Is he truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? Zhao Wanqing responded with resignation, absolutely. Qian Taibai's discernment is legendary. If you were to compete against him, you would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Why didn't you consult me about such an important matter before making a decision? Fang Ming shrugged his shoulders and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked there was nothing I could do. At that moment, they all surrounded me, appearing to negotiate, yet if I had refused, I would have been unable to leave. Nevertheless, you need not worry. Do you not have faith in my discernment? Zhao Wanqing sighed deeply. Of course I believe in you. But your opponent this time is none other than Qian Taibai. Chapter 68 is Hidden Cards. Fang Ming remained unfazed, confidently responding, I absolutely will not lose. It is said that Qian Taibai can identify authenticity with just a few glances, but I am even more adept. A single glance suffices for me. Observing Fang Ming's unwavering confidence, even to the point of jesting, Zhao Wanqing pursed her lips. Your confidence is commendable, but I fear it may border on blind optimism. Qian Taibai is no ordinary individual. His eyes carry many stories. Upon hearing these words, Fang Ming furrowed his brow, curiosity piquing within him. Wanqing, Do you happen to know something about Qian Tai? You seem quite knowledgeable about him. He waved his phone confidently, stating, "Look, someone is already urging me." Indeed, it was a call from Qian Tai, providing Fang Ming with the exact location. After arranging the details, Fang Ming intended to set off immediately. Zhao Wanqing expressed her desire to accompany Fang Ming, and Qingqing also insisted on joining. Fang Ming, feeling rather resigned, agreed to bring them along, reasoning that it was not a significant matter. After a little over half an hour, they finished breakfast, tidied up, and then Zhao Wanqing drove them to the designated meeting point. This location was the bustling heart of the antique market, the most vibrant area in the vicinity. Qian Tai and his associates were awaiting them at a small plaza in the center. The place was teeming with people, a lively scene. Upon seeing Zhao Wanqing descend from the car alongside Fang Ming, Qian Datong's expression soured, and he exclaimed, "How could Zhao Wanqing be with that kid? How did they come to be together?" The others present recognized Zhao Wanqing as well, particularly Qian Tai, who displayed a knowing smile. After the two parties converged, before Fang Ming could utter a word, Qian Tai initiated the conversation, greeting Zhao Wanqing. Is this not old Zhao's beloved granddaughter, Wanqing? I never imagined you'd grown up so beautifully and gracefully. What brings you here?" Upon hearing Qian Tai's exchange with Zhao Wanqing, Qian Datong's face stiffened. Although there were several prominent families in Qinzhou, their statuses were not entirely equal. The Qian family had only recently risen to prominence, while the Zhao family boasted deep-rooted strength and heritage. The two were hardly comparable. Yet here was Zhao Wanqing coming for Fang Ming, evoking feelings of envy and resentment in Qian Datong. He could hardly fathom how Fang Ming had managed to connect with the Zhao family. However, this mattered little. If Qian Tai triumphed in this contest, Fang Ming would have no cause for pride. Qian Datong shot Fang Ming a glare filled with loathing and disdain. Once all were gathered, Qian Tai declared, "Now that everyone is here, we shall officially commence." After a few pleasantries, he said in a measured tone. Fang Ming and the others exchanged glances. Zhao Wanqing wore a somewhat wry smile, while Qingqing confidently encouraged Fang Ming, yet he remained remarkably composed. Before long, Qian Tai and his companions led Fang Ming and his group to a nearby stone market. Unfamiliar with Qian Tai's intentions, Fang Ming inquired, "Mr. Qian, when will the competition officially commence?" Qian Tai chuckled and gestured toward the pile of stones ahead, explaining, "These are recent finds, their authenticity varying greatly, and their values are entirely different. Let us each select 2 items from this assortment and compare the total value of our treasures, shall we?" Qian Tai regarded Fang Ming with confidence, exuding an air of certainty. However, this had little effect on Fang Ming. He casually surveyed the stones, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about losing to Qian Tai. "Very well, this seems straightforward and won't waste our time." Though he nodded in agreement, Fang Ming internally criticized Qian Tai for previously stating he would not gamble in this manner, only to resort to it indirectly. Thus, he pondered the purpose of the earlier convolutions. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing interjected, "However, Mr. Qian, who will serve as the judge for this contest? It would be rather hasty to select someone at random to assess the values, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Qian Tai furrowed his brow and replied to Zhao Wanqing, "Miss Zhao makes a valid point. Even though this is merely a minor competition, we cannot afford to be too hasty." He promptly instructed Qian Datong to find a well-respected appraiser to serve as the judge, thus ensuring a semblance of fairness. Yet, Zhao Wanqing remained apprehensive, uncertain about who they would summon. Throughout this exchange, Fang Ming remained silent. Regardless of who the judge might be, he was confident he would not lose. He understood that Zhao Wanqing's insistence stemmed from her fear that Qian Tai and his associates might manipulate the situation to his detriment. After Qian Datong made the necessary arrangements, it wasn't long before the esteemed appraiser arrived, leaving Zhao Wanqing and others utterly astonished. The appraiser they had summoned was none other than Yu Songyan, the director of the Qinzhou Museum. Fang Ming was equally taken aback. The coincidence was remarkable. He had previously discussed the restoration of an artifact with Yu Songyan, who had readily agreed to his requests, though no formal communication had yet transpired, likely due to preparations on various fronts. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Qian Tai approached him with a welcoming smile, saying, "Brother Songyan, I truly appreciate your effort in coming here." Yu Songyan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "Not at all, it's no trouble. However, Brother Tai, your public stone betting is bound to be quite a spectacle, and I wouldn't want to miss it." With that, Yu Songyan's expression turned serious as he added, "However, since I am to serve as the judge, I must clarify that I will adhere strictly to objective and fair standards. I will not allow our acquaintance to influence my judgment, so please bear that in mind, Brother Tai Bai. In response, Qian Tai Bai smiled and assured him, rest assured, Brother Song Yin. You know me well enough to understand my character, right? It is precisely because I trust in your integrity that I invited you to be the judge. He then turned to Zhao Wanqing, saying, Miss Zhao, you must be acquainted with Brother Song Yin, the illustrious director of the Qingzhou Museum. Surely, having him as our judge is beyond reproach. Zhao Wanjing nodded without hesitation. Of course. I wholeheartedly agree to Director you being the judge. She then greeted Song Yin. Director you, how have you been lately? Surprised to see Zhao Wanjing present. Yu Song Yin smiled. Wanjing, I didn't expect to encounter you here. It seems today's competition is indeed quite lively. At that moment, Yu Song Yin also noticed Fang Ming, and a flicker of curiosity arose within him. His admiration for Fang Ming was profound, not solely for the latter's ability to assist the museum in restoring artifacts, but also for the extraordinary talents Fang Ming had exhibited, which deeply impressed Yu Song Yin. Although they had not interacted extensively before, Yu Song Yin held a strong impression of Fang Ming. He had merely assumed that both Fang Ming and Zhao Wanjing had come to observe the event, not realizing that Fang Ming was actually the opponent of Qian Tai Bai in the competition. Before Yu Song Yin could inquire further, Zhao Wanjing preemptively declared, Director you, today Mr. Qian's opponent is none other than Fang Ming. I merely came to witness the excitement. Upon hearing this, Yu Song Yin's expression transformed into one of astonishment, finding it hard to believe. While he acknowledged Fang Ming's considerable talent, he was well aware of Qian Tai Bai's prowess. Out of a sense of admiration for talent, Yu Song Yin could not help but address Fang Ming. Fang Ming, the rumors surrounding Brother Tai Bai in the community are well known to all. His eyes are almost heavenly, unmatched by anyone to date. I recognize your capabilities as well, but you are still quite young. Nevertheless, I truly admire your audacity and courage. Though Yu Song Yin seemed to be cautioning Fang Ming, his underlying message was one of encouragement. Fang Ming responded with a faint smile. Thank you for your guidance, Director Yu. I comprehend. This demeanor caused Yu Song Yin to furrow his brow, intending to continue his advisory, but Qian Tai Bai interjected, I never imagined Brother Song Yin also knew this young man. To earn your recognition is a testament to his strength. No wonder you readily accepted my wager. It appears you have some tricks up your sleeve. However, let us refrain from excessive chatter and discuss further after the competition. Brother Song Yin, I have arranged for the stage. Please take your seat as the judge. Let's proceed. Seeing this, Yu Song Yin shook his head helplessly and walked over with Qian Tai Bai. Fang Ming quietly followed at the rear, appearing entirely unperturbed. Chapter 69. The competition begins. At that moment, a group of individuals intentionally gathered by Qian Datong, wielding microphones and cameras, encircled Fang Ming, capturing his every move. Fang Ming, do you truly dare to compete against Mr. Qian? I advise you to concede, lest you face a humiliating defeat. Indeed, we have prepared high-definition cameras to record every moment of your disgraceful defeat. Fang Ming shrugged slightly. The outcome remains uncertain. Nearby, Qian Datong chuckled mockingly. You are quite audacious, practically inviting trouble upon yourself. With that remark, he swaggered ahead. Fang Ming remained unfazed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. However, Qingqing beside her could no longer contain herself. She exclaimed in anger, I never expected Qian Datong to be so outrageous. That scoundrel will surely meet a dire fate. Compared to Brother Fang Ming, that old man will undoubtedly lose, I assure you. Observing Qingqing's confidence, Zhao Wanqing expressed curiosity. Qingqing, how can you be so certain that the one to lose is Qian Tai Bai? Fang Ming interjected, saying, we should make haste. I am quite eager to witness the legendary Divine Eye's prowess. Zhao Wanqing shrugged, exclaiming in resignation, while I have faith in your capabilities, don't you think you're being a tad impulsive? Qian Tai Bai has amassed his current fame gradually over time, and Fang Ming Chakil, no wedis. It won't be long before this concludes. Zhao Wanqing felt a sense of helplessness, believing Fang Ming was overly self-assured. However, with the competition about to commence, there was no turning back. They had to face it head-on. She was concerned that this match might tarnish Fang Ming's reputation entirely. Although Fang Ming was already regarded as a good-for-nothing, often subjected to ridicule and scorn, fleeing now would not only render him a laughingstock, but would also implicate the Liu family's standing, resulting in repercussions for him later. Regardless of the opponent, one must take a chance. At that moment, a multitude of stone artifacts lay before Fang Ming and Qian Tai Bai, some still bearing the fresh earth of recent excavation. Beside them stood a middle-aged man, who smiled at Qian Tai-bai, saying, "Mr. Qian, I am honored by your presence. It is indeed a privilege for me, Li Guangxing." Li Guangxing was a well-known figure in the antique city. In the presence of Qian Tai-bai, he was of little consequence. The disparity in their backgrounds and capabilities was evident, prompting Li Guangxing to seek favor with Qian Tai-bai. However, in Qian Tai-bai's eyes, Li Guangxing was but a trivial individual, scarcely deserving of attention. Were it not for this competition, Qian Tai-bai would hardly deign to visit such a place. Subsequently, Qian Tai-bai glanced at Fang Ming and declared to everyone present, "In that case, let the competition officially commence." Fang Ming remained unperturbed, possessing unwavering confidence in his victory. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing approached Yu Songyan and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing her words, Yu Songyan's expression shifted slightly, and he approached Li Guangxing, inquiring, "Mr. Li, are you certain that these are all freshly unearthed items?" Upon hearing this, Li Guangxing cast a glance at Zhao Wanqing, then turned to Yu Songyan, his face paling. "Miss Zhao? And Director Yu?" Zhao Wanqing nodded in silence. Yu Songyan furrowed his brow and questioned, "Since you are aware of my identity, you should also understand that attempting such tricks in my presence is exceedingly foolish." Li Guangxing stood there dumbfounded. The arrival of Qian Tai-bai and his companions had already left him astounded, but he could hardly believe that Miss Zhao and Director Yu Songyan of the Qinzhou Museum were present as well. This assembly of individuals was undoubtedly formidable, not to be underestimated in any circumstance. Upon witnessing Li Guangxing's startled demeanor, Zhao Wanjing gently cleared her throat, prompting him to regain his composure. In a flustered manner, he exclaimed, "Director Yu, how could I possibly have the audacity to meddle? You must be mistaken." In response, Yu Songyan nodded slightly, stating, as the judge for this competition, "It is imperative that I clarify my stance. This is a contest built on fairness, devoid of age distinctions, solely reliant on keen perception. I trust that both participants will engage in a spirit of equity, without resorting to cunning tactics. I, Yu Songyan, solemnly pledge my integrity to ensure impartial judgment. Does anyone have any objections?" he inquired. Qian Tai-bai shook his head, chuckling, "Brother Songyan, there is no need for such fervor. This is merely a trivial exchange of skills. My intent in inviting you was to guarantee fairness, lest Fang Ming, in a fit of pride, refuse to acknowledge his defeat. I, as an elder, cannot take advantage of him." Fang Ming, aware of the underlying implication in Qian Tai-bai's words, feigned a smile. "Indeed, it is an honor to have Director Yu officiate as our judge. I have no objections whatsoever." With this, Yu Songyan ceased further discussion and declared the commencement of the competition. Observing the multitude of stone artifacts strewn across the ground, Qian Tai-bai gestured with a smile. "Well then, Fang Ming, please begin." Fang Ming responded with a faint smile, "Very well, after you." The sheer number of artifacts made even counting them a daunting task, let alone discerning the most precious among them. As Qian Tai-bai and Fang Ming commenced their selection, the onlookers engaged in lively discourse. Who would have thought this young man so audaciously challenges Qian Leoi's perception? Quite impressive. Humph. Isn't he just the Liu family's worthless son-in-law? He is courting disaster. No one can restrain him. I recognized him at once. It's that good for nothing. His audacity is astounding. Surely he will be left humiliated. I anticipate we shall soon witness this waste crawling on the ground, and the Liu family's reputation will be utterly tarnished. Hearing such comments, Zhao Wanjing and Qingqing's expressions darkened. Qingqing indignantly retorted, "Humph, don't celebrate too soon. Brother Fang Ming is extraordinarily capable, far beyond your imagination." Zhao Wanjing, though concerned for Fang Ming, lacked Qingqing's unwavering confidence. She even contemplated the ramifications of his potential defeat, considering how she might leverage the Zhao family's influence to preserve Fang Ming's dignity. "Qingqing, I acknowledge Fang Ming's keen insight, but no one has triumphed over Qian Tai-bai in all these years. Are you truly unperturbed?" Qingqing shook her head, confidently asserting, "Sister Wanjing, rest assured. Brother Fang Ming possesses the heavenly eye." Having uttered this, Qingqing suddenly realized the gravity of her words and discreetly glanced at Zhao Wanjing, who, upon hearing this, exhibited a slightly peculiar expression before swiftly regaining her composure. Curiously, she inquired, "Qingqing, what do you mean by heavenly eye?" Fully aware that she had spoken inappropriately, Qingqing could only resort to her previous evasions regarding Fang Ming, offering a vague explanation. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then continued to inquire, "Is that truly the implication?" Qingqing, entwining her arm with Zhao Wanqing's, smiled and replied, "Indeed, that is precisely the meaning. Sister Wanqing, My mother is eager to support Brother Fang Ming. Although Zhao Wanqing wished to delve deeper into the matter, the throngs of onlookers rendered such inquiries imprudent. With a resigned sigh, she remarked to Qingqing, "Yet, I find it exceedingly difficult to remain optimistic. I can only hope he does not suffer a humiliating defeat." With that, Zhao Wanqing turned her gaze towards Fang Ming, who was currently selecting tools from the array of stones. At that moment, Qian Taibai had successfully chosen one stone tool, while Fang Ming appeared perplexed, still searching slowly. "Brother Fang Ming, keep going. I have faith in you. Whether it is this wager or an even more formidable contest, I am certain Brother Fang Ming will triumph." Seeing Qingqing's unwavering confidence, Zhao Wanqing felt a surge of encouragement and couldn't help but smile. However, Qingqing's words provoked the ire of Qian Datong, who scowled and coldly retorted, "You impudent girl, your tongue is rather sharp, but I advise you to refrain from such foolishness. If my father truly desired victory, he would not have waited until now." As he spoke, Qian Datong lifted his chin, exuding an air of arrogance, as though envisioning Fang Ming groveling in defeat. Qingqing, incensed, shot back, "You scoundrel. Do not address me. Regardless of whether it is Qian Taibai or any other, they cannot prevail against my brother Fang Ming. Just wait to witness your loss." At her declaration, Qian Datong's expression darkened, and he retorted icily, "Huh, you insolent girl. Dare you insult me? No wonder you are Fang Ming's sister. You both share the same wretched disposition." As he raised his hand, intending to chastise Qingqing, she remained undaunted, glaring defiantly at him. Observing this, Zhao Wanqing cleared her throat and coldly interjected, "Uncle Qian, regardless of circumstances, you are still an elder. How can you bully the young? If word of your actions spreads, where will your dignity reside?" With Zhao Wanqing defending Fang Ming, Qian Datong's fury intensified. However, he dared not provoke her further. He could only huff in frustration and turn away, ignoring both Zhao Wanqing and Qingqing. Yu Songyan, having overheard the exchange, furrowed his brow and sternly remarked, "Enough of this quarrel. Do not disrupt the order of the competition. I believe the results will emerge shortly. Arguing now serves no purpose." Upon his utterance, the crowd fell silent, ceasing their clamoring. Qian Datong, gritting his teeth, wore a darkened expression, his pent-up rage threatening to erupt. He awaited Fang Ming's imminent defeat, relishing the opportunity to exact revenge and deliver a lesson he would not soon forget. As time raced by, approximately an hour later, Qian Taibai and Fang Ming had scoured nearly every stone tool present. Qian Taibai had managed to find a single piece, yet he was unable to discover a second. Fang Ming's situation was even more dire, as he had not unearthed any tools at all. Many spectators assumed his loss was inevitable. Zhao Wanqing, too, was filled with anxiety, her visage reflecting deep concern. Qingqing noticed Zhao Wanqing's evident unease and promptly comforted her by saying, "Sister Wanqing, we must all place our faith in Brother Fang Ming. There is no need for you to worry about him." After hearing this, Zhao Wanqing sighed deeply and nodded helplessly. At that moment, Qian Taibai's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he pointed toward the stone artifact in the distance, confidently exclaiming, "I have found it. Someone, come and carry this ding out for me." The crowd was utterly astonished at the sight of the stone ding Qian Taibai was indicating. Previously, he had chosen smaller artifacts, but this one was a substantial ding that appeared exceedingly heavy, requiring several robust men to lift it with great effort. "Brother Songyan, I have observed this ding for quite some time. It is undoubtedly extraordinary," Qian Taibai said with a smile as he approached Yu Songyan, brimming with confidence. Yu Songyan nodded slightly, but refrained from further comment. As Fang Ming had yet to make a selection, the crowd remained silently patient. Qian Datong cast a disdainful glance at Fang Ming, convinced that Fang Ming was merely stalling, fully aware of his impending defeat. Thus, Qian Datong queried his father, "Dad, do you think that kid might be scheming? Why else would it take him so long to make a choice?" Qian Taibai took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "Do not speak nonsense. With me here, what is there to worry about? If he has not yet found anything, we shall continue to wait. Such a test of discernment cannot be rushed." Upon hearing this, Qian Datong quickly expressed his apologies, saying, "Dad, I was being overly cautious. After all, who in the entire Qingzhou does not know your esteemed name? I simply cannot stand Fang Ming's pretentiousness and his prolonged delay. What if he loses yet refuses to acknowledge it?" Zhao Wanqing, filled with concern, observed as Qian Taibai selected his artifact while Fang Ming continued to search, uncertain of when he would finally succeed. Surely, Fang Ming cannot be unable to find anything. Given the vast number of artifacts, it would be a challenge to even count them, let alone select the most valuable one. she murmured to herself. Coincidentally, her words reached Qian Datong's ears, and he smugly replied, "Miss Zhao, that fellow is evidently destined to lose. I believe he is merely stalling to avoid punishment. No matter how long he takes, it will not alter the outcome. My father's discerning eye is unmatched, and the result is already determined." Zhao Wanqing shot a cold glance at Qian Datong, retorting, "The outcome has yet to be revealed, and your father has made no statements. It seems you're the one speaking excessively. It is better for Fang Ming to select with care. Slow work yields fine results. If one merely focuses on speed, they may end up overlooking a treasure." Qian Datong dared not express anger toward Zhao Wanqing and wave his hand with a smile, saying, "Miss Zhao, there is no need for you to continue self-soothing. Do you truly believe Fang Ming can win? My father's reputation is unparalleled in Qinzhou. Even if your grandfather were present, he might not surpass him. Would you not agree?" Qian Datong's mockery infuriated Zhao Wanqing, deepening her disdain for him. Yet, there was a sliver of truth in his words. When Qian Tai was gaining renown, Fang Ming was likely still playing in the mud. In terms of both experience and prestige, Fang Ming could not compete with Qian Tai. Seeing Zhao Wanqing fall into silence, Qian Datong continued with smugness. "For today's competition, I specifically invited several journalist friends to come. Just look at those high-definition cameras surrounding us. How impressive. Once he loses, that brat will kneel on the ground, crawling and howling like a dog, and everyone will have a chance to revel in the spectacle. Won't they? However, such a splendid scene should not be for our eyes alone. It ought to be broadcast online for all to witness and observe this individual who is even inferior to a dog." At this, laughter erupted among the onlookers, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Fang Ming, however, remained unfazed by the surrounding atmosphere. Even as Qian Datong spoke loudly on purpose, it did not affect Fang Ming's composure. Qian Datong was indeed triumphant now, but he would soon regret his words. Before long, Fang Ming stood up and walked directly towards Yusanyan. Seeing Fang Ming empty-handed, Zhao Wanqing was taken aback and anxiously inquired, "Fang Ming, didn't you choose anything?" Fang Ming shook his head with a slight smile, then opened his fist to reveal a small stone statue, seemingly insignificant. Upon this revelation, Yu Songyan's expression suddenly shifted. Qian Datong could no longer contain himself and burst into mocking laughter. "Look at that. This brat is indeed a master of pretense. He acted so carefully just now, and yet he chose such a trivial item. Fang Ming, I believe it's unnecessary to continue this competition. You've already lost. So you might as well accept your punishment swiftly." Fang Ming, undeterred, confidently replied, "I believe the value of this statue is exceptionally high. Quantity is not the key. What I hold in my hand surpasses all the stone artifacts in this arena in value. Director Yu, as the judge, I would like to inquire, although the rules state 2 pieces must be selected, is it permissible for me to choose just one?" Yu Songyan furrowed his brow, incredulous, and asked, "Of course, that's fine, but are you certain you only wish to select this one?" Fang Ming smiled, "Indeed, I am certain." He then turned to Qian Tai. "Mr. Qian, you have no objections, do you?" Qian Tai's face turned ashen, feeling belittled, and a hint of dissatisfaction arose within him. Had he known that Fang Ming would select only one piece, he would have acted differently. Qian Datong could not help but interject, "Dad, I think this kid is just trying to buy time. Fang Ming, it would be wise for you to admit defeat and spare us all the trouble. We are eager to see the show." Fang Ming shook his head slightly. "Why should I concede? The outcome is still uncertain." Qian Datong, brimming with arrogance, mocked, "You can't truly believe that a random small stone you pick can compete with the 2 carefully chosen artifacts of my father, can you?" Qian Tai waved his hand to silence Qian Datong. "It's fine. That is his own decision." He remained confident, convinced that his discerning eye would not fail him. Zhao Wanqing and Qingqing approached, examining the stone statue in Fang Ming's hand. Zhao Wanqing, with a hint of concern, cautioned, "Fang Ming, you must think this through. Once you decide, it cannot be changed. Furthermore, the competition revolves around the total value of 2 stone artifacts. To be prudent, you should select an additional piece." However, Fang Ming remained resolute, shaking his head. "Wang Qing, I am determined to stick with this one. No need for further choices." No matter what Fang Ming uttered, in the eyes of Qian Tai and the others, it was mere pretense and arrogance, bordering on foolishness. "Fang Ming, have you resigned yourself to defeat? Ha! After searching for so long, you've settled for a worthless trinket, truly an act befitting your ineptitude. Indeed, with such audacity, I doubt you'll be smiling for long. How splendid. We shall finally witness a delightful spectacle today. Yet, I wonder where this lad derives his confidence to challenge Master Qian's discerning eye. The crowd erupted in mockery. Yet these taunts seemed to have little effect on Fang Ming. He wished to avoid further delay and expedite the conclusion. Thus, turning to Song Yin, he requested, "Director Yu, may I trouble you to appraise the piece?" Song Yin paused momentarily, then sighed deeply. "Fang Ming, are you truly certain?" "I shall maintain impartiality." Despite repeated inquiries from Song Yin, Fang Ming steadfastly maintained his position, expressing his singular desire for that one piece, dismissing all others. Given the circumstances, Song Yin ceased his persuasion and asked, "So, whose artifact shall we appraise first? Perhaps you all could deliberate?" Song Yin was known for his fairness and could not show favoritism. However, in such a stone gambling contest, it is customary to open with the first choice, which carries its own significance. Qian Taibai scoffed. "Naturally, we shall appraise my artifact first. Would you have us assess Fang Ming's worthless stone instead?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming furrowed his brow and smiled. "Master Qian, it appears you are quite confident. Yet, on what basis do you deem my selection as worthless?" Qian Taibai sneered. "That stone was likely chosen at random. Could it possibly be something of value? Young man, do not be so presumptuous, lest you face dire consequences." Fang Ming raised an eyebrow, calmly regarding Qian Taibai. "If that is the case, let us momentarily pause the competition. Master Qian, how about we raise the stakes? It would be a shame to miss out on a thrilling contest, and I firmly believe my chosen stone is indeed a treasure, regardless of your opinion." Upon hearing this, Qian Taibai abruptly stood, visibly displeased. "You insolent brat, what further stakes do you wish to impose? Speak freely, I shall not retort. Since you assert that my chosen stone is mere refuse, I contend it is a gem. Should you lose, Master Qian, you must compensate me for the true value of this stone. Conversely, if you fail, not only must you fulfill the previously agreed punishment, but you must also compensate me for the several artifacts I select. Is that agreeable? Raising the stakes was your own suggestion, so you must be prepared to bear the consequences." As he spoke, Qian Taibai turned to the gathered crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Song Yin and all present, it is evident that Fang Ming himself proposed to raise the stakes. Do not accuse me of taking advantage of him." Song Yin nodded. "Of course. I can serve as a witness." Qian Taibai smirked. "Very well. Let us commence without delay." Subsequently, amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Song Yin commenced the appraisal of the stone artifacts selected by Qian Taibai. After ensuring that all the artifacts were meticulously cleaned, Li Guangxing employed a specialized technique to remove the surface rust, finally revealing the true brilliance of the stones. As the artifacts emitted a faint golden glow, their crystalline texture left the onlookers utterly astonished. Song Yin could not help but express his admiration, acknowledging Qian Taibai's exceptional discernment. Li Guangxing, eager to curry favor, approached Qian Taibai with a smile, flattering him by remarking on the remarkable quality of the first artifact. Qian Taibai, filled with pride, gazed silently at his selection. Song Yin further noted, "This is exquisite jade, of superb quality, undoubtedly a top-tier specimen. Brother Taibai, you truly have not lost your touch. To begin with such an impressive piece is indeed commendable." Song Yin's heartfelt admiration prompted a modest smile from Qian Taibai, who, while not overly surprised, acknowledged the compliment, having already recognized the artifact's exceptional nature. "Brother Song Yin, you flatter me excessively. If that is the case, may I ask you to assess the value of the jade I selected?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Taibai declared, "This jade is worth at least 500,000. This valuation was quite reasonable, and Qian Taibai expressed his acceptance. He then cast a meaningful glance at Fang Ming, saying, "Young man, did you hear that? Do not forget the price when the time comes." Fang Ming, unfazed, continued to wait. In truth, he had discerned the value of Qian Taibai's jade and stone ding with just a few glances. The jade was estimated at 500,000, while the stone ding was worth 1,300,000, bringing the total to approximately 1,800,000. The ability to identify such valuable artifacts among a plethora of options demonstrated Qian Taibai's considerable skill. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing felt a twinge of discouragement. "Fang Ming, why don't I find a way to directly purchase Qian Taibai's artifact, and you can forego the appraisal for yours?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, and then queried, "Why would you want to buy it? In fact, the piece I possess is of even greater value." Zhao Wanqing responded with a hint of exasperation, "You misunderstand me. I'm not genuinely looking to buy. However, given the current situation, which is quite unfavorable, this jade has already been appraised at 500,000, and we haven't even addressed the stone ding yet. If I were to intervene and purchase it, It would spare you some embarrassment. Fang Ming shook his head in refusal, saying, "There's no need for that. The stone ding's value is 1,300,000. And I have already discerned that." Zhao Wanqing appeared surprised, realizing the value was perhaps not as high as she had imagined. Fang Ming, with a knowing smile, replied, "Let's wait and see. This is indeed a rare treasure. With such fine quality and no cracks whatsoever, if placed in an auction, it would undoubtedly fetch an even higher price. Even with this appraisal alone, the stone ding is worth at least 1,300,000. Brother Tai Bai, I'm truly in awe." Qian Tai Bai basked in the admiration of those present, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Yet he feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. "It's merely average. If I recall fondly the past, my perceptive skills surpass this." At that moment, only Zhao Wanqing stood in utter astonishment. For this figure matched precisely what Fang Ming had mentioned. Fang Ming turned to him and whispered, "Can you truly discern the price?" The price itself was not the most astonishing aspect, but rather Fang Ming's uncanny ability to discern it at first glance. Chapter 72, Unexplained Confidence. "Young man, your turn is imminent. Prepare yourself to face the consequences." Indeed, Master Qian's 2 artifacts totaled an impressive 1.8 million. How could a mere stone you picked up compare? Qian Datong mockingly continued, "Fang Ming, cease your futile delays. I suggest you concede gracefully. I once respected your fortitude, but your arrogance at this critical juncture is astounding. Now, not only must you crawl like a dog, but you are also to pay us 1.8 million. Truly a fool's errand." At this moment, Yu Songyan expressed his concern and posed a question to Fang Ming, "Shall we proceed?" Given the current circumstances, it appeared that only Zhao Wanqing and Qingqing had faith in Fang Ming. Even Yu Songyan had lost confidence in him. Fang Ming possessed merely a diminutive stone statue, which seemed unremarkable. They could hardly believe it could rival the treasures of Qian Tai Bai. With unwavering confidence, Fang Ming retorted, "Of course we shall continue. Dinyu, I have just increased the stakes, and now everyone awaits the outcome. I implore you to authenticate it swiftly." Although Yu Songyan held an appreciation for talent, he recognized that Fang Ming had committed to this wager, leaving him powerless to intervene. Qian Datong scoffed, "Fang Ming, spare us your theatrics. Who do you think you're deceiving with that worthless stone? You've tarnished the Liu family's reputation. It has become evident that your arrogance is matched only by your lack of self-awareness. What a misfortune." Fang Ming did not acknowledge Qian Datong. Instead, he coldly stated, "You would do well to remember your words. I hope you do not come to regret them." Subsequently, Li Guangxing commenced the cleaning of the stone statue Fang Ming had discovered. However, after a simple cleansing, the statue appeared unchanged, lacking any luster. Zhao Wanqing widened her eyes, struggling to comprehend the situation. Qian Datong could not contain his laughter. "Ha! I told you, this lad is merely putting on a brave face. Now he must realize this is just a worthless stone, yes? Fang Ming, how do you feel now? You were so boastful moments ago, and now reality has smacked you in the face. There is no need to linger. Just accept your punishment, and let us find some amusement. Cameras are all set up for you." Witnessing this, Yu Songyan sighed deeply, stating helplessly, "Fang Ming, you have indeed lost." Fang Ming, seemingly unfazed, replied with a faint smile, "Dinyu, I kindly ask you to authenticate it promptly." Seeing Fang Ming still struggling, Qian Datong laughed heartily. "Is there really any need for authentication? The Dean has declared your defeat. Cease your resistance. The Qian family is not to be trifled with. If you refuse to acknowledge your loss, we shall ensure you do not leave so easily." Qian Datong's countenance darkened as he cast a cold, disdainful glance at Fang Ming, his expression brimming with arrogance and self-satisfaction. He was determined to witness Fang Ming kneel before him. Otherwise, the resentment festering within him would remain unresolved. Subsequently, Fang Ming turned his gaze toward the statue he had selected. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend Fang Ming's intentions, their eyes fixated upon him in rapt attention. Yu Songyan furrowed his brows, a look of confusion etched upon his face, as if grappling with an enigma. Qian Datong could no longer contain himself, impatience evident in his voice. "Fang Ming, are you attempting to prolong this? You were the one who chose this worthless stone. Are you now having second thoughts? I must warn you, the decision was solely yours. You cannot blame others." Qian Tai Bai also expressed his displeasure, his tone icy. "Fang Ming, we have all witnessed your choice. There is no need for further delay. Even if your abilities fall short, I trust you are a person of integrity who accepts the consequences of your actions, at least not as useless as rumored." Fang Ming found these words utterly amusing. He glanced at Qian Taibai and, with a meaningful inquiry, asked, "Mr. Qian, do you also believe that I will lose today?" Qian Taibai frowned, perplexed by Fang Ming's confidence and unsure of the source of his audacity. Could it be that he was relying on Zhao Wanqing? Contemplating this, Qian Taibai sensed that matters had become somewhat complicated. Although the Qian family was not to be trifled with, should Zhao Wanqing indeed come to Fang Ming's aid, he would not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, a misstep could escalate this into a conflict between the Qian and Zhao families, rather than a mere dispute between the two individuals. Regardless, you have lost. A gracious admission would earn you the respect of others. Should you refuse to acknowledge it, I will not compel you. However, the Qian family is no soft target to be easily manipulated. From this day forth, you are to leave Qinzhou forever and never return. I, Qian Taibai, stand by my word, and no one can alter that. Fang Ming shook his head slightly, grasping the statue he had chosen, and addressed Yu Songyan. Director Yu, please take a close look. Do you truly believe this is a worthless stone? Yu Songyan, momentarily taken aback, accepted the object and examined it thoroughly, yet found no discernible change. He asserted firmly, as it stands, this is indeed nothing more than an ordinary stone, devoid of value. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in derision. Ha, truly a useless fellow, still unwilling to admit it. How does it feel to be slapped in the face now? Some members of the Qian family encircled him, seemingly fearful that Fang Ming might seize the opportunity to escape. Zhao Wanqing, filled with concern, gazed at Fang Ming, only to find him unperturbed, exhibiting a demeanor of tranquility. Moments later, to everyone's astonishment, Fang Ming broke into a smile. Yu Songyan remained silent, sensing that the situation was far from simple. After all, he had witnessed Fang Ming's capabilities, and Fang Ming was not a fool. Why would he insist on choosing a worthless stone? Qian Taibai's patience was wearing thin, especially as Fang Ming's demeanor suggested a lack of respect. He had intended for Fang Ming to face punishment, though Zhao Wanqing's presence might alter the circumstances. Yet he had not anticipated Fang Ming's audacity, knowing he had lost. The young man still dared to smile? Qian Taibai immediately resolved that regardless of who stepped forward to speak on Fang Ming's behalf, he would ensure Fang Ming face punishment. Fang Ming, there is no need for further words. Just admit defeat. Should you continue to deny your circumstances, do not blame me for being ungracious. However, Fang Ming appeared to find Qian Taibai's warning amusing, laughing heartily, causing those present to be utterly dumbfounded. Yet, they mostly perceived Fang Ming's laughter as a desperate ploy to avoid punishment, feigning madness. Qian Datong's expression darkened, and he instructed a nearby servant, "Quickly activate the camera and capture this scene. Let everyone witness Fang Ming's charade of insanity, his blatant refusal to accept responsibility. What a lunatic." Time passed, and Fang Ming eventually ceased his laughter, casting a glance at Qian Datong before stepping forward. Zhao Wanqing, concerned for Fang Ming's welfare, quickly called out, "Fang Ming, wait." Fang Ming slightly turned his head, puzzled. "Wanqing? What is it?" Zhao Wanqing appeared hesitant, initially intending to persuade Fang Ming, but upon seeing his confident demeanor, she suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. Fang Ming did not halt his advance, continuing onward. Zhao Wanqing remained rooted in place, her hands clenched tightly, observing the disdainful expressions of those around her, fearful they might rush forward and overwhelm Fang Ming. At that moment, Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Wanqing?" Zhao Wanqing, puzzled, turned to see Qingqing radiating confidence. "Qingqing, how can you still be smiling?" Hearing this, Zhao Wanqing cast a deep glance at Fang Ming, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "I do not wish to believe it, but this situation is... If Fang Ming is willing to concede, I could intervene to preserve his dignity." Qingqing, with an air of mystery, comforted her. "Sister Wanqing, the outcome will soon reveal itself. Let us wait a moment longer." After saying this, Qingqing focused her gaze on Fang Ming, her expression brimming with assurance. Zhao Wanqing became increasingly perplexed by both Fang Ming and Qingqing. They seemed similar in certain aspects, yet distinctly different. In that moment, Zhao Wanqing resolved that should anything untoward occur, she would immediately step in. Chapter 73, The Golden Stone. Fang Ming offered no explanation, walking directly up to Qian Taibai and Yu Songyan. Yu Songyan regarded Fang Ming's actions with bewilderment, out of a sense of appreciation for talent. He urged, "Fang Ming, do not act so impulsively. Even if you lose the contest, maintain your composure. Everyone is watching." Fang Ming, indifferent to Yu Songyan's misunderstanding, picked up the statue and replied calmly, "Some matters should not be hastily concluded. If one takes a closer look, unexpected delights may emerge. Whether in this competition or in life, a comprehensive perspective is always essential. As he spoke, Fang Ming turned the statue to reveal its unrefined side, still marked with peculiar speckles. Yu Songyin frowned slightly. What exactly are you attempting to achieve? The facts are established. Everyone has witnessed it. If you refuse to acknowledge it, must you continue this charade? Are you implying that Brother Songyin's expertise in appraising treasures is inferior to yours? How absurd. Do you truly believe you have the right to cause a ruckus here? Clearly, Qian Taibai is determined not to let Fang Ming escape unscathed. Thus, while reprimanding Fang Ming, he deliberately pretends to vent his frustrations at Yu Songyin as if he has a valid justification. He continues, your actions today will not only bring disgrace upon yourself, but also tarnish the reputation of the entire Lu family. Even Miss Zhao Wanqing, who has consistently supported you, will be embarrassed by your folly. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yu Songyin suddenly experiences a moment of enlightenment, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Are you suggesting that this statue is the legendary Jin's Hongxi? However, he quickly shakes his head, incredulity etched on his face. That is absolutely impossible. Such a thing exists only in folklore. I have encountered countless treasures in my lifetime, yet I have never laid eyes on this so-called Jin's Hongxi. Fang Ming chuckles softly. Well, today you shall witness it for yourself. At that moment, Yu Songyin is struck dumb, his expression solely one of astonishment. Qian Datong and Qian Taibai exchange puzzled glances, utterly unable to believe it. After all, the fabled Jin's Hongxi is merely a myth, something no one has ever seen. Yet, if such a treasure does exist, Yu Songyin is eager to behold it, for it would be a monumental miracle. Lost in thought, Yu Songyin rises abruptly, taking the stone from Fang Ming, and solemnly declares, let me examine it. He moves to a nearby table, retrieving tools to continue his investigation. The others stand in stunned silence. After cleaning the surface, there is still no reaction, but Yu Songyin is undeterred. He proceeds to take a cutting machine, preparing to slice the stone open for further examination. Observing from the side, Fang Ming gestures after Yu Songyin makes a small incision, saying, that will suffice, Director Yu. If you continue, you may damage the precious stone inside. Subsequently, Fang Ming takes the statue, effortlessly peeling away the outer layer. With a sharp crack, the stone's exterior suddenly falls away, revealing a golden stone in Fang Ming's hand. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Songyin stands frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Qian Datong furrows his brow, coldly inquiring, Fang Ming, what exactly are you doing? What does this mean? However, Qian Taibai's demeanor is no longer composed. While Qian Datong may be oblivious, Qian Taibai, with his keen eyesight, has at least heard of such golden stones and legends, even if he has never seen one. He angrily snaps at Qian Datong to silence him. Once Yu Songyin regains his composure, he immediately approaches, carefully examining the golden stone in Fang Ming's hand, addressing Qian Taibai. Brother Songyin, given the circumstances, you must have reached a conclusion, haven't you? Qian Taibai's face pales, and he utters each word with deliberate weight. I concede. Seeing Qian Taibai's clenched teeth, Fang Ming smiles faintly. Subsequently, Qian Taibai shakes his hand, intending to depart. But Fang Ming suddenly calls out, Old Mr. Qian, wait. Qian Taibai turned his head, coldly inquiring, I've already conceded. What more do you seek? Fang Ming replied with a smile. Quite simply, I hope that Mr. Qian recalls our wager. Upon hearing this, Qian Taibai let out a cold snort. I, Qian Taibai, have always conducted myself with integrity. I would never go back on my word. Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall no longer trouble you, nor will I cause any issues for the Lu family. Will that suffice? After receiving Qian Taibai's assurance, Fang Ming continued, nonetheless, I implore you not to forget that our wager entails more than just this. It was only at that moment that Qian Taibai suddenly grasped the implications, his expression reflecting the pang of regret. However, with so many witnesses present, he could not retract his statement, and thus turned to Song Yin, asking, Brother Song, what is the value of this gold stone? Song Yin, who had been unable to part with the stone, chuckled as he replied, such a fine piece, and of considerable weight and quality. It is thanks to Fang Ming that we have discovered this treasure. Otherwise, it might have gone unnoticed. Afterward, Song Yin solemnly announced the price of the gold stone, 7 million. Upon hearing this figure, Qian Taibai was taken aback, while the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. This meant that Qian Taibai was obliged to pay Fang Ming 7 million. While this amount was not trivial for Qian Taibai, it was not insurmountable either. Yet, Due to this incident, he felt a profound sense of indignation, as if he had been robbed of his dignity. Instead of finding trouble for Fang Ming, he now found himself in the position of having to compensate him. The news of this turn of events would surely incite laughter among others. Most importantly, Qian Taibai, who prided himself on being unparalleled, had been bested by a mere young upstart, tarnishing his illustrious reputation. This incident would undoubtedly inflict significant damage on Qian Taibai's standing, as well as that of the entire Qian family. Contemplating this, Qian Taibai felt a suffocating rage building within him. He had not only conceded defeat, but also had to pay Fang Ming, effectively tearing apart his own pride. Subsequently, Qian Taibai cast a cold glance at Fang Ming and asked, "Very well, Fang Ming, it seems you have plotted this all along. But tell me, would you dare accept the money I offer?" Fang Ming had anticipated Qian Taibai's reaction. Though Qian Taibai feigned magnanimity, as if indifferent to the outcome, in truth, he was seething with humiliation after his loss, rendering the past decades of his life seemingly futile. However, Fang Ming bore no psychological burden. After all, had Qian Taibai triumphed, would he have spared Fang Ming? Certainly not. Given the ruthless nature of his opponent, Fang Ming felt no compunction. He retorted coolly, "Mr. Qian, your words are misguided. This is the money I rightfully earned. Why should I hesitate to accept it? As all present have witnessed, my increase in stakes was agreed upon by you. How can it now be dismissed? Had Mr. Qian won, I would not have shirked my responsibility. As you previously stated, a true man honors his bets. Do you not agree?" Upon witnessing this, the referee, Yu Songyan, nodded and solemnly remarked, "Indeed, brother Qian Taibai, one must be willing to accept the consequences of one's bets." Chapter 74. The initial signs emerge. Moreover, who is unaware of the Qian family's vast wealth? A few million should pose no challenge, correct? Yu Songyan sensed that Qian Taibai was reluctant to part with the money, yet it was evident that Qian Taibai was primarily concerned with his pride. Now that he found himself at a disadvantage, he could not openly voice his sentiments. He would have to silently endure this unwelcome outcome. "Dadong, transfer the money to him immediately," Qian Taibai commanded coldly, leaving Qian Dadong behind as he stormed off. Qian Dadong, momentarily stunned, struggled to accept this harsh reality. The reporters he had summoned immediately inquired, "Mr. Qian, shall we continue filming?" As Qian Dadong regained his composure, his anger flared. "What are you filming for? Get out of here at once." The unfortunate reporters could only bear the brunt of Qian Dadong's ire, too intimidated to retort, and they scurried away in defeat. However, Qian Dadong overlooked one crucial detail. These reporters had recorded the entire match, and the footage would soon circulate online. Fang Ming approached Qian Dadong, a smile gracing his lips, his intentions unmistakable. Gritting his teeth, Qian Dadong demanded, "Fang Ming, do you truly believe you can afford this money?" Fang Ming raised an eyebrow, responding, "Of course I can. But I trust you won't be unable to pay, will you?" Qian Dadong seethed, "Very well. You may consider yourself clever, but you will surely regret this. I have wasted enough time with you today. Hurry up and transfer the money, for I have no desire to continue this conversation." With his face flushed, Qian Dadong had no choice but to transfer the funds to Fang Ming. Zheng Xiaolu, witnessing Fang Ming's gain, shouted in frustration, "Fang Ming, let me remind you, you have publicly humiliated the Qian family today. You will certainly face dire consequences in the future." At this, Fang Ming finally noticed Zheng Xiaolu and coldly asked, "You seem to be quite leisurely these days. Have you managed to settle your debts? Or has Liang Zhenghan forgotten to pursue you for repayment? Should I assist by reminding him?" Her face paling in fear, Zheng Xiaolu turned and fled. Once the crowd dispersed, Li Guangxing approached with a smile, inquiring, "Mr. Fang, you have indeed stumbled upon a rare treasure. Might you consider selling it?" Yu Songyan's intent was clear. He wished for Fang Ming to refrain from hastily parting with this precious stone. Being a businessman himself, Li Guangxing discerned the unspoken message and chose not to press further. Falling silent, as anticipated, Fang Ming declined Li Guangxing's request. Li Guangxing expressed his disappointment. "Alas, this stone was unearthed from my shop. It truly is a remarkable treasure, worthy of being a prized possession. It seems fate has other plans. However, Mr. Fang, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Li Guangxing was a shrewd individual, and no further words were exchanged. Fang Ming secured the precious stone, and the group finally departed. Li Guangxing remarca. This has certainly dealt a significant blow to the Qian family's reputation. Zhao Wanqing chuckled and explained, "Such gambling stone competitions are typically booked in advance." Indeed, Qian Taibai had compensated Li Guangxing for the venue. In this competition, Regardless of the exceptional treasures unearthed, none belong to Li Guanxing, as it appears that all the stones have already been sold. Upon hearing this, Qingqing suddenly understood and nodded thoughtfully. Yu Songyan was present as well, yet he remained silent, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Noticing Yu Songyan's unwavering stare, Fang Ming halted his steps and couldn't help but inquire, "Director Yu, why do you look at me like that? I feel a bit embarrassed." Yu Songyan snapped back to reality and awkwardly shook his head. He then elucidated, "Fang Ming, I never anticipated that you possessed such remarkable discernment, even surpassing Qian Taibai. Yet, I am even more astonished by your confidence, as if you knew from the very beginning that you had discovered a genuine treasure." Zhao Wanqing also found this matter perplexing. Throughout the competition, Fang Ming had exuded confidence and composure, displaying no signs of panic. Such self-assurance could stem from either exceptional skill or the situation being more intricate than it appeared. However, neither Yu Songyan nor Zhao Wanqing could conceive another explanation. Could it be that Fang Ming had manipulated the outcome prior to the competition? That seemed implausible, for the venue was secured by Qian Taibai. The stones were provided by Li Guanxing, and Fang Ming had arrived alongside Zhao Wanqing and the others, leaving no opportunity for such interference. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ming explained, "Director Yu, perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune. I relied on my intuition. The moment I laid eyes on this stone, I sensed its extraordinary nature. I never anticipated it would yield a golden stone. In fact, I was taken aback myself." This excuse elicited a bemused reaction from Yu Songyan. He was no fool. Having navigated the antique world for numerous years, he would not easily accept Fang Ming's perfunctory reasoning, as doing so would undermine his extensive experience. Nevertheless, it was evident that Fang Ming was disinclined to divulge the truth, and Yu Songyan saw no reason to press further. Zhao Wanqing also found it hard to believe. Good fortune is a rare occurrence. If it were consistently the case, it would surely raise suspicions. Zhao Wanqing had witnessed Fang Ming's displayed prowess and understood it more clearly than Yu Songyan. Sensing that Fang Ming wished to steer clear of this topic, Yu Songyan inquired, "Fang Ming, now that you possess such a remarkable treasure, how do you intend to proceed?" Fang Ming smiled and produced the golden stone, replying, "Speaking of which, Director Yu, I must ask you, since you are so reluctant for me to sell this treasure, you must have other plans in mind." Upon hearing this, Qian Taibai smiled, appreciating Fang Ming's astuteness. "Indeed, it seems you are quite perceptive. In fact, there will soon be a private auction in the southern part of Qingzhou City, attended by wealthy merchants who possess both funds and discernment. If you were to auction the crystal there, it would undoubtedly fetch the highest price, ensuring that the treasure does not go unnoticed." Zhao Wanqing concurred, "Yes, Director Yu is correct. The antique market is currently thriving, and considering this rare stone among stones, it will certainly attract considerable interest, making the auction the best option." Suddenly, Zhao Wanqing paused, realizing she had almost spoken out of turn. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, saying, "You have a newly opened shop that requires additional funding. Not only can you sell it for a good price, but you can also discover valuable items at the auction, killing two birds with one stone." Yu Songyan sensed something amiss, yet he refrained from probing further, merely nodding with a smile. After all, it was a personal matter, and as an elder, he felt it inappropriate to intrude too much. Subsequently, Yu Songyan inquired of Fang Ming, regarding our previous agreement to restore the artifacts, I have completed all the preparatory work. When will you be available? Since there was no urgency, Yu Songyan nodded and added, "Very well, just give me a call when you have some free time." After bidding farewell, Yu Songyan departed. Once Yu Songyan had left, Zhao Wanqing turned to Fang Ming and asked, "Fang Ming, now that Director Yu is gone, do you not have anything to say to me?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ming exhibited a look of surprise. "What is the matter?" Zhao Wanqing recognized that Fang Ming was feigning ignorance, and she retorted somewhat irritably, "Humph. Do you think you can deceive me? I suspect you possess some clandestine ability related to artifact appraisal. However, I shall respect your privacy and will not disclose it. If you choose not to share, that is your prerogative, but I will not relent. I am determined to uncover the truth." Unexpectedly, despite winning the competition today, Zhao Wanqing's suspicions had been aroused, leaving Fang Ming feeling quite helpless. Yet, he found himself unable to explain, as he himself was uncertain about the origins of his abilities. Chapter 75, An Unusual Invitation. Fang Ming and Zhao Wanqing exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. At that moment, Qingqing interjected, "Sister Wanqing, I was right, wasn't I? Brother Fang Ming is truly formidable. I knew he would win." Her words broke the heavy silence, prompting Zhao Wanqing to chuckle softly as she waved her hand dismissively. You. Qingqing, always standing by Fang Ming's side. I know he is purposely pretending to be clueless. I don't feel compelled to inquire further. Then, Zhao Wanqing shifted her tone, asking earnestly, Fang Ming, are you truly planning to sell this treasure? At this, Fang Ming glanced down. The stone glimmered enchantingly under the sunlight. Zhao Wanqing expressed her agreement, naturally respecting Fang Ming's decision. By the way, I have made all the arrangements for the auction, she added. Fang Ming, feeling pleased, curiously asked, how have you arranged it? With that, Zhao Wanqing hurriedly bid farewell and left. Fang Ming sat in the hall, reflecting on the events of the day, particularly Zhao Wanqing's probing questions, which made him furrow his brow. Yet, despite his contemplation, he remained perplexed about the origins of his abilities, making it even more difficult to explain to Zhao Wanqing. Just as Fang Ming was lost in thought, Zhao Guohai entered the hall, bowing respectfully as he said, Mr. Fang. To this, Fang Ming smiled and replied, Uncle Zhao, there's no need for such formality. Please, state your business. Zhao Guohai slightly bowed again before addressing Fang Ming. Mr. Fang. Someone is looking for you. Who is it? Fang Ming inquired. It seems to be a member of the Song family, Zhao Guohai responded. In response to this, Fang Ming was slightly taken aback, unable to suppress a furrow of concern upon his brow. What do they possibly want? Fang Ming harbored no amicable ties with the Song family. On the contrary, there existed a degree of animosity between them. Indeed, it was Song Qilin, the young master of the Song family, who had previously plotted against Zhao Wanqing, a scheme that Fang Ming had successfully thwarted. Had it not been for Fang Ming's timely intervention, Zhao Wanqing would have fallen victim to the nefarious designs of Song Qilin and his accomplices. Following this incident, while the Zhao and Song families appeared unchanged on the surface, their relationship had undergone a significant transformation. Although there was no overt hostility, both families made concerted efforts to sever their connections. Zhao Tianren initially sought vengeance for Zhao Wanqing, contemplating contacting the authorities to imprison Song Qilin for life. However, as the head of such a prominent family, Zhao Tianren found himself compelled to exercise caution. Some matters could not be resolved as straightforwardly as one might wish. In the end, the Song family merely compensated Zhao Wanqing with 50 million, and the matter was allowed to fade into the past. Of course, Zhao Wanqing remained deeply troubled by the incident, yet she found herself without recourse. Now, with the Song family unexpectedly seeking an audience, Fang Ming could not afford to let his guard down. He had made numerous enemies among various families, and it was likely they had come to stir up trouble. Nonetheless, Fang Ming was unperturbed by their potential hostility. He merely found their persistent visits tiresome and vexing. Zhao Guohai nodded and exited the hall, prompting Fang Ming to adjust his appearance slightly before entering. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with white hair awaited him in the hall. Upon seeing Fang Ming, the elder set down his teacup with a smile and rose to his feet, courteously inquiring, You must be Mr. Fang, am I correct? Yes, please take a seat. Fang Ming replied with a slight nod, before also settling down beside him. The elder clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. Mr. Fang, I am Zhou Jianmin, the steward of the Song family. Fang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. However, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Steward Zhou? Zhou Jianmin smiled amiably and said, Mr. Fang, our family head has requested that I invite you to pay him a visit. Might you be amenable to this? Upon hearing this, Fang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Did these prominent families have nothing better to do than seek him out? What business do you have with me? He asked bluntly, eschewing pleasantries. Zhou Jianmin waved his hand reassuringly. Please, Mr. Fang, there is no need for concern. The family head wishes to speak with you, and he has assured me that it is not a matter of trouble for you. He specifically mentioned that this is of significant importance. At this, Fang Ming felt even more perplexed, frowning as he pondered the true intentions behind this invitation. His knowledge of the Song family was limited. Aside from Zhou Jianmin, he had only encountered Song Qilin. Fang Ming held no favorable impressions of the Song family. Sensing Fang Ming's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Jianmin grew somewhat uncomfortable and continued to elaborate. Mr. Fang, you need not harbor any doubts. Please accompany me. Fang Ming replied with a faint smile. I am not afraid of anything. The Song family poses no threat to me. Am I to fear that you would silence me? However, since you wish to invite me, it is only reasonable that you clarify the reason, or why should I trust you? Zhou Jianmin was rendered speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Mr. Fang, I apologize for my lack of clarity. As for the purpose of our master seeking you, I am truly uncertain. However, I assure you that our master harbors no animosity. Perhaps he merely wishes to solicit your assistance. Fang Ming lifted his teacup and took a sip, refraining from an immediate response. Zhou Jianmin felt a pang of anxiety. Despite his extensive explanations, he remained oblivious to the true intentions behind the Song family's interest in Fang Ming. Nevertheless, given Fang Ming's notorious reputation in Qinzhou, it was evident that the Song family head's insistence on personally inviting him was not for trivial matters. Just as Zhou Jianmin was preparing to press on with his persuasion, Fang Ming regarded him and said calmly, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianmin was elated, promptly rising to escort Fang Ming. The vehicle had been prepared outside, and before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Song residence. As a prominent family in Qinzhou, the Songs were undoubtedly affluent, and even their villa exuded grandeur. "Mr. Fang, please," Zhou Jianmin said with a slight bow, leading Fang Ming inside. They traversed the corridor until they reached the study of the venerable Song patriarch, Song Qingyun. Within the elegantly adorned study, an elderly gentleman was engaged in writing. He was the grandfather of Song Qilin and the head of the Song family. In truth, Fang Ming had previously encountered Song Qingyun, though at that time, the elder had not seen Fang Ming's true visage. Not long ago, Fang Ming had been brought by Zhao Wanqing to assist Zhao Tianren, where several elderly gentlemen engaged in a game of elegance, one of whom was Song Qingyun. Following those events, Zhao Tianren held Fang Ming in high regard, and Zhao Wanqing's relationship with Fang Ming had grown increasingly close. Upon noticing Zhou Jianmin's arrival with Fang Ming, Song Qingyun looked up with a smile and said, "Ah, young sir, you have come. Please, have a seat for a moment." He then instructed Zhou Jianmin to serve tea to Fang Ming while he resumed his writing. After a brief interval, Song Qingyun set down his pen and approached Fang Ming. Before the elder could speak, Fang Ming inquired, "I have had the pleasure of meeting you, Mr. Song, but may I ask what you require of me?" Observing Fang Ming's restless demeanor, Song Qingyun chuckled. "It appears you are indeed a straightforward individual. In that case, I shall speak plainly. I have heard that you possess keen discernment, and thus I have specifically invited you to assist me in appraising a treasure." At this revelation, Fang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as this matter bore no relation to that rogue Song Qilin. "Of course, I will be delighted. May I inquire as to the nature of this treasure?" Chapter 76, The Mysterious Underground Project. Song Qingyun did not withhold information, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. "I am unaware of what it is, but please wait a moment. I shall bring you to see it shortly." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming felt a surge of curiosity. After all, Song Qingyun was an erudite elder. If he could not identify it, what could it possibly be? After a brief respite, Zhou Jianmin whispered a few words to Song Qingyun, who nodded slightly before addressing Fang Ming. "All right, young sir, please follow me." Fang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Song Qingyun led Fang Ming to a peculiar edifice. Upon entering, they did not linger but proceeded down the staircase into the depths below. It seemed this place held secrets beyond imagination. One would not expect the Song family to possess such a structure. Ahead stood an iron door, guarded by several bodyguards. Upon seeing Song Qingyun, they promptly opened a series of doors, finally arriving at their destination. This was a spacious room, devoid of clutter yet lacking in elaborate decor. In the corner, there was merely a small ventilation shaft. What could possibly warrant such an air of mystery? "Mr. Song, might you enlighten me?" Fang Ming inquired, furrowing his brow, beset by an ominous premonition. Song Qingyun turned slightly, reassuring Fang Ming, "Please remain calm, young sir. We shall proceed shortly." Fang Ming shook his head, choosing silence as he observed Song Qingyun pacing in the corner, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted as a wall before them was thrust open by an unseen force, revealing a long and profound tunnel. Fang Ming was taken aback. No wonder Song Qingyun had exhibited such peculiar behavior. It must have been some sort of code to unlock this passage. "Come, young sir, follow me," Song Qingyun urged. At that moment, Fang Ming felt a surge of vigilance. Such a vast underground construction could only have been forged by immense power and the concerted effort of many generations. Otherwise, such a breathtaking architecture would not exist. Setting aside his astonishment, curiosity propelled Fang Ming to accompany Song Qingyun further. As they stepped into the tunnel, lights illuminated along its length. The tunnel was both lengthy and deep, stretching out of sight. With each few steps, Song Qingyun would abruptly halt, feeling along the walls. It was clear that there were mechanisms concealed within. "Here we are," Song Qingyun declared, and with a resounding crash, a colossal stone door appeared ahead, slowly swinging open to reveal a highly concealed chamber. Taken aback for a moment, Fang Ming finally asked, Mr. Song, given the secrecy surrounding this place, it must be a family secret, correct? Without turning, Song Qingyan replied with a hint of nostalgia. You are correct. This vast underground complex has been a secret of our family for several generations. Even within the current Song family, not everyone is privy to it. Only a select few direct relatives have ever entered. Hearing this, Fang Ming felt a chill rather than curiosity. He coldly inquired, Mr. Song, if this place is indeed so secretive, why bring a stranger like me here? At this, Song Qingyun smiled faintly, casting a meaningful glance at Fang Ming before stating, Fang Ming, you must understand, you are certainly not an outsider to the Song family. This statement was perplexing, leaving Fang Ming bewildered as he pondered its implications. However, Song Qingyun offered no explanation and did not elaborate further, simply stepping into the chamber ahead. Fang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, dismissing his concerns and following closely behind. Upon entering the dimly lit room, they found themselves engulfed in darkness. Song Qingyun appeared quite familiar with the surroundings, deftly maneuvering around various obstacles until they reached an expansive area, standing before a colossal wooden chest. Fang Ming trailed behind in silence, harboring a sense of curiosity and unease since the moment Zhou Jianmen had sought him out. Suddenly, Song Qingyun opened chest. Initially, Fang Ming felt a flicker of anticipation, as such a mysterious chamber surely concealed something extraordinary. To his astonishment, however, upon opening the chest, he discovered it to be utterly vacant. Taken aback, Fang Ming's vigilance heightened. What does this mean? Did you deliberately bring me here with the intention of imprisoning me? Song Qingyun shook his head, patiently elucidating. Do not overthink it. I have my reasons, and I harbor no intentions as you suggest. As for imprisoning you, that is utterly out of the question. I am no fool. To act against you would be tantamount to declaring war on the Liu family. This reasoning quelled some of Fang Ming's apprehension, and he fixed his gaze on Song Qingyun, eager to observe his next move. Song Qingyun turned away, exploring the adjacent wall, and suddenly uncovered a lamp. Fang Ming instantly recognized its uniqueness. This was no ordinary lamp, but rather an oil lamp dating back several dynasties. His intrigue deepened, compelling him to uncover the secrets hidden within this chamber. To his astonishment, Song Qingyun stepped into the wooden chest, crouching down before vanishing from Fang Ming's sight. Just before disappearing, he chuckled, Young sir, there is something wondrous within. Please follow me down, but do tread carefully. At that moment, Fang Ming felt a profound sense of shock and an insatiable curiosity regarding the treasure that had evidently consumed generations of the Song family's efforts to construct such an extensive underground structure for its preservation. With a deep sigh, Fang Ming resolved that witnessing this treasure firsthand would be worthwhile, provided Song Qingyun did not harbor any ulterior motives. Soon, he mimicked Song Qingyun's actions and crouched into the chest. To his surprise, the base of the chest became translucent, revealing a pathway below, along with Song Qingyun, who awaited him, lamp in hand. Once descended, Song Qingyun, appearing contemplative, assured Fang Ming, Rest assured, it will not be long before you behold the treasure I have mentioned. Fang Ming remained silent, following closely behind Song Qingyun as they ventured deeper. Mr. Song, this must be dozens of layers underground, is it not? He pondered aloud, surveying the surroundings, which seemed to possess an organic quality, as if they were traversing a natural cavern that defied easy distinction between the real and the artificial. Song Qingyun smiled as he explained, The young gentleman's gaze is indeed commendable. You are correct. This environment is not man-made, but rather a tunnel formed by nature. With that, Song Qingyun continued to walk forward, delving deeper into the unknown. Fang Ming furrowed his brow, sensing an air of mystery surrounding Song Qingyun. Thus, he felt compelled to press on, for how could he uncover the truth if he turned back now? After what felt like an eternity, Song Qingyun finally revealed an answer that satisfied Fang Ming. We have arrived. Before them stood a grand cave, its entrance vast and adorned with a formidable stone door. Song Qingyun activated the mechanism, and the stone door creaked open, releasing a blinding beam of golden light. Instinctively, Fang Ming shielded his eyes. What on earth is that? He exclaimed in astonishment. Song Qingyun, seemingly unfazed by Fang Ming's reaction, chuckled. Young gentleman, this is the treasure I wish for you to examine. Even the usually composed Fang Ming found it difficult to maintain his calm after the day's events. He was engulfed in profound shock, standing in a daze for some time before finally regaining his senses. Chapter 77. The mysterious treasure unknown to many. He then stepped into the cave. As he ventured further inside, The dazzling golden light intensified, nearly blinding him. Once his eyes adjusted to the brilliance, he discerned the true nature of the treasure. It was a jade seal. Quietly resting upon a pedestal ahead, it radiated an awe-inspiring golden glow, leaving him utterly astounded. While jade seals are not uncommon among artifacts, Fang Ming had never encountered one so extraordinary. Momentarily lost in thought, he heard Song Qingyun's voice, filled with emotion. "Young gentleman, I have taken the risk of breaching tradition to bring you here solely to seek your expertise regarding the background and origin of this treasure." Taking a deep breath, Fang Ming approached the jade seal, scrutinizing it closely. Yet, to his dismay, his remarkable vision yielded no insights. Despite his keen efforts, he could glean nothing. However, he could still comprehend the Song Dynasty oil lamp that Song Qingyun held, dispelling any doubts about the efficacy of his sight. At that moment, Fang Ming felt utterly at a loss. He had always prided himself on his vision, yet here lay a treasure that even he could not decipher. Noticing Fang Ming's intense scrutiny, Song Qingyun could no longer contain his anticipation and asked eagerly, "What do you see? Have you discerned anything, young gentleman?" In response, Fang Ming shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "Mr. Song, forgive my inadequacy. I truly cannot ascertain the background or origin of this treasure." Upon hearing this, Song Qingyun appeared as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, the light in his eyes extinguished. He had initially held great confidence in Fang Ming, but now, discovering that even he could not unravel the mystery, he questioned whether anyone could indeed discern secrets. Song Qingyun had risked defying ancestral customs by bringing this stranger to witness the Song family's ultimate secret, a clear transgression of a profound taboo. However, even so, Fang Ming could not discern anything. In response, Song Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He could not help but ask again, "Young sir, are you certain? Why not give it another try? Perhaps if you examine it closely, you might be able to uncover something." Seeing the earnest anticipation in Song Qingyun's expression, Fang Ming reluctantly decided to observe once more, even handling the precious item in hopes of a different conclusion. Ultimately, however, he shook his head and said helplessly, "I am truly sorry, Mr. Song, but I simply cannot comprehend the nature of this treasure." Song Qingyun was incredulous, a flicker of unusual light passing through his gaze before he responded with a hint of skepticism. "Young sir, you must be honest with me. Are you absolutely certain you cannot understand it? Even the slightest hint of information would suffice. I assure you, there will be substantial rewards for your efforts." Fang Ming shook his head, offering a bitter smile. "Mr. Song, it is not that I doubt your sincerity. You have brought me here, which demonstrates your earnestness. However, I genuinely cannot discern any information about this treasure, and I cannot fabricate a lie to deceive you." At that moment, Song Qingyun felt a profound despair, rendered speechless as he stood frozen in place. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply and turned away, forcing a smile as he said, "Very well. If that is the case, there is no point in pressing further. Let's take our leave." Fang Ming was puzzled and uncertain of how to console Song Qingyun. It was evident that Song Qingyun was deeply eager to uncover the background and origins of this treasure. Otherwise, he would not have taken such considerable risks to invite Fang Ming. With this thought in mind, Fang Ming could not resist suggesting, "Mr. Song, there are other experts in the world besides myself. Why not publicly present this treasure and seek assistance from masters across the nation? The chances of discovering something might be greater." Upon hearing this, Song Qingyun abruptly halted, his tone turning serious as he declared, "No, it is absolutely impossible. This treasure must not be revealed to the world. It must remain concealed." Fang Ming was taken aback, interpreting Song Qingyun's words as a sign of his deep regard for his family's treasure, not wanting to ponder further. After all, should such a treasure be made public, it could easily incite envy among many. They had descended deep underground and traversed quite a distance, feeling the chill, so they decided to pause for tea and gather their thoughts. After a brief respite, Fang Ming turned to Song Qingyun and said, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Song, but I'm afraid I cannot assist you in this matter." Song Qingyun, holding his warm tea, shook his head sadly. "It is of no consequence. You cannot be held responsible." I approached this endeavor with a sense of hope, thinking perhaps it would yield success. After all, every head of the Song family has attempted this, yet the outcome has always been the same, unable to discern the background and origins of this treasure. Fang Ming understood the good intentions behind Song Qingyun's plight, but he truly could not offer assistance. It was clear that there was no reason to linger any longer. So he clasped his hands and said, "Very well. I hope you find the one who can unravel this mystery soon." Since there is nothing more to be done, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Thank you, young sir. Song Qingyun did not attempt to retain him, instead signaling to Zhou Jianmin beside him. Zhou Jianmin nodded slightly and said to Fang Ming, Mr. Fang, I shall escort you out. By the way, please accept this. It is a token of our family head's appreciation. As he spoke, Zhou Jianmin produced a check he had prepared in advance and handed it to Fang Ming. Fang Ming glanced at it and noticed the figure on the check was 1 million. He shook his head slightly, saying, Mr. Song, while I do indeed require funds, I still have my principles. If today I were to unravel the mystery of the treasure, I would accept any additional reward without hesitation. However, since I have come here in vain without solving the riddle, I cannot accept this money. After saying this, Song Qingyun took his leave. Zhou Jianmin was about to pursue him, but was stopped by Song Qingyun. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Jianmin lamented, Alas, can't the Master Zhang see through this? Song Qingyun's face turned pale as he replied helplessly, Indeed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianmin's expression darkened as he said with a fierce tone, Master, since he cannot see through it, we must not let him go so easily. Moreover, he hasn't accepted the money. What if he goes out and speaks recklessly, making this matter public? We would have regrets too late. Song Qingyun appeared to have considered this consequence. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I understand your concerns, but we cannot act impulsively. Zhou Jianmin was perplexed, why not? Song Qingyun shook his head, saying helplessly, if we take action against Fang Ming, wouldn't that lead to enmity with the Lu family? Furthermore, I have heard that Zhao Wanqing has a complex relationship with that young man. She would likely come after us as well. After our Song family sought him out, trouble befell him. Do you think outsiders wouldn't suspect us? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianmin gritted his teeth and retorted, What of it? If they suspect, they must provide evidence. Otherwise, it is merely baseless speculation. Song Qingyun shot Zhou Jianmin a glare. You are thinking too simplistically. After all these years by my side, have you not witnessed the rivalries between families? Evidence is the hardest to obtain and often superfluous. The prominent families of Qinzhou are aware of the Song family's secrets. They suppress each other, and no one would speak carelessly. Fang Ming does not appear to be that type of person, and at the very least, he is the son-in-law of the Lu family. Lu Zhenxiong is unlikely to let him speak out of turn. After hearing this, Zhou Jianmin nodded, choosing not to argue further. At that moment, an angry voice boomed from outside. Make way for me. I need to see the master. Upon hearing Song Qilin's voice, Song Qingyun furrowed his brow and asked with displeasure, How did he come to know about this? Zhou Jianmin, somewhat flustered, feigned calmness as he explained, It's possible someone saw me bringing Fang Ming here. With so many people around, it's only natural he would find out. Song Qingyun waved his hand angrily. No need to stop him. Let him come in. This ruckus is unbecoming. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards at the door parted, and Song Qilin stormed in, pushing past the guards and coldly questioned, Grandfather. At this, Song Qingyun's expression darkened, and he coolly retorted, You insolent brat. What are you doing? I am still alive, and you are so quick to assume control. Do I need to consult you on who I choose to summon? Suddenly being reprimanded left Song Qilin in a state of bewilderment, as he came to realize that Song Qingyun was genuinely angered. He abandoned his previously arrogant demeanor and stammered, It's not like that. I just felt a sense of frustration thinking about the past. Song Qingyun gazed at Song Qilin, shaking his head in resignation. He indeed understood the situation. Had it not been for Fang Ming's interference, Song Qilin would have successfully won over Zhao Wanqing. If Song Qilin had married Zhao Wanqing, it would have forged a beneficial alliance between the Zhao and Song families, which would have been advantageous for their clan. However, unexpectedly, not only did Song Qilin fail to achieve his goal, but he also nearly found himself in a predicament with the Zhao family patriarch almost sending him to jail. Given such circumstances, it was impossible for Song Qilin not to harbor resentment towards Fang Ming. I simply cannot fathom why that scoundrel can brazenly come and go from our Song family. Just the other day, he encountered me on the road and had the audacity to disregard me. It's all Fang Ming's fault for meddling. Otherwise, I would have already secured Zhao Wanqing. Instead of succeeding, I ended up compensating the Zhao family with 50 million. It's utterly infuriating. Song Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, coldly retorting, How dare you speak? This is entirely your own fault for your reckless behavior, which has brought disgrace upon our entire family. You are nothing short of a lunatic. Normally, I wouldn't concern myself with your antics, yet you have become so audacious as to lay hands on Zhao Wanqing. Have you lost your mind? If I hadn't intervened, you would be languishing in prison by now. Aware of his own guilt, Song Qilin, chastised by Song Qingyun, dared not retort. his anger dissipating significantly as he lowered his head in silence. Nearby, Zhou Jianmin, witnessing the exchange, approached Song Qingyun respectfully, stating, "Master, I believe this incident is not solely the young master's fault. He may have acted impulsively, but it was with the intention of benefiting the Song family. If he had succeeded, the alliance with the Zhao family would have been advantageous for our clan. The real culprit is Fang Ming for deliberately stirring trouble and thwarting the young master's plans. Otherwise, the alliance between the Zhao and Song families could have dominated the entire Qinzhou region." Upon hearing this, Song Qingyun pondered for a moment before snorting coldly. "There is no need for further discussion. It seems you all lack judgment. Leave." Zhou Jianmin nodded and cast a glance at Song Qilin, who, sensing Song Qingyun's ire, refrained from further provocation and exited the study alongside him. Once outside, Song Qilin immediately reverted to his arrogant self and inquired of Zhou Jianmin, "Steward Zhou, enlighten me on what exactly is happening? Why has Fang Ming come to our home?" Zhou Jianmin appeared somewhat hesitant, his eyes darting as if contemplating. Recognizing Zhou Jianmin's discomfort, Song Qilin snorted, "Steward Zhou, let us not forget who helped you out of your previous troubles. Your current position as steward is thanks to me. What do you have to be apprehensive about?" Instantly, Zhou Jianmin lowered his head, respectfully responding, "I, Song Qingyun, shall forever remember the young master as kindness. However, this matter is indeed significant. What is the situation? Speak quickly and do not be so mysterious. Zhou, you must understand that only when I, the young master, and what will we support you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianmin clenched his teeth and recounted the events of the day. After listening, Song Qilin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Are you not deceiving me? My grandfather actually took that scoundrel Fang Ming to the forbidden area and even showed him the treasure? This is utterly absurd. As the future heir of the Song family, I have yet to behold that treasure. I truly do not comprehend my grandfather's reasoning." Zhou Jianmin, feeling helpless, explained, "Young master, that Fang Ming seems to possess quite a keen eye and considerable strength, which is likely why the head of the family sought him out. As for other matters, I'm not well informed." Song Qilin pondered for a moment, murmuring, "Isn't that fellow recognized as a waste in Qinzhou? How could he possibly possess such abilities?" Subsequently, as if a thought struck him, Song Qilin raised an eyebrow and smiled at Zhou Jianmin. "Do you, Zhou, have any idea what exactly the treasure in the basement is?" Hearing this, Zhou Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied, "Young master, please do not entertain thoughts of the treasure, and besides, the forbidden area is exceedingly perilous. The head of the family always prepares meticulously before venturing there. Furthermore, I am merely a lowly servant. Had it not been for the head's trust in me, I would never have heard of this matter." Song Qilin placed an arm around Zhou Jianmin's shoulder, inquiring with curiosity, "Given that, have you not picked up any useful information?" Zhou Jianmin forced a smile. "Young master, for such significant matters, how could the head allow me to know too much? That is a secret of the entire Song family. I am but an outsider." Upon hearing this, Song Qilin finally dismissed the notion, then smiled as he said, "Zhou, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. I have always regarded you as one of my own. Do you understand?" As he was leaving, Song Qilin discreetly slipped a substantial check into Zhou Jianmin's pocket before departing. Zhou Jianmin was momentarily stunned, his eyes riveted on the check. He called out to Song Qilin's retreating figure, "Thank you for your generous gift, young master." Song Qilin waved his hand nonchalantly. It seems the Song family is indeed formidable. If this is the case, the prominent families in Qinzhou must not be lacking either. But what exactly is that treasure? It appears extraordinary, even beyond my discernment. Just as Fang Ming was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was Lu Yuyin calling. "What did you want?" Fang Ming was taken aback, then pressed the answer button. On the other end, Lu Yuyin sounded quite anxious. "Fang Ming, where are you?" Fang Ming queried, somewhat puzzled. "What is happening?" Lu Yuyin hurriedly continued, "Do you have time today? Can you?" However, before Lu Yuyin could finish her sentence, Fang Ming, wishing to avoid complications, replied coolly, "No need to elaborate." With that, he unceremoniously hung up the phone. Due to their prior agreement, should anything happen to the Lu family, Fang Ming would naturally intervene. Yet, Lu Yuyin's immediate inquiry about his whereabouts inevitably reminded him of past events. He was apprehensive that Lu Tianao might come looking for him again, and Fang Ming, unwilling to engage further, ended the call. On the other end, Lu Yuyin listened to the busy signal with a worried expression. Did he truly not care for me at all? At this moment, Lu Yuyin felt an overwhelming heartache, tears slowly slipping down her cheeks. Fang Ming put away his phone and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the newly acquired shop in preparation for its grand opening. Before long, Ching learned of the news and hurried over. Ching, what brings you here? It's not busy at all. You could be playing at home. Fang Ming asked with a smile upon seeing her. Ching shook her head defiantly, stating, "That's simply one tea do. Brother Fang Ming, I am currently relying on you for food and shelter. How can I sit idly by? Regardless, I must assist you in organizing the shop. Trust me, I will surely do better and better." Without a hint of petulance, Ching took up tools and began tidying the shop. Witnessing this, Fang Ming smiled. They had already conducted a thorough cleaning of the shop previously, so there was little to be done, but having company made the experience far less tedious. Moreover, since Ching often stayed at home, engaging in some work was not a bad way to exercise her body. Meanwhile, at Lu's treasure pavilion, Lu Tianao lounged in the store, idly passing time by playing games. Although Lu Jinxiong had declared that the shop's rightful owner was Fang Ming, Lu Tianao obstinately refused to accept this. He believed that since Fang Ming had left the Lu family, and with Lu Jinxiong often preoccupied, he could easily take charge of the shop himself. Chapter 79, Explosive News. However, as he surveyed the expansive pavilion, Lu Tianao felt an unsettling discomfort. I, Lu Tianao, am the true heir of the Lu family. All of the family's enterprises shall one day belong to me. This notion had long been a thorn in his side, causing him great distress. And the more he contemplated it, the angrier he became, particularly when he thought of Fang Ming. He wished nothing more than to tear him apart. Just then, a man appeared ahead, prompting Lu Tianao to rise in anticipation of a customer, only to be met with a familiar face, causing him to cast a cold glare. Sun Sanyuan, what do you mean by this? Do you know where you are? This is my establishment. With that, Lu Tianao reclined back in his chair, lazily crossing his legs and nonchalantly saying, "I suggest you leave quickly, as I find your presence quite bothersome. If you scare off my customers, I will be the first to hold you accountable." This individual, known as Sun Sanyuan, was notorious in the area as a local bully, accompanied by numerous henchmen. It was said that the Sun family had once been prominent, but Sun Sanyuan had squandered their fortune, leaving him to mingle with the riffraff of the antique market. They delighted in picking on the powerless and often engaged in extortion, unchecked by anyone. Yet Lu Tianao had no interest in dealing with them. Sun Sanyuan, naturally, dared not offend Lu Tianao. He smiled and inquired, "What seems to be troubling you, young Master Lu? You appear quite agitated. Has someone displeased you? Speak freely. I assure you that I, Sun Sanyuan, will teach him a lesson." Upon noticing that Lu Tianao did not lift his head, Sun Sanyuan continued, "Young Master Lu, I actually came to share some news with you." Lu Tianao, finding himself at leisure, instantly perked up at the mention of news. "You better not be toying with me. I am quite busy." Sun Sanyuan chuckled, confidently stepping into the gathering place, stating, "Young Master Lu, this is explosive news. Are you truly uninterested in hearing it?" At this, Lu Tianao retorted irritably, spit out quickly, without all the theatrics. Sun Sanyuan suddenly smiled, leaning in to massage Lu Tianao's shoulders. Observing this, Lu Tianao furrowed his brow, a realization dawning upon him as he coldly remarked, "You little rascal, what is the meaning of this? If you have nothing to say, be gone and don't waste my time. Look, we have scoured the streets tirelessly for information, and here we are to demonstrate our sincerity," Sun Sanyuan replied. Lu Tianao raised an eyebrow slightly, then pulled out several 100 yuan bills from the drawer and tossed them onto the floor, sneering, "It seems your tongue is quite adept. Consider this my reward. Now be off and stop wasting my time." Sun Sanyuan, unperturbed, cheerfully gathered the money and stuffed it into his pocket. He then leaned down to whisper something in Lu Tianao's ear. After hearing this, Lu Tianao was taken aback, springing up from his chair in disbelief. "You cannot be serious. If you are deceiving me, I will not let you off easily." Sun Sanyuan nodded, ingratiatingly asserting, "Young Master Lu, I would never dare to offend you. This information is absolutely accurate. If you have any doubts, why not verify it yourself?" Pushing Sun Sanyuan aside, Lu Tianao stood in anger, his eyes clouded with shadows. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call Lin Meishio. They conversed at length over the phone, after which Lu Tianao coldly directed his gaze at Sun Sanyuan. "Sun Sanyuan, I am no fool. If I discover you have lied to me, I will ensure you can never thrive in Qinju." Sun Sanyuan, taken aback, stammered, "Young Master Lu, I assure you, this is entirely true. I have not deceived you. Now that I have relayed the message, I shall take my leave." With that, he left in a trembling hurry, still feeling a sense of dread. Lu Tianao's expression darkened as he furiously spoke to Lin Meishio, "Mother, we have been played by that scoundrel Fang Ming." Upon hearing this news, Lin Meishio's eyes widened in disbelief as she inquired, "Is this true? Qianlao, are you certain this information is trustworthy? How could that rascal possibly have such wealth? Who would sell their shop to him?" Gritting his teeth, Lu Tianao replied, "I only learned of this today. It is better to believe it than to dismiss it. We should go and confirm it ourselves." Fang Ming, oh Fang Ming, I never imagined he would be so audacious, as if he has grown wings. Lin Meishio, equally astonished, exclaimed, "What? It is Yang Dongfeng's shop. Such an admirable establishment would require at least 5 million to acquire. Tianao, it will be prudent for us to pay a visit. I am curious as to where Fang Ming has procured such a substantial sum of money." In a moment of urgency, Lu Tianao and Lin Meishio swiftly made their way to North Street, arriving at the former shop of Yang Dongfeng. Upon arrival, they observed Fang Ming and Qingqing engaged in light-hearted banter, with an array of snacks adorning the counter, the two appearing remarkably at ease. Lu Tianao and Lin Meishio exchanged glances, their frustration palpable, prompting them to storm into the shop. Noticing the fiery expressions on their faces, Fang Ming chose not to rise, merely lifting his gaze slightly to regard them with a frosty demeanor. Lin Meishio, incensed by his nonchalance, retorted scornfully, well, Fang Ming, you've certainly grown bold. Haven to you, daring to take on such a significant establishment?" The remark infuriated Lin Meishio further. Lu Tianao then bellowed, "Fang Ming, spare us your theatrics. Even if you possess a shop, what of it? You remain nothing more than a dog of the Lu family, and not even a particularly esteemed one. I am aware that the previous owner was Yang Dongfeng. If you are merely renting, the rent must be exorbitant. For the past 3 years, all your needs have been catered to by our family. From whence do you derive such wealth? Speak plainly." Lu Tianao's implication was clear. Should Fang Ming have money, it must inevitably stem from their family. Fang Ming, disinclined to engage, recognized that no matter how much he explained, Lu Tianao and Lin Meishio would remain unconvinced, driven solely by envy of his substantial shop. "This establishment is mine and concerns you not. I suggest you vacate the premises." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianao's fury reached its zenith as he slammed his palm onto the counter and shouted, "You dare suggest we leave? You ungrateful wretch. Having lived off our family for 3 years without contributing a single thing. You once volunteered to assist at Lu's company, and I suspected your intentions were nefarious. It seems I was correct, was I not? I know you are incapable of good deeds. The funds for your shop must undoubtedly have been embezzled from Lu's company." Fang Ming rose, regarding Lu Tianao with a cold smile. "Ah, young Master Lu, your arrogance is quite remarkable. To intrude upon another's establishment and create a scene is indeed within your character. But what do you intend? Do you wish to demolish my shop? Go ahead. I am rather keen to witness your prowess." Fang Ming maintained an air of indifference, showing no regard for Lu Tianao and his companions. This only served to further incite Lu Tianao's rage, causing him to clench his fists in frustration. "You shall regret this. I shall call the authorities, and in your next life, you can await your incarceration." Lu Tianao retrieved his phone, prepared to report Fang Ming. Fang Ming remained unfazed, irrespective of Lu Tianao's threats. He acted with integrity, fully aware of the legitimacy of his funds, thus leaving him unconcerned. Just as Lu Tianao was about to call for help, Lin Meishio, seemingly struck by thought, quickly whispered, "No, Tianao, this matter is a family affair. If we involve the authorities, what then will we do? Is it possible to simply watch Fang Ming act so arrogantly?" Lu Tianao shouted in anger. Lin Meishio pondered for a moment before responding, "Of course, this boy cannot be let off easily, but we must adopt the proper approach. Immediately call your father and make him aware of Fang Ming's true nature, to reveal the clandestine activities he has been engaging in." This course of action seemed to be the most rational at the moment, and Lu Tianao concurred. He had always disapproved of Lu Jinxiang's favoritism towards Fang Ming, and now that he had captured evidence against him, it was imperative that Lu Jinxiang be made aware of Fang Ming's true character, so he would no longer place his trust in him. If this could be achieved, Lu Tianao would be quite satisfied. If Lu Jinxiang lost faith in Fang Ming, he would undoubtedly delegate all matters to Lu Tianao, freeing him from any fears. With this thought, Lu Tianao promptly called Lu Jinxiang. Fang Ming observed coldly. It was not just Lu Tianao, but even the spirit of the elder would recognize his innocence. He had never touched a single cent of the Lu family's wealth. Every penny he had used was earned honestly. After finishing the call, Lu Tianao chuckled triumphantly. "You wretched scoundrel, just wait. My father will be here soon. Let us see how you explain yourself. Fang Ming smiled calmly and retorted. How can you be so certain this money belongs to the Liu family? Do you have any evidence? Liu Tianao scoffed. Evidence is utterly unnecessary. Hu and Qinzhou doesn't know you are a worthless failure. How could you possibly possess millions? It's truly laughable. At this, Fang Ming shook his head helplessly. Some individuals are simply beyond foolish. Liu Tianao recognized that Fang Ming was intentionally insulting him, but with Lu Jinxiong on his way, he had to swallow his pride and sat down beside him, glaring at Fang Ming, fearful that he might suddenly flee. Before long, Lu Jinxiong and his entourage arrived. Uncle, you two have come? Upon seeing Lu Jinxiong, Liu Tianao sprang to his feet, surprised to find that Lu Jinxiong's elder brother, Liu Haifeng, had accompanied him. Along with Liu Haifeng's children, Liu Tianao's cousins, Liu Jinyao and Liu Jinjin. Liu Haifeng nodded slightly and inquired, Tianao, what on earth is going on? Your father is busy. Why must you summon him here? Upon hearing this, Liu Tianao finally grasped the reason for Lu Jinxiong's grave demeanor. He had embezzled a considerable amount during his time with the Liu family and now had the audacity to leave so carefreely while taking over such a large establishment. Liu Haifeng frowned at this revelation, and Liu Jinyao and Liu Jinjin looked on in astonishment, their eyes wide. After a moment of silence, Liu Haifeng turned to Fang Ming, coldly asking, Fang Ming, is what Tianao said true? Fang Ming paused, then responded with a stern expression, however, if you intend to slander me, twisting the truth into falsehoods, I will not permit it. Taken aback by Fang Ming's resolute stance, Liu Haifeng retorted angrily, Fang Ming, with everyone present today, I strongly advise you to clarify how you came by this money. As for the matter of the investigation, we shall certainly proceed with it. However, you must provide us with a clear explanation. Observing Fang Ming's composed demeanor, Liu Jinyao let out a cold snort and addressed Liu Haifeng, saying, Father, Fang Ming's attitude speaks volumes, does it not? After years of living at the Liu residence, I wonder if he has grown wings to become so audacious and arrogant, akin to an ungrateful wolf. Uncle, I believe it would be prudent to expel him sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we shall only waste the Liu family's resources. Moreover, we cannot rule out the possibility of him causing us trouble in the future. Liu Jinjin joined in the merciless ridicule. Indeed, it is a grave injustice for Sister Yu Yin to associate with such a worthless individual. The moment I laid eyes on Fang Ming, I sensed he was no good, and it has proven true. Fang Ming, I advise you to confess quickly. The Liu family is not a soft target. We are not fools who will allow you to act recklessly. Without even posing a question, Liu Haifeng and the others began to reprimand Fang Ming, which filled Liu Tianao and Lin Meishio with immense satisfaction. Since Liu Jinxiong had seldom troubled Fang Ming, Liu Tianao and Lin Meishio felt that Liu Jinxiong was showing favoritism towards him, and they were quite helpless. Now, with Liu Haifeng and the others aligning themselves with their stance, Liu Tianao and Lin Meishio's pride swelled. Liu Tianao chimed in, exactly. Fang Ming, what more can you possibly say? Lin Meishio coldly added, indeed, from this moment forth, we shall expel you from the Liu family and banish you from the entire Qinzhou. The haughty demeanor of Liu Tianao and Lin Meishio stemmed from the support of Liu Haifeng and the others. They felt as though they held the power of life and death over Fang Ming. This shop was purchased by Fang Ming's brother for 2.5 million, and the property deed is in his name, with no connection to you. Upon hearing this, those present were left utterly astonished. After all, 2.5 million is no small sum, yet they seemed only to register the figure, unwilling to accept that it was Fang Ming's own money that acquired it. How outrageous! In just 3 years, you've amassed such wealth. Truly, you have no regard for decency. Lin Meishio was seething with rage, perhaps more concerned with finding a pretext to expel Fang Ming than with the Liu family's finances. Liu Tenno shouted in agitation. I have always said this scoundrel is an ungrateful wretch. Not only has he lived off us, but he also dares to pilfer from us. How can you face my father? The mention of that sum detonated a wave of outrage among those present. Fang Ming remained unfazed, observing their furious expressions with a chilling detachment, as if watching a troop of monkeys. Fang Ming, let me make this clear. If you do not clarify today, we shall not only expel you from the Liu family, but also see you imprisoned. Individuals like you deserve a lifetime behind bars. Once they finished speaking, Fang Ming merely smiled faintly and replied, that money is not from your family, so there is no need for such agitation. I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Liu Tianao rejected this assertion. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. Did you earn that too? 5 million on your own. You worthless fool. Were it not for the Liu family's benevolence in taking you in, one can only speculate where you might be rummaging through refuse for sustenance. Truly a heartless ingrate. Chapter 81. A resounding slap in the face. As he spoke, Liu Tian'ao cast a glance at Liu Zhenxiong, seemingly seeking his approval. Father, you must see this. That brat has simply gone too far. He is emboldened by your favoritism, which is why he dares to act so arrogantly. Liu Zhenxiong furrowed his brow and addressed Fang Ming. Fang Ming, I would like you to clarify this matter. Regardless of my words, certain individuals are resolute in believing that my wealth belongs to the Liu family. I suggest you investigate this yourselves. At that moment, Liu Zhenxiong's emotions were quite complex. Fang Ming remained remarkably composed, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of an investigation. However, this situation had undeniably incited widespread discontent, and, as the head of the Liu family, Liu Zhenxiong felt compelled to heed the sentiments of the crowd. Even if he personally trusted Fang Ming, an inquiry was unavoidable. Moreover, Fang Ming's adamant denial meant that no one would believe him, and the situation would only escalate further. Contemplating this, Liu Zhenxiong was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a young woman approaching, none other than Zhao Wanqing. The assembly turned to observe her arrival, confusion evident on their faces, uncertain as to why Zhao Wanqing was present. Behind her were several workers, collectively bearing a beautifully crafted black and gold plaque emblazoned with the elegant characters, Guya Go. Zhao Wanqing had commissioned this plaque as an opening gift for Fang Ming's new establishment, unaware that she would encounter such a scene. With a puzzled expression, she inquired of Fang Ming, "Who are these people?" In truth, Zhao Wanqing had sensed an unsettling atmosphere, fearing that trouble was afoot. "These ruffians are harassing my brother Fang Ming, attempting to seize his establishment. You must assist him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing was taken aback. After offering a few words of comfort to Qingqing, she turned her attention to Liu Zhenxiong and the others. Liu Zhenxiong regarded Zhao Wanqing, and a spark of recognition ignited within him as he exclaimed, "Wanqing, you are Miss Zhao Wanqing of the Zhao family?" Zhao Wanqing smiled gently, responding courteously, "Indeed, and you must be the head of the Liu family." Liu Zhenxiong was astounded, struggling to fathom why the esteemed Miss Zhao would be here, and even more so, her apparent camaraderie with Fang Ming. Among the prominent families of Qinzhou, the Zhao family undoubtedly stood as a bastion of strength and deep-rooted heritage, shrouded in an air of mystery akin to the Song family. In contrast, the Qian and Liu families had only risen to prominence in recent decades, having only recently established themselves in Qinzhou. At least the elder of the Qian family, Qian Taibai, was still alive, while the elder of the Liu family had long since passed, rendering the Liu family somewhat diminished, hence their trepidation towards the Qian family. Thus, from every perspective, the Liu family was eclipsed by the Zhao family. Liu Haifeng was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom the appearance of the Zhao family's heiress in this locale. Liu Tian'ao, lacking in perceptiveness, remained oblivious to the peculiarities of the situation, his attention solely captivated by Zhao Wanqing's beauty. He approached her with a gallant smile, declaring, "Greetings, Miss Zhao. I am Liu Tian'ao." Originally, Liu Tian'ao intended to flaunt his wealth, but Zhao Wanqing clearly did not reciprocate his intentions. She furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Is this establishment also owned by the Liu family?" Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Tian'ao nodded affirmatively. "Of course. It is said that family scandals should remain private. It is somewhat embarrassing to be confronted by Miss Zhao today. Miss Zhao, you are aware of Fang Ming, that useless individual, correct? He is well known throughout Qinzhou. It is astonishing that despite his incompetence, he audaciously misappropriated several million from the Liu family to purchase this shop, aspiring to be a proprietor. Thankfully, we discovered this in time, and naturally, we must reclaim what rightfully belongs to the Liu family." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing suddenly laughed, leaving Liu Qianlao perplexed. Once her laughter subsided, Zhao Wanqing restored her icy demeanor and asked, "Are you certain of this? Are you sure Fang Ming embezzled funds from the Liu family to acquire the shop?" The foolish Liu Tian'ao assumed Zhao Wanqing sought confirmation, so he nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. Fang Ming is merely a worthless wretch, incapable of possessing such funds. Rest assured, Miss Zhao, we will not condone such behavior." As he spoke, Liu Tian'ao patted his chest with an air of confidence. Zhao Wanqing let out a cold chuckle and addressed the onlookers. "I believe you all may have misconstrued the situation. The funds used to purchase this establishment were provided by me. It was I, Zhao Wanqing, who financed Fang Ming's acquisition." "What? Does this young lady require your approval to purchase a shop? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered utterly speechless. Zhao Wanning glared at him. I have no inclination to deceive you. Let me clarify. From the moment of payment to the transfer of ownership, I was present alongside Fang Ming. Should you still doubt my words, would you like me to present the contract and transaction records? Naturally, the Lu family members dared not question Zhao Wanning's assertions, yet they remained incredulous, frozen in disbelief. Lu Tianao, in a frenzied state, exclaimed, "No, I do not believe it. How could this be possible?" He had thought he had finally grasped Fang Ming's weaknesses, envisioning a chance to reprimand him and expel him from the Lu family, only to be met with this unexpected outcome. Lin Meixiao and others were equally stunned, left utterly speechless. Lu Jinxiong, after recovering from his shock, furrowed his brow in disbelief at the close relationship between Zhao Wanning and Fang Ming. Not only did Zhao Wanning fund Fang Ming's purchase of the shop, but she also personally delivered the plaque. Such gestures surely exceed the bounds of ordinary friendship. After all that had transpired, Zhao Wanning, disinterested in further engagement, began directing the workers to install the freshly crafted plaque. The workers, ignoring the stunned bystanders, commenced their tasks. Observing their bewilderment, Zhao Wanning, feeling exasperated, opened her phone to review the bank transfer records and addressed Lu Jinxiong, head of the Lu family. The funds were transferred to Yang Dongfeng in one lump sum. Please, take a look. If you still harbor doubts, then I have no further words to offer. This shop embodies my efforts. Yet it appears some individuals are intent on seizing it, clearly showing a lack of regard for me. Zhao Wanning. Lu Jinxiong slightly lowered his head. Upon reviewing the shop's transaction records, he was further astonished to discover that Zhao Wanqing, after purchasing the shop, had transferred an additional 5 million yuan to Fang Ming as startup capital. With this revelation, Lu Jinxiong found himself at a loss for words. He regained his composure and said in a solemn tone, "I apologize for any embarrassment caused to Miss Zhao. Since the store was purchased with your funds, it is, of course, unrelated to us." "That settles it then," Zhao Wanqing replied, putting away her phone and casting a cold glance at Lu Tianao. "Let us hope this is merely a misunderstanding, lest I fear that someone might be audacious enough to covet the Zhao family's wealth. A slip-up could lead to discord between our families." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinxiong became visibly anxious, not to mention family strife. The Zhao family's wrath was something the Lu family could ill afford. Thus, he hastily clarified, "Miss Zhao, this is all a misunderstanding. I implore you not to take it to heart. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." With that, he shot a cold glare at Lu Tianao before departing in a huff. The events of the day had left Lu Jinxiong utterly humiliated. Chapter 82. The Video Leaks. Due to Lu Tianao's vague miscommunication, he had abandoned important work to rush here, only to be thoroughly humiliated. What was worse, Lu Jinxiong was acutely aware of his misstep and even felt compelled to apologize to the younger Zhao Wanqing. Lu Tianao, knowing he had erred, dared not raise his head. The thought of subsequent reprimands from Lu Jinxiong sent a shiver down his spine. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and leave," Lu Jinxiong bellowed. His eyes filled with ire as he noticed Lu Tianao's reluctance to move. After a prolonged moment, Lu Tianao finally reacted. He cast a cold, disdainful gaze at Fang Ming and sneered, Fang Ming, don't think you're all that just because you're clinging to the Zhao family. You have hands and feet, yet still rely on a woman. You're hardly a man at all, truly a worthless individual, and I can't be bothered to waste any more words on you." With this cutting remark, Lu Tianao stormed out in anger. Seeing Zhao Wanqing's frosty demeanor, Lin Meixiao and the others dared not linger and quickly made their exit. At that moment, the shop returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only Fang Ming and Zhao Wanqing behind. Qingqing looked at Zhao Wanqing and affectionately said, "Thank goodness Sister Wanqing arrived in time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so easily. What a bunch of scoundrels." Zhao Wanqing gently patted Qingqing's head and reassured her, "Do not worry. They would never dare to harm your brother Fang Ming." Turning her attention back to Fang Ming, Zhao Wanqing sighed. "Fang Ming, can't you clarify matters with them? Why endure their accusations?" Hearing this, Zhao Wanqing sighed deeply and chose not to say more. That rogue truly had the audacity to cling to the Zhao family. In truth, Lu Tianao harbored feelings of envy and resentment towards Fang Ming. After all, Zhao Wanqing was renowned as one of Qinzhou's most beautiful women, and her closeness to Fang Ming was something he could not accept. To give away a shop worth millions so readily? Zhao Wanqing truly seemed unconcerned about money. Lin Meixiao wore an expression of reluctance, feeling that had it not been for Zhao Wanqing's sudden interference, they would have already seized the store. At that moment, Lu Jinjin, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly voiced her doubts. Could it be that Zhao Wanqing and Fang Ming share a special relationship? Upon hearing this, Lin Meishou was the first to shake her head in disagreement. How could that be possible? Fang Ming is merely a waste. Why would the daughter of the Zhao family take an interest in him? Moreover, Fang Ming and Yu Yin are still nominally married, a fact well known throughout Qinzhou. What kind of man would a young lady like Zhao Wanqing desire? Would she really choose to meddle in someone else's marriage? However, Lu Jinjin remained perplexed. While that may be true, this situation is indeed quite strange. If there were no connection between them, why would Zhao Wanqing generously bestow millions upon Fang Ming? Even as ordinary friends, such generosity is unheard of. Perhaps she harbors some ulterior motive? Lin Meishou struggled to conceive a satisfactory explanation and could only speculate. As the discussion unfolded, Lu Jinyao, who was walking ahead, suddenly exclaimed, "What is he doing here? Come quickly. Isn't that Fang Ming?" Upon hearing Fang Ming's name, Lin Meishou and the others instinctively reacted and gathered around. Zhu Hanming's phone was playing a video, showcasing the earlier public contest between Fang Ming and Qian Tai at the center square of the antique city. The videographer had been considerate, not only providing commentary, but also adding subtitles. In the footage, Fang Ming and Qian Tai were engaged in a stone gambling contest, and to everyone's astonishment, the renowned Qian Tai was defeated by Fang Ming, who was to receive 50 million as per their wager. After watching the video, Lin Meishou's face turned pale, and Lu Tian'ao roared in disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. Fang Ming is just a useless fellow. At that very moment, within the Gaia Pavilion, Fang Ming and the others were enjoying tea and engaging in casual conversation. Zhao Wanqing sipped her tea, speaking little, occasionally glancing at Fang Ming. Noticing her gaze, Fang Ming coughed awkwardly and inquired, "Wanqing, if you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need to keep staring at me." Seeing this, Fang Ming became more puzzled. What could be so difficult to articulate? Please tell me quickly. Zhao Wanqing set her teacup down and pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Did you visit the Song family today?" Hearing this, Fang Ming felt a surge of confusion. "Wait, how do you know about this? Did you have someone follow me?" Zhao Wanqing immediately countered, "Don't say such things. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? I intended to find you today, but when I arrived, you were not home. Only Qingqing was there. Not knowing your whereabouts, I inquired with Uncle Zhao, and he informed me, realizing it was a misunderstanding." Fang Ming felt somewhat embarrassed and chuckled. "All right, I didn't mean it that way, and I certainly don't blame you, so please don't take it to heart. It is not a significant matter. Old Master Song asked me to help him appraise a treasure." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing was somewhat startled and quickly questioned, "You went to the Song family to appraise a treasure? What do they want with you? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Observing Zhao Wanqing's anxious demeanor, Fang Ming chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You are overthinking. If they truly intended to harm me, I would not be sitting here in peace. Old Master Song merely sought my assistance in appraising treasures." Zhao Wanqing felt a measure of relief, yet her curiosity soon resurfaced. Old Master Song possesses a keen eye. Could there truly be treasures he fails to comprehend? He wished to avoid concealing anything from Zhao Wanqing, yet the peculiar events that unfolded at the Song residence seemed inexplicable, eluding verbal expression. Additionally, navigating human relations is an art. The Song family showed him great respect. Even if the mystery remained unsolved, Song Qingyun compensated Fang Ming, which he declined, not out of pride, but to safeguard others' secrets. Noticing Fang Ming's discomfort, Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow before smiling. "I'm relieved you are unharmed. I feared the Song family might harbor ill intentions toward you." Fang Ming shook his head and reassured her, "There is no need for concern. No one can harm me." Subsequently, Zhao Wanqing spoke with gravity. "Fang Ming, remember, the Song family is far more complex than you perceive. Each member is shrewd, particularly Old Master Song, who is akin to a cunning old fox. If you are fine, it would be wise to maintain distance from them, but rest assured, you can place your complete trust in our Zhao family." As she spoke, Zhao Wanqing patted her chest confidently. Fang Ming could not help but chuckle at her words, though he remained unperturbed, fully aware of whom to trust. Zhao Wanqing recognized Fang Ming's desire to avoid trouble, understanding that it is prudent to keep a safe distance from such families for peace of mind. Qingqing, standing on her tiptoes to gaze out the door, wore a dejected expression as she lamented, "Alas, Sister Wanqing, our new shop is opened, yet why are there no customers? I feel our business doesn't compare favorably even to the street vendors. Their trade appears to flourish." Having just opened, Qingqing was already fretting about the shop as performance. Zhao Wanjing shook her head with a smile. Qingqing, you are still young, and thus many things elude your understanding. The items at the street stalls attract some attention, but they are merely commonplace trinkets. Those vendors typically lack genuine artifacts. Even if they encounter something valuable, they often seek collaboration with stores. Although you see many inquiries, actual purchases are scarce, and the prices are low. True treasure seekers would not turn to street vendors. They prefer legitimate establishments. Moreover, today marks our grand opening, and many are yet unaware of our new store, so it is only natural that business is slow. Suddenly, Zhao Wanjing pointed to a nearby shelf and suggested to Qingqing. However, if you wish to relish the joy of selling, you could take some of these trinkets outside to set up a stall. You might find success. Upon hearing this, Qingqing glanced at Fang Ming and felt a bit shy, but I lack knowledge in this area. What if others inquire, and I cannot respond? That would be quite embarrassing. Qingqing, both Wanjing and I are wholeheartedly supportive of your endeavor, Fang Ming encouraged. If you truly wish to pursue this, I can assist you. However, the ultimate ability to sell lies solely in your hands. Upon hearing these words, Qingqing's face blossomed into a smile. Really? Brother Fang Ming, you are so kind. Come on, Qingqing. Let us select some items for you to sell. With that, Fang Ming promptly retrieved some trinkets that Yang Dongfeng had previously left in the shop, meticulously appraising each piece and sharing brief details with Qingqing. Qingqing, that fellow Yang Dongfeng, is rather cunning. He took all the valuable items when he left, leaving only these behind. However, these will suffice for your stall. As for the information and prices I just shared with you, you haven't forgotten, have you? Qingqing nodded eagerly. Of course, Brother Fang Ming, I've memorized everything. Subsequently, Qingqing packed up the trinkets, equipped herself with some tools, and ventured out to set up her stall on a nearby street. Observing Qingqing's enthusiasm, Zhao Wanqing and Fang Ming felt delighted, but also recognized the importance of supporting her. They resolved to assist Qingqing in her endeavor, determined not to dampen her spirits, and accompanied her outside. On the street near the shop, Qingqing arranged a simple stall, neatly displaying her items before calling out to passersby to take a look. Fang Ming and Zhao Wanqing refrained from intervening, watching from a distance, unable to suppress their smiles at Qingqing's spirited demeanor. Perhaps it was her charming appearance that drew customers. Within just a few hours, several patrons approached to purchase her wares. Although the items were not particularly valuable, for Qingqing, it constituted a significant achievement. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the horizon, the foot traffic dwindled. Qingqing, today was quite successful. Let us strive for more tomorrow. Qingqing smiled back. Thank you, Sister Wanqing, farewell. Zhao Wanqing returned a gentle smile before taking her leave. With pride, she turned to Fang Ming, exclaiming, Brother Fang Ming, look, I've earned a great deal of money. Fang Ming chuckled, praising her. Indeed, I never imagined our Qingqing would become so adept, resembling a little business owner now. This money is the fruit of your labor, so consider it your pocket money. Who knows, you may need to procure goods for other stalls in the future, and capital will be essential. Understanding the wisdom in his words, Qingqing carefully tucked away her earnings. At that moment, Fang Ming rushed to steady an elderly woman. Madam, please be cautious. There's a threshold here. After securing her money, Qingqing intended to check on the elderly lady, but as she turned, her expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm and terror. Fang Ming, oblivious to her change in demeanor, simply guided the elderly woman to sit down and poured her a cup of tea, politely inquiring, We are about to close. Are you here to purchase something? In that instant, Fang Ming experienced a peculiar sensation, though it faded almost as quickly as it arose. He paused, uncertain whether it was merely his imagination. While he could not ascertain the cause of his unease, he felt a growing wariness towards this mysterious elderly woman. The elderly gentleman sipped his tea and inquired slowly, Young man, I hail from afar and am rather fatigued. May I rest my weary feet here? Fang Ming, of course, did not decline. Certainly, we are in no rush. The old man nodded and continued, In addition to resting, I wish to conduct a transaction with you. Hearing this, Fang Ming exhibited surprise and asked, Elder, do you intend to purchase something from my shop? However, the elder shook his head and smiled. I did not say I wish to buy your wares. At that moment, Fang Ming was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the elder's intentions. The old man lowered his gaze, picked up the cane he had brought with him, and handed it to Fang Ming, stating slowly, This cane has accompanied me for many years. Perhaps you could appraise its worth? Upon hearing this, Fang Ming, albeit skeptical, accepted the cane and began to examine it. The cane was of medium length, entirely black, yet its form was rather unremarkable. The carvings and patterns appeared rather crude, yet the winding totems adorning it possessed an uncanny beauty. After all, the old man had relied on this cane for support, clearly indicating his mobility issues. The elder smiled graciously and said, "No matter, young man, you need only tell me its value." Fang Ming found himself momentarily at a loss. He realized his vision seemed to falter once again, rendering him incapable of discerning any details regarding this peculiar cane. Akin to his earlier experience with the treasures of the Song family. Holding the cane, he found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Qingqing stepped forward and softly asked, "Elder, do I have enough money to purchase your cane?" She laid out several hundred yuan, earned from her day's market endeavors, on the nearby table. Upon hearing this, the old man turned to Qingqing. Although his smile remained, a strange glimmer flickered in his eyes, only to vanish without anyone noticing. Then he replied cheerfully, "Very well. If I can sell this old cane for such a sum, I shall part with it." After speaking, the elder uttered no further words, collected Qingqing's money, and departed with a sense of purpose. Fang Ming remained in a state of utter confusion, casting a glance at Qingqing before turning his gaze back to the departing elder, suddenly struck by an odd intuition. Abruptly, Fang Ming stood up and called out, "Please wait." Upon hearing this, the elder halted, turning to Fang Ming and inquired, "Young man, do you believe my cane is not worth a few hundred yuan?" Fang Ming shook his head and approached the elder with the cane in hand, smiling as he said, "Not at all. I perceive that you genuinely need this cane, especially since you are in an unfamiliar place and require its support. Here, take this money. I shall return the cane to you." As he spoke, Fang Ming extended the cane towards the elder, who did not reach out to accept it. She continued to shake her head, then suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Qingqing and remarked, "Young man, do not underestimate my understanding due to my age. I am still well aware of the principle of fair exchange. At times, although I require a cane, the transaction has been completed. I have received the money, and naturally, the cane belongs to the young girl. How could it not be valid?" Given this, Fang Ming chose not to persist further, lest the elderly gentleman become agitated. However, upon witnessing the elderly man's unsteady gait, as if he might topple at any moment, Fang Ming felt a pang of compassion. He glanced at Qingqing, hoping she might devise a solution. Since the elderly gentleman was unwilling to accept Fang Ming's kindness and claim the cane was already Qingqing's, perhaps if she were to decline it proactively, the elderly man might acquiesce. Chapter 84. Inexplicable. Qingqing, how about you give Fang Ming a subtle signal? Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback before approaching Qingqing, only to find her frozen in place, her expression blank, seemingly entranced by something unseen. Confused, he waved his hand in front of her eyes, inquiring, "Qingqing, what are you thinking about?" She appeared to be jolted from a trance, gripping Fang Ming's arm in terror as she shook her head vehemently. "Brother Fang Ming, it's not necessary. She has already left." Fang Ming, somewhat astonished, turned to see that indeed, the elderly gentleman had vanished. He was utterly bewildered. Had the frail elderly man truly moved so swiftly in just a matter of seconds? With this thought in mind, Fang Ming rushed outside to investigate, yet he found no trace of the elderly gentleman. While astonishment washed over him, his emotions were complex. Ever since Fang Ming had developed spiritual powers, his senses had sharpened significantly, particularly his hearing, allowing him to perceive many subtle sounds imperceptible to the average person. Yet, at this moment, he failed to notice the elderly man's departure, which struck him as peculiar. As he pondered this strange occurrence, he murmured to himself. Upon re-entering the shop, he presented the peculiar cane to Qingqing. Startled, she exhibited a fleeting panic, shaking her head in refusal. "No, you need not give it to me." Fang Ming, not overthinking the matter, assumed her modesty and reassured her, "Accept it. After all, it was purchased with your money, essentially your merchandise to manage as you see fit." Nevertheless, Qingqing gazed at the cane, falling into a prolonged silence. Observing this, Fang Ming felt a surge of suspicion. It seemed that ever since the elderly man's appearance, Qingqing had transformed, as if gripped by fear or some unspoken discontent. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Qingqing, are you distressed about the money you earned today?" "It's all right. Given your kindness, I can reimburse you for the cane, so you needn't feel sorrowful." Seeing Qingqing's face brighten, as if she had finally returned to her usual self, Fang Ming felt relieved. Before he could dwell on the matter further, Qingqing stepped forward, prompting him to shake his head and lock the shop door securely before quickly catching up to her. Once home, Qingqing seemed to regain her former demeanor, wearing a cheerful smile that showcased her whimsical nature. After dinner, she suggested they take a stroll together to aid digestion. Without uttering a word, Fang Ming led Qing to the bustling streets of the antique city, which had transformed into a vibrant night market filled with an array of food stalls, dazzling the senses. To his surprise, Qing had taken her cane with her for their stroll. Holding it delicately, she scrutinized it before inquiring, "Brother Fang Ming, do you truly believe this cane is rather ordinary? Either my eyesight is lacking, or this cane possesses extraordinary value, far beyond imagination. Yet, it is likely just a simple cane, worth little more than a few coins." Upon hearing this, Qing nodded, choosing to say nothing further. Fang Ming, puzzled, asked, Qing, do you seem troubled? I noticed something was off with you earlier. Are you feeling regretful about spending several hundred yuan on this wooden cane? He reassured her. It's all right, you need not dwell on it. After all, that elderly gentleman appeared to be in need of funds, so we can consider this an act of charity. Qing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, I won't think about it anymore. Fang Ming smiled reassuringly. Although this cane appears rather worn, and its material quite ordinary, its significance is far from trivial. It stands as a testament to your kindness, and being your first acquisition. It holds considerable collectible value. At this, Qing playfully winked. Indeed, Brother Fang Ming is right. I shall certainly keep this cane. Who knows, in a few decades, when I too am old and find walking cumbersome, it may come in handy. Following this, both of them burst into laughter, enjoying each other's company. Seeing Qing's spirits lifted, Fang Ming felt a weight lift from his heart. They continued to meander through the night market, with Qing linking her arm through his, her cane in hand, exuding an adorable charm as they walked. However, as they strolled, Fang Ming noticed something peculiar. While they often took evening walks after dinner, and his companion's undeniable cuteness usually attracted attention, today felt different. The glances directed at them were notably odd. Qing sensed the unusual atmosphere and tightened her grip on Fang Ming's arm, her voice tinged with apprehension. Brother Fang Ming, why are those people staring at us? Do we appear strange? Fang Ming, equally perplexed, furrowed his brow. Is that so? I cannot fathom why. The curious stares from the onlookers baffled them. Yet they chose not to dwell on it, continuing their leisurely exploration. As they passed a particular spot, they noticed a large crowd gathered nearby, from which a middle-aged man emerged and abruptly blocked their path. Clutching a business card, he addressed Fang Ming politely. Why, if it isn't Mr. Fang. Greetings. I am Zheng Hailong, the owner of Yang Auction House. Zheng Hailong appeared quite enthusiastic and treated Fang Ming with utmost courtesy. Fang Ming was taken aback. Generally, strangers would meet him with mockery or disdain, hardly acknowledging his presence. Why was this man approaching him with such politeness? However, it must be acknowledged that Zheng Hailong indeed knows that Fang Ming's surname is Fang. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ming took the business card and politely inquired, Mr. Zheng, might I ask if you are familiar with me? What brings you here? Uncertain of Zheng Hailong's intentions, Fang Ming remained vigilant. Perhaps someone was scheming against him, masquerading as friendly, only to seize an opportunity to create difficulties. Fang Ming was no stranger to such trials. Upon hearing Fang Ming's words, Zheng Hailong paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Oh, Mr. Fang, why such modesty? In the past, we were naive, lacking discernment, and believed the rampant rumors circulating in the market, which led to our poor impression of you. But it appears that Mr. Fang is indeed a capable individual. Yet, you have not showcased this talent, deceiving us all. Fang Ming frowned at this unexpected praise from Zheng Hailong, unable to grasp why he suddenly referred to him as capable. Before he could voice his confusion, Zheng Hailong continued, Mr. Fang, are you not aware? Fang Ming asked coolly, what should I be aware of? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Zheng Hailong's eyes, which was quickly replaced by a respectful demeanor. I see. It seems Mr. Fang is still oblivious to the explosive news. I suspect you wish to keep your abilities hidden from the public eye, but that is no longer feasible, as everyone is aware now. Mr. Wang certainly has no need to continue concealing his shortcomings. Upon hearing the term explosive news, Fang Ming felt a sense of something amiss and pressed for clarification. What exactly do you mean? What has transpired? And how is it related to me? With a broad smile, Zheng Hailong explained, alas, it is quite embarrassing, as we have been misled by false rumors, leading us to underestimate Mr. Fang's prowess. This situation arose due to the Liu family frequently disseminating slanderous tales about you, claiming you to be inept, which has deceived us all. He paused briefly before exclaiming passionately, however, I have always believed that true talent, like gold, will inevitably shine forth. And let's not forget Mr. Qian, a man of great renown, who reportedly has never faced defeat. Over decades, he has propelled the Qian family to soaring heights, establishing it as one of the prominent families in Qinzhou. Yet, even such a capable individual has been left humbled before Mr. Fang. Moreover, at such a young age, merely in your 20s, while Mr. Qian is already an elder, the future ahead for you, Mr. Fang, is undoubtedly bright. After absorbing Zheng Hailong's fawning and flattering remarks, Fang Ming finally realized that the previous competition video had been seen by them. However, he was quite astonished, as the journalist who filmed it had been arranged by Qian Datong. If the Qian family had lost, how could the footage have been allowed to circulate? Waving his hand thoughtfully, Fang Ming remarked, "Mr. Zheng, you flatter me. It was merely coincidence. But how do you know about the competition?" There seemed to be Qian family members controlling the scene. Who was responsible for leaking the video? Upon hearing this, Zheng Hailong smiled and then took out his phone, presenting the video before Fang Ming. As the clip played, Zheng Hailong remarked with amusement, "This is the 21st century. Such a significant event undoubtedly has various channels of dissemination. How could anyone remain unaware?" The video had already surged to popularity, and it was likely that everyone in Qinzhou had seen it. To his surprise, Mr. Fang was so low-key that he had overlooked such a matter. As Fang Ming viewed the video, his confusion deepened. Unless the Qian family were utterly foolish, they would not allow such high-definition footage to circulate. However, the blame lay squarely with Qian Datong himself, who had offended the reporters out of anger. The journalists, having made the trip in vain without compensation, endured a scolding instead. Who would be pleased by that? In a fit of rage, they edited the footage of the day's match and leaked it online as a means of venting their frustrations. Naturally, the Qian family took note of the video, and their animosity towards Fang Ming reached its zenith. Particularly, Qian Taibai was infuriated and immediately ordered a thorough investigation. It was imperative to identify the individual responsible for the leak and ensure they face severe consequences. At this moment, Fang Ming was lost in thought when Zheng Hailong cheerfully interjected, "Mr. Fang, do hold on to this business card. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I would gladly assist you." Fang Ming nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Zheng Hailong continued with excessive flattery, showering compliments while attempting to invite Fang Ming for a late-night meal. Ultimately, Fang Ming declined, managing to extricate himself from Zheng Hailong as persistent company before departing with Qingqing. Perhaps due to the visibility of their interaction, coupled with the video incident, many individuals began to seek proximity to Fang Ming. In an instant, the so-called worthless individual transformed into someone they wished to curry favor with. Those engaged in the buying and selling of treasures believed that guidance from a master like Fang Ming would undoubtedly lead to substantial profits. Having finally eluded Zheng Hailong, Fang Ming and Qingqing encountered several others who approached them as if they were longtime acquaintances, immediately attempting to ingratiate themselves. Some are merely eager to befriend Fang Ming, while others astonishingly offered high prices for him to join their organizations, and collectors sought to purchase the jade and stones he possessed at extravagant rates. With growing impatience, Fang Ming had no choice but to decline their advances. As more individuals circled around them, Fang Ming felt increasingly agitated and swiftly decided to leave the antique city. Qingqing shared his frustration with their persistent pursuers, and after agreeing on a plan, the two made a frantic escape from the scene. Meanwhile, within the Qian family, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the household. In the main hall, Qian Taibai sat upright, his face dark with fury. Others occupied seats on either side, all ensnared in silence, too afraid to breathe. In the face of Qian Taibai's ire, anyone brave enough to stir trouble would surely become the target of his wrath. The video had spread throughout Qinzhou, and it was inconceivable that they had not all seen it. After a prolonged silence, Qian Taibai finally stood up, casting a cold glance at the assembled crowd before inquiring, "Have you all viewed the video?" He paused momentarily, his voice chilling to the bone. "Surely none among you could be traitors, deliberately leaking the video?" At that moment, Qian Taibai's gaze was frigid, brimming with murderous intent, as if he longed to eliminate the one responsible for the leak immediately. Just then, Qian Datong stepped forward to clarify, "Father, how could it possibly be us? We are all members of the Qian family and would naturally prioritize the family's interests." Although there were some outsiders present, there were also guards ensuring they did not film freely. Could have been Zhao Wanqing's doing? Upon hearing this, Qian Taibai's expression darkened as he queried, "Are you certain?" Qian Datong, filled with rage, asserted, "It must be her." Everyone was engrossed in watching the match, and no one paid attention to Zhao Wanqing. Besides, she was standing with Fang Ming, It is entirely plausible she could have orchestrated this. However, Qian Taibai shook his head. Impossible. If Zhao Wanqing had filmed the video, she would not have leaked it directly. The Zhao family would certainly use it to blackmail me for some advantage. Furthermore, I observed Zhao Wanqing at the time, and she exhibited no suspicious behavior. She was solely focused on that young man, Fang Ming. In retrospect, it makes sense that Zhao Wanqing is so close to Fang Ming. They must have known about his capabilities long before. After a moment of silence, Qian Datong asked, "Then who exactly leaked the video?" Qian Taibai replied coldly, "Whoever it may be, they must be found. To dare undermine the Qian family in such a manner, disregarding my authority, I will ensure they face dire consequences." The crowd, stirred by his words, raised their fists and began to cheer fervently. Yet, Qian Taibai felt only exasperation. The thought of this matter incensed him, prompting him to sit down and bellow, "You are all utterly useless." At that moment, the room fell into a heavy silence, with no one daring to utter a word. The video had already spread, and the Qian family had become the subject of ridicule, a topic for idle gossip. Had the video not made it online, there might still have been a glimmer of hope. What do they do now? The faces of the crowd were etched with shame, and none dared to speak. Seeing their ineffectual demeanor, Qian Taibai waved his hand and sighed, "Forget it." Just then, Zhang Xiaolu stepped forward, her voice low. "Wait. Head of the family, I have a plan." Upon recognizing Zhang Xiaolu, Qian Taibai furrowed his brow and retorted, "What plan?" During the previous match, I observed that Fang Ming did not possess true strength. He merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. How could such a gifted individual as yourself be compared to him? Why not challenge Fang Ming to another match, decisively trounce him, and then the tide of public opinion will shift entirely. Hearing this, Qian Taibai fell into contemplation. Though he had indeed lost the previous contest, both he and Qian Datong, among others, felt a profound sense of injustice. They merely perceived that Fang Ming was exceptionally fortunate, casually stumbling upon a stone statue that astonishingly turned out to be a precious gem. While this could be considered a strategy, it does not guarantee our victory in the competition. Should we encounter a recurrence of previous events, we would be left at a loss. This approach is indeed intriguing. Yet Qian Taibai remained somewhat apprehensive. Regardless of whether Fang Ming's success stemmed from mere luck, he was evidently favored by fate, having even bested Qian Taibai himself. Throughout his life, Qian Taibai had never faced defeat in the realm of stone gambling. He had a flawless record. The last time he confronted Fang Ming, he approached the encounter with unwavering confidence, only to suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of that young man. Thus, whether it was Fang Ming's fortune or prowess, Qian Taibai found himself unwilling to wager on it, nor could he dare to take that risk. However, Zhang Xiaolu was unfazed by such concerns, persistently urging, "Patriarch, the video has already circulated. Our family's reputation is in tatters. Are we truly to remain indifferent?" It was surprising to witness Zhang Xiaolu's foresight, leaving the gathered individuals in astonishment. It remained unclear whether Qian Taibai genuinely did not comprehend the gravity of the situation or was merely feigning ignorance. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "Patriarch, this matter is of great significance. You ought to deliberate carefully." Qian Taibai did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he fell into contemplation. Qian Datong, his son, voiced his fervent support. "Indeed, Father, Xiaolu speaks the truth. We find ourselves at an impasse with such occurrences. The Zhao and Lu families will likely look down upon us, which is highly detrimental. Regardless of the outcome, outsiders would merely perceive it as a spectacle. Yet the individual who triumphed over us is widely recognized as a worthless entity. Does this not imply that the Qian family is inferior to a mere failure? Once our reputation is tarnished, numerous smaller families in Qinzhou will lie in wait, ready to seize the opportunity should we falter. At that point, regret would be futile." As the son of Qian Taibai, Qian Datong possessed a deeper understanding of his father's mindset. Qian Taibai was currently more concerned with the family's reputation than his own pride. After all, he had labored for decades, achieving both fame and fortune. Even if Fang Ming were to luck out this time, outsiders would not overly diminish Qian Taibai's standing. However, the ramifications of this incident would greatly impact their entire clan. He had invested immeasurable effort to establish the Qian family as it stood, and he could not bear to witness its name fall into disgrace and decline. With such thoughts in mind, Qian Taibai dismissed further contemplation, casting aside notions of fairness and justice, and resolutely declared, "The interests of the Qian family take precedence. It shall be settled thus." Unbeknownst to Fang Ming, Discussions among the Qian family unfolded. Zhao Tuahai, patrolling the vicinity, noticed Fang Ming and Qingqing and immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Mr. Fang, Miss Qingqing, would you like me to prepare a late-night snack for you? Fang Ming, lacking appetite, was about to decline, but Qingqing, with a smile, inquired, Uncle Zhao, what delightful dishes do you have for tonight's supper? Zhao Tuahai chuckled. Miss Qingqing, whatever you desire to eat, I can certainly accommodate. Upon hearing this, Qingqing pondered for a moment before replying, I recently spotted numerous barbecue stalls at the night market, and the tantalizing aroma has made me quite ravenous. If not for evading those people, my brother Fang Ming and I would have indulged in a meal outside. Zhao Tuahai nodded and promptly instructed, quickly prepare a barbecue for Miss Qingqing. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, she replied graciously. There is no need for such formality, for this is my duty. After speaking, Zhao Tuahai proceeded to the kitchen to assist in the preparation of the barbecue. Fang Ming, somewhat exasperated, turned to Qingqing and remarked, You little girl, how can your appetite be so vast? It surpasses even my own. He continued, However, if we wish to have a late-night snack next time, let's dine out instead. Uncle Zhao and the others already have their hands full with household chores, so we shouldn't trouble them with late-night snacks. Qingqing smiled bashfully, I understand. Had it not been for those people chasing us today, I would have already asked you to buy me some barbecue. Just as Fang Ming was on the verge of falling asleep, he suddenly heard a strange sound outside the window. Alert, he opened his eyes wide and coldly inquired, Who is there? He promptly leaped from the bed, switched on the room light, and discovered nothing amiss within. With a puzzled expression, he approached the door, opened it, and peered outside, finding the surroundings empty and silent. Could it be that I misheard? He shook his head in resignation, suspecting he might have been too fatigued and hallucinating. After an indeterminate time, Fang Ming finally succumbed to slumber, though this sleep felt remarkably heavy. The following morning, after breakfast, Qingqing urged Fang Ming to accompany her to the Gaia Pavilion. Seeing her urgency while he was still sipping his porridge, he queried, Little girl, why are you in such a rush to get to the shop? Qingqing shyly replied, Oh, I simply wish to set up a stall and sell my wares. Moreover, there are usually many people in the antique city in the morning. I cannot afford to miss so many potential customers. Fang Ming chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Well, I did not expect you to be so industrious. Let's go. After a brief tidying up, Fang Ming escorted Qingqing to the shop. Upon entering, Qingqing immediately began searching for the little trinkets she desired. Whenever she found something appealing, she would bring it to Fang Ming for inquiry, diligently committing the details and prices to memory. Observing her enthusiasm, Fang Ming willingly cooperated. After all, these were merely small items. He thought a fine opportunity for Qingqing to enjoy herself, since she mostly spent her time at home or in the shop without many peers her age. Engaging in activities she loved was commendable. Once prepared, Qingqing set off to her stall with her treasures in tow. Goodbye, brother Fang Ming. I'm off to set up my stall. Fang Ming waved with a smile. Just after she departed, a customer entered the shop, a man impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of distinction. The man pretended to browse the store before turning his attention to Fang Ming. Fang Ming regarded him with curiosity, sensing that he did not quite resemble a typical customer. After entering, he merely looked around without inquiring about prices, and his focus seemed elsewhere, suggesting he was not there to make a purchase. Fang Ming chose not to engage him, prompting the man to step forward, presenting a business card with a courteous smile. Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Zhu Ming, an advisor for the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing these words, Fang Ming suddenly realized why this individual was meandering around without inquiring about prices. It was evidently for his own sake. However, Fang Ming did not hastily dismiss him. He graciously accepted the business card, smiling as he said, How could a prominent consultant of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce visit a humble establishment like mine? What brings you here? Seeing that Fang Ming was not inclined to conceal his intentions, Zhu Ming appeared somewhat embarrassed and subsequently clarified, Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Fang. I harbor no ulterior motives. The fact that you managed to defeat the renowned Qian Tai Bai has sent shockwaves throughout Qinzhou. I am astounded by your discerning eye and such remarkable prowess at such a young age. From last night until now, Fang Ming had endured countless accolades and flattery, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He was accustomed to being underestimated, and the incessant praise was quite difficult for him to accept. Thus, he politely waved his hand, saying, It is not as formidable as you suggest. I merely had a stroke of luck. What exactly does Mr. Zhu wish to discuss? Please feel free to be direct. Zhu Ming then abandoned any pretense and stated plainly, The president of the Wuhu Chamber holds you in high regard. I believe you are aware that our chamber ranks among the foremost in all of Qinzhou, and indeed, throughout Jiangdong province. This is no exaggeration on my part. After expressing his admiration for Fang Ming, Zhu Hanming began to elaborate on the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. Fang Ming, feeling increasingly burdened, did not wish to squander time on such trivialities, so he cut to the chase. Mr. Zhu, are you seeking a partnership with me? Upon hearing this, Zhu Hanming's face brightened with joy. Precisely. Yet before he could finish, Fang Ming interjected firmly, I apologize, but I currently have no intention of collaborating with anyone. I simply wish to manage this little shop, and I appreciate your visit. Seeing Fang Ming's refusal, Zhu Hanming appeared to have anticipated this outcome and was not overly surprised. However, he clearly did not wish to concede easily and continued to persuade, Mr. Fang, with your talents. Do you not find it regrettable to be confined to such a modest establishment? Consider this. You are still young and possess great strength. If you were to collaborate with our Wuhu Chamber, not only would you expand your network, but you would also gain invaluable experience. Of course, while the workload is manageable, the profits would be significant. Zhu Hanming spoke with fervor, as if delivering a passionate speech, fearful that Fang Ming might decline his proposal. Yet, Fang Ming remained unmoved and awkwardly suggested, perhaps this. I will accept Mr. Zhu's business card and contemplate this matter carefully. Should my thoughts change, I will certainly give you a call. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Zhu Hanming's expression fell with disappointment. He understood that Fang Ming's response was a polite refusal. Fang Ming was not interested in collaborating with them, but as it was their first meeting, he felt it inappropriate to issue a direct dismissal. His words served as a gentle exit for both parties. By the way, if Mr. Fang has any interest regarding remuneration, please do let me know. Our Wuhu Chamber is quite sincere in this regard. Once Zhu Hanming departed, Fang Ming let out a long sigh and settled into a chair. Originally, Fang Ming wished to quietly amass wealth, entirely hoping to remain unnoticed by others. However, he never anticipated that such a day would come. Sigh, who could be so bored as to deliberately disseminate this video? Fang Ming found it utterly perplexing. The individual who filmed the video that day was hired by the Qian family. If they were to release the footage themselves, it would be akin to publicly slapping their own faces. As for Qingqing and Zhao Wanqing, they were even less likely to be involved, having never filmed anything and fully aware that this matter would cause them distress. Fang Ming shook his head in resignation, uncertain when this situation would come to a close. Throughout the entire day, the store was visited by numerous patrons, yet they were not there to purchase goods, but rather for the same purpose as Zhu Hanming. Fang Ming, exhausted from the onslaught, felt exceedingly vexed. He had always cherished his freedom and dreaded complications, yet here he was, beset by troubles. Were it not for Qingqing needing to set up her stall, he would have closed the shop early. The entire day was spent in silent endurance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qingqing finally concluded her stall operations and entered the shop to tally the day's earnings. The moment she stepped inside, Fang Ming promptly shut the store's door. He shook his head and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Of course not. It's not because of you. It's mainly that I am utterly worn out today. It sounds better to close early to avoid any further disturbances." Qingqing paused for a moment, then joyfully replied, "Brother Fang Ming, having many customers is certainly a good thing. It means business will improve. You should rest well tonight. It's nothing major. Uncle Zhao will surely make a delicious chicken soup to help replenish your strength." Realizing Qingqing had misunderstood, Fang Ming expressed his grievances. If only they were here to conduct business, but their intentions are far from that. Qingqing, somewhat perplexed, glanced around the shop's shelves and noticed that little had been sold. She then curiously inquired, if that is the case, what are those people here for? He felt too exasperated to respond, collapsing onto a lounge chair with a vacant gaze. Upon hearing this, Qingqing burst into laughter. If only Sister Wanqing were here, she would surely laugh at how you look right now. Fang Ming, with an air of resignation, opened his eyes. Qingqing ceased her laughter, proudly patting her chest. Humph, they are merely fair-weather friends, swaying whichever way the wind blows. Previously, they believed the rumors, maliciously slandering you as a good-for-nothing. Now that they recognize your prowess, they all come to curry favor. It's simply outrageous. But this is for the best. I reckon no one will dare to belittle you again. Fang Ming replied, I would rather these people continue to underestimate me, to be indifferent towards me. Now, being forced into the limelight, I find it exceedingly bothersome that so many have come seeking my attention. In response, Qingqing smiled. I know you prefer to operate discreetly, but given the circumstances, maintaining a low profile is no longer feasible. Fang Ming could only agree with her sentiment. Just then, A sudden knock resonated against the firmly shut store door. Upon hearing the sound of a knock at the door, Fang Ming instinctively rose to his feet, exclaiming in exasperation, "Who could it be? Can't they see that we've already closed for the day?" After uttering these words, he retreated into the inner room, wishing to avoid the bothersome visitors. However, to his surprise, upon opening the door, he found the visitor to be none other than Zhao Wanqing. "Sister Wanqing, what brings you here?" Qingqing exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Entering the shop, Zhao Wanqing remarked, "Qingqing, you seem particularly cheerful today. Has business been good? If only you had arrived earlier. You could have witnessed the comical expression on Brother Fang Ming's face. Ha ha ha." At this, Zhao Wanqing expressed her astonishment and curiosity. After all, she had only ever seen Fang Ming in his composed demeanor. It was hard to fathom that he could be troubled enough to hide away. "I was just finishing up some matters. As soon as I found a moment to spare, I rushed over." "But what exactly is troubling him? Why is he hiding?" Qingqing led Zhao Wanqing to the doorway of the inner room, speaking mysteriously. "Sister Wanqing, perhaps you should inquire directly with Brother Fang Ming." Zhao Wanqing, somewhat skeptical, approached the inner room and indeed found Fang Ming seated within, a frown etched upon his face. Concerned, she asked, "Fang Ming, why are you hiding here? Is someone giving you trouble? Is it the Liu family?" Seeing Zhao Wanqing, Fang Ming's anxious heart finally eased. "By the way, are you aware of that video?" he inquired. Zhao Wanqing responded, "Are you referring to the video of you and Qian Taibai gambling on stones?" "Yes. What of it? Don't look at me. I'm not the one who leaked it," Zhao Wanqing hurriedly clarified. Fang Ming's troubled demeanor puzzled her greatly. "But what does it matter? You're the victor while Qian Taibai is the loser. Shouldn't you be unbothered by others seeing it?" As she spoke, Zhao Wanqing wore a proud expression. "In my opinion, it might actually be beneficial for the video to circulate. It could help dispel any rumors floating about. Let them know that you, Fang Ming, are not a fool, but a person of genuine capability." Fang Ming sighed in resignation. Indeed, it could quash the rumors. However, those who have viewed the video are now flocking here, addressing me as Mr. Fang or Master Fang, and showering me with unwarranted praise, which is quite vexing. "Wanqing, you cannot imagine the number of visitors I had today. They were all overly polite, leaving me utterly exhausted. They either wanted to poach my talents or sought my expertise in appraisals, and some even came specifically for that piece of goldstone." Zhao Wanqing's expression turned to one of surprise. "I truly did not anticipate such a significant impact. Yet, this could be a fortuitous turn of events for henceforth. Few would dare speak ill of you, would they?" Observing Fang Ming's frustrated expression, which seemed rather unusual for him, both Qingqing and Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. Then, Zhao Wanqing pondered for a moment before saying, "Fang Ming, do not be afraid. At least you've established a reputation now, and surely business at the shop will improve. However, I came to see you for an important matter concerning the upcoming auction in a few days." As Zhao Wanqing spoke, she earnestly explained previously, "You mentioned your desire to keep your identity concealed to avoid complications, particularly due to your tarnished reputation. However, now that the rumors have been dispelled, and you are regarded as a renowned master, it seems unnecessary to continue hiding." Upon hearing this, Fang Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "No. Wanqing, I believe this situation has served as a wake-up call for me. I must be even more cautious regarding my identity. Otherwise, that gourd bottle will undoubtedly draw more attention, and troubles will inevitably follow. That gourd bottle is no ordinary treasure. If I were to present it at an auction, irrespective of others' opinions, it would be impossible for the Liu family not to seek trouble with me upon discovering it." Faced with Fang Ming's resolute stance, Zhao Wanqing had no retort and could only acquiesce. "I shall respect your opinion and ensure that everything is meticulously arranged to avoid any missteps." Fang Ming instinctively uttered a thank you. Zhao Wanqing blinked and smiled. "Why the formalities with me?" For a fleeting moment, as Fang Ming gazed at Zhao Wanqing's smiling visage, he found himself momentarily entranced, his emotions becoming somewhat awkward. Observing the silent exchange between them, Qingqing, who was unaware of the context, interjected, "Brother Fang Ming, you mustn't bully Sister Wanqing. She is only looking out for your best interests. What is that look you have?" With that, Qingqing fixed her gaze on Fang Ming, her expression one of righteous indignation. Fang Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Zhao Wanqing was amused. Indeed, ah. Fang Ming, do be mindful of your expression next time. On their way home, as they passed the central square of the antique city, Zhao Wanqing frowned and remarked, "Fang Ming, I am quite familiar with the circumstances surrounding those prominent families. Regardless of who uploaded the video or how it was done, the beneficiary of this incident is you. I fear the Qian family will not let this matter slide easily. Fang Ming cast a stern glance towards the center square, where he spotted Li Guangxing busy at the entrance of his shop. Yet, Zhao Wanqing was still not entirely at ease, and thus cautioned Fang Ming. What worries me is the possibility of their underhanded tactics. You must remain vigilant and protect yourself. Fang Ming chuckled. Do you not know my capabilities? Worry not. No one can harm me. As she recalled how Fang Ming had heroically defeated all adversaries and rescued her during her earlier abduction by Song Qilin, Zhao Wanqing acknowledged his strength and felt a measure of reassurance. Nevertheless, she continued, one must never let down their guard. It is prudent to remain alert. Understanding Zhao Wanqing's concern, Fang Ming comforted her. I understand. You are worried that the Qian family might act against me because of this incident, right? However, they are unlikely to be that audacious, as I have not only the Lu family behind me, but also your Zhao family. This statement held merit, prompting Zhao Wanqing to refrain from further comment. Before long, the three of them arrived at the ancient residence. After a hearty meal, Fang Ming and the others strolled in the backyard, enjoying the cool evening breeze. After some casual conversation, Zhao Wanqing took her leave. Qingqing sat on the swing and suddenly inquired, Brother Fang Ming, I suppose you must be quite eager to know who leaked the video, right? Upon hearing this, Fang Ming was momentarily taken aback, and then a look of astonishment spread across his face. Don't tell me you know who it is, he exclaimed. Subsequently, Qingqing stood up from the swing and whispered something into Fang Ming's ear. After listening, Fang Ming's eyes lit up with realization, and he exclaimed excitedly, So that's how it is. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Qingqing, since you knew all along, why didn't you tell me earlier? Qingqing shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Who would have guessed that this video would stir up such a commotion? Sensing Fang Ming's scrutinizing gaze, Qingqing felt a twinge of guilt and quickly laughed, saying, Brother Fang Ming, please don't look at me like that. It feels so strange. Fang Ming nodded, retracting his gaze, and continued, Qingqing, when did you first suspect something? Alas, Fang Ming sighed, this matter, while it has its advantages, also brings with it numerous hidden troubles. Qingqing chuckled. Perhaps if we encounter that reporter again in the future, we could ask him for clarification. Shaking her head, she added with a smile, well, it's not us who filmed the video, so it doesn't concern us. Fang Ming gently tousled Qingqing's hair, reassuring her. Indeed, we act with integrity and have no fear of being slandered. We shall face whatever comes our way head on. At this juncture, Fang Ming seemed to suddenly recall something and inquired curiously, by the way, Qingqing, where did you put that cane? I've been pondering over it and feel it's anything but ordinary. Could you bring it to me? Qingqing appeared slightly flustered by this. She promptly jumped off the swing and exclaimed loudly as she dashed toward the bedroom. Wait, I'll get it right away. Soon, Qingqing returned with the cane. Fang Ming began to scrutinize it, but it appeared unchanged from before. At first glance, the cane seemed utterly ordinary. However, certain details revealed an exquisite craftsmanship that evoked a sense of contradiction. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qingqing asked, Brother Fang Ming, is this cane some kind of treasure? You seem to be quite concerned about it. Fang Ming sighed deeply and shook his head. I'm not certain. I just have a feeling this cane is unique. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Then, as a thought struck him, he queried, Qingqing, do you remember the elderly person who sold you the cane? I found her rather peculiar. She approached with the cane, and her gait seemed unsteady, yet she appeared quite aged. Yet, when she departed, she vanished in the blink of an eye. I wonder if it was merely my illusion. She surely cannot be an ordinary person. Qingqing nodded in agreement. Is that so? INT paid much attention. After speaking, Fang Ming returned the cane to Qingqing. After a refreshing shower, Fang Ming was about to lie down in bed when he suddenly felt a thirst. He thus picked up a cup of tea and took a sip.